Chapter 1 Traversing the Beast Realm. When Siu awoke, she found herself momentarily beside a colossal botanica kingdom surrounding her. Instinctive lie glancing gather hands, she realized she was still alive. Had she been consumed by a black hole of Thatmerjed beside her while in a mission? The force had been overwhelming. The tight felt as though she might be covered. Yun Siu arose from the ground, first checking her storage bracelet tanderings, and breathed a day sigh freely upon discovering they were intact. Her provisions, still with hurricane of scenery, was certainly preferable to the apocalypse. I wonder if I will ever unite with Midasters in this lifetime, she murmured to herself as he surveyed her surroundings, needing to find a place to settle. Before her were towering trees to treeched the clouds, their trunks intertwined, with beams of sunlight filtering through the grass below. Wasteler than a person, stretch engineless lie, I never a direction Udip thought she had traversed into a land of giants, hence her own height being a cantate tough grass. Utilizing her abilities, Yun Siu estimated the nearby grassifani hidden beasts were lurking. She would surely detect them after a sweep. She found nothing, allowing herself to relax. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of lantern-like eyes in the sky were fixate on her, fled with a sins off bit of forth seemingly fragile ephemal appear das a fagastof wind could topple her. This femela had likely strayed from her tribe if have found her. She will belong to him. Kong Yang swiftly approached Yun Siu, snatching her up with a cow and soaring into the enveloped darkness of everything below shrank away. Her hair obscured her face, and she soon lost consciousness due to Thun's steady flight. When Kong Yang descended, he realized that the peditefa mala hadal reedy fainted a wavy finchen washed over him had forgotten how the catif malis but it could be exposed to dandrain, shekawol dizzily fallow. Transforming into human form, Kong Yang at lie placid thun conscious yuto to ast and dash a brushed her hair aside, he marveled at their exquisite beauty. Unlike any femela had ever encountered the animal skinster fornto, perhaps she had levied an agran tribe. Thescent emanating from air was delightful, and Kong Yang hold deeply, deciding that shwould be his Alephimali, and neither Malakud claimer. Feeling a bit bashful, admired her beauty, remembering how the females in his tribe were accustomed to finding, Haorid Ladashadu Toft Hika Vitoro Athate. Upon awakening, Yun Siu discovered herself an Ardamentor cave and Lilite Kama from Thentrance, and she found herself tucked in Tokerner, shielded from the direct trazo from light. Asher Memorius resurfaced off being captured by a gigantic beast. Shinada said the creatureus no were in sight, indicating she had been rescued. Stepping down from Thebes, she suppressed their Jatovamitan cautiously. Outside, a vast plain folded, dotted with towering trees and lush greenery, vibrant flowers blooming gal around Toharat lay a grand driver, reflecting the sky like a blue mirror. Suddenly, she realized the cave was spur upon a steep cliff. Beneath the cave was a sheer drop, several dozen meters to the ground. What kind of divine being had rescued her to dwell in such a place? Did thee not fear falling while attending to nature's calls at night? While Spindered thrice with a blank expression, a golden beast soared upwards, resembling Gadragon off western lore. Yun Siu ega sped surely shuas not me and tobe, this creature's backup sustenance. The cave entrance suas stew, small for the dragon to enter. Her frantic thoughts were interrupted as Hegel din dragon to her closer ass. Higa theored her powers to blow it away. The dragon transformed before Urias into striking, handsome man with an 8-pack abdomen. Yun Siu's sudden liquishender reela to the dragon had morphed into a man. Surely this was a dream, pinching herself fiercely. Tears swelled in her eyes from it. The man, transformed from the golden dragon, was astonishingly handsome, with therigid physique and exotic features hitward near lightwometer stall, while her own heightophone saventi made her feel diminutive, barely reaching his chest. His sung kissed connexity da ild charm, that she found dappyaling under different circumstances, shwouldn't mind sharing a space with such a specimen. Kong Yang felt a surge of nervousness as she gazed, dathapeditefa malatwashis first time being gallen with that female in a cave. Yun Siu listened to the golden dragon's words, utterly bewildered. I didn't understand, she gestured, but after much futilima micry, they both realized that the barrier of languages stood firm between it. Seeing that the small femela could not comprehend him, Kong Yang muttered a fuse transgephrasis the treezombled Mandarin, yet felt oddly out of place. Noticing her lack of reaction, he offered her the roasted meat and hishand, signaling for her to eat. Yun Siu shook her head warily, rejecting Themiat. She did not trust his dragon solicited kindness scumerl intentions. Kong Yang Wangxia say the refusal. The towering man broke he and to sweat it, the thought of has small femily going hungry. After attempting to gesture for some time, Yun siwedi dusid the thimmerly wished for her to agazinginto his clearies, she hesitated but eventually accepted the meat, taking gave symbolic bites. Themi theta slight saltiness, not unpleasant, thuffatwasrather toth, making git difficult to chew. Kong Yang fell topping goff gil tashi observed her struggle with Themi lassa solitary beast, had not prepared in a tinder meat, that the small female might enjoy resolving to hunt mer a palatable offering synth the future, Heffel Tayson's off responsibility. After a few bites, Yun Siu indicated she could eat no more, returning remaining metto the dragon man Kong Yang, noticing she had barelyton, understood why she was so frail she didn't evanlist handling his tribe. Yun Siu watched ast he dragonman showed no concern for the leftover she had offered hid devour didn't off you bites a flicker of discomfort crossed her face never before had in yon consummate her nance, and it felt rather strange. After finishing the meat, Kong Yang went below to gather some eared berries, presenting them to her aside insisting she accept them with Nikois. Yun Siu were reluctant, like accepteth the fruit, nodding her thanks. After consuming the berries, the dragon man led her to the cave entrance, grasping heron diving down to the foot to mountain Hezither, watersage. The dragon man cupped water in Hishans, offering git to her, but Yun, wordly lie declined instead. She found a largely fin fashioned tin to cup to drink from observing her actions. Kong Yang curious limicter, anto his light, discovered that a leaf indeed held water. Kong Yang Thin took her to another spit, demonstrating gas squatting motion, and Yun Siu realized he was suggesting a placitorily Ev herself even handed her some softy eves, which she surmised were for hygienic proposes. Once everything was settled, the handsome dragon returned her to the cave before soaring away. Yun Siu egazed a thefler outside, which weighs entirely distinct from the plant life of Dragon Kingdom drawing from Eric Stin's sive reading Goth novels. Shussermai said that she had traversed in Toth Beast realm. Bekint the cave, she inspected her belongings, recalling how Sunjwiyue, that fortunateller, had predicted they would find themselves in an unknown place although hair life was spared, the perspective not being gable to turn wassing, pertinent that erad being remarkably accurate, and it was soon to her suggestion that they had prepared supplies. Among her possessions were tin, 000 level 2 crystals, tin, 000 level 4 crystals and tin, 000 each of levels 5 and 6 additionally, she had fire-starting stones, lighters, and matches provided by Sunjwiyue, Tuesday softing for yach season, clothing gone footwear for all four seasons, a completessa toftware, a knife set, a first aid kit, various vegetables, 20 boxes soft tissues, 20 boxes soft sanitary supplies, 10 boxes soft bathing essentials, and 20 box soft water, along with a larger container of fast sorted spices. These Wazel hair world lipossessions. Had she known, Schwood Hofstock Hejaponovin Maresiplius Themis Tragi Caspecto Fly Feis Possessigray, 12th I Ingunable to spend it. While a Tedragon man was out hunting, Yun Si used her wind ability a sta clear thedust from the cave she left Theman Yanimal skin sun disturbed after waitin' for a long time you. Thouth his return, she succumbed to sleep on the stone bed. When she woke, daylight had yet fade, and the handsome dragonos dozing beneath her stone bed upon hearing Ystir, Kong Yang openedices. He began to chatter away, but Yun Si understood no single word without ceremony. Kong Yang's eyesed heron flew down a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, freshly slain beast meat lay on stone slabs, while nearby, Tanda Nimmelskintendrai. Kong Yang struck Tuo stone Astagather Toy 90 fire, which quickly blazed to life Themi Twas the Thruin etc. Yun Si Upo and Ted to Themiat, inquiring Gabutis ne main his language she felt to Twa's essential tolerant local tongue. Kong Yang indicated Themiat. Yun Si repeated several times, striving to memorize it. After Thermiel, Kong Yang whited it with through Teratinov drinking water, relieving herself, and then returning to sleep. Yun Si Uefel tassif hue retreating her like a cub she realized shani dead tolerant, language of his realms weeft lie then ability to communicate to a setfrishating. Chapter 2 Learning Language of Beasts. Yun Si experienced an uncommon luxury of waking up naturally the temperature heroist neither too cold nor too hot, a comfort she had not enjoyed since the apocalypse. She had intended to assist in washing the animal skins, gathering firewood, and roasting meat, but the handsome dragon forbade her from doing anything, encouraging her to simply around each day Wadadon Sisimid like Yatriot no felt like a wit of air potential. Rising from, she discovered that the dragon hadal ready ventured out to hunt Shinota the Theted not on fresh hunt. Having no change at her cloence last night, Yun Si felt uncomfortable after feudal a gesture stoken veher diser for a bath, Shed decided as if the opportunity while a tedragon also and wash it herself bethwatersage. Also cleansing clothes, which Shedria using hair wind ability she was pleased with how effective air powers for drying clothes. When Kanjiang returned, Hisky nose detecteth a delightful fragrance emanating from the little family, compelling him to draw closer and held up Lion Seiyu, feeling it to done comfortable. Instinctively too Kafush steps back, only to witness the work cross from air erecting smalltent. Goodness, airy orchstralithis forward? Kajayang felt to show from embarrassment tie it straightened his posture, determined to showcase, his brows to the little family seeing her turn away slightly agitated who would it be thought she was dissatisfied with his impressive endowment? Kajayang felt semi-watch wronged. As cultural difference should led to his misunderstanding the following days consisted solely of roasted meat for every meal, occasionally accompanied by a few fruits. Now, the Marie Zito roasted meat made her nauseous observing her diminishing appetite day by day, Kajayang increasing lying sias noticing, her fondness for fruits, Hegathirida plenty full supply for her enjoyment. However, Heifer bade her from accompanying him on hunting trips whenever she expressed a desire to venture out. The dragonas sedimantly opposed, treating her like an irresponsible child. She couldn't practice her spoken language daily, and whenever the handsome dragonashom, it became a their timido learn Tagatharathis point. She had mastered some basic phrases, such as eat, sleep, drink water, and do setheristrum. Today, the handsome dragon brought roasted meat, still disapproving of her going into the forest, gesturing the tight was for to operilis and suitable for. After their meal, Yunseiyu proceeded to wash her hands as usual Kajayang handed her piece of beast hideta drithimof before cradling back to the cave under Kanjiang Satintaveker. Yunseiyu had surrendered her resistance after all, opposing ice intention spruved feudal hegent lie placed on the stone bed, and ethereal nestra quest, a fire was kindled in the cave, illuminating the space significantly. Recently, Kajayang Hadel so brought numerous soft beast hide, gesturing as if he wished to make her clothing, and Hehade examined her shows with great caution, carefully setting Thimoside after inspecting them to image. Taken Jadvantagio Fisibsence, Yunseiyu descended to the ground, thof Shuashizaton to wander to Farin Thyson familiar territory instead, Shezempla strolled about, keeping track of to me before so airing back up. Half a month later, Yunseiyu finally grasped language of this place by, doubtingly, she could at least engage in conversation. What is your name? Yunseiyu inquired, her proficiency in the beast tongue still lacking fluency. Little female, minimize Kongyang what is yours? Kajayang Sheik's flesh shed with excitement who was finally able to learn her name. After a brief pause, Yunseiyu replied, I am called so she had long wished to abandon her surname Yun. And from now on, Shuwold Simplibe say. Kajayang found himself a talash for words, feeling that their name was exquisite. I wish to accompany you outside tomorrow. Kajayang shook his shade in disapproval. It is perilous there, filled with wild beasts citus not so for you headed emphatically, those wild beasts good overuhal. Yet, Seiyu insisted on going, I want to wander off il stay closely you wouldn't fall into danger. Would you? After all, Shua say 60 arabally use a reef she couldn't fight, sheckled at least flee. Seeing the little familiarity in him, sowed spirit lamelted Kanjiang sheared, Buthas still refused. It promisey to listen to you and no stray it gets dreadful it'll be in Galoni, the cavial day please. Kajayang gazed at the little male before him, her pleading demeanor causing his resolve to over, and inadvertently agreed. Whither Goal achieved, Seiyu felt no burdeen and fell asleep, utterly fee-dupe with the hard stone bed tomorrow, schwucher ligathermer grash to make heitmer comfortable. At dawn the following day, Kajayang quietly rose to prepare for hunting, and Seiyu, yawning, awoke as well, leaving Kajayang Nakoy Spatotek along. Kajayang transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, allowing so to perhupon his Nakashan furled his wing sensor into Theski. Kajayang full watch remarkable speed, and dinner time, the arrived to Bovielish, sprawling forest with a swift swippy office claw, helavieled the top of fat owering tree, carefully placing Seiyu atop it hutered Samethin Gine dragon tongue. But Seiyu coldn't comprehend. Only no dingen response it and she perceived untof affection in his eyes. She thought perhaps she was imagining things, Butan's Kanjiang settled her, he took off. Standing atop the immense tree, Seiyu surveyed Annabello, relishing the sensation gazing down from such heights, everything appeared minuscule, and she felt liberated, soaring through the ether. After a while she suddenly felt tackle run down her spine, as Thoth Samething was watching her. She glanced around but saw nothing assuming she was being governed cautious, her body instinctively braced itself. A sudden rusho fair signal danger from behind, Sheswift lie sidestepped o Eviditan steadied herself. Onla tottern and behold a massive black-scaled python. Its girthwazes thickest as multire. The serpent coiled around the tree, its stale striking gain, so you dodged, Butin doing so, Shalos their footing gone fell from the tree to instantly, she summoned the wind to envelop herself and soared away however, Thagiant python relentlessly pursuer, closing and with alarming. Fueled by Sergio Fedrenolin, say you execute demi der haltand, with a swift motion off her left hand, unleash a dabaragiof wind blade stored the python to her astonishment, the creature remained unfazed, enduring the onslaught with its formidable physique the wind blade sleft and lie shallows, cratched upon its scales, revealing its and resilience. Sayui summoned a tornado directed the python the creature sies med with interestin countering. Cha powerful female first for him, intensifying his desire for her. Realizing the peril Shuasin, Sayui seized the opportunity while it python was momentarily distracted with it however. Thickening serpent deftly maneuvered around the whirlwind, sprouting wings from its back and pursuing her. Kongyang, Sayu cried out, the python closing in behind her were right not for hair wind blade is creating some distance, Shwood Haviel ready benin snared be the serpent. Hair ability is sword pleatin grapid lie she could list on lie a few minutes, she could already sense the foul stinkove to python's scales the creature continued to hiss, attempting to disorient her. Sayui sent several more wind blades lissing through the air, again creating distance after flying several dozen meters, her power swaying to near exhaustion, causing her to plummet from Thesky just as the python's tail was about to strike her. Adragons roer coedni, and with a single law, Kajayang Pier said the serpent's tail, simultaneously snatching you from the air. Kajayang she art near lie stopped as witness to lit a female plummeting bethedemi herring to senses, hahadal rhedoresker, cradling her tightly in his embrace. Kongyang, Teresa snake. Kanjiang looped down, spotting Tharagizer pinta attempting to flay, after being endured strike. With Furiinatin Jin his crimsonis, Kanjiang placed Sayui safely in a branch before a transforming Ginto hispiest form and engaging the serpent the creaturuus, clearly no match for man soon sustains of her injuries. Flinjan desperation concern for Sayu, Kajayang did not per se but returned to her side instead. Sayu, undid her red bethene counter, thought o herself, watan shafacid in the apocalypse. She simply hadn't anticipated the ferocity of TB Shura. If Shuri to live alone, encountering a large beast would leave her uncertain of her ability to fight back. Sayu, are you alright? Kanjiang gasped anxiously, inspecting her closely Shekwaklai pressed a shandown, reassuring him, Im fine I called for you. Andio arrived just in time. Kajayang felt a wave of apprehension had he been a moment too late. The rogue beast might have captured her. Themra thought of Sayu being taken and armeds in Theminto a frenzy. Alice well no use of Eden please, take me to the place where you hunt Kongyang, where you fletting so straight to her, decided to keep her closethened with this strength, had no fear of failing to catch pre. The na you must promisito stay closey and not wander off. Chapter 3. The discovery of wild leeks. Kongyang placed Siue in a position where he could keep her in sight, tidied up the surroundings, and then ventured nearby to hunt. Once Siue touched the ground, she began to observe the flora around her and stumbled upon a cluster of plants resembling wild leeks, albeit larger than any she had previously encountered. Upon extracting the root, she discovered it to be a round bulb, and as she leaned in to sniff, the unmistakable scent of leeks filled her senses. She proceeded to uproot every plant that might be leeks, storing some in her storage ring while bundling others with grass. Before long, Kongyang returned, shouldering 2 large prey, their size exceeding that of pigs, and their white fur appeared particularly warm. Siue, it's time to go home, he announced. Siue, holding the bundle of grass, momentarily froze at the mention of home. Did she still possess a home? Her sisters were in other realms. Nonetheless, this foolish dragon might just become her next family member. Kongyang transformed into his beast form, carrying Siue back to their dwelling in the cave. Eyeing the bundle of leeks in her possession, he inquired with curiosity, Siue, what do you intend to do with these herbs? This might be edible. Please fetch a smaller wild beast. If it consumes these and remains unharmed, we can partake as well. Kongyang, though puzzled, was bound by the customs of the beast god continent, where males never oppose the wishes of their females. He promptly prepared to go hunting. There's no rush. You may tend to the meat first. You can catch something later, Siue suggested. Noting that Kongyang was clad only in a beast skin skirt, his bare feet stepping upon the ground littered with wooden splinters and stones. Yet he seemed impervious to discomfort. Having struggled with communication in the past, Siyue was determined to improve their lives together. She had no desire to remain a wildling forever. Regret washed over her for not heeding Sun Jueyue's advice to purchase energy crystal devices and household appliances. Now, aside from a few crystals and some daily necessities, she possessed nothing. Suddenly, she recalled Sun Jueyue's jest about the daily necessities she provided being akin to a mystery box filled with unpredictable treasures. She would have to wait for Kongyang to leave before she could rummage through them. Kongyang skillfully skinned the beast, preserving the tenderest cuts for Siyue, before taking the remaining meat deeper into the woods. Observing his actions with perplexity, Siyue soon realized he was consuming the raw flesh directly, his appetite immense, and cooking would be time-consuming. After Kongyang had finished devouring both wild beasts, he lit a fire to roast meat for Siyue, diligently ensuring it did not burn. Once cooked, he placed the meat on leaves, waiting for it to cool before presenting it to her. Siyue gazed at the handsome dragon, who held the meat with eyes full of warmth. A radiant smile broke across her face. Kongyang, oblivious to the reason behind her laughter, found himself chuckling along, enchanted by her delightful expression. Once Siyue finished her meal, Kongyang set off to catch the small creature she requested. In his absence, Siyue eagerly opened the boxes one by one, finally uncovering the mystery box Sun Jueyue had mentioned, containing a laser sword and a crystal bow, alongside a letter from Sun Jueyue. After gathering her treasures, she opened the letter, which simply urged her to take care of herself, promising that they would reunite if fate allowed. Tears welled in Siyue's eyes. The days spent in the beast realm had been a constant anesthetic for her heart. But the moment she read the letter, her defenses crumbled. Kongyang returned with a peculiar, rabbit-like creature, while Siyue composed herself. Noticing the redness around her eyes, Kongyang felt a pang of concern. Siyue, did that snake beast frighten you today? It is my fault for not protecting you properly. Siyue refrained from revealing the truth, attributing her eyes' redness to sleepiness from yawning. She took a handful of wild leeks, fearing that eating too little might mask any toxicity, thus opting for a larger quantity. The yellow rabbit trembled at the scent of Kongyang's dragon aura, utterly submissive to the offered herbs, consuming them without resistance. Kongyang urged Siyue to rest, needing to cure the beast's skins, as prolonged exposure could lead to spoilage. Siyue lamented her failure to gather grass for bedding, feeling a wave of frustration. I wish to cut some grass for bedding, she said, gesturing towards the stone bed. It is far too hard. I wake up aching all over. Kongyang silently cursed his forgetfulness, realizing that his little female required a softer place to sleep. I shall fetch some now. It is quite windy outside. So please wait for me in the cave. He dashed away swiftly. Siyue's words were left unspoken. Moments later, Kongyang returned, arms laden with a large bundle of yellow grass, still damp from washing. Siyue, do you think this grass is sufficient? It is clean and merely needs to dry. That's plenty, Siyue replied, satisfied with the grass. Kongyang gleefully carried it out to dry. Once the grass was ready, he checked on the long-eared beast, finding no signs of poisoning. Before informing Siyue, the long-eared beast is still alive, and the grass poses no threat. Gazing at the remaining bundle of wild leeks, Siyue felt a surge of joy. She finally had new food. Wonderful. I shall sprinkle it over the meat when we roast it. It will taste even better. Kongyang suddenly understood. His little female was herbivorous in her beast form. As the sun blazed at noon, after laying down the yellow grass, Kongyang escorted Siyue back for her afternoon rest. Observing her routine of resting post-meal, he made it a habit to return her to her midday slumber each day thereafter. Siyue noticed that a day here felt longer than on Earth. The beast folk did not consume breakfast, relying only on lunch and dinner, with the intervals between meals stretching over several hours. When Kongyang was absent, she found herself snacking, for humans could not endure hunger as easily. Kongyang soon returned, carrying a bizarre, massive beast. Siyue had initially desired some fatty meat, but realizing she lacked an oil pot for cooking, she postponed her plans. Kongyang quickly processed the beast meat and skin, as usual reserving the tenderest portions for Siyue. As she drew near, the scent of snake flesh wafted from him, reminiscent of the snake beast they had encountered earlier. indicating he had likely sought vengeance against it. Before hunting, Kong Yang had traced the scent to locate the snake beast. Those who dared harm his female would face dire consequences. He brutally shattered the snake's bones, leaving it lifeless in his wake. To avoid alarming Siyue, he meticulously cleaned himself before returning. Once he had finished eating, Kong Yang began roasting meat for Siyue. She washed the leeks, found a clean leaf, and tore the herbs into smaller pieces with her bare hands. The wild leeks exuded a rich aroma, and when smeared onto the roasted meat, it burst forth with flavor. Siyue felt as though her palate had finally awakened to new sensations. Try this, Kong Yang. The meat tastes even better with wild leeks. Kong Yang tore off a small piece of roasted meat and savored it, noting the remarkable improvement in flavor. Eat more, Siyue. You are too thin. The snow season will be difficult to endure. Kong Yang sighed at the thought of the upcoming snow season. Concerned for his delicate mate, Siyue, perplexed, queried, "Why is it necessary to endure the snow season? Do we simply withstand hunger? How long until it arrives?" Kong Yang considered her words. "We are currently in the bountiful season. After many sunrises and sunsets, we will enter the dry season, followed by the rainy season, and then the snow season." Though Kong Yang's descriptions were somewhat imprecise, to her surprise, Siyue grasped the essence of his words. "It will be quite some time. When it arrives, we shall stockpile food and firewood, making the snow season more bearable." Kong Yang appeared bewildered. "What do you mean by stockpiling food?" This was the first time he had encountered the concept. Siyue, taken aback, inquired, "How do you survive the winter?" Kong Yang replied without hesitation, "By consuming more food to gain weight. We simply hibernate in the cave until the snow season passes." Siyue understood now. Their survival during winter relied on their stored fat. It made sense why he emphasized eating. "So you do not eat during the snow season?" "We do, but food is scarce, so we prioritize feeding the females and young. Males only eat when they are on the brink of starvation." It dawned on her that she may have overlooked something significant. "Kong Yang, do you not belong to a tribe?" "Indeed, this is the hunting ground designated to me by the tribe." Kong Yang, seeing her confusion, reiterated, "We dragon beast folk are different from other beast folk. Our appetites are substantial and territorial instinct strong, making cohabitation with anyone other than our females and offspring impossible. Thus, dragon beast tribes live separately, with each male possessing his territory." He pointed in a direction. "My parents reside over there, though my father typically forbids me from visiting my mother." Kong Yang felt a sense of helplessness regarding his father's possessiveness. During his childhood, his father had wished to cast him away. When his mother found out, his father had spent several days sleeping at the foot of the mountain. As he grew capable of hunting, his mother had no reason to intervene, and he was ultimately cast out by his father. "Why do you not seek a mate?" Chapter 4. The fish cage. Kong Yang's gaze bore into Siyue with fervor, his intense eyes making her hesitant to meet his gaze. "Siyue, among our kind, one shall only have one female for life. Coupling binds us in shared longevity." Kong Yang, unable to contain himself, grasped Siyue's hands firmly. "From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you would be my one and only. I shall dedicate everything to you." Without heeding Siyue's discomfort, he pulled her into a tight embrace. "Siyue, do you wish to bond with me?" Siyue's heart raced, overwhelmed by the rapid progression of their relationship. They had not yet even established their feelings before discussing lifelong commitment. "I have deep feelings for you, but I'm not quite ready to bond just yet. Can we wait a little longer?" Upon hearing Siyue's affection, Kong Yang felt as though fireworks erupted in his mind. A surge of overwhelming joy clouding his thoughts. He barely registered her request for a delay before leaning down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss, as Siyue attempted to retreat from his embrace. She found herself ensnared by his passionate kiss. Her eyes widened slightly, struck by the beauty of the face before her. Up close, the skin appeared remarkably flawless, as Siyue felt her mind teetering on the brink of oxygen deprivation. Kong Yang released her. "You, am I dreaming? You like me too?" he exclaimed. "No matter when you wish to be my partner. I can wait." Siyue smiled gently, feeling the good-natured exuberance of the foolish dragon infecting her as well. The two embraced in silence for a while until Kong Yang eventually broke the stillness, lifting Siyue back onto the stone bed before climbing up beside her. He believed they had mutually expressed their feelings. Even if they couldn't become partners just yet, sharing a bed should pose no issue. However, He was promptly pushed off the bed by the small female, realizing for the first time that she possessed considerable strength. "I'm not ready yet. You'll have to endure sleeping outside for a while longer," Siwei said softly, coaxing Kongyang out to guard the cave entrance. Kongyang transformed into his beast form, happily dozing outside, while Siwei felt a pang of sympathy for his exhaustion. When she awoke, dawn had barely broken. Today, she needed to find something to serve as a container and gather additional food. Kongyang had already ventured out to hunt. Approaching the water's edge, Siwei caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow in the water and remembered that fish could be caught. She immediately searched nearby for some vines to weave a fish trap. The soft vines did not make for a particularly sturdy trap, but it would suffice for practice. After tossing the trap into the water, she tied the vine to a nearby tree and began meticulously searching for anything useful. When Kongyang returned, he found Siwei still rummaging through the grass. "Siwei, how did you get down here?" He turned her over to inspect. Ensuring she was uninjured. "I'm fine. I can manage on my own," she replied, deftly escaping his scrutiny. Noticing his lingering concern, she shifted his attention. "Kongyang, what did you hunt today?" Kongyang pointed to a beast near the riverbank, exclaiming, "I caught a humu fish. Its meat is very tender, so be sure to eat plenty." Remembering her fish trap, Siwei asked, "Do you know where I might find a larger hollow container?" Kongyang, puzzled, admitted, "What is a container?" Siwei sighed, realizing the primitive state of civilization in the Beastman continent, where many concepts were unfamiliar. After explaining through gestures for quite some time, Kongyang finally understood what she sought. "Siwei, there's nothing like what you described nearby. I'll search elsewhere shortly." Siwei nodded, adding, "If you come across anything non-toxic, please bring it back for me to see, regardless of whether it's edible." That evening, Kongyang returned bearing a trove of items, including a damp stone-like object and various plants. "Siwei, these are all safe for consumption. This black stone was retrieved from the water. If we heat it and open it, there's meat inside." When Siwei appeared confused, Kongyang placed the black stone on the fire, and after a while, it split open to reveal a giant river clam. Her heart soared. This clam shell would serve perfectly as her pot, and if it became damaged, she could simply retrieve another. "Is there more of these clams where you found them?" Siwei asked excitedly, while Kongyang, slightly bashful under her enthusiastic gaze, replied, "There are plenty more upstream in the river." Once she regained her composure, she instructed, "I really like this. When you cut the meat, please save some fatty pieces for me." Observing the clam meat cooking, Kongyang effortlessly removed it with his bare hands, preparing to feed it to Siwei. "Isn't it too hot?" she asked, pulling his hand back. Kongyang shook his head. "A strong male isn't bothered by such temperatures. I want this clam shell." "You can eat the meat," she replied, as the clam meat had a somewhat earthy odor that made her uncomfortable. Noticing her distaste, Kongyang consumed it himself, while Siwei took the clam shell to the riverbank to clean it thoroughly. This would be her cooking pot. Understanding her intentions, Kongyang took the shell and washed it for her. "Siwei, let me handle these chores. You should rest," he insisted, meticulously scrubbing the clam shell. Siwei reminded him to clean the inside well, while the outside need not be washed. Recalling her fish trap, she found the vines she had left by the tree and began to pull them up. She didn't hold much hope that a larger fish would be caught, but as she tugged, she felt significant resistance. Using her strength cautiously, she pulled, mindful that excessive force might snap the vines. After Kongyang finished cleaning the clam shell, he noticed Siwei struggling with the vines and frowned, moving to take over, only to be halted by her. "You're too strong. You might snap it with one pull." Kongyang, captivated by her delicate, slender hands, felt his face flush unexpectedly. "Kongyang, please lift that fish trap for me." Distracted by her, he stepped into the water, easily lifting the fish trap onto the shore. The first sight of a fish trap amazed Kongyang. "Siwei, can you teach me how to weave a fish trap?" he asked, thinking that making a larger one would allow him to bring back more catches. "I'll teach you shortly, but this vine is sturdy enough to hold heavy things," she replied. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Kongyang sprout wings and take off in a flash. "He really is quick to act," she mused, turning her attention back to inspecting her fish trap. To her surprise, the trap contained a silver fish nearly the length of her arm, alongside several palm-sized shrimp. "What a bountiful catch!" she exclaimed. Fearing the fish might slip back into the water, She dragged the trap to a nearby stone slab, filled the clam shell with some water, and placed the fish inside to keep it alive. The shrimp were skewered on a stick and placed over the fire to roast. However, she felt a pang of worry. She had intended to kill the fish, but it was so powerful that merely placing it in the clam shell had exhausted her. A gust of wind swept through, and her eyes brightened. Someone had come to assist in catching fish. Chapter 5. Grilled fish. Kongyang landed with a large bundle of vines just as he met Siue's sparkling eyes. He felt a jolt of excitement, thinking she might be willing to become his partner, only to hear her request him to catch a water stinger fish. Without hesitation, he punched the fish's head, presenting it to Siue triumphantly. "Look, Siue, I've killed it." Siue stared in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that her request to kill fish would be interpreted so literally. "Not like that. Let me teach you." She guided Kongyang through the process of scaling, decapitating, and gutting the fish to remove the dark membrane. "I'll make you fish soup today." Stopping his hand from reaching out, she realized that this beast man was only accustomed to roasting meat, and she didn't want to waste such a fine fish. Using several stones, she constructed a makeshift stove, placing the clam shell atop it, adding a bit of water and some fatty meat to render oil, then placing the fish into fry until golden on both sides before adding water and scallions to boil. Kongyang was astonished by the aroma of the oil. "Your tribe must be incredibly advanced. You know so much." He pondered whether Siue would find him lacking due to his ignorance. Siue fashioned chopsticks from branches, waiting for the oil residue to cool before sprinkling some salt to feed Kongyang. "Is it good?" she asked. Kongyang gazed adoringly at the small female feeding him meat, resolute in his determination not to let her leave, vowing to hunt diligently to provide her with a better life. "This is truly delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite grilled meat before." Siue corrected him. "This is called frying. Here, let me teach you how to use chopsticks." She handed him the branches. Having only ever eaten with his hands, Kongyang struggled with the chopsticks, breaking several before feeling disheartened. "Don't give up. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries." Encouraged by her words, he felt his spirits lift once again. Siue found it amusing to see the handsome dragon beast man, who was so earnest yet naive, his thoughts easily readable in his expressions. He seemed to revel in her praise, akin to an innocent child. "In our tribe, we learn to use chopsticks from a young age. It's a lengthy process, so take your time," she explained while stirring the fish in the pot. The milky white broth dotted with scallions was incredibly appetizing. Suddenly, it dawned on her that they had no bowls. While she had one in her storage bracelet, she was reluctant to reveal its existence to Kongyang just yet. "Kongyang, could you carve out a spoon?" Understanding that Kongyang was unfamiliar with the concept of a spoon, she went to the pond's edge, digging up soil to mold it into the shape of a spoon and bowl. "Look, this is a spoon. Can you make one from wood?" Kongyang, eager to prove himself, confidently approached a nearby tree, transforming his hand into a dragon claw. Swiftly snapping off a branch, he carefully fashioned 2 spoons and 2 bowls, smoothing them out before returning to Siue. "Siue, how is this? What do I do with these?" Kongyang examined the items, struggling to comprehend their purpose. Siue cleaned them with water and filled a bowl with fish soup, demonstrating how to drink from it. Clumsily, Kongyang attempted to sip from the spoon, which felt somewhat small in his grasp, akin to a toy. You could also hold the bowl to drink from it. In one go, he finished an entire bowl of soup, discovering for the first time how delectable the water stinger fish could be. "This is truly delicious, Siue. You're amazing for making the water stinger fish taste so good." Receiving his heartfelt compliment, Siue savored a few pieces of fish herself, relishing the tender sweetness of the meat, which, despite its numerous spines, was a delight to eat. She carefully picked out the bones from a piece of fish and fed the flesh to Kongyang, who was busy grilling meat for her. "Go ahead, I've removed the bones." Kongyang hurriedly declined, insisting that no male orc had ever competed with a female for food. Siue found Kongyang to be quite adorable. "This was not a competition for me, but rather a desire to share with you." Kongyang opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish, his eyes lighting up in an instant. "Delicious. This fish is neither foul-smelling nor bony. I'll catch more tomorrow." Kongyang's thoughts were simple. If the little female liked it, he would catch more for her to eat. As for himself, he could hunt some wild beasts to satisfy his appetite. "Kongyang, where did you find this salt?" "Kongyang, Rummaging through the meat, casually replied, "Is it Beijing? I found it at the Crystal Mountain. There's an abundance of Beijing there." Sua understood, surmising it was a natural salt mountain. "I have a method to preserve food for the snow season, but it requires a lot of Beijing." Kong Yang, upon hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. He momentarily abandoned the grilled meat and rushed to Siyue. Excitedly grasping her shoulders, initially joyful, he then hesitated. "Siyue, are you truly willing to teach me this method?" Siyue nodded. She couldn't rely on hunger to endure the entire snow season, nor did she wish to see this foolish orc starving during that time. "Then I'll take you to the Crystal Mountain tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, Kong Yang cautiously inquired, "Can I teach this method to my tribe? It's quite tough for our dragon beasts during the snow season." Siyue nonchalantly nodded. "Once I've learned, I'll go teach them. The tribe leader will surely be pleased." As Kong Yang spoke, he recalled the grilled meat he had just thrown aside, quickly releasing Siyue and returning to check on the meat. Thankfully, it had landed upright in the ground, or he would have had to hunt again. "Don't rush. We can only start preparing when the snow season approaches. I'm just informing you for now." Siyue began calculating what supplies would be needed. There was only salt here, and no white wine. Smoked and dried meats would be more suitable. After finishing their meal, Kong Yang took the initiative to wash the dishes and shells. Not wanting to tire the little female, "Kong Yang, take me for a stroll nearby tomorrow." The orc, washing the dishes, mumbled a vague agreement. That evening, Siyue bathed in the water while Kong Yang washed nearby. The cold water made her shiver, and she hurried onto the shore. Dressed in the beast-hide bandeau and skirt that Kong Yang had made for her, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. After finishing his bath, Kong Yang saw the little female. Her figure accentuated by the beast-hide skirt under the moonlight, her fair skin glowing. His mind went blank, and he felt a sudden rush of blood to his face, realizing he had a nosebleed. After confirming it was indeed blood, he hastily returned to the water to wash himself. Kong Yang silently reproached himself. How could he be so excited merely because the little female wore clothes he made? He feared that if their relationship progressed further, he might faint. Siyue, unaware of Kong Yang's reaction, gazed at the moon above, the cool moonlight cascading down. The surroundings breathtakingly beautiful. It had been a long time since she had seen such moonlight. As the wind blew, the moonlight on the lake rippled beautifully. Kong Yang was nearby, scrubbing their clothes with a clothesline that Siyue had taught him. "Kong Yang, take your time washing. I'll go to sleep first with that." Siyue took off into the wind, and Kong Yang looked up to see his little female soaring like a goddess towards the cave, her hair flowing in the breeze, creating a gentle arc. A sudden wave of panic surged through Kong Yang. Would his little female just fly away? He quickly finished hanging the clothes and dashed into the cave, enveloping the sleepy Siyue in his arms. "Little female, please don't leave me. I'll listen to you. I'll learn everything. Can you just stay with me?" His voice was tinged with vulnerability and fear. Siyue, somewhat confused, wondered why he was saying such things. "Kong Yang, I'm not going anywhere. Stop overthinking and go to sleep." Kong Yang refused to let go, and Siyue, feeling helpless, eventually succumbed to sleep in his embrace. Kong Yang gazed at the sleeping Siyue, her beautiful face serene and lovely. He gently kissed her forehead and contentedly drifted off to sleep. Once Kong Yang was asleep, Siyue opened her eyes, surprised that this little dragon dared to steal a kiss from her. After much contemplation, she soon fell asleep as well. Chapter 6. The Bamboo Forest. When Siyue awoke in the morning, Kong Yang had already caught fish and started a stew, fearing the little female would wake up hungry. After finishing the fish soup, Siyue contemplated the need to forage for some wild leeks and perhaps other edible vegetables. The ones Kong Yang had brought back last night didn't resemble leafy greens, and she hadn't brought any roots back, so she needed to check again today. Kong Yang took Siyue to a tributary upstream. A muddy little creek with water only reaching Siyue's knees. It was teeming with black clams and snails, in a spot where Kong Yang couldn't see. She selected a few large black clams and stored them in her bracelet. Kong Yang was nearby, clearing the area of potential dangers when suddenly Siyue's attention was drawn to the opposite bank. "Look at that vast grove of bamboo. Kong Yang, take me there." Kong Yang, with one arm holding Siyue, flapped his wings and soon they were amidst the bamboo. "Kong Yang, we have containers now." Siyue excitedly touched the bamboo. "Cut this one down from here." Without hesitation, the orc severed the bamboo. As it fell, he quickly shielded the little female. That's too dangerous. Just tell me which one you want, and I'll go. You stay here and don't move. With a loud crash, a massive bamboo fell to the ground. This one, and this one. I want them all. With swift movements, several bamboo stalks fell. These bamboos were as thick as a household frying pan, and now she could use bamboo to store her oil before long. A large number of bamboo stalks lay on the ground, many of which had just sprouted tender shoots. Bamboo shoots. We have another food source, Siwa exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of a freshly sprouted bamboo shoot. It had been ages since she had tasted fresh bamboo shoots. Kongyang, curious about the fuzzy shoots, tugged at one, and it easily came out, leaving Siwa astonished at his incredible strength. Siwa, I'll take you back first and then come back for more. Siwa shook her head. It was inconvenient for the orc to collect bamboo here. You take these back first. You just cleared this area of dangers, right? Hurry back. I'll wait here. Seeing the little female engrossed in the bamboo shoots, Kongyang sighed. Then don't leave this place. I'll be back shortly. Siwa, not lifting her head, continued digging for spring bamboo with a stick. Once Kongyang left, she immediately took out her laser sword and began cutting down bamboo in other spots, felling a dozen or so stalks to store in her bracelet. Noticing Kongyang hadn't returned yet, she went to the riverbank to gather more large black clams. They were consumables, so it was wise to prepare more. The water was filled with large snails, but since she lacked spices, the strong fishy odor deterred her from harvesting any. When Kongyang returned, he found Siwa rummaging through the grass by the river. But unfortunately, she hadn't made any new discoveries. Siwa, I'll take you home first before we come back to dig for bamboo shoots. It's too dangerous here. Having achieved her goal, Siwa nodded obediently and allowed herself to be taken home. Bring back a few more large black clams on your way back. Kongyang agreed and soon disappeared. Siwa placed the bamboo she had cut into the pile Kongyang was carrying back. The orcs had no concept of numbers. So unless the difference was glaringly obvious, they wouldn't notice any discrepancies. When Kongyang returned, he was carrying a large bundle of bamboo shoots and several large black clams. I'm back. Are you hungry? I'll go hunt right away. Kongyang, concerned that the little female might be hungry, set down his load and rushed into the forest. He truly was an exemplary orc for home life. With Kongyang gone, Siwa began processing the bamboo shoots. She sliced through the base of the shoots, all the way to the tips, easily peeling off the outer layer to reveal the tender bamboo inside. Before long, she had completely peeled the bamboo shoots, which weighed at least 100 pounds altogether. Siwa planned to turn the shoots into dried bamboo, which could be preserved for a long time. She retrieved a kitchen knife and began cutting the shoots into small pieces. Even just those shoots would take her an entire day to slice. After several hours had passed, her shoulders and hands ached terribly. She placed the tender bamboo strips into the clam shells, submerged them in water, added salt, and boiled them until they slightly changed color before pulling them out to dry. Once dried, they would be complete. When Kongyang returned, Siwa was just finishing up with the bamboo strips, and the rest could be cooked later. This time, Kongyang brought back 2 live grunt beasts. Siwa thought she might make a mixed stew with the grunt beasts today. Siwa, today's luck is on our side. I caught 2 grunt beasts. Siwa instructed the orc to break the legs of the grunt beasts to prevent them from escaping. Kongyang, let us make the bamboo tubes first. Following Siwa's guidance, Kongyang cut below the bamboo joints, then shaved the top inward to create a lid. Before long, he had fashioned several bamboo tubes, demonstrating remarkable skill in woodworking. Kongyang, when you kill the grunt beast, stab a hole in its neck to collect the blood in the bamboo tube. I have a use for it. Kongyang took the bamboo tube to the river to wash it clean before heading into the forest with one of the grunt beasts. A shrill cry echoed for a brief moment before falling silent. The orc emerged, splattered with blood, carrying the pig in one arm while securely holding the bamboo tube in the other. Siwa sprinkled salt and added water to the beast's blood, setting it aside to coagulate. Go wash in the lake. I'll handle the grunt beast. Siwa was eager to showcase her skills, but was stopped by the bloodied Kongyang. Siwa, I'll be quick. Wait for me to kill the grunt beast. Don't do it. It's very smelly. Upon perceiving the foul odor, Siwa promptly relinquished her thoughts. She lamented the fortunate existence of the female beasts in this realm, where the males were both handsome and capable. effortlessly adoring their female counterparts as if cradling them in their palms. One must inquire, who could possibly resist such men? After washing away the stench of blood, Kong Yang hurriedly ascended the bank, dragging the groaning beast to the shore for processing. He began by skinning it, then extracting the entrails. Siyue, standing by, requested the heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, small intestines, and the fatty portions of the meat, all of which were manageable. Once everything was thoroughly cleaned, the lungs were filled with water and rinsed until devoid of blood. Then cut into small pieces. The kidneys were trimmed of their white connective membranes and scored, while the heart was also sliced into pieces after removing the heartstrings. The liver was the simplest, merely cut into chunks to drain the blood. The fatty meat and water were diced and placed in a pot. After rendering a generous amount of fat, the pork belly was added. Once cooked, a hint of wild onion was tossed in, and as the green flecks turned slightly translucent, they were removed and stored in a bamboo tube, sealed while still warm. Rudimentary version of preserved meat that could last for at least a year. As the clamshell was placed back over the fire, it promptly cracked open, but fortunately, there were many spare ones. A new clamshell was substituted, a spoonful of oil added, followed by wild onion bulbs. And then the groaning beast was tossed in and stir-fried, quickly filling the air with the enticing aroma of fried meat. Overcome by the scent, Kong Yang could no longer resist and decided to carry the remaining groaning beast into the woods to feast. Remembering that the little female had a penchant for fish, he leaped into the lake to catch some. Soon, the sound of splashing echoed, accompanied by the fish he tossed onto the shore, with an abundance of entrails. They would take some time to cook. Siyue recalled Kong Yang's large appetite, and knowing these would surely not suffice, she was relieved that he had caught fish. Kong Yang, there are enough fish, come back. Upon hearing the call of the little female, Kong Yang emerged from the water with a fish clamped in his mouth. I'll be right there. After ascending the bank, he swiftly dispatched several fish. Siyue sprinkled a touch of salt on each fish, stuffing wild onions into their bellies, and then she fetched a bamboo tube to pack them in, perfectly filling one tube. She buried the bamboo tube in the fire, anticipating the delightful bamboo tube fish meal to come. As the beast mixture neared completion, she added the beast's blood to simmer together, and soon everything was cooked. Once Siyue signaled that it was time to eat, Kong Yang, with bare hands, removed the clamshell from the fire. Feeling slightly awkward, he picked up the meat with chopsticks, blew gently on it, and offered it to Siyue as she took her first bite of meat. She beckoned Kong Yang to eat as well, but he insisted on waiting until she finished. Choosing to eat what remained of her meal, and no matter how she urged him, he remained resolute, prompting her to hasten her eating. Perhaps due to the all-natural sustenance, the beast mixture was bursting with flavor. Completely devoid of any gaminess, while the pork belly was decadently rich in texture. The beast's snow had a jelly-like consistency, tender yet not fishy. Each mouthful was a delightful burst of savory goodness. Kong Yang, seated beside her, served Siyue more vegetables. Noticing her fondness for liver and pork belly, he piled her plate high with those. No more for me. You eat quickly. I need to save room for the fish later. Siyue shielded her bowl with her hand, preventing him from serving her more meat. Only when Kong Yang saw her set down her utensils did he begin to eat. The moment he took his first bite, his eyes lit up. It was his first time discovering how delicious fried meat could be. His little female was truly remarkable. Observing the clamshells scattered on the ground, Siyue tapped her forehead, realizing she had neglected to create a set of tables and chairs during all these days. The sturdy trees in the forest were perfectly suited for crafting such furniture. While Kong Yang savored his meal, Siyue watched him with a smile, finding his appetite not at all crude, but rather exuding a wild beauty. To conceal her growing affection, she lowered her gaze and rummaged through the bamboo tube filled with fish. The tube was charred black, yet she could faintly smell the delightful aroma of fish. As she carefully extracted it, she remarked, "Let me handle it, it's hot." Kong Yang, momentarily forgetting about his own meal, was concerned about how to manage the hot bamboo tube for his little female. With a resolute grip, he pried open the bamboo tube, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. He poured the fish into a clean clamshell and diligently removed the bones, placing the boneless meat into Siyue's bowl until it was brimming. "Siyue, eat quickly. It's no longer hot and devoid of bones." Siwa accepted the bowl and first offered a sizable piece of fish to Kongyang before indulging herself. The fish was tender, completely free of any fishy taste, with a subtle hint of bamboo fragrance, making it incredibly refreshing. To her surprise, her nearly full stomach managed to accommodate an entire fish. Since arriving in the beast realm, her appetite had significantly increased. She hoped she wouldn't gain weight. As Kongyang finished the remaining fish, Siwa set about boiling the bamboo shoots she hadn't cooked earlier, hoping to dry them out by tomorrow. After Kongyang finished eating and washing the dishes, he inquired about the proper method for cooking bamboo shoots, subsequently taking on the task himself. As Siwa gazed at the bamboo, an idea struck her. She could make a mat. Back at the base, Sun Juiyue had enrolled them in a survival skills class that had included lessons on weaving mats. Bamboo and grass could be woven into mats, albeit at the cost of time. Kongyang, I will cook the bamboo shoots. You go find some large stones in the forest about this size. She gestured with her hands. We shall make a table. Kongyang mimicked her gesture before taking flight, knowing just where to find such large stones. Although he didn't know what a table was, he felt compelled to fulfill his little female's request. After boiling 2 pots of bamboo shoot slices, Jinlong returned, carrying a sizable stone. As Siwa was preoccupied with the bamboo shoots. She glanced over to see Kongyang had brought back a uniquely shaped rock. The stone was substantial. 1 portion would serve as a table, and 2 more pieces could be fashioned into stools. Place this side here. Siwa instructed Jinlong to position the stone beside the fire and to carve off the top. After comparing heights, she directed Kongyang to cut it in half, thereby creating a rustic yet charming table. Now, excavate 2 stones like this. Siwa molded a stone stool from clay, indicating the size for Kongyang to replicate. Soon, they had a complete set of table and chairs. Kongyang, come try it. We won't have to sit on the ground while eating anymore. Kongyang was intrigued by the furniture. Sitting on the stool felt cleaner than being on the ground, and he instantly grew fond of it. Little female, you are exceedingly clever. Kongyang found his affection for her growing stronger by the day. When you have time, make a wooden set for the cave as well. Kongyang resolved to craft it as soon as his little female fell asleep. Once the bamboo shoots were boiled, Siwa felt fatigued and decided to wash up before resting. The lake water was chilling, causing her to shudder. Curiously, she pondered how the beastmen managed to bathe during winter. By the time Kongyang carried her back to the cave, Siwa was already fast asleep, and he gently wrapped his arms around her. Feeling content as he drifted off, he thought to himself how fortunate he was today. His little female had not cast him out. The 2 embraced in slumber. Chapter 7. Fish Mint. Upon awakening, Siwa discovered a newly crafted wooden table and chair set in the cave, meticulously smoothed to be free of splinters. Kongyang, thank you. Siwa turned and embraced him, to which Kongyang eagerly reciprocated. Internally he rejoiced. The little female hugged me. She must like me. Today, Kongyang found himself unable to resist the charms of the little female, leading him to take her along on a hunting expedition. Upon arriving at their destination, he remained vigilant, unwilling to stray too far from her side. Siwa, be cautious. It's slippery here. Kongyang frowned, his expression conveying the gravity of the situation, as if she were teetering on the edge of a cliff. All right, Siwa replied, somewhat exasperated, as the ground was merely a tad damp. After searching for a while, she stumbled upon a patch of plants resembling fish mint, with thick roots buried beneath the soil. Kongyang, ever thoughtful, unearthed a section for her to examine. Upon sniffing it, she grimaced. Indeed, she found the scent of fish mint repugnant. Let us gather both the leaves and roots. Fish mint can be preserved for medicinal purposes, alleviating heat and detoxifying. It can even treat diarrhea, Siwa mused, though uncertainty lingered. Kongyang instructed her to stand aside as he swiftly dug up the fish mint, returning shortly with an ample handful. That's enough. Let us explore other areas. He secured the fish mint on his shoulder and guided Siwa through the tall grass surrounding them. The foliage surpassed her height, and after wandering for a while, she felt as though she were going in circles. Kongyang, please cut some of this grass. Kongyang released her, transforming his hand into a beastly claw, and with a single swipe, the surrounding grass fell away. He hoisted a substantial bundle of grass along with the fish mint onto his shoulder. Siwa, do you need anything else? She shook her head. Just take me back. This grass is sufficient for weaving mats. After escorting her back to the cave, Kongyang set off to hunt again. Siyue, clutching the grass, ascended to the mountaintop, where the sunlight was abundant, a perfect spot for drying her finds. The mountaintop was barren and rocky, and Siyue spread the grass out on the stones to sunbathe. She recalled the bamboo shoots she had cooked the previous night and decided to bring them up to dry as well. After a few days of dehydration, they would transform into dried bamboo shoots. The fish mint, however, would require more effort, as it was muddied and needed washing before drying. While she was preoccupied with drying the fish mint, Kongyang returned, bearing his catch. Siyue? Siyue? Not spotting her below, Kongyang grew anxious and began searching frantically. I'm at the mountaintop, Kongyang. With a flap of his wings, he soared upward, and upon seeing her, he sighed in relief. What brings you to the mountaintop, Siyue? As she laid out the fish mint, she explained. I wanted to take advantage of the sunlight to dry these. Look, here are the bamboo shoots from yesterday. Once dried, they can be stored for a long time and simply soaked in water when we wish to eat them. Kongyang was somewhat incredulous that sunlight alone could preserve food for an extended period, though he refrained from voicing any doubts that might discourage her. You are truly impressive, Siyue. Today I hunted a Lulu beast. The meat is quite tender, and I will roast it for you. Kongyang swiftly spread out the fish mint and cradled Siyue before descending. He now understood why his father was so attached to his mother. The little female's body was soft and fragrant, and he wished to hold her forever. He contemplated that when they had little cubs, he would send them to his parents, for the little female would remain his alone. The Lulu beast resembled a larger version of a deer, albeit with a coat of long fur upon his head. There were no antlers, only a continuous low rumble of sounds. He left the fatty meat, the pork belly, and the entrails behind, instructing you to consume the rest. However, Kongyang shook his head, revealing that he had already feasted before my return. And this creature was specifically captured for you. At this moment, Siyue's mind began to devise a plan, directing the orcs to dismember the Lulu's beast into several portions, the fatty meat to render oil, the pork belly to prepare preserved meat, and the entrails to be fried for immediate consumption, while the ribs were placed in a large clamshell to stew with bamboo shoots. The legs of the Lulu's beast were set over the fire to roast, thus preparing her meals for the day. Kongyang, will your tribe migrate? Kongyang shook his head, stating that their tribe consisted of powerful dragon beasts, which did not require migration. Only the weaker tribes would consider such a move. Siyue nodded, asking if he would reside there indefinitely. Kongyang affirmed, explaining that this was the place allocated to him by the tribe, and unless he returned to the embrace of the beast god, he would remain there. I understand, she replied. But why dig the cave halfway up the mountain? Siyue was puzzled. Because during the rainy and snowy seasons, the area below will be flooded, and the cave's location will remain unaffected. Kongyang explained, as he crafted the bamboo tubes that Siyue had taught him, his hands moving with remarkable speed, completing a covered tube in mere minutes. I see, Siyue thought, her intention to relocate the cave to a lower elevation dissipating. The danger of being submerged upon awakening was a risk she dared not take. Consequently, the cave would need to be expanded, incorporating a storage room and a kitchen. The beasts, accustomed to a life of constant movement, possessed scant fat, with the majority being sinewy meat. The combined fatty meat and pork belly produced only 2 tubes of preserved meat. The assorted beast parts were allocated to Kongyang, while Siyue awaited the roasted legs, which sizzled invitingly over the fire. Each bite of the well-marbled beast meat was a revelation of pure meat essence, enhanced by a sprinkle of salt that perfectly accentuated the chewiness, making each morsel increasingly delectable. Paired with wild scallions, it was a culinary masterpiece, showcasing the exquisite taste of nature. Kongyang, this Lulu's beast is truly delicious. You must partake as well. Yet, Kongyang shook his head, explaining that the Lulu's beast was a rare find, specifically hunted for the young female, and he insisted that she consume it all. If it's so delicious, indulge yourself. I have already eaten to my fill, she replied, eyeing the 4 beast legs. I cannot finish this. I will be feasting on this leg until nightfall. Please, consume the other 3. 1 is sufficient for me. The orcs prioritized her well-being, which brought her comfort, yet this selfless devotion also weighed heavily upon her. Then I shall eat later. I overindulged while out, Kongyang said, continuing his work on the bamboo tubes, soon filling the ground with covered bamboo containers. Siyue contemplated washing the tubes by the water's edge, but Kongyang stopped her. Siyue, allow me to wash them. It is not the duty of females to perform such tasks. She felt increasingly pampered by Kongyang, who took care of everything, even going so far as to assist her in the restroom when he was present. Kongyang was also learning her culinary methods, and she feared that soon she might be entirely relieved of her cooking responsibilities. Siyue pondered how to seal the preserved meat, realizing that the bamboo tube lids still had slight gaps. Suddenly, she recalled how ancient people sealed wine with clay to exclude air, preserving it for decades. The beast oil, once solidified, would naturally have an extended shelf life, and with the lid placed immediately, the air that had entered was minimal. Wrapping the bamboo tube with leaves, she then sealed it with clay, confident that it would last through the snow season. Observing the scattered large bamboo leaves on the ground, she estimated that wrapping the sealing area would pose no issues. She gathered the leaves, washed them, and found a clean spot by the river to dig for soil, drying and sifting it to eliminate impurities before use. Kongyang was so engrossed in his work on the bamboo tubes that he failed to notice Siyue digging for mud. She planned to sift it once he was absent, as her storage bracelet contained a sieve that would come in handy. By the time Kongyang completed the bamboo tubes, the sun had reached its zenith. Marking the hottest part of the day, he advised Siyue to return and rest while he went hunting. During the sweltering midday, Siyue retreated to the cave for an afternoon nap. The cave was significantly cooler than outside, entirely shielded from the heat, making summer living quite pleasant, accompanied by the calls of unknown creatures as she gradually fell asleep. Upon awakening, she found Kongyang had returned, with the prey already processed for oil and preserved meat. As she emerged from the cave, Kongyang promptly offered her water in a leaf. Siyue, wary of parasites in the water, had been relying on her mineral water, but now she sought to prevent Kongyang from consuming unclean water. It was time to teach this beast man the importance of drinking boiled water. After the preserved meat was prepared, Siyue utilized a clean, oil-free clamshell to boil water, pouring it into a clean bamboo tube, instructing Kongyang never to drink raw water as it could lead to stomach troubles. Kongyang quickly accepted this notion, believing that the desires of the young female should be fulfilled as long as she remained close to him. For dinner, Siyue enjoyed the ribs she had prepared earlier, the bamboo shoots offering a refreshing texture, while the rib meat was tender and succulent, the broth sweet and clear. After a bowl, she savored half a beast leg. Feeling satisfied, while Kongyang consumed the remainder, 3.5 beast legs, along with a large pot of ribs, emptying it of both meat and broth, yet still craving more. His stomach appeared impossibly flat, leaving her bewildered at where he could possibly store such a quantity. This broth is delightful, even better than fish broth. Siyue, you are truly remarkable, capable of crafting such delicious fare. Chapter 8. The Bathhouse at the Crack of Dawn. The beast man set out to hunt, while Siyue ascended to the mountaintop to check on the drying progress. The bamboo shoots had shrunk somewhat, the grass had taken on a yellow hue, and the fish mint had become withered. They required a few more days to achieve complete desiccation. The soil she had excavated last night was slightly dry on the surface, yet clearly unsuitable for sifting. Considering her future needs for soil, Siyue opted to dig up another clump, molding it into small pieces to dry atop the mountain. She resolved to tidy up the cave, as the animal hides had not been used in some time and needed airing out. The wooden table and chairs also required sunlight to prevent mold, and the sleeping hides needed washing. Upon Kongyang's return, he beheld the tree adorned with the animal hides he had stored, while the cave appeared barren. The stone bed still damp from recent cleaning. Siyue, you must be exhausted. Next time, allow me to handle the cleaning of the cave. Do not overexert yourself. Kongyang took the hides from her and began to wipe the stone bed. Siyue contemplated replacing the stone bed, having scrubbed it numerous times only to find it still dusty, yet she had no better alternative. Furthermore, the stone bed was cold, making it uncomfortable to sleep on during the snow season. What did you hunt today? Kongyang asked, rubbing a piece of animal hide. Today, I captured a furry beast, which the other females greatly enjoy. After finishing with the stone bed, he led Siyue to see the furry beast. From a distance, the furry creature resembled a round ball of fur, its long white hair obscuring its head. Such a species was unseen on Earth. A single furry beast was as large as a goose. Weighing around 10 pounds, Kong Yang had caught 5, all tethered by broken legs to a nearby tree. I shall roast the furry beast now. If you enjoy it, I will hunt more tomorrow. Kong Yang swiftly skinned the furry beast, skewering it to roast. The rich aroma soon wafted through the air, intensifying as it cooked, proving utterly irresistible. For the first time, Siwei found roasted meat to be so alluring. When Kong Yang tore off a leg and offered it to her, she took a generous bite. It was divine. Pure, unadulterated flavor, each morsel tender and juicy, bursting with flavor. She struggled to articulate such a taste. It was no wonder the females here relished it, as she too was instantly enamored. Kong Yang handed her the entire furry beast, then proceeded to gather the animal hides from the branches, returning them to the cave. The stone bed had dried, and he laid down a thick layer of grass before covering it with hides, creating a soft and comfortable sleeping space. After consuming 2 beast legs, Siwei found herself satiated, despite the incredible flavor. Ultimately, it was Kong Yang who finished the remainder. He sighed, resigned to the fact that no matter how delectable the food, the young female could only consume a fraction, akin to the appetite of a newborn cub. Kong Yang offered some grass to the other furry beasts, ensuring they would live a bit longer, allowing Siwei to enjoy fresh furry meat for at least 2 or 3 more days. In the afternoon, Kong Yang ventured to scout for new food sources, while Siwei rummaged through her storage bracelet, discovering numerous packages of seeds, all various types of chili peppers. Confused, she realized she had intended to keep a pack of each. Suspecting they may have been mixed with others, at least there were chili peppers. She had once been unable to enjoy a meal without spice. Now, in this season, it was the perfect time to plant them. Siwei dug holes in the nearby woods to bury the seeds, watering them before she left, ensuring that Kong Yang would believe they were wild. With over 100 seeds planted, she needed only 10 to sprout for her chili peppers to flourish. As she rested beneath a tree by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface, she suddenly craved shrimp. Her fish trap had long since fallen apart, and she would need to find a shallow area to catch some shrimp. Although there were shallow spots nearby, they were frequently disturbed, causing the shrimp to flee. Siwei slowly rose to her feet, allowing the breeze to guide her back to the cave for a nap. Lately, she had been taking afternoon naps daily, feeling drowsy at the same time each day. Before sleeping, she contemplated creating a bathing area, knowing that daily cold showers would eventually lead to a cold. She resolved to construct a bathhouse, where she could boil water and bring it inside for washing, thus alleviating her fear of the cold. There were ample giant trees by the lake. She could hollow one out to create a sufficient bathhouse. Siwei planned to discuss this with Kong Yang upon his return, as his dragon claws were adept at digging. When Kong Yang arrived, his face was swollen, and he carried a massive beehive. "Kong Yang, have you been stung by bees?" He grimaced, nodding in pain, his face a pitiful sight, yet proudly presenting the beehive to Siwei. "Siwei, this is delicious. You must try it." Siwei gazed at the foolish dragon before her, who, in his quest to procure new ingredients for her, bore the marks of numerous stings upon his face yet remained blissfully content. Words eluded her in such a perplexing moment. "Hurry and eat, hurry," she urged. Kong Yang, with a silly grin, watched Siwei as she took a bite and confirmed its delightful sweetness. She offered him a piece of honeycomb, but he shook his head in refusal, unable to open his mouth due to the pain. The mere ability to articulate was a testament to love's formidable power. Setting aside the honeycomb, Kong Yang returned to grilling meat for Siwei. He approached the fire. Beads of sweat streamed down his brow, each drop stinging the wounds on his face, intensifying both itch and pain. Siwei stopped him, insisting, "You sit here, I can grill for myself, go on." Under her insistence, Kong Yang obediently seated himself on a nearby stool. Once the beast meat was ready, he would not partake, allowing Siwei to finish it alone. For his discomfort was overwhelming. After she had eaten, he guided her back to their cave for rest. Once Kong Yang succumbed to slumber, Siwei quietly rose, armed with tweezers to extract the bee stings from him. The orc's resistance to toxins was commendable. Apart from the swelling, there were no signs of poisoning. After removing the stings and applying some antibiotic ointment, she pondered that if his condition worsened in the coming days, she would administer antibiotics. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted into sleep, finding it impossible to send the injured orc outside to rest. She would wait until he recovered. The following day, Kong Yang's face had considerably reduced in swelling. He himself found it odd that the recovery was so swift this time. In the past, it would take him 2 or 3 days to heal. Kong Yang mused that perhaps his profound affection had moved the beast god, thus hastening his recovery. "Thank you, beast god," he shouted to the skies as he exited the cave, offering several bows in gratitude. The sleepy Siyu was briefly roused by the commotion, only to fall back into slumber. When she awoke, the sun hung nearly overhead, and Kong Yang was nowhere to be found. She climbed to the mountain peak to check on the items she had laid out to dry. The bamboo shoots had shriveled into dry sticks, yet they still retained a hint of moisture when squeezed, indicating they needed more time to dry. The grass still retained some green, suitable for weaving into mats. The fish mint had thoroughly dried and could be harvested. A large bundle had shrunk considerably, perfectly filling a bamboo tube. The soil was completely dried, crumbling effortlessly upon touch, except for the bamboo shoots. She gathered all the other items. The soil would be placed in a bamboo tube for pounding, then sifted, yielding a fine powder. Using clean bamboo leaves, she wrapped the meat stored in 6 bamboo tubes, securing them with vines. Mixing the fine soil with water to achieve the right consistency, she coated the bamboo tubes, allowing them to dry for preservation. The fish mint required no such process. Once sufficiently dried, it could simply be stored in a cool, dry place. Siyu sorted the grass and began weaving the mat, a meticulous task. Halfway through, Kong Yang returned from hunting. Upon seeing her at work, he hurried over to learn. He had previously intended to learn how to weave fish traps but had forgotten, and now he was eager for Siyu to teach him so he could bring back more items next time. Before long, Siyu had crafted a mat, the size unknown to her, yet ample enough for 2 to sleep upon. Kong Yang stood by, offering enthusiastic praise, causing Siyu to blush from his compliments. Subsequently, at Kong Yang's request, Siyu began to teach him how to weave a fish trap. With a few attempts using grass, Kong Yang quickly grasped the technique, then retrieved some previously sought vines to construct an oversized fish trap, which could also be deemed a large basket. He slung it around his neck, unimpeded in his flight. It was then that Siyu remembered her desire for a bathing room. "Kong Yang, I wish for a laundry room," she declared. She led him to a tree she had selected and described her vision. As he dug, he sought her opinions and made adjustments, swiftly excavating a bathing area, even creating a drainage hole for convenience. "Thank you, Kong Yang. This is simply splendid," she exclaimed, delighted with the success of her bathing room. Now, all that remained was to acquire a water tank. "Kong Yang, we need a large water tank," she described her needs, and he promptly understood, rushing off to find a sizable stone. After hollowing it out and cleaning it, they had a water tank to as for the water bucket. Siyu planned to use bamboo tubes, boring through 2 sections to create a large bucket, making it particularly convenient for bathing and drawing water. Chapter 9. Renovating the cave. Upon waking, Siyu overheard voices below. Kong Yang was conversing with an unfamiliar man. After a quick wash and fixing her hair, she called out from the cave entrance, prompting Kong Yang to halt his conversation and soar up to bring her down. "Siyu, this is my father." He introduced. Siyu looked at the imposing adult orc before her, towering over 2 meters, with a robust physique, rugged features, and an air of sternness, appearing to be in his 30s. Hardly what one would expect from the father of such a large son. "Little female of Kong Yang, I am Fei Yi," he stated. Fei Yi was taken aback that his simple-minded son had found a mate so soon after his arrival. Such good fortune had befallen his son. He would need to return and discuss it with his own female, offering thanks to the beast god. "Greetings, uncle," Siyu replied. Fei Yi nodded, preparing to take his leave. He had been sent by his mate to check on their son, and seeing him alive, he was ready to return with the report, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected development. Siyu felt a bit flustered meeting a parent for the first time, only to discover that he intended to leave right after greeting her. She quickly urged Kong Yang to retrieve 2 tubes of meat for Fei Yi, saying, "Uncle, this is my preserved meat. It can last quite a while. When consuming it, be sure to heat it, and just eat the meat inside." Upon hearing that Siyu had cooked, Fei Yi shot a disapproving glance at his son, thinking that a true male should not let a female labor so. "It's not that Kong Yang hasn't cared for me. I simply enjoy cooking," Siyu interjected, noticing Fei Yi's change in expression as he glared at Kong Yang. realizing the misunderstanding. This orc father was surprisingly considerate, worried that Kong Yang had neglected her. Kong Yang whispered a few words to Fei Yi, who cautiously accepted the preserved meat. Your mother misses you. Make sure to visit her when you can. With a nod to see you, Fei Yi spread his wings and took flight. Kong Yang, I still haven't asked you. How old are you? How long have you been in this forest? Kong Yang scratched his head and thought for a moment. I was just sent here by my father. I saw you on the way. I have just come of age and may still grow larger. Kong Yang assumed that Siyu's surprise at his size was due to her disapproval of his slender frame, while in reality, Siyu was merely astonished to learn that he could still grow. You can still grow? Kong Yang nodded proudly. As long as I eat more meat, my beast form can become even larger. Siyu gazed at the imposing figure before her, momentarily silent. Orcs were indeed gifted beings, effortlessly towering over 2 meters. Do you wish to return to see your mother? Kong Yang shook his head. My father came here to ensure I do not disturb my mother. If she truly longs for me, she will have my father bring her to see me, he pouted. Father is the worst. Then we shall expand the cave a bit today. We need a storage room and a simple kitchen, as well as a bathroom. Siyu planned in her mind. She envisioned a bathing area within the cave, while the toilet would be constructed at the foot of the mountain. Currently, the cave was in an I shape. The stone bed was on the far right, and Siyu sketched a layout, placing the storage room in the far left, disguised for discretion. The kitchen would be on the left side of the cave entrance, with the bathroom on the right, both featuring windows for ventilation, with animal skins secured in wooden frames to serve as windows, preventing drafts. Kong Yang, please tidy up the cave a bit more, level it out, she requested. Kong Yang transformed his hands into dragon claws, digging through the stone as though slicing through tofu, finding it remarkably easy. By midday, Kong Yang had excavated 3 caves of varying sizes according to Siyu's specifications. The storage room needed to be dry, and she planned to make adjustments during the dry season. For the kitchen, she reserved space for a stove, confident that constructing a clay oven would not pose much difficulty. The bathroom was the simplest of all. Leveling the ground and smoothing the walls would suffice. Kong Yang, take a break, Siyu said, wiping the sweat from his brow, knowing he had toiled extensively that morning. I'm not tired. Once I finish cleaning up, I can rest. You must be tired from standing and directing me. Kong Yang expressed concern for her well-being instead, truly a devoted partner. I will handle the cleaning. You rest for a moment, Siyu insisted, but Kong Yang firmly prevented her from helping. He quickly tidied the cave, urging her to sit on the stone bed before hastily departing again. Siyu instinctively followed, discovering he had killed a fur beast and was roasting it. Yet, despite his busy morning, he had not eaten a single bite. Once the meat was ready and cooled for her to eat, Kong Yang went to the lake to catch a few large fish to roast for his own lunch. What have I done to deserve such a person? Siyu felt deeply moved, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. What if time passed and he changed his mind? She had witnessed too many separations and had long ceased to believe in unwavering love. Just wait a little longer. Just wait, Siyu reassured herself, recognizing that she needed time and further proof to convince herself of Kong Yang's true affection for her. After finishing her lunch, Siyu began organizing the cave. All the animal skins that had been dried were placed in the storage room, and the preserved bamboo tube meats and vegetables were added as well. Inside the spacious storage room, the meager supplies she had gathered over the past few days appeared pitifully scant. She would need to stockpile much more to survive the winter. After finishing his roasted fish, Kong Yang set off to hunt again. Siyu roamed the area, cutting grass to dry slightly on the mountaintop, intending to use it for weaving mats later. The reason for the grass was that the area where Kong Yang slept required flattened grass to serve as bedding. Siyu wished to create a mattress. Yet she had not encountered any palm-like plants here. Instead, she planned to experiment with weaving a mattress from grass. First, she would create grass ropes, but finding them insufficiently sturdy, she retrieved some hemp rope from her storage bracelet. Comparing it to her grass mats, she cut 5 lengths of equal size, placing the desired thickness of grass in the center of the hemp rope, crossing the rope over and adding the next bundle, repeating until the desired length was achieved. She could only manage 1 rope at a time, meticulously tying each before moving on to the next, yet before long, all 5 ropes were secured, and the grass mattress was complete. After trimming away the excess grass, it was ready for use on the bed. The grass mat stood 5 centimeters high, though she yearned for a slightly greater elevation. Alas, without assistance or machinery, her efforts were limited. Perhaps next time, with Kong Yang's guidance, it would be possible. Once the grass mat was laid upon the stone bed and topped with a cooling mat, Siyue reclined upon it, finding it refreshingly comfortable in the future. Should suitable materials present themselves, she could craft more. Siyue's attention then turned to the flooring. The cave faced a favorable direction, receiving sunlight each morning, keeping it dry and not damp. However, dust settled incessantly, and despite daily cleaning, the ground remained dusty. As she gazed outside, an idea began to take shape in her mind. She plucked numerous large leaves, removing their stems and laying them out neatly to cover the floor. Once soiled, they could simply be discarded. Siyue yawned. After a busy afternoon without a nap, and with Kong Yang still absent, she gathered some remaining grass and ventured outside to find vines. She stripped the bark to make twine and casually fashioned a broom. With these tasks completed, fatigue overwhelmed her, and as Kong Yang had yet to return, she climbed into bed and fell asleep. Chapter 10. A sea of flowers seals their bond. Kong Yang encountered a herbivorous beast. Its massive size made capturing it a laborious task, delaying his return home. When he arrived, Siyue was still asleep. Observing the transformed cave, he felt an unexpected sense of home, despite the minor changes. Quietly, he began to prepare the prey on the ground. Typically, he preferred to kill his catch before bringing it back, but having discovered that fresh blood was tastier, he now returned with live captures. When he went to retrieve salt, he realized it was nearly depleted. A trip to Beijing Mountain for salt was now essential. Kong Yang methodically fried the fatty meat, allowing the grease to render before adding the pork belly, and once it was cooked, he poured it into a clean bamboo tube. The herbivorous beasts were quite plump, and this one alone would fill 5 bamboo tubes with meat. When Siyue awoke to the enticing aroma, Kong Yang had already tidied up below. Noticing her stir, he paused his work to tend. He rose and turned over Siyue, only to discover her cheeks flushed and her entire body burning with fever. Siyue, wake up! Kong Yang understood this was a heat, recalling that a frail female in their clan had once succumbed to the embrace of the beast god due to a similar condition. Anxiously, he cradled Siyue and rushed to find the clan shaman. Groggily, Siyue stirred awake. Kong Yang, where are we going? Kong Yang flew swiftly towards the shaman's domain. You are unwell. We must seek the shaman. She will surely know how to cure you. You will be fine. Tears streamed down Kong Yang's face, landing on Siyue's, making her heart ache. There's no need to find the shaman. I know how to treat it. Kong Yang had no doubt in Siyue's words and immediately turned back to the cave. Do not panic. I am fine. Please fetch some hot water so I can sponge myself down, and I'll break this fever. Kong Yang gently set her on the bed and vanished in a flash. The sounds of flint striking echoing below. Siyue rummaged for antipyretics and took one, preparing to continue her slumber, but fearing Kong Yang might think her unconscious, she could only close her eyes and wait for the hot water. In truth, she felt relatively well, only a bit dizzy, which she attributed to a lack of sleep the previous night. Kong Yang returned with a bucket of warm water. Siyue instructed him to use animal skin to dab the hot water on her palms, forehead, and sides of her neck. Once my fever subsides, you can go roast some meat to eat. I am so tired. I will sleep for a bit. Do not worry. If you feel scared, just wake me. Having given her instructions, Siyue drifted off to sleep. Kong Yang remained by her side, constantly wiping her down, heating the water again as it cooled. After 2 hours of this effort, Siyue's fever finally broke, allowing Kong Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. He had no appetite for food. He was solely concerned about Siyue's weakness and her need to eat. After a moment of internal conflict, he decided to gather nearby resources, catching fish from the lake and simmering a large pot of fish soup. Waiting for Siyue to awaken, Siyue slept quietly, while Kong Yang silently carved dishes beside her. He had previously been preoccupied with hunting and had only made her a bowl. With time on his hands today, he resolved to craft a complete set of wooden plates for her. While waiting for Siyue to wake, he produced a plethora of wooden bowls and plates, meticulously smoothing away any splinters to avoid injury. Siyue turned over in her sleep, and Kong Yang immediately approached to gently tuck her in, gazing at her with deep affection, fervently praying to the beast god for her swift recovery, even beseeching the deity to transfer Siyue's ailments onto himself. When Siyue finally awoke, it was already afternoon, and Kong Yang was dozing beside her, his face still etched with worry. She chose not to disturb him and gently draped a piece of animal skin over him before digging out some cold medicine and swallowing it down. Then falling back asleep. Kong Yang was awakened by hunger, having not eaten since the night before. He sat up, the animal skin he had been covered with slipping to the ground. "Sayu, see you." As she was roused, her stomach let out a loud growl, causing her to blush deeply. "I made fish soup for you. Let me bring it up." As Kong Yang went to check on the soup, he awkwardly realized he had left it simmering too long. Yet there remained just enough for Siyu. He rekindled the fire, ladled out a bowl of soup to cool, and selected some fish meat before bringing it to her. "Siyu, eat up." Kong Yang held the bowl, feeding her a sip of soup to moisten her lips, then tenderly offered her pieces of fish. Once the fish was devoured, he continued with the soup until Siyu finished, only for her to begin feeling drowsy again, her head still spinning. "Kong Yang, I feel much better. You should go eat now. I'll just lie down for a bit." That a gust of wind blew outside the cave, sending a chill through Siyu, prompting her to sneeze and burrow deeper into the animal skin. "Siyu, are you cold? Let me use my hands to block the entrance." As she snuggled in, she succumbed to sleep once more. Kong Yang, determined to keep her warm, gathered several large animal skins but found no way to secure them at the entrance. Thus, he transformed back into his beast form, using his body to seal the cave's mouth, leaving only small windows on either side for ventilation. Siu awoke in the middle of the night, unable to fall back asleep. The cave was too dark, and she couldn't find Kong Yang anywhere. Kong Yang, where are you?" Outside the cave, Kong Yang, half asleep and flapping his wings, stirred at the sound of her voice, shifting aside to revert to human form. "I'm here, Siyu. Are you all right?" At that moment, Siyu understood he had been shielding her from the wind. "I feel much better. Just a few more days of rest and I'll be fine." "Silly dragon, have you not eaten?" Kong Yang hesitantly replied. "I'm large. I can manage without food for a while." Siyu, feeling sympathetic, caressed his face. "I can't withstand the wind right now, so I won't go out. You must eat something. You need strength to care for me." Persuaded by her words, Kong Yang descended to catch several fish to roast. Siyu contemplated installing a wooden door in the cave. It would certainly make the rainy and snowy seasons much more bearable. Kong Yang quickly finished his roasted fish and returned to hold Siyu close and be, "Siyu, let us bond in a few days. After we bond, I can pray to the beast god to bear your ailments in my stead." Siyu was taken aback. Can bonding really transfer ailments? Kong Yang was unclear about the concept of transfer but grasped the essence of Siyu's words. Whether it works or not remains uncertain, yet I will earnestly beseech the beast god. Perhaps the deity will bestow grace upon us, fulfilling my prayers. Siyu sighed. The existence of the beast god is still up for debate. There is no need for such concern. I am in good health, just a bit fatigued. I will recover in a few days. Siyu hesitated, contemplating whether to share something important, knowing that concealing it might lead to greater hurt later. "Kong Yang, I have something to tell you. Please listen before deciding whether to bond with me." Kong Yang thought to himself, "Nothing could deter me from bonding with you. I have been hurt in the past, making it difficult for me to conceive." Kong Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not they had offspring was of little concern to him. What mattered was that Siyu wished to be with him. "Siyu, the ability to bear offspring is insignificant. What truly matters is that you will always be by my side. Besides, it is also quite challenging for us dragon beast people to have young." Siyu gestured for him to continue speaking. "We dragon beast people are among the mightiest races. The stronger our lineage, the harder it is to conceive. My father underwent great trials to have me. Uncle Fei Yu and my father bonded simultaneously, and he still has no offspring." Siyu realized her own activation of abilities had decreased her chances of pregnancy, while Kong Yang's strength also made conception difficult. What a predicament! They need not worry about contraception, as the odds were stacked against them having descendants. "Do you not desire your own offspring?" Kong Yang shook his head. He was still young and had no thoughts of parenthood. Nor did he have any fondness for children, disturbing his closeness with Siyu. "Having you is enough for me. We do not need a third person between us." Chapter 12. Fei Yu's visit. The two embraced quietly for a moment, and Siyu, feeling weak, found a long-lost sense of security in Kong Yang's arms, allowing herself to relax and fall asleep. Once Siyu was asleep, Kong Yang lay down beside her, thinking to himself that as long as he could have her, he would give anything, even if in the future, Siyu wished for children, he would adopt one from the clan. Siyu's comforting scent made Kong Yang tighten his embrace, and as she unconsciously hummed in her sleep, he finally relaxed, drifting off himself. The next day, Siyu awoke feeling significantly better, but Kong Yang insisted she remain resting. Siyu pulled him closer, pointing towards the cave entrance. Let us make a door for the entrance. All right, Ayu, describe what kind of door you envision, and I will make it. Siyu, still somewhat unsure of how to construct a door, at least understood the basic principle of a sliding door. First, you should create a door frame. After much explanation, Kong Yang finally understood and cut a piece of wood to block the entrance. Siyu, realizing Kong Yang was only half comprehending, felt helpless. Many terms did not exist in their world, and she knew that explaining would not help. Once she recovered, she would demonstrate how to make a door, and he would understand. The table and chairs had been drying on the mountain for several days, and Siyu figured they should be fine, so she asked Kong Yang to bring them back into the cave. Kong Yang obliged, noticing the ground was littered with leaves and footprints from where Siyu had been cleaning. Thinking of Siyu's love for cleanliness, he cleared all the leaves from the cave, gathered some fresh ones, spread them across the floor, and cleaned the drying furniture before bringing it all back inside. After tidying up the cave, Kong Yang informed Siyu of his intention to go hunting, when suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention. Alert, he soared into the air to confront whoever dared challenge him. A robust black dragon swooped down, and Kong Yang stood firm and unafraid. The dragon landed before him, transforming into human form. It was Feiyu. Impressive, young one. You stand resolute even under my imposing presence. Kong Yang proudly lifted his chin. Uncle Feiyu, I am strong too. Kong Yang invited Feiyu to sit in the usual cooking area. My little female is ill, so I cannot take you to the cave. Feiyu's eyes widened in shock. Have you taken her to see the shaman? Kong Yang shook his head. Siyu is much better now. There's no need to visit the shaman. After catching up briefly, Feiyu looked around at the unfamiliar items scattered about, confusedly asking Kong Yang, what are all these for? Kong Yang proudly explained the purpose of each object, and Feiyu was amazed at the improved quality of life compared to their earlier days. I came today to learn how to weave large bags. Can you teach me? Kong Yang nodded, having already asked Siyu if she could impart these skills to the clan, to which he had agreed. Before long, Feiyu had mastered the art of bag weaving. He sat comfortably in the chair, delighted to find he could keep his clothes clean and sit without folding his legs, deciding to return home and create a set of furniture for himself. To express his gratitude, Feiyu insisted Kong Yang stay while he went hunting. Kong Yang informed Siyu that Feiyu had arrived. A gentle smile graced Siyu's lips as she replied, then you should prepare fish soup and stir-fried offal for Uncle Feiyu, to diversify their menu. Kong Yang thought this was quite agreeable, especially since Siyu needed to consume more soup these days. He set off to catch fish for the soup. He returned shortly, Black Dragon clutching several prey in its jaws. With one in its mouth and two more held in its claws. Kong Yang chuckled, realizing he had forgotten to teach Feiyu how to bind prey with vines. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, a scent that Feiyu had never encountered before. Kong Yang, what are you cooking? It smells amazing, Feiyu exclaimed, his mouth watering as he suddenly felt quite famished. This is fish soup. I will first deliver some to Siyu. You take care of that Jujo beast and save the offal for me to process when I return, Kong Yang instructed, as Feiyu hoisted the Jujo beast and made his way to the lakeside to gut it. Kong Yang ladled a generous bowl of fish meat soup and roused Siyu, coaxing her to finish a bowl before he descended. By the time he arrived, Feiyu had already prepared the meat, aside from the offal. The remaining parts were roasting over the fire. Kong Yang began to teach Feiyu how to use chopsticks to pick out the bones. Clumsily, Feiyu attempted to grasp the chopsticks, finding it amusing yet cumbersome for eating. He resorted to using his hands to extract the bones, relishing a hearty bowl of soup. The broth was thick and creamy, bursting with flavor, while the fish meat was salty, fragrant, and tender. Kong Yang, this method of preparing the water-spiked beast is delicious, Feiyu exclaimed, unable to stop eating. Kong Yang scooped some beast oil into a clamshell, heating it before adding the offal to stir-fry. Feiyu was irresistibly drawn to the aroma, which was even more overpowering than the fish soup. Uncle Feiyu, this is a recipe my little female taught me, a gift from the beast god, Kong Yang couldn't resist boasting. Fei Yu feigned interest, eager to eat meat. As the offal finished cooking, Fei Yu could hardly wait to grab some. But Kong Yang stopped him. After becoming accustomed to using chopsticks, he found it difficult to revert to using his hands. Uncle Fei Yu, it's too hot to handle. Use a spoon instead to keep your hands clean. Fei Yu took a large spoonful and put it into his mouth, the heat causing him to jump, yet he was reluctant to spit it out. The offal was rich and fat, bursting with juices upon biting. Its tender texture irresistible. Kong Yang watched in astonishment as Fei Yu polished off an entire pot of offal, leaving no trace of the fish soup behind. He mused that his own eating habits must have been more graceful than Fei Yu's. Lost in his thoughts until Fei Yu's hand slapped him awake. It's getting late. I must return. Next time, I shall visit Uncle for some fun, Fei Yu remarked as he took his woven vine bag back, quickly spreading its use throughout the entire dragon beast tribe, prompting many beastmen to express curiosity about Siyue. After bidding farewell to Fei Yu, Kong Yang returned to the tranquility of the forest. Bored, Siyue contemplated searching for new food sources. Kong Yang processed and dried the bamboo shoots and fish mint he had brought back, washed the clothes Siyue had changed out of, and even boiled water for her to drink. Kong Yang, take a moment to rest. You re-drenched in sweat, Siyue suggested as Kong Yang brought her the water. She wiped his brow with a beast hide, and Kong Yang, with a cheerful grin, insisted he was not tired before returning to his tasks. On the third day, Siyue felt completely recovered and accompanied Kong Yang outside for hunting. The air was clear, and despite flying slowly and not hunting, she required support even for walking. Kong Yang, I am fine now. You should go hunt while I wait nearby. Kong Yang resolutely refused to leave her side, silently supporting her waist to express his determination. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Siyue accepted her fate. They found themselves at the stream's lower reaches, where the water barely reached her knees, and there were plenty of grassy patches. Birds flitted in and out, and while Siyue pondered whether these birds might lay eggs, Kong Yang had already discovered 2 fist-sized eggs. These are the eggs of the Gajiao beast. They have a slight fishy taste but are edible. Shall we take them back? Siyue, salivating at the sight of the eggs, eagerly replied, Yes, let us gather more. I will prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Kong Yang busied himself in the water among the grass, and in no time, he had collected dozens of eggs, upon noticing the abundance of shrimp and crabs in the water. Siyue's eyes lit up. Kong Yang, tonight we shall feast on river delicacies. Chapter 13. Wild onion scrambled eggs. When Kong Yang returned with a small bag of Gajiao eggs, he found Siyue in the shallows of the lake. Catching jumping beasts and pinching beasts, he hurried over to you. Come up quickly. You cannot touch the water. I will catch them. You wait on the shore. His soothing voice made Siyue blushed. I know. Hurry up and catch them, she urged. Kong Yang, finding Siyue's shyness utterly charming, couldn't he resist planting a kiss on her forehead before diving back into the water to catch shrimp and crabs. For reasons unknown, Siyue felt a sweetness in her heart. Every move Kong Yang made captivated her. His handsomeness certainly had its advantages, as his every gesture was pleasing to the eye and made her heart soften. Kong Yang caught numerous rock crabs, binding them together with grass. And soon he had a hefty bundle. When Siyue deemed they had enough, they returned to their dwelling, planning to create a door for the cave. Siyue directed Kong Yang to carve the wood to the appropriate thickness for the door frame. They fashioned a wooden door, leaving rounded ends to fit snugly into the frame, creating a primitive door that could swing open and closed. Kong Yang was astonished by how such a simple design could withstand fierce winds and torrential rains. Seeing his keen interest, Siyue suggested he craft 2 smaller windows with similar designs. With enthusiasm, Kong Yang measured and adjusted the openings, creating 2 charming little doors for the windows. As noon approached, Siyue chose not to disturb the engrossed Kong Yang. Heading down to prepare lunch, she decided on wild onion scrambled eggs, shrimp stir-fried eggs, and deep-fried rock crabs. After much effort, Siyue managed to crack only 4 Gajiao eggs, as any more proved too laborious. She shelled all the shrimp, leaving only the meat, while the crabs presented a challenge. The palm-sized rock crabs were rather fierce, and there wasn't much to clean. Just as she was struggling, Kong Yang appeared. You, why are you outside after just recovering? What do you wish to eat? I will make it for you. He scooped her up and placed her on a chair, gently patting her back. stealing a quick kiss on her cheek while she was momentarily stunned. Kong Yang, why do you keep kissing me? Siwei felt that ever since they decided to become mates, he seemed intent on staying by her side. Constantly affectionate, Ayu. You smell so delightful. I can't help myself, Kong Yang said, a hint of grievance in his tone. If I can't have a taste, I'll settle for a kiss. Siwei reluctantly acquiesced. Next time, no kissing outside. Hurry and cook. No kissing outside means we can kiss inside the cave. Kong Yang interpreted her words and, filled with rosy thoughts, went to cook. Siwei guided him through the cooking process. First, heat the oil but not too much. Then add the eggs and sprinkle with salt, allowing them to set before garnishing with chopped onions. Soon, Kong Yang presented a large plate of scallion scrambled eggs, and shortly after, the shrimp stir-fried eggs were ready. When it came to the rock crabs, Kong Yang hesitated. Ayu, these pinching beasts have no meat and are quite tough. Do you really want to eat them? Siwei nodded, suggesting they be cut in half and fried longer to create a delightful snack. Kong Yang, obediently, set to work while reminding her to eat well. Siwei, however, didn't touch her chopsticks. She wanted to enjoy the meal with Kong Yang, as dining together created a lovely atmosphere. Kong Yang, let the crabs fry a bit more, and come eat with me. Seeing Siwei's untouched plate, Kong Yang felt a pang of concern. Ayu, is it that my cooking is unappetizing? What would you like? I can make something else. Siwei seized his arm. No, I simply want you to eat with me. It's not as enjoyable eating alone. Kong Yang was puzzled as to why eating alone wouldn't be enjoyable. Yet he complied and sat down beside her. As they both began to eat, the combination of eggs and scallions was utterly delightful, the soft eggs infused with a hint of onion, creating a delicious flavor. The shrimp was tender and fresh, enhancing the gajiao egg's taste, making everything incredibly delectable. Kong Yang ate slowly, observing Siwei's preferences. Noticing her fondness for shrimp, he refrained from eating any himself, content with the scrambled eggs. Just being with Siwei made him happy, no matter what they were doing. After a few bites, Siwei noticed Kong Yang's subtle gestures. Despite the ample amount of food, she could hardly finish it, while Kong Yang instinctively left behind what she favored. Siwei offered him a shrimp. Kong Yang's heart soared at the sight of the shrimp. She had given him her favorite. She loves me more than shrimp, he thought, taking a blissful bite, savoring the extra sweetness of the shrimp she had selected for him. Siwei felt full after just a small bowl, still recovering from her cold and not having much of an appetite. Only when she ceased eating did Kong Yang dig in, exclaiming, "These dishes are absolutely delicious." Siwei flipped the little crabs a few times, pondering her desire to explore other areas in the afternoon, as she had been particularly missing rice. If she couldn't find a plant similar to rice. The rice in her storage bracelet was her only hope in the afternoon. Noticing there was still time, Kong Yang decided against hunting and instead processed the prey Feiyu had left behind. He consumed what could not be made into preserved meat. Meanwhile, Siwei took the opportunity to check on the chili seeds she had sown, having marked their locations. To her delight, she discovered that half of them had sprouted. Elated, she realized that she would soon have chili peppers to enjoy, and the leaves could also be used for soup. In high spirits, Siwei returned to her seat by the shore, gazing out over the entire lake. She suddenly spotted a large beehive in the tree, which had been brought back by Kong Yang last time. He had suffered numerous stings, and had carelessly hung it on the tree. Feiyu boiled some water and sanitized several bamboo tubes, which would later be used to store honey once they dried. She cut a portion of the beehive and placed it into a bamboo tube, using her powers to create a small whirlwind inside the tube, causing the beehive to spin. After covering it with a lid, she quickly separated the honey from the hive, pouring the honey into other bamboo tubes. She repeated the process with another piece and soon acquired 5 barrels of pure, natural nectar and 3 tubes of beeswax. She was temporarily unaware of the purpose of the beeswax, so she stored 2 tubes of honey and 2 barrels of beeswax in her storage bracelet, planning to have Kong Yang move the rest to the storage room in the cave later. Kong Yang, having finished the leftover scraps, returned with fatty pork, as his little female had a penchant for it, and he wanted to stock up. Kong Yang, take me to explore other places this afternoon and see if we can find more ingredients, she suggested. Kong Yang readily agreed. His little female was unlike others, who merely lounged at home waiting for their males to bring back food. She actively sought food alongside him and even cooked for him. He felt incredibly fortunate and grateful for the blessings of the beast Geode Sayu. oblivious to Kong Yang's thoughts, recognized that the current temperature was unsuitable for making cured meats, so she decided to gather more fruits and vegetables to dry, ensuring they would have food in winter. Just then, they realized they had run out of toilet leaves at home. After finishing with the oil, Kong Yang took Siyu to the place where the leaves grew. The area was covered with toilet leaves, which Siyu found quite satisfactory. Deciding she would use them regularly, Siyu discovered that fresh toilet leaves were rather tough, and upon inquiring with Kong Yang, learned that they needed to be dried. Once dried, they wouldn't turn yellow but would become very soft. Watch out. Chapter 14. A Moment of Terror. While Siyu was crouched down picking toilet leaves, Kong Yang, a few steps away, shouted in alarm, prompting her to notice a bright red snake just a meter away. In a split second, the snake lunged at her, and instinctively, Siyu activated her powers, summoning a fierce wind that sliced the red snake into several pieces. Taking advantage of the moment, Kong Yang leaped forward to shield her, and Siyu gazed intently at his back, noticing his shocked expression as he turned around, still trembling from the fright. Are you all right? Kong Yang asked. Siyu gently shook her head, assuring him, I am fine. The wind will protect me. Kong Yang felt immense relief, grateful that the beast god had sent the wind to safeguard her. Siyu sensed that something was amiss with Kong Yang's emotions and was about to comfort him when he covered her eyes with his hands and, in a fit of anger, stomped on the snake pieces. With his warm palms covering her eyes, Siyu felt an unexpected surge of fear, yet simultaneously, a profound sense of security. If it had been anyone else, she would have been swept into the air by the wind. Let me take you back. This place is too dangerous, Kong Yang said, feeling somewhat frustrated. Even with the protection of the wind bestowed by the beast god, he was unwilling to take any risks. He needed to consult the elders on how to care for a female. He felt utterly inadequate. Kong Yang, I'm fine. Don't look so glum, Siyu reassured him. Kong Yang resembled a dejected puppy, prompting Siyu to feel an urge to ruffle his hair. He nuzzled against her neck, finding comfort in her fragrant aroma, calming his frayed nerves. With one arm, Kong Yang lifted Siyu, placing her on his arm, leaving her astonished by his strength. It was truly a display of max boyfriend power. Siyu couldn't resist giving Kong Yang's fluffy head a few affectionate rubs. It felt delightful, though his hair was a bit coarse. You? Kong Yang queried, puzzled by her actions. Perhaps it was because he was a dragon with scales all over. His hair was rather short. Ahem. I see you have some leaves in your hair, he said, tilting his head for her to remove them. Initially intending just to touch a few times, Siyu found herself unable to resist and ended up patting his head several more times. Upon returning to their dwelling, they both realized they had forgotten the leaves they had gathered. Kong Yang set Siyu down in the cave and went back to continue gathering leaves. Meanwhile, Siyu pondered the leaves they had just collected, determining to gather more so they could have something to wipe their hands and mouths with after washing. She wondered if these leaves were available year-round. Looking down at the foot of the mountain, she noticed that the area by the lake was designated as an open-air kitchen and dining table, while other areas remained overgrown with wild grass. She needed to properly plan the wasteland, aiming for a charming little vegetable garden. Today's events served as a reminder that the beast world was fraught with dangers. She needed to enhance her powers swiftly to bolster her self-defense capabilities. Siyu's powers had stalled at the 6th stage, unable to break through to the 7th. Had she possessed the 7th stage when encountering the snake beast, she could have easily dispatched it. Unfortunately, despite having absorbed over 100 crystal cores in her attempts to breach the barrier, she had yet to find the necessary catalyst for her breakthrough. She recalled Sun Zhuo mentioning that the 6th stage was a significant hurdle, with the 7th stage marking the first step toward becoming a high-level ability user. However, the path to breaking through was arduous, requiring either rare materials or profound enlightenment. After contemplating for some time, Siyu sighed, deciding to focus on the task at hand. She began uprooting the tangled grass to clear a space, planning to put up a fence around it to create a small vegetable plot. Being cautious not to harm the young chili seedlings, she painstakingly pulled out the weeds by hand. Once she cleared a section of land, she transferred the surrounding chili seedlings into the garden, arranging them neatly. The wind uprooted the remaining weeds, soon leaving a vast expanse of open ground. Siyu also transplanted some wild onions, thinking that once they bore seeds, she wouldn't have to venture into the wild to gather them. Kong Yang returned, carrying an enormous bag of toilet leaves. It was then that Siyu learned from him that the leaves were called soft grass. Upon seeing the vast empty space, Kongyang nearly thought he had wandered into the wrong area until he spotted Siyu, which eased his concerns. Siyu, what are you planning to do with all this? He asked, placing the soft leaves down. Siyu, noticing the towering bag of leaves, suddenly had the idea to cultivate her own patch of soft grass so that she wouldn't have to travel far to gather them in the future. I want to plant all the edible plants here. That way, we won't need to venture out to find them when the time comes, she explained. Kongyang had never considered such a possibility. His clear eyes brimmed with admiration for Siyu. You know so much. You're incredibly clever. Siyu, feeling her cheeks warm, deftly shifted the conversation. Kongyang, go dig up some more soft leaves, preferably ones with flowers, and bring them here with the roots intact. We'll cultivate our own patch of soft grass. Kongyang realized how much easier this would make things, so he grabbed a vine bag and went to dig up a large bag, successfully planting it in the soil under Siyu's guidance. You should rest and I'll go hunting, he said. Concerned for Siyu over the past few days, he felt compelled to hunt today. Reluctantly, Kongyang set off to hunt, while Siyu continued to tend to the vegetable garden. Having gardened before, she possessed a foundational knowledge. After watering the plants, she headed to the lakeside to wash her hands, where she stumbled upon a large clam shell. It was yet another conveniently provided pot. And since she had yet to find a better alternative, she deemed the clam shell quite suitable for cooking. Siyu decided it was time to prioritize crafting rough pottery, envisioning a large stew pot that wouldn't burn dry every time she made soup. However, she had yet to locate any clay, uncertain if ordinary soil would suffice. As she contemplated, she used her laser sword to slice the black clam in half. The clam meat was thick, and she mused that stir-frying it with chili would make for a delectable dish. While extracting the meat, Siyu felt something hard along the edge of the clam meat. Upon squeezing it out, she was astonished to find a round, quail egg-sized purple freshwater pearl. The pearl epitomized radiance, shimmering with a lustrous purple hue, and was extraordinarily beautiful. Siyu's mood soared. This was her first time uncovering a pearl. She decided to keep it, thinking it might be transformed into jewelry one day. After dealing with the clamshell, she approached the edge of the vegetable garden, where towering trees stood, adorned with numerous bird eggs and a peculiar black secretion. Curious, she poked at the black substance, discovering it was a soft, syrupy secretion from the tree, reminiscent of malt sugar. This prompted her to think of torches, as the main material for torches was rosin. Even though this tree wasn't a pine tree, she could test whether the black substance would burn if it did. Her hopes for making torches would be bolstered, eliminating the pervasive darkness at night. Siyu gathered some using branches and took them back to ignite with fire. The resin burned slowly, producing no discernible odor, making it ideal for torch making. Siyu collected a substantial bowl of resin, heated it over the fire, and found a suitable piece of wood. She wrapped one end with scraps of animal skin and tightly bound it with vine skin. The resin melted quickly, and when it cooled and began to set, she wrapped it uniformly around the animal skin, fashioning a torch. Unsure if her endeavor was successful, she planned to wait until nightfall to test it. If it worked, they wouldn't need to light a fire pit in the cave during the dry season. Little female, where is Kongyang? Chapter 15. An unexpected visitor. Siyu turned around to find a group of burly men with cold expressions standing outside the vegetable garden, their eyes glinting with malice. Their intentions were clearly hostile. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through the area, and Siyu feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Kongyang is over there." The group of beast men instinctively turned in the direction she pointed, only to find nothing but the eerie silence of the forest behind them. They had been deceived. "You little female, don't struggle. You won't escape today." But as they turned back, they realized Siyu had already seized the opportunity to ride the wind to the center of the lake. With a flick of her hand, she summoned a tempest, the howling winds laced with cutting blades, forcing the orcs to shut their eyes and struggle to move. The wind blades inflicted minimal harm upon them, merely momentarily stalling their advance as Siyu proceeded resolutely towards the opposite shore without a glance back. The male orcs, known for their formidable defenses, found her wind blades insufficiently potent. A tornado would demand too much of her energy, and the replenishment of crystal cores was a slow process. Should she fail to incapacitate her foes in one swift strike, she would become mere prey for them. Upon reaching the far bank, the orcs transformed back to their original forms, breaking through the gale in pursuit. Sayu propelled herself forward on the winds, but one orc, sprouting wings, soared towards her, and the wind blades could not impede their progress. She turned midair, standing still as a water vortex materialized from the lake. "This is of your own making." Siyu emanated a chilling aura, her presence reminiscent of a vengeful deity. Having emerged from a world ravaged by the apocalypse, she had never been one to show mercy. With a surge of her abilities, the water vortex swelled, instilling fear in the orcs, who were bewildered by the sudden onslaught of wind and water. The vortex roared, uprooting everything in its path, drawing the lake's waters upward and casting them upon the orcs. "Run! She is a favored one of the gods." The orcs scrambled to retreat, but the vortex's pull was overwhelming, rendering escape impossible. They could only cling to the ground, their hands digging deeply into the earth. The flying orc, sensing danger, quickly retreated, but the others were not so fortunate. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the furious vortex were torn apart. Their screams drowned by the howling winds, and the water vortex was stained a deep crimson. Sayu caught a glimpse of a few agile orcs fleeing, but she lacked the strength to pursue them. While the vortex was devastating, it had drained her of all her energy. Had she not consumed a significant number of crystal cores, she would struggle even to remain upright. Without the infusion of abilities, the vortex would gradually weaken and eventually dissipate. Sayu swiftly flew towards the hunting grounds of Kongyang. The flying orcs, having noticed her flight path, surmised she was a favored one of the gods and were intent on capturing her. Casting aside their trepidation, they pursued her with fervor. Below, several orcs shared this realization, their determination redoubled. Sayu narrowly escaped capture on several occasions, employing her laser sword to fend off her pursuers. The sight of the gleaming laser sword instilled caution in the flying orc, who believed it to be a divine artifact, further solidifying his conviction of Siyu's divine status. In a moment of carelessness, Siyu was struck by a claw from one of the orcs. A searing pain surging through her back, causing her vision to darken. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she pressed on, ignoring the pain as blood loss and energy depletion left her feeling weak. The orcs did not aim to severely injure her. It was a game of cat and mouse, their claws occasionally raking across her, shredding her clothing while their lecherous gazes roamed over her form. Frustration boiled within Siyu. She desired nothing less than the complete annihilation of these orcs. A sudden gust of wind arose, causing her pursuers to halt abruptly and turn back. Siyu, unable to maintain her abilities, glanced back at the orcs as they fled. Only a fool would confront an unwinnable battle. The power of that little female is waning. "Seize her!" the orcs shouted, their voices filled with rage as they accelerated after her. Siyu felt herself faltering. The speed at which she replenished her crystal cores could not keep pace with her energy consumption. Darkness clouded her vision, the taste of iron filling her mouth, and her throat parched. She clung to life by a thread. Liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth, which she hastily wiped away. Only to see the flying orc rejoin the chase, Sayu consumed another handful of crystal cores. Halting her retreat, drawing her crystal bow, she turned and loosed an arrow, ascending on the winds. The other orcs could only watch from the ground as the flying orc pursued her. Sayu switched to her laser sword, charging towards the flying orc, her blade slicing through the air. The orc deftly evaded her strike, but Siyu swiftly maneuvered behind him, aiming for his wings. The orc instinctively raised his claws in defense, only to have his fingers severed by the laser sword, his anguished cries piercing the AI. Sayu pressed her advantage, the orc's vengeful glare directed at her, now devoid of mercy. The orc transformed into a massive bat, provoking a wave of revulsion in Siyu. She had always harbored an aversion to rodent-like creatures. The bat orc shrieked as it lunged toward her, its foul breath snapping her back to attention. With a swift motion, she struck with her sword, and the orc, terrified of the laser, retreated rapidly, yet not without sustaining a gash across its abdomen from the sword's tip. A gentle breeze enveloped Siyu. As if caressed by a tender wind, an epiphany struck her. She endeavored to control the winds, trapping the bat orc within a swirling barrier. The dense wall of wind severed its connection to the outside world, and the bat orc flapped its wings in vain. Realizing it could no longer ascend in a moment of compassion, Siyu fortified the barrier above and below, ensnaring the bat orc inside. Exhausted from the depletion of her abilities, she knew that if she could not eliminate this creature, she would have to surrender. Channeling the last remnants of her energy, she maintained control over the wind wall, even as her body screamed for relief. Instinctively, she grasped the crystal core, reducing it to dust in an instant. Seizing a box of 6th-tier crystal cores, she plunged her hand inside, turning 1,000 cores to ash. A surge of heat coursed through her. And with clarity, she stowed the remaining cores back in her bracelet. The voice in her mind clamored for the annihilation of the orcs pursuing her. Driven by bloodlust, Siyu's gaze turned cold as she regarded the bat orc trapped within the wind wall. Her body flushed with crimson, a chilling smile gracing her lips, her tongue gliding over her pristine teeth, every movement radiating temptation and malice. With a flick of her wrist, she tightened her grip on the wind wall. Compressing it further, the bat orc's eyes widened in terror as it realized the futility of escape. Under the immense pressure, its bones shattered like glass, instantly contorting into a grotesque shape. As Siyu released the wind wall, the transformed orc plummeted, only to be met by a torrential downpour of razor-sharp wind blades, raining down like a bloody tempest. The remaining orcs watched in horror as their once fearful pursuer transformed into a harbinger of death. They could hardly comprehend how the meek female had morphed into this fearsome entity. They dared not gaze upon the madness and allure that twisted her smile, for her eyes now held no distinction between them and a pile of rotting flesh. Siyu's transformation stemmed from an overconsumption of crystal cores, tainted by the virus that ravaged her mind. As she ascended to the 7th tier, the infection would eventually recede. With a wicked grin, she charged towards the remaining orcs, taunting, "Why run? Weren't you just so eager to pursue me?" Her voice, sultry and bewitching, echoed like the whispers of death. With a mere gesture, several orcs found themselves ensnared within the wind wall. Siyu's laughter ringing out as she watched them gasp for air, their frantic pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. Occasionally, she would grant them a breath, only to snatch it away once more. "A bunch of worthless fools, remember well the fate that awaits those who chase me. Do not dare repeat your folly in your next life." The final word dripped with seductive menace, as Siyu prepared to deliver their demise. Her body betrayed her, collapsing backward. The leading orc, bloodthirsty and ravenous, broke through the wind wall, eyes wide with malice as he lunged for her heart. Siyu, oblivious and unresisting, closed her eyes, entering a state of half-sleep as she ascended. In her semi-conscious state, she seemed to hear Kong Yang's voice. Stop. Chapter 16. Untitled draft. Before losing consciousness, Siyu faintly heard Kong Yang's voice, but her body felt heavy, and she could muster no strength to open her eyes. Quickly succumbing to darkness, Kong Yang barreled through the throng of feral orcs, his gaze falling upon Siyu, bloodied and limp. His heart ached as he cried out, "Ayu, wake up! Don't frighten me!" In a panic, he cradled her frail form, shaking her gently. Despair washed over him as he noted her lack of response. His icy eyes turned toward the orcs nearby. "You all deserve death." Tenderly, he laid Siyu on the ground, his features contorting with rage as he beheld the gruesome scratches marring her skin. Infuriated, he swore he would make the orcs pay dearly for their transgressions. Kong Yang meticulously cleaned Siyu's wounds with warm water, and upon discovering the gruesome injuries, his fury intensified. He cursed himself for allowing those feral orcs to escape too easily. After carefully washing her, he ventured outside to gather medicinal herbs, crushing them and applying the poultice to her back. Siyu lay still, utterly silent. Were it not for her faint breath, she could easily be mistaken for lifeless. Kong Yang's heart raced as he cradled her, flying to a safer location. Siyu remained unconscious for a week, and when she finally awakened, she found herself in a cave imbued with the scent of medicine. "Is anyone there?" Siyu touched her chest, surprised to find herself unscathed. Could it be that Kong Yang had arrived just in time? "You are awake, little female." An elderly female beastman approached, clad in a long fur skirt, her frail figure adorned with wrinkles, yet her face bore a gentle, benevolent smile. "Where am I? Did you save me?" Siyu inquired anxiously, having awakened without sight of Kong Yang, unsure of his well-being. The old woman shook her head. It was Kong Yang who brought you here. He stood vigil over you for 6 days without eating or drinking. But yesterday, his father knocked him unconscious to let him rest. Sayu's eyes welled up with compassion. What a fool he was, not knowing to care for himself. As soon as Sayu's words fell, the sound of flapping wings echoed from outside, followed by a figure darting in. Grandma Wu, how is my little female? Has she awakened? Kong Yang's voice preceded his entrance. Instantly, he blocked out the world, his body reacting faster than his thoughts. And he wrapped his arms around the soft, fragrant person he had longed for. Taking a deep breath of her familiar scent, he held her tightly, his reddened eyes betraying his inner turmoil. To you. It's entirely my fault for not protecting you. It is such a relief that you are unharmed. I promise. I will never allow you to face danger again. His trembling voice carried an earnestness that made Sayu's heart swell with warmth. She opened her mouth to comfort him but found herself at a loss for words, only able to return his embrace tightly. From now on, take me wherever you go. Grandma Wu interjected with a smile. Kong Yang, your little female has just awakened. Her body is still weak and requires rest. Do not tire her. After her reminder, she turned her attention back to gathering herbs. Kong Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wiped his face and urged Siyu to lie down and rest. You? Do you feel any pain? His gaze was filled with deep affection and concern. Siyu felt her heart flutter. I am fine, just a bit weak from lying down for too long. Kong Yang finally relaxed, carefully bringing a bowl of water for Siyu to drink, explaining, this water has been boiled and cooled, and the bowl was prepared this morning. Grandma Wu said you would awaken today. Siyu took a few sips and gazed quietly at Kong Yang. His appearance resembled a handsome character from a foreign manga, particularly endearing. Yet now, as she looked at him, she realized that he was the one with whom she could peacefully entrust her life. Kong Yang felt his cheeks flush under Siyu's unabashed gaze and instinctively covered her eyes. To you. Please do not look at me like that. I might lose control. The flutter of her eyelashes against his palm sent a ticklish sensation through him. She smiled coyly, prompting Kong Yang to lean in and kiss her. With her eyes covered, the sensation of his lips deepened, quickly turning her cheeks crimson and leaving her breathless. Kong Yang, as if awakening from a dream, finally released her. Are you trying to suffocate me? Siyu complained, only to be pulled into his embrace. To you. I vow to the beast god that I shall never allow you to suffer any harm again. Kong Yang earnestly swore before the beast god, and Siyu did not stop him, feeling overwhelmed by his guilt. All right, this was an accident. With the beast god's protection, we shall not encounter such peril again. Siyu prepared to rise, but Kong Yang stopped her. You are still injured. Rest a little longer. I will find Grandma Wu to check on you. With no other choice, Siyu lay back down. And after some coaxing from Kong Yang, Grandma Wu returned to the cave. Your little female is under the protection of the beast god and is now well. You must take her home. And remember to attend the beast god festival. Siyu, somewhat perplexed by the information, felt her curiosity piqued and resolved to inquire about the festival once they returned. After confirming that Siyu was indeed fine, Grandma Wu hurried the two back, with Kong Yang shamelessly scooping Siyu into his arms and discreetly taking some herbs with him. Grandma Wu merely chuckled, not bothering to reprimand him. You. Would you like to explore Grandma Wu's territory? This is the heart of the tribe and the most fertile land. Siyu thought it would be delightful to take a look, hoping to stumble upon something edible. Kong Yang carried her gently through the treetops, and Siyu's eyes caught sight of a cluster of familiar leaves, prompting her to signal Kong Yang to land there. Siyu instructed Kong Yang to dig up the roots. To her delight, they unearthed turmeric, each root the size of her palm. Kong Yang, I found ginger, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ginger is a wonderful ingredient, essential for the snowy season. This is medicinal. I have seen it at Grandma Wu's. Kong Yang remarked, and Siyu nodded nonchalantly, directing him to uproot the surrounding ginger plants while the seedlings continued to grow. This is very useful. I will tell you its uses later. Kong Yang harvested a considerable amount of ginger, weaving a small vine pouch to carry it. Kong Yang, your weaving is truly impressive, far superior to mine. Siyu held the small vine pouch, more accurately described as a basket, admiring how meticulously and tightly Kong Yang had crafted it. You taught me well. I will weave you a larger basket when we return. Siyu wished to continue searching in the forest, hopeful of finding other treasures. Kong Yang, Kong Yang. Chapter 17. Wild grapes amidst a thicket of grass. Siyu spotted clusters of green fruit. Could they be wild grapes? She tugged at Kong Yang, racing towards them. Although many of the grapes had been nibbled by insects, the expanse was still filled with them. Those are unripe. They cannot be eaten yet, Kong Yang cautioned, halting her hand from plucking the fruit. Siyu felt a twinge of regret. How long until they can be eaten? They will be ready during the dry season. They will be sweet then. Reluctantly, Siyu bid farewell to the luscious fruit, noting at least a dozen vines. She resolved to return during the dry season to harvest them, perhaps even to make wine. As the path was difficult, Kong Yang opted to carry Siyu, and they paused on a hillside to admire the stunning view before them. The landscape was a vibrant tapestry of spring, with lush greenery blanketing the earth and countless leaves swaying in the gentle breeze. Interspersed with various animals that soothed her restless heart, Siyu settled beside Kong Yang on the hillside, gazing at the verdant expanse, feeling utterly uplifted. Kong Yang lifted her into his embrace. The ground is dirty. It is cleaner here in my arms. Yet, Siyu soon felt restless and wished to stand. Feeling as if she were sitting on needles, Kong Yang continued to breathe softly near her ear, prompting Siyu to pinch his waist playfully. Control yourself. Let me down. Kong Yang stubbornly clung to her. No, let me hold you. Who could refuse such a charming plea? Yet, Siyu turned her head, resolutely denying him. Kong Yang, looking pitiful, reluctantly released her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Siyu. She felt her heart melt at the sight. Lower your head. Kong Yang obediently complied, and Siyu leaned in to kiss him. The two lost themselves in a passionate embrace atop the hillside. But eventually, Siyu could no longer contain herself and pushed Kong Yang away, gasping for air. Kong Yang, carrying their belongings, held her hand as they shared a smile and strolled through the serene forest. Siyu's curiosity was piqued as she noticed a plant that resembled mint. She crouched to inhale its fragrance, confirming it indeed had a minty scent, perfect for making herbal tea. Kong Yang, let's gather more of these leaves. Kong Yang immediately knelt to diligently collect the leaves without questioning her motives. This was one of the many reasons Siyu found satisfaction in their dynamic. The males in this beastly world were truly devoted partners, prioritizing the needs of the females in all matters. Aside from childbearing, they took care of nearly everything else, and despite some inconveniences in daily life, the happiness was overwhelming. As Siyu continued to gather, she spotted 5 pointed leaves, a familiar sight. Instinctively, she tugged at a leaf, only to uncover a cluster of small, bulbous roots. Kong Yang, it's sweet potato, Siyu exclaimed, excitement surging as she leaped into Kong Yang's arms from a distance. And he instinctively caught her. Kong Yang, look, sweet potatoes. With this, we won't go hungry during the snowy season. Kong Yang gazed at her with endearment, his left hand resting on her waist while his right securely supported her. We have dug these before. They are quite dry. We only eat them in dire situations. Siyu's legs wrapped around Kong Yang's waist, and in a playful moment, she nudged his throat with her head. Kong Yang felt a ticklish sensation but allowed her playful antics, careful to support her to prevent any falls. Realizing their positions were becoming too intimate, Siyu quickly slid down from his grasp. Let the sweet potatoes grow a bit bigger before we dig them up again, but we can eat the leaves. Kong Yang, let us plant some next year. The sight of endless sweet potato leaves filled her with envy. How bountiful this land was. All right, if you desire it, we shall plant them. They also gathered a bounty of wild fruits, one variety being dark and unassuming in appearance yet incredibly sweet. Kong Yang clutched the vine basket while Siyu perched on his back, and he flew steadily and swiftly, careful not to jolt her eye in the distance. Wu and Fei were engaged in conversation. I couldn't ascertain what beast type that little female is, nor her origins. Asked Kong Yang to keep an eye on her. Fei nodded silently, soon dismissing the matter from his mind as he returned to his own female with sweet affection, as long as his son was happy. Her background and beast type were of little concern. When the evening sun cast its glow, they finally returned home. Siyu had already begun to consider this cave as her home in the beast world. After setting down their belongings, Kong Yang began to tidy up the cave. For many days, no one had entered the cave, which was now filled with dust. When Kong Yang went to fetch water, Siyu used the wind to blow the dust out of the cave, visibly reducing its presence. Kongyang felt that the cave was much less dusty after a door was created. He turned around to make a door for his mother and father as well. Kongyang quickly tidied up the cave, realizing that the grass mat was covered in dust and needed to be aired out. While the sky was still bright, Siwei suggested that Kongyang take the grass mat and animal skin down to wash them. Today, Siwei had a craving for ginger fish. She chopped the ginger into small pieces, sauteed it in oil until fragrant, and then added soy sauce, creating a simple yet delicious dish. Silently, she poured some soy sauce into the pan, and soon the ginger sauce was ready. Once the fish was steamed, she would pour the sauce over it. Kongyang, having swiftly cleaned the cave, was drawn in by the enticing aroma. He noticed that anything edible that came into Siwei's hands, no matter how unappetizing, transformed into something delightful. Siwei also stir-fried a large plate of sweet potato leaves with wild scallions and ginger, serving small roasted sweet potatoes as the main dish. Kongyang split the sweet potatoes in half to eat the soft interior. Carefully peeling the sweet potatoes, he removed the black skin and placed the insides in a bowl to hand to Siwei. She scooped it up with a spoon, enjoying the soft, sweet, and starchy texture. It was exquisite. Kongyang, hurry and eat the sweet potato. It's so sweet, she urged. Siwei took another bite of the stir-fried sweet potato leaves, savoring the refreshing taste. Finally, she had leafy vegetables to eat again. The ginger fish was also incredibly fragrant, with the soy sauce enhancing its freshness, far surpassing the taste of modern yellow croaker as its meat melted in the mouth. Kongyang tasted each dish in turn, confirming their deliciousness. Siwei felt satisfied after sampling a bit of everything and watched Kongyang eat. She recalled that he seemed to be unpicky with food, willing to eat anything. Seeing the abundance of sweet potato vines left over, Siwei planned to plant them in the vacant space of the vegetable garden. The chili seedlings had been scattered by the wind, and wild scallions were strewn all over. Patiently, Siwei replanted them one by one. She chose the largest patch of land to plant the sweet potato vines, hoping that with good care, they might yield sweet potatoes. Siwei also had the idea of making a fence, as the branches of the nearby trees served as excellent raw materials. Once Kongyang finished eating, he quietly helped nearby, and upon hearing Siwei's intention to build a fence, he immediately responded by going to chop down several branches as thick as his wrist. "Ayu, go rest. I will handle this," he said, quickly crafting a beautiful fence. "Kongyang, how long until the dry season ends?" Kongyang wanted to describe it, but after pondering for a long time, he replied, "It will be quite a while." Saying that was akin to saying nothing at all. Prompting Siwei to decide to prioritize education as well. As the two returned to the cave to rest, Kongyang's expression suddenly changed. "Ayu, you're hurt." At first, Siwei did not comprehend what Kongyang meant by hurt, but quickly realized, and with a mix of embarrassment and anger, she shot him a glare before retreating to the cave to tend to herself. Outside the cave, Kongyang paced anxiously, shouting several times in desperation, causing the wild beasts in the forest to flee in terror from his cries. Meanwhile, Siwei was changing her pants when Kongyang's shouts startled her, causing her to drop her sanitary pad on the ground. With gritted teeth, she picked it up, uncertain of how it might appear to others. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Could it be that female beasts do not experience menstruation? Once she finished changing, she found Kongyang nearly dismantling the door. "What are you doing?" Kongyang froze for a moment, then nonchalantly wiped the door a couple of times. "I was just checking the door." "Ayu, is your injury serious? Why are you bleeding?" Siwei looked at him with an awkward and strange expression. "Haven't you seen a female bleed before?" Kongyang shook his head in confusion. As a solitary beast man, he rarely encountered females. "Ayu, let me take you to find a shaman. She will surely be able to heal you." Kongyang swept Siwei into his arms and dashed outside. "Don't go, Kongyang," Siwei protested, slapping his chest. "Females bleed once every month. Didn't you know?" Uncertain whether the females here bled or not, Siwei took advantage of the situation to mislead Kongyang. Knowing he was clueless about it, Kongyang looked at her skeptically. "Really?" Siwei nodded innocently. "Really, I wouldn't lie to you." Kongyang, still doubtful, carried Siwei back to the cave. Siwei suddenly remembered the soft leaves drying at the mountain top. When she mentioned it to Kongyang, they went to the summit to find that the leaves had indeed been blown away by the wind, leaving only a few scattered remnants. "I'll go pick some more." "Do you want to come with me?" "Yes, let's gather more. We can keep some for wiping our hands." "All right, I'll follow your lead. Kongyang lifted Siyue and flew to the area where there were more soft leaves. This time, Kongyang stayed closely beside Siyue, not leaving her side as they collected leaves. They filled a large bag, and Siyue asked Kongyang to press down on it, leaving only half a bag of leaves. They continued to gather more. Having finished collecting soft leaves, Kongyang was aware that Siyue enjoyed taking strolls, so he carried her to a lush waterway. The banks were adorned with long water plants and numerous colorful stones. While the air was filled with the croaking of frogs, Siyue picked up a somewhat transparent stone from the ground, feeling its smoothness in her hand. She showed it to Kongyang, saying, "Perhaps this is jade." Kongyang was unfamiliar with jade. He only recognized it as an ordinary stone. Siyue approached the creek, where the water was shallow enough to reach her ankles, and many small fish swam joyfully around. There were also many sharp-shelled snails clinging to the stones. The creek was serene, and Siyue closed her eyes while standing at the shore, listening to the gentle trickle of the spring water and the frogs' croaks, which brought an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Kongyang stood beside her, his arms protectively encircling her to prevent her from falling in. She turned to him with a radiant smile. "Kongyang, I am truly happy to have met you." Kongyang smiled back, somewhat puzzled. "I am also very happy. Ayu is a gift from the beast god." Siyue chuckled. "What if one day you discover that I am not a gift from the beast god?" Kongyang responded without hesitation. "To me, your presence is already a miracle." His focused and fervent gaze conveyed his deep concern for her. Siyue sometimes pondered whether true love at first sight existed. How could Kongyang be so unwaveringly certain that she was the one, despite their limited time together? Siyue chose not to speak further, feeling that no words could adequately express her complex emotions. She shifted the topic. "Kongyang, are there any edible plants around here?" Among the myriad of plants, many of which she had never seen before and were not found on Earth, Kongyang handed her a segment of a bamboo-like plant by the shore. "This one is not edible, but you can rub it." Unable to articulate his thoughts, he dipped his hand in the sap and rubbed it, producing a significant amount of foam. Siyue was intrigued and touched it as well. Finding it slippery and capable of producing bubbles with just a pinch, it had cleaning properties, though not very strong. This could be used for washing clothes and hands. It cleans well without harming the skin. Kongyang, understanding its usefulness, uprooted it to plant at home for easy access. He also picked a fruit resembling a coconut. When he pressed the skin, it felt soft, with a quick scratch of his nail. He revealed transparent pieces inside. It's edible and refreshing. Kongyang held the fruit to Siyue's lips, and she instinctively opened her mouth to take a sip. The cool sensation had little flavor, reminiscent of the icy treat she had tasted before. "Let us take a few back. Adding some honey would make it delicious. With some fruit, it could be a natural fruit jelly." Kongyang then produced a handful of round leaves. "These can be used to clean teeth." They smelled delightful. He looked enthusiastic, and Siyue sniffed them, noticing they had no discernible scent. Trying a piece, a bitter taste exploded on her tongue, quickly followed by a sweet aftertaste, leaving a fragrant flavor in her mouth. "We should gather more of these leaves for brushing our teeth in the morning." Kongyang collected a multitude of each type and led Siyue to another area, where he picked a thick leaf for her. "This is a thick leaf. I loved eating it when I was little." The leaf was substantial, as thick as a cactus, yet not large, about half the size of Siyue's palm, glistening in a tempting green. Siyue bit into it, and the juice burst in her mouth with a sweet and sour flavor, akin to savoring a juicy peach. "This is delicious." The fruits of the beast world were indeed plentiful. The ones Kongyang had picked for her before were good, but none compared to the sweetness of this leaf. Seeing her enjoyment, Kongyang gathered a large handful, ensuring to wash them in water before handing them to her. "Kongyang, let us dig one up to plant by our door." Kongyang immediately began to dig, carefully preserving the roots and soil. "Let us set aside what we want to take back over there for now." He piled everything on the shore into a small mound. "Kongyang, please check around for any signs of wild beasts." Kongyang sniffed the air and shook his head. "No, I don't detect any scent of carnivorous beasts." Siyue suddenly recalled that beastmen had keen senses of smell. "Then you take some things back first, and I'll wait here for you." Kongyang resolutely shook his head. He would never let Siyue out of his sight. "Then find a big vine, and we can tie the things up to carry back." Siyue did not press further, understanding Kongyang's concern for her, So she acquiesced to making multiple trips. It was evident that beastmen possessed remarkable strength. As Kongyang effortlessly transported the entire pile back in one go, even stopping to dig up 2 bamboo shoots along the way. Siyue thought of her meager food reserves and realized she needed to work harder. The creek remained unexplored, and after settling their belongings, they ventured back. There were plenty of game on that side, with Kongyang hunting while Siyue kept watch. He placed Siyue on the cleaned bank and headed off not far to hunt. The winds summoned by Siyue swept down the ice powder fruits from the trees, while the thick leaves from other trees were stripped away by 2/3, leaving behind just enough for the other creatures. She collected the most cleanly, and upon returning, she would process it, ensuring her supply of cleaning agent would never run dry. Look, you. Chapter 19. The routine of stockpiling grain. Siyue turned around to see Kongyang cradling a bountiful bouquet of flowers. Gazing at her, upon noticing her glance, he stuffed the flowers into her arms. "You, do you like them?" Siyue was somewhat taken aback. The primitive man understood the art of gifting flowers. Had he truly awakened? "I really like them." "How did you know I enjoyed flowers?" "My mother liked them, so I guessed you would too." Kongyang possessed a certain cleverness about him. "Then let us take them back. You still need to hunt?" At present, no other food had been discovered. Siyue resolved to dig up more bamboo shoots and wild onions, and gather some eggs to make salted eggs. You need to eat meat to replenish your strength. The beastmen had simple reasoning. When ill, one simply consumed more meat to recover. Then hurry along. "I shall wait here for you." Siyue intended to search the surroundings, hoping to find edible wild vegetables or fruits. Then, "Siyue, wait for me. Do not wander off or go into the water. I will worry." Siyue offered a perfunctory smile. Once Kongyang took flight, she immediately felt invigorated and began to explore her surroundings. She collected a number of beautiful stones to store in her ring. Intending to use them when she built a stove later, she rummaged through the grass. She stumbled upon a familiar plant, the refreshing wild mint. In summer, it could be steeped in water to cool down. She decided to gather a bit to dry at home. On the bank, there was a vast expanse of wild mint, and as she picked it, Kongyang returned with his catch. By the time he arrived, she had already gathered enough mint leaves to last for quite a while. "Siyue, what are you doing with this herb?" he inquired. Siyue paused. "This is mint. It makes a refreshing drink." Kongyang recognized that Siyue possessed knowledge far beyond his own. So he inquired no further and joined her in gathering leaves. "That's enough. Let us return." When Siyue rode her dragon back to the cave, she couldn't help but think about how cool her mount was. It was a dragon. After all, upon returning, they each busied themselves. Kongyang prepared the game for cooking while Siyue found a hollow stone to place the flowers in, setting it on the stone table. She intended to make a jar of pickled bamboo shoots. Filling a bamboo tube with water to boil, allowing it to cool before slicing the shoots, sealing them for 20 days before opening. Siyue prepared 2 tubes. If they turned out well, she would make more later. Recently, Kongyang had developed a hearty appetite, consuming 2 or 3 beasts a day, and now he needed 4 or 5. His beast form appeared considerably larger. Both were quite exhausted that evening, dining only on roasted meat, followed by a sweet dessert of honey-infused ice powder fruit. Kongyang instantly fell in love with the icy, sweet taste. I will wash these leaves and then head up. You should return and lie down." Only upon returning to the cave did Siyue remember she needed to wash her pants, and she took them down with her. Kongyang was washing the leaves when he saw her with her clothes and snatched them away. "You, let me wash. You go rest." Siyue couldn't bear to see him doing so much alone and insisted on helping, but Kongyang swept her into his arms and pressed her onto the bed. "Be good. Little female should avoid cold water, as you said." Kongyang supported himself with his hands beside her head and leaned down, causing Siyue to instinctively close her eyes. He had intended merely to embrace her. But seeing her eyes shut, he couldn't resist kissing her, and once he began, he found it impossible to stop them. Siyue protested, lightly pushing against his chest, realizing she was on her period. How could this beast man be so impulsive? Let us mate. Kongyang's eyes glowed red, sweat beading on his forehead, eagerly awaiting her command to conquer. "I cannot engage in such activities while I am bleeding." Siyue, flustered and irritated, tossed this statement aside and turned away, no longer looking at Kongyang. Heaven knows she barely managed to restrain herself as well. Phew. The allure of male beauty is truly deceiving. Kong Yang was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a thing, and he felt utterly frustrated. Now caught in this limbo, he was quite uncomfortable. Kong Yang draped the beast hide over Siyue, then plunged into the lake for a prolonged soak in the cold water. Simultaneously washing the leaves and clothing, by the time he emerged, thoroughly chilled, Siyue had already fallen asleep, having kicked off her blanket, exposing her long legs. Kong Yang glanced at his own impressive form, resigned, and returned to the water. A week later, once Siyue's period ended, she took a hot bath and felt revitalized. If she delayed bathing any longer, she feared she might become odious. Yet that beast man seemed to cherish her scent. Finding it delightful, are you feeling better? Siyue nodded in confusion, unaware of what had so pleased the beast man. Tomorrow is the Beast God Festival. Let us go. We must visit Grandma Wu. Kong Yang had also packed some unknown items on his back. Siyue intended to take a look, but Kong Yang prevented her, adamantly refusing to let her see. Doubt crept into her mind. Did this beast man have a secret? Kong Yang flew steadily with Siyue in his embrace, and she felt a sense of security, eventually dozing off. He even retrieved a piece of beast skin from behind to cover her before continuing their journey. When Siyue awoke, she found herself still nestled in Kong Yang's arms. He assumed she wished to continue sleeping and gently covered her ears. Siyue shook her head, gazing vacantly at Kong Yang with a sweet smile. He was so captivated by her innocence that he felt a rush of blood to his face, causing her to feel a slight pinch. Kong Yang, where are we? Siyue shot him a sidelong glance, overwhelmed by the beastman's perpetual ardor. She found it challenging to cope with his enthusiasm. Kong Yang, feeling the weight of her gaze, was even more distressed. Her look was like a hook ensnaring him. Yet he understood that Siyue was far more bashful than any other females he had encountered, surely not intending anything untoward. He helped her sit up while still holding her tightly. This is the site of the Beast God Festival. They are all my kin. Numerous beastmen stared at Siyue, having never before laid eyes on such a fair and beautiful female. Siyue surveyed her surroundings, soon overwhelmed by the fervent gazes of the beastmen, making her instinctively retreat behind Kong Yang. He embraced her protectively, casting a fierce glare at the single beastman. What are you looking at? This is my little female. Keep staring, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Many dragon beastmen sullenly diverted their gazes, while others, feeling confident in their strength, sought to challenge Kong Yang in hopes of winning Siyue's affection. Kong Lin was one such individual. He found himself quite taken with Siyue, enamored by her delicate and gentle demeanor. Kong Yang, I challenge you. If you lose, you must relinquish the little female to me. Kong Yang, his expression darkening. Firmly rejected, females are not mere possessions. They have their own thoughts and should not be treated as spoils of war. Upon hearing Kong Yang's words, Siyue looked up and kissed his cheek. The surrounding beastmen immediately cast envious glances at Kong Yang. Wondering how he had come to possess such a stunning female, Kong Lin scoffed, Fine, fine, shall we fight? Just wait a moment. Kong Yang tenderly kissed Siyue once more before turning to face Kong Lin, his expression resolute, determined to demonstrate his strength. Kong Lin, let us see how much you have grown over the years. Chapter 20. The prehistoric world. The two soared into the sky, transforming back into their beast forms, a black and a golden dragon facing each other from afar. The tension thickening in the air, Kong Lin was the first to strike, his massive form barreling toward Kong Yang, who roared in response and charged forward. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed throughout the clearing as the two dragons quickly became entangled midair. The crowd below cheering in excitement. The two dragons engaged fiercely, neither yielding, while scales rained down from the sky. Siyue watched with a smirk as the two rolled around, their scuffle resembling that of playful children rather than a battle. Nearby, several females approached her. You are truly beautiful. I am Luling. May I play with you? The girl before her possessed delicate features and doe-like eyes, sparkling with innocence. Of course, I am Siyue. Please, sit here. More young females gathered around her. Siyue, have you just come of age? You seem so short. One female looked at her with pity. Another nudged her. Yang, you shouldn't say that. It's not her fault she doesn't grow tall. Siyue, you will grow taller in time. Do not take Yang's words to heart. It's all right. Siyue replied with a gentle smile. They meant no harm. It was merely that everyone here was taller, making her appear petite. She was not short by any means. Every so often, she cast worried glances at the two dragons tumbling above. Her overly anxious expression caught the attention of the other females, who comforted her. Do not worry. As long as one of them is thrown down, the victor will be determined. No harm will come to them. Siyue could only suppress her anxious feelings, reassuring herself that the black dragon had already shed more scales than the golden, thus Kongyang would surely triumph. More dragon beastmen arrived with their females, and as Siyue surveyed her surroundings, she noticed gigantic plants swaying with the arrival of more dragons. In the presence of these colossal creatures, she felt minuscule, as if she had truly stepped back into the prehistoric era. Before long, several more pairs of dragons were tumbling through the air, shattering the illusion of grandeur she had held, revealing them to be a bunch of immature fools. The black dragon was the first to be thrown down, followed by the golden dragon, who landed triumphantly in human form, ignoring his wounds as he rushed to embrace Siyue. I have won. Kongyang's eyes sparkled with the expectation of praise. And Siyue, recognizing his eagerness, obliged. You are the strongest and most handsome dragon I have ever seen. Kongyang proudly lifted Siyue into the skies, soaring back and forth, causing my hair to be tousled by the wind. Siyue playfully patted Kongyang's chest in mock reproach, to which he immediately responded with gentle strokes of her hair. Siyue, radiant in her beauty, looked exquisite even with her disheveled locks. The sincerity in Kongyang's eyes was compelling. As in his heart, Siyue was the most beautiful of all, incomparable to anyone else. The nearby females observed the pair with kind eyes, understanding that they were on the verge of forming a bond. Soon, a great bonfire was ignited in the center. A shaman and a robust orc appeared simultaneously. Kongyang informed Siyue that their chieftain, Qinglong, had arrived. Tomorrow marks the final day of the harvest season in the Beast God Festival. We shall offer the most precious food as a sacrifice to the Beast God. The orc who captures the most prey before dawn will be the first to receive the Beast Goddess blessing. Warriors of the Beast God, go forth and fight. The chieftain's words ignited fervor among the orcs, the echo of dragon roars resonating through the air. Moon, I will ensure you are the first to receive the blessing. Kongyang then hurriedly delivered Siyue to his father, Fei, before rushing off to hunt. Fei looked upon Siyue with a kind smile, and the nearby females shared a similar affectionate expression. Siyue greeted them. Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Siyue. Well, such a good girl, Siyue. You can come and play with Kongyang anytime. Fei's mother, Hu Jiao, said warmly. Fei gazed at her affectionately, and their sweetness made Siyue wonder if she was perhaps too radiant. Are you hungry? Fei, hurry and roast some meat. Don't let Siyue go hungry. Fei quickly complied, reminding the two not to stray too far, assuring them that as long as they remained close, they would be safe. Understood. Off you go. Hu Jiao interrupted Fei's chatter, urging him to hunt. Siyue envied their relationship, where each saw only the other for decades. Such love was truly precious. Fei soon returned, bringing water and an abundance of fruit. He prepared the water and arranged the fruits before starting to roast the meat. The atmosphere was harmonious as other males followed suit, and soon many females were enjoying the fruits while awaiting the roasted meat. Familiar females took this opportunity to gather and chat. A few elder females soon approached Hu Jiao to converse, while Siyue listened to their discussions about how to consume enough to survive the winter. Even amidst the bounty of the harvest season, Siyue noticed very few were plump. Everyone was slender and graceful, with only a few slightly plump, yet they all worried about their inability to gain weight. How can one possibly gain weight when feasting solely on meat? They do not consume carbohydrates at all. If they were to embrace a ketogenic diet, they would be thrilled to shed any excess flesh. Siyue had no desire to play the savior. She chose to teach Kongyang, who, if willing, would impart knowledge to his kin. It was not her concern. After exchanging a few words, several elder females were whisked away by their males, who were quite jealous of their females' camaraderie with others. Siyue could only marvel at their possessiveness and strong desire for exclusivity, thankful that Kongyang was not the same. She still felt quite free. The moon shone brightly against the sparse stars, illuminating the night sky. It was not until evening that Siyue saw Kongyang return, laden with an impressive haul of prey, nearly as much as his own body. She marveled at how he managed to carry it all upon his return. He embraced Siyue and took her to the lakeside for a bath, also addressing personal matters. As evening fell, a bonfire was lit, and everyone settled down to sleep, including Siyue and Kongyang. Kongyang spread 2 animal skins on the ground, inviting Siyue and Hujiao to rest atop them. Fei cast an approving glance at Kongyang. Well done. My son, you're taking care of the females now. Kongyang arrogantly lifted his chin, determined to care for females even better than his father. This was the first time Siyue had slept openly among so many people, and she felt somewhat awkward, fearing she might snore or be bitten by insects through the night. Noticing her restlessness, Kongyang assumed she was simply unaccustomed to the situation. With a wave of his hand, he pulled her into his embrace, coaxing her to sleep. It must be said that Kongyang's warmth was inviting, his body exuding a pleasant scent of grass. Though she felt a tinge of embarrassment, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Only when Kongyang saw that Siyue had fallen asleep did he gently place her back on the animal's skin. Hujiao, taking notice, moved the other skin aside, wishing to sleep alongside her own female. As dawn broke, Siyue awoke to the hardness of the ground, her body aching as she had become accustomed to sleeping on grass mats. Moon, what would you like for breakfast? Siyue had little appetite, allowing Kongyang to decide. Soon, a pot of fish soup and roasted meat was presented before her. The others watched in curiosity as they prepared soup using clamshells, many approaching Kongyang to inquire. But he dismissed them. He had already arranged with the chieftain to invite several orcs to his place after the blessing ceremony, hoping to learn to make pot meat indoors, increasing their chances of survival during the winter season. Ayu, will you be my mate? Chapter 21. Love Unquestioned. Siyue felt a surge of anticipation as she envisioned spending the seasons hand in hand with Kongyang. What a beautiful picture that would be. I would be honored, and I cherish you dearly. As daylight brightened, Chieftain Qinglong began tallying the prey brought back by the orcs. Kongyang had contributed a significant amount, yet the first prize went to another formidable dragon, who was slightly older and larger than Kongyang. Kongyang felt a pang of disappointment. Ayu, I cannot let you be the first to receive the blessing. Siyue gently stroked his fluffy head, reassuring him, it's all right. As long as we are together. Kongyang immediately perked up, realizing that as long as Siyue belonged to him, that was enough. They were the third pair to receive the blessing. The shaman murmured ancient incantations, and when it was their turn, Siyue listened intently, becoming increasingly familiar with the words. O traveler from afar, when you descend upon this land, please pray to the beast god above inside. Siyue felt a tempest of emotions, but outwardly maintained her composure. Some parts of the shaman's incantation were in the language of dragons, and as Siyue was lost in thought, she felt a sharp pain at her fingertip. Kongyang had pricked her finger, drawing a few drops of her blood dye in that moment. Siyue felt as if she could sense a fragment of Kongyang's emotions. It was surreal. Could it be that the beast god truly existed? Once the blessing was complete, Kongyang swiftly hoisted his pack and carried Siyue away. Instinctively, she clung to his waist. Kongyang, where are you taking me? Kongyang, unable to contain his excitement, replied, I found a wonderful place yesterday. We re-going there. Unsure of what they would do in another location, Siyue felt as if today was her wedding day, and it all felt a bit unreal. While Siyue was lost in thought, Kongyang led her to their destination, a hidden cave, large and slightly damp. Kongyang carried her deeper into the cave, passing through several smaller chambers until they reached a pool of spring water. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Testing the water with her hand, she confirmed it was indeed hot. This was a natural hot spring. Kongyang laid out animal skins on a nearby stone platform, tidying the area slightly before heading into a side cave where he had stashed yesterday's catch. Are you hungry? Kongyang asked. Siyue, enjoying the soothing warmth on her feet, shook her head. I'm not hungry. I just ate. Kongyang casually tossed his own animal skin onto the ground. Ayu, unbeknownst to her, a radiant orc stood behind, as she pondered ways to send Kongyang away, wishing to indulge in a bath. Kongyang's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as he embraced Siyue, and before she could react, he quickly removed her animal skin. Kongyang, the rest of her words were lost as springtime fervor enveloped them. After a day of unabashed intimacy, Siyue could no longer bear it and felt the urge to escape. Even though she was an empowered being with a robust physique, she could not withstand the vigor of an orc. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was swept back by a drowsy Kongyang, and once again, the cave was filled with fervent activity. "Ayu, why did you run away? Was I not pleasing enough?" Kongyang's crystalline eyes, tinged with innocence, tugged at her heartstrings. Had he not been simultaneously speaking and acting, she might have softened, but all she wanted was to cast him out. "Kongyang, if this continues, I might become depleted. Do you know what that means?" Siwei gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed, her fair skin marred with countless bruises. Even as she spoke, sleep threatened to overtake her. Kongyang felt a twinge of guilt, but it was fleeting and insufficient to halt his advances. His little female was simply too sweet. After savoring the taste, he could never go back to plainness. When Siwei finally emerged from the cave, 3 days had passed, and she appeared pale and weak. Kongyang, invigorated and content, left Siwei bewildered. Did orcs possess iron constitutions? Had she not fainted once, he likely would not have released her. They did not return to the plaza, but instead Kongyang carried Siwei back to their dwelling. By the time they reached the cave, Siwei had already fallen into a deep slumber. Kongyang held her closely, his desires bubbling beneath the surface. Though Siwei felt somewhat uncomfortable, fatigue overcame her, and she found herself unable to move a single finger. Drifting into sleep until the middle of the night when Kongyang's antics roused her. "Kongyang, go sleep outside the cave." Siwei was visibly upset. After much coaxing and apologizing, Kongyang managed to appease her, refraining from any further mischief. And they embraced, falling asleep once more. Siwei awoke late, the sun already high in the sky, a rarity for her. She sensed a burning gaze upon her. Kongyang was glued to her side, watching intently. Siwei struggled to accept the situation. Despite his handsomeness, his sticky, longing stare felt as if it were welding her in place, making her want to gouge out his eyes. "If you keep staring, I'll throw you out to sleep outside." As Kongyang's gaze smoothly shifted away, he was enveloped in a cascade of pink bubbles. The little female finally belonged entirely to him, her entire being suffused with his essence. The warmth of these recent days gradually intensified. The daylight stretched longer, and the insects in the forest proliferated, much to Siwei's vexation. Just then, the clan leader arrived with several beastmen at their cave entrance. Kongyang welcomed them, while Siwei sought refuge from the heat inside the cave. What was this Kongyang had brought? What purpose did it serve? The beastmen, brought by the Azure Dragon, were nimble and astute. Kongyang first led them to dig for bamboo shoots, chop bamboo, hunt, and catch fish upon their return. He taught them how to sun-dry the bamboo shoots and prepare pickled meat. He also made braised fish and grilled fish, as fish was the primary food source during the snowy season. Previously, when hunger struck, they had resorted to eating it raw, often injuring their throats in the process. Stockpiling pickled meat might prevent any tribe members from starving during this year's snowy season. The other beastmen diligently absorbed the lessons. Eager to master the knowledge to impart to their kin, Kongyang also collected numerous vines to teach them how to weave wicker baskets. He invited the Azure Dragon to tour the cave, where Siwei was busy weaving a cooling mat, the previous one having succumbed to disrepair. The Azure Dragon's astonishment grew with each discovery, each surpassing his understanding. He humbly sought Siwei's guidance on the purpose and method of creating the cooling mat, observing and learning intently as she wove. After seeing the grass mat, he became even more excited, imagining how comfortable it would be to sleep on. He, too, desired to craft one for his own female. Due to the scarcity of dry grass, Siwei utilized vine bark to twist into thread, teaching the Azure Dragon the method before ceasing her efforts. The group of beastmen returned, laden with knowledge, and arranged to return soon. Before departing, Siwei made a request. Would the clan leader bring some edible grasses on his next visit? The Azure Dragon readily agreed, instructing the others to do the same. Once they had left, Siwei began to tidy the cave. It was time to design a kitchen. It needed to be completed before the snowy season. She also sought to devise a few breathable door curtains to keep mosquitoes at bay while allowing ventilation. Siwei dedicated time to teach Kongyang numbers. Initially, he was oblivious to the concept of numerals, but after a period of study, he realized the convenience of being able to count. "Kongyang, how do you ward off insects during the dry season?" Chapter 22. The dry season. We dragon beastmen possess tough skin and resilient flesh, making us less appealing to insects. If you remain inside the cave, you shall not suffer their bites. Siwei gazed helplessly at the large mosquitoes outside. Given her petite stature, she feared she might be drained dry in mere moments. Seeing that Siwei still contemplated venturing outside, Kongyang attempted to dissuade her for some time, but ultimately could not change her mind. Leaving him to devise a solution, after reassuring Siwei, he swiftly returned with bundles of grass, long, slender leaves that appeared dry and odorless. This grass, when worn, will repel insects, he explained. Siwei understood. This was the local insect-repellent grass. She touched the dry grass and instructed Kongyang to ignite it to create smoke within the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with thick smoke, effectively dispatching many of the mosquitoes that had evaded capture. The scent was not unpleasant, albeit slightly pungent. Siwei resolved to fashion a sachet from this grass to hang on herself. First, she needed to find a large leaf that was both soft and sturdy, which she would sew together with a bone needle. The needle, crafted by Kongyang previously, though lacking the finesse of modern tools, was considered quite exquisite in this era. Using shredded vine bark as thread, she fashioned the leaf into a pouch, then pricked small holes in the leaf's surface with the needle's tip to insert the crushed insect-repelling leaves before sewing it shut. Everything proceeded smoothly, save for the minor challenge of crushing the leaves. She asked Kongyang to create a simple stone mortar, and after grinding the leaves, she stuffed them into the pouch and completed her rudimentary sachet. Siwei made 4 in total, 3 for herself and 1 for Kongyang. He cherished the leaf sachet, a gift from Siwei, and wore it carefully, his smile unwavering. You are so clever. This way, you need not fear the mosquitoes. Kongyang's praise momentarily dazzled Siwei, who wouldn't relish a handsome man sincerely showering them with compliments. Turning her gaze outside, she noticed the sun hanging high in the sky, its brilliant rays casting a blinding light upon the earth. Why has it been so hot recently? Sitting there, drenched in sweat, the fur she wore felt suffocating. Unable to bear it any longer, she called for Kongyang to fetch water for a bath, and after changing into her own t-shirt and lightweight trousers, she felt somewhat better. With the dry season upon them, the days would only grow hotter and the water supply would dwindle. Kongyang sighed at this realization. The transition from the dry season to the rainy season would leave them without water for some time, necessitating that they wait for the rains to quench their thirst. Siwei keenly sensed Kongyang's concerns. Will it affect us? After a moment's contemplation, he assured her, during the dry season when water runs low, I will seek sources elsewhere. I shall ensure you do not suffer from thirst. Frowning, Siwei pondered the harshness of life in the beast world. Were the seasons truly so extreme? We should stockpile water before the drought begins. Kongyang's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Indeed, they could gather more water to endure the dry season. But how can we store so much water? Siwei sighed, ruffling Kongyang's hair, bemused at his lack of foresight. You should chop more bamboo to create water storage tubes. Before she could finish speaking, Kongyang had already dashed away. Impatient as ever, he hardly listened to her complete thought, a bit concerned. Siwei reflected that if water were to run dry, both plants and animals would suffer, thus impacting their food storage plans. Kongyang made several trips, returning with an abundance of bamboo. He even seized the opportunity to catch a few animals, binding them nearby as he began crafting the bamboo tubes. He could produce one in mere minutes, and soon the ground was littered with them, leaving little room to tread. Siwei refrained from interrupting Kongyang, instead carrying a tube to the water's edge to clean it. The heat was unbearable. Only by submerging her feet in the water could she find a sliver of relief. Due to the oppressive heat, they opted for a simple lunch of roasted meat before resuming their labors. Kongyang, feeling sympathetic towards Siwei as she scrubbed the bamboo tubes, urged her to take a break, but she declined. You are working harder on the tubes. Cleaning them is no trouble if I tire. I will rest. Kongyang's heart swelled with sweetness. He hastened to finish the bamboo tubes so he could wash Siwei and allow her to rest sooner. It wasn't until evening that he completed the bamboo tubes and, after dinner, Siwei, utterly fatigued, retired to sleep. Kongyang lulled her to slumber before descending to continue washing the bamboo tubes. He resolved that by finishing his task tonight, Siwei would have no need to clean them the following day. He returned to the cave in the early hours of the morning, cradling Siwei as he fell asleep. As dawn broke, Siwei awoke from the heat, stealthily extricating herself from Kong Yang's embrace. It was much cooler now. However, Kong Yang, sensing her absence, pulled her back into his arms. Siyue, irritated, pinched his waist. Startled, Kong Yang awoke. Ayu, why are you pinching me? Don't draw so close. It's too hot. Siyue extricated herself once more, yet Kong Yang, invigorated by the sight of her slender waist, pulled her back yet again. Please, don't, When Siyue finally awoke again, the outside world was already brightly lit, and Kong Yang was nowhere to be found. She stepped out of the cave, met by a wave of heat that crashed upon her. The breeze carried only warmth, and at the water's edge, she set down a fish trap to catch fish for drying. Siyue contemplated weaving a winnowing basket to assist in drying the fish. Lacking the skill to weave circular shapes, she decided to create a rectangular one, using the same technique as the cooling mat. First, she sliced bamboo strips with a laser sword, smoothing each piece with a knife before commencing the weaving of the mat. Once the mat was complete, Siyue checked the fish trap, only to find a few palm-sized fish and shrimp. The fish were too small, so she released them back into the water, keeping only the shrimp. Just then, Kong Yang returned, carrying several beasts. Upon seeing Siyue weaving yet another mat, he immediately grasped her hands and inspected them, noticing some redness, and gently rubbed them. Next time you plan to do something, let me know. Look at your hands, they're all red. Kong Yang, filled with concern, kissed her fingers tenderly. Then you go catch fish. Try to catch 3 first. Siyue suggested, uncertain if they would succeed. So she proposed starting with 3. Kong Yang dove into the water with a swift motion, and soon 3 sizable fish were tossed onto the shore. Siyue used her wind manipulation to pin them down, and once Kong Yang emerged, she instructed him to kill the fish. Once prepared, the fish were cut into chunks, quickly transforming into pieces of fish meat, which she placed in an oil-free clam pot, sprinkling in salt to marinate for an hour. She then laid soft leaves atop a winnowing basket and arranged the marinated fish pieces to dry until they were desiccated. Devoid of odor. Ayu, may I teach our tribe how to dry fish? Kong Yang inquired eagerly. Of course, in a burst of excitement, Kong Yang scooped up Siyue and twirled her around. I'm so dizzy. Put me down. Flustered, Kong Yang gently set her down, concern etched on his face. Ayu, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I need to rest for a moment. Siyue took a large gulp of water, feeling the oppressive heat weighing down on her. She skipped lunch, opting instead to return to the cave to wash and lie down, as the heat rendered outdoor activity unwise. The risk of heat stroke was not to be trifled with by evening. The sun had dipped to a mere sliver of twilight, the air becoming less stifling. Siyue checked the fish pieces, which had hardened and dried without any foul odor. Is this ready to eat? Kong Yang asked, squeezing a dried piece of fish. He tasted it and, though it could not compare to roasted meat, found it increasingly savory with each chew. It should be steamed or stir-fried before consumption. They descended into the kitchen, and upon noticing the eggs nestled in the corner, Siyue's craving for salted duck eggs surfaced. This egg is quite large. Pickling just a few will suffice. Boil a pot of brine. Then wash the eggs thoroughly and allow them to dry. Place them together in a bamboo tube for a period of pickling. Kong Yang is preparing meat and roasted fish for Siyue, and after the meal, there will be an abundance of fruits to enjoy. This is the season when various wild fruits ripen, and Siyue has a fondness for them, so Kong Yang has gathered quite a few. These fruits are rather delicious. I shall gather more tomorrow. Chapter 23. Dried fruits. Early the next morning, Kong Yang set out with the vine bag he had crafted himself. Siyue wished to make some dried fruits. Sun-drying takes too long. She contemplated constructing a bread oven for roasting. She first marked out the shape on the ground and then outlined the structure. Upon Kong Yang's return, he bore his vine bag on his back. With his claws clutching his catch, he placed the large bag on the ground and extracted several fruits to hand to Siyue. Taste these fruits and let me know which ones you prefer. I will gather more for you tomorrow. Siyue picked up a green fruit and took a bite. It burst with juice, reminiscent of August melon, yet devoid of seeds, soft, glutinous, and sweet. She first showed this fruit to Kong Yang, then continued to select several other large, seedless, juicy varieties, all prime candidates for drying. Kong Yang, take a look at this. Can you make something from it? After clarifying the parts he did not understand, Kong Yang confidently asserted that he could. The two discussed and worked together, quickly forming a prototype, though they faced challenges when selecting the base plate. Ultimately, they settled on a stone, with CUS silently praying that it would withstand the heat. The clay was still damp, so they started a fire to bake the inner walls. As expected, the clay oven cracked under the dual assault of the sun and fire. They had to redo their work, and after several failures, they finally constructed a base that would not crack. When making the upper part, insulation materials needed to be added. CUE was at a loss for what to use. There were no glass jars available. After much deliberation, she opted for hollow bamboo tubes. As they began to assemble the upper portion, Kongyang transformed back into his beast form, quickly mixing the clay and dried grass. He rolled sticky clay strips, covering the parts to be preserved with leaves, first building a layer with the clay strips, then adding the small bamboo tubes for the second layer, and finally sealing the top with more clay strips. What is this? CUE explained the purpose, noting that the clay was not yet fully dry and needed more time before it could be used. This cannot be used now. Once it dries completely, we won't have to tend to the meat constantly while roasting. After a night had passed, the bread oven had dried thoroughly in the heat. Kongyang eagerly killed a game resembling a goose, then awaited CUE's next instructions. Add salt, ginger, and scallions, then massage it like this. It will absorb the flavors better. Yes, just like that. After marinating the meat, they could start the fire. They ignited the kindling, let it burn for a while, then removed the wood, placed the meat inside, and covered it to wait. Is that all it takes to roast the meat? Kongyang asked, somewhat incredulous. Could meat really be cooked without flames? It isn't done yet. We must wait a little longer, but I cannot be certain it will cook properly given the different materials. Time passed, and a tantalizing aroma wafted from within. It smells wonderful. You are truly clever. With such a treasure, we can save so much effort in the future. Indeed, we can free up time for other tasks. Estimating it should be ready, they brought the meat out, its exterior already a golden brown. Kongyang tore off a leg, peeled it, and shredded it into small pieces, placing them in a bowl to offer to CUE. There are no bones left. Eat quickly. CUE took a bite. Although it lacked intense seasoning, the meat was tender and juicy, compensating for the absent saltiness. Delicious. You should have some too. The two savored their meal delightfully. Afterward, Kongyang set about processing the herbivorous beast he had specifically hunted, a colossal specimen capable of yielding numerous jars of meat. We must stockpile more meat. It will be difficult to fill our bellies during the rainy and snowy seasons. CUE had only thought that food scarcity was a struggle in the snowy season, unaware that food was limited in all but the bountiful season. Let's catch some fish later. We can dry more fish. All right, you should hide under the tree. It's too hot out. CUE obediently retreated to the shade, contemplating how much food they could store. For now, they could not make cured meat. Their meat supplies would consist mainly of jarred meat and dried fish. As for staples, they would rely on the sweet potatoes they had seen previously. They would also seek out some wild vegetables to dry, ensuring they would not lack for greens. Kongyang moved with agility, quickly separating and washing the beast meat into pieces. Meanwhile, CUE sliced the fruits into pieces for drying. One bread oven is somewhat slow. We will need several to roast simultaneously to gather food more efficiently. In a few days, when the clan leader arrives, we will have many bread ovens prepared. Kongyang had devised a plan, not wasting the readily available labor. In a few days, when the leader of the Qinglong tribe and his entourage understood the purpose of the bread oven, they expressed their eagerness to learn. They were amazed by the bread oven, marveling at how it saved time, effort, and firewood. I will teach you how to make it. First, take a look at these materials. Prepare a portion for yourselves. All of these will be required. A dozen individuals dispersed in search of materials, primarily stones, clay, bamboo tubes, and dried grass. They soon returned, each carrying their share. The weather was hot, and CUE sought refuge in the shade by the water. A few days earlier, she had asked Kongyang to move their table and chairs beneath the tree for relief from the heat. The beastmen strived to imitate Kongyang with each step. They constructed one base after another. When it came time for the clay, Kongyang led by example while others gathered clay to stomp and bring back. A group of dragon beasts wobbled as they stomped the clay, not only amusing but also quite endearing. By nightfall, CUE had acquired 13 bread ovens. Kongyang had marinated the game during midday, and by afternoon, it was ready to be roasted. Now, it was time to eat. The beastmen present each received a piece of roasted meat, discovering that not only did it save time, but it was also more delicious as they learned. They hurried back to their territories. Before the Qinglong leader departed, he exchanged a few words with Kongyang, whose expression darkened, his brows furrowed with a sense of foreboding. After sending the leader and his entourage off, Kongyang fell into an unexpected silence, his entire demeanor radiating an air of menace, which caught Siyue's attention. Kongyang? What is the matter? Kongyang snapped back to reality and tightly embraced Siyue. It's nothing. But this afternoon the leader mentioned that a group of wandering beastmen has quietly entered our dragon beast territory and has yet to be found. I am somewhat concerned. Siyue recalled the group she had encountered. Could it be those who attacked me last time? Kongyang nodded, then shook his head. Those individuals are likely just a portion. There are still some wandering beastmen unaccounted for. Siyue sighed. Why is the beast world still so perilous? What did the leader say to you? The leader advised us to be cautious. If we detect their presence, we should notify the clan. Are there many wandering beastmen? Typically, they are not numerous, but this time they have amassed a large number of beastmen within our territory, and the leader is quite angry. How strange. If you are one of the most powerful races on the beast god continent, why would they choose to invade your clan instead of others? Kongyang was equally perplexed. It was his first encounter with such audacity from wandering beastmen. Regardless of how many wandering beastmen come, I will protect you well. Chapter 24. Wandering beastmen. For an entire week, the two diligently stockpiled provisions. However, the sun grew more scorching by the day. Spending even a short while under its rays felt like shedding skin. Ayu, stay in the cave. Call for me if you need anything. Kongyang took on all responsibilities single-handedly. Siyue wished to assist but found herself unable. Her skin could not withstand the direct sunlight. She asked Kongyang to bring back many stones and clay, intending to construct a stove in the coming days so they could cook there in the future. Siyue built a simple stove in the center of the stone platform, thinking how convenient it would be if they had a large iron pot for cooking. By the time she completed the stove, it was already afternoon, and Kongyang returned with his catch. Recently, due to the heat, animals were reluctant to venture out. Kongyang busied himself, alternating between hunting, drying fruits, and cooking during the day, and making bamboo tubes and fetching water for storage at night. Not a moment of leisure graced their day. Although life was arduous, Kongyang did not mind, finding joy in each day. To eat quickly. Kongyang was flushed and hot, his body radiating heat. He carefully avoided Siyue's touch. Don't burn yourself. My scales are very hot. Siyue felt a pang of sympathy but could do nothing. Without venturing out, there would be no food, and they had to prepare for the rainy and snowy seasons ahead. Dig a large vat here for water storage. You should wash up in the cave across the way. It will be cooler. Kongyang quickly set down the meat and went to wash, indeed finding it much cooler. After finishing her meal, Siyue checked their stock in the storage room. 35 jars of bamboo tube meat, 10 jars of dried fish, 2 jars of dried bamboo shoots, and barely a bucket's worth of dried vegetables. They had 50 jars of water. With these supplies, it seemed unlikely they would last a month. And Siyue felt a wave of worry wash over her. As she emerged from the storage room, she suddenly recalled the sweet potatoes. However, those lay within the territory of the witches, and they could only extract a small quantity to return for planting. It would be prudent to search within their own domain first, to see if there were any remnants of Kongyang crafting bamboo tubes beneath. The water level had significantly receded in recent days, though thankfully, the depth had not yet posed a substantial threat. Lost in contemplation, Siyue heard Kongyang's roar. Sensing an ominous turn of events, she hastily dashed out of the cave. Peering outside, she saw 2 or 3 dozen orcs encircling Kongyang. He did not cast a glance upward, fearing that the orcs might discover Siyue's presence. Siyue cautiously retreated into the cave to gather all the supplies, lest she become collateral damage in the ensuing conflict. No sooner had she finished than the sound of bodies colliding echoed from below, accompanied by a cacophony of roars. 30 or so diverse orcs surged forward to attack Kongyang, who met them head-on without a hint of fear. After a fierce skirmish, 5 or 6 orcs lay grievously injured, while Kongyang bore various wounds. Enraged, Siyue felt the winds begin to swirl violently around her. Both parties paused, panting, casting uncertain glances at the figure of Siyue high above. With a chilling gaze, she addressed the orcs. Kongyang, Come here. Without hesitation, Kong Yang soared to her side, allowing her to stand upon his back. With a subtle motion of her hands, two tornadoes materialized, charging towards the orcs with relentless force. The orcs fled in a panic, shouting incomprehensible words as they scrambled for safety. Kong Yang, astonished by the tempest, had not anticipated Siyue's command over the winds. Her icy demeanor transformed her entirely. Initially, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kong Yang's eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce desire for retribution. None of the orcs would escape. Siyue belonged to him, and no one could take her away. Pursue. He instinctively obeyed her command, as Siyue grew impatient with the cat-and-mouse game. The orcs found themselves ensnared by the wind, their limbs locked in place, suspended helplessly in the air. Kong Yang gently descended with Siyue to the ground, transforming into his human form, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at her. Are you the strongest favored by the gods? Upon uttering these words, Kong Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Siyue's immense power surely garnered the favor of the beast god. He wondered if she would be willing to remain by his side. Not at all. There are those stronger than I. Siyue averted her gaze from Kong Yang, concerned that he might view her as a monster. If he could not accept her, she would leave and find a solitary place to live. She deliberately ignored the ache in her heart. Deal with them. We need to talk. Siyue stiffened, managing a reluctant nod. She was uncertain how Kong Yang perceived her abilities and whether he regarded her as an outlier. Kong Yang swiftly and decisively severed the heads of the orcs, preparing to discard their bodies into the endless abyss, ensuring they would not taint his territory. You return first. I will visit the endless abyss. With that, Kong Yang took flight, carrying the corpses away, determined to shield his Siyue from the grotesque creatures. Siyue watched him disappear into the distance, feeling a sense of disconnection. Only when his figure vanished from sight did she turn back. Previously, her tornadoes had avoided the foot of the mountain, merely causing a disarray in the winds. She tidied the area and returned the supplies to their rightful place, surveying the cave she had inhabited for several months. To her surprise, after such a brief period, she found herself reluctant to part with it. How curious, she murmured, casting one last glance before departing. When Kong Yang returned, he found the cave eerily empty. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be that a lurking orc had abducted Siyue? No. Siyue could command the winds. Those orcs posed no threat to her. Without a moment to ponder further, he exited the cave, following the faint scent of Siyue. Siyue flew across the river, unaware of how long she had been in the air. When she regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Shadows of trees loomed around her, and the cries of unknown creatures echoed, the silence amplifying the sound of her own heartbeat. Silently, she continued her flight, realizing she felt a profound loneliness, a sensation she had never experienced while in Kong Yang's company. With a sigh, she resolved to find a cave for the night. Otherwise, she would be forced to sleep outdoors, which was unsafe. She flew swiftly until she located a small cave, its entrance facing the forest. If anything disturbed the night, she would be alerted. Gathering some firewood, she ignited a flame, and with Kong Yang absent, she took the opportunity to prepare a bowl of noodles. As she savored the first bite, a wave of contentment washed over her. She reminded herself to view life as a transient experience. One encounters numerous individuals throughout their journey. Why take it all too seriously? After finishing her meal and tidying the area, she laid out some large leaves and retrieved her quilt. It had been a long time since she had felt such soft bedding. It was incredibly comforting. Gazing at the moon suspended high above, she fell asleep, wrapped in anticipation for the morrow. Kong Yang, in a state of panic, followed the faint scent of Siyue, his heart heavy with uncertainty regarding her sudden departure. He surmised that she had chosen to leave, and with her abilities, no orc could pose a threat to her. Kong Yang was deeply worried for Siyue's safety. The night forest was far from secure. Chapter 25. Sweet potatoes. Siyue's scent swiftly dissipated in the breeze, and Kong Yang tirelessly searched the woods throughout the night, yet failed to locate her by dawn. He sensed through their bond that Siyue was currently safe. Forcing himself to calm, he reflected on the events of the previous day, struggling to discern the reason for her departure. Following the edge of the forest, he finally caught a whiff of Siyue's scent once more, and in a fit of joy, he pursued it with fervor. You? As Siyu stepped out of the cave, their eyes met. Kong Yang? What are you doing here? Upon seeing her, Kong Yang dashed forward, arms wide open. Enveloping Siyu in a tight embrace, if I've done something wrong, you can scold or hit me. Just please don't leave me. His tone was laced with desperation, tinged with a hint of tears. Yet, unbeknownst to Siyu, his dark eyes reflected a tumult of twisted obsession. Do you think I am different from you? At last, Kong Yang grasped that Siyu had misinterpreted his intentions. You are a favored one. You are indeed different from me, but I will strive to grow stronger to be worthy of you, you. We vowed before the beast god to be together forever. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Siyu, who, in a haze of confusion, was once again drawn back into his embrace. Kong Yang held her tightly throughout their journey home. Upon returning, he hunted several prey and filled the water jar in the cave. For 7 consecutive days, Siyu remained bedridden, lacking even the strength to move her fingers. You are being unreasonable. Don't expect to sleep beside me again. Kong Yang feigned ignorance, continuing to attend to her every need, occasionally adopting a pitiable demeanor to elicit her sympathy. Siyu found herself truly frightened by him. Every time she grew angry, he employed this tactic, leaving her in a state of conflict. Should she be upset or forgive him? If you do this again, I will ignore you. Kong Yang realized he had crossed a line, yet every time he thought of Siyu potentially leaving him, he felt compelled to leave his mark on her. In the days that followed, life returned to its tranquil rhythm, and one day, Siyu recalled the sweet potatoes. Kong Yang, do you think the sweet potatoes are ripe? Kong Yang shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps we should check tomorrow? Or how about we set out tonight, rest during the day, and bring the sweet potatoes back after dark? All right, let us depart shortly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two set off. Arriving at the sweet potato field, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Siyu produced a torch made of resin, illuminating their surroundings. Kong Yang cherished the torch in his hands. This torch is so convenient. Previously, our night excursions into the woods were shrouded in darkness. Enough playing. Hurry and pull out this vine. Kong Yang gently tugged, extracting a cluster of sweet potatoes. Each potato was as large as a head, and Siyu was filled with delight. Kong Yang, if we plant more sweet potatoes, we shall never go hungry again. The tribe's rule dictated that whoever discovered food claimed it as their own. However, this was the domain of the witch elder. She would be informed, and they could take half. All right, you go ahead. I will wait for you. The distance to the witch's cave was not far, and being in the heart of the tribe, safety was not a concern, so Kong Yang departed. Once he was gone, Siyu swiftly pulled the surrounding sweet potato vines, collecting them along with the tubers into her storage ring, amassing over 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. That moment, Kong Yang returned with the witch elder. You? Kong Yang, noticing her absence, grew anxious. I'm here. Siyu, hidden at the edge, had placed the torch back in its previous position, causing Kong Yang to overlook her. Witch elder, these are the sweet potatoes. Kong Yang gestured to the tubers he had previously extracted for her inspection. The witch elder eyed them skeptically, questioning, can these muddy things truly be delicious? Kong Yang, upon encountering Wu, remained skeptical and chose not to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he kindled a fire and buried sweet potatoes within, intending to unearth them once they became tender to the touch. When he finally retrieved one and split it in half, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Wu's face lit up with an uncontrollable smile. Grandma Wu, please have a taste. Kong Yang offered a piece of the sweet potato. Wu, taking a morsel, savored its soft, sweet texture, unable to resist the temptation to indulge. It's incredibly delicious when roasted. Perhaps in the future, our tribe will no longer suffer from hunger. Wu's excitement was beyond words, and she even leaped a couple of times in joy before regaining her composure. Kong Yang, go inform the Qinglong tribe leader to come. Let me escort you back to the cave first. It isn't safe here at night. Don't delay. Go find the tribe leader. I will protect your female, Grandma Wu said, somewhat impatiently urging Kong Yang to leave. Kong Yang, with no choice but to comply, departed reluctantly. Grandma Wu turned back to hold Siyu's hand. Little female, do not be afraid. Grandma will protect you. With that, Wu led Siyu back toward the cave. Little female, where is your tribe located? Siyu recalled Kong Yang's earlier words. I cannot find my way back. I woke up here. Grandma Wu pondered for a moment. I see. What was your former tribe's beast form? It was the ape tribe, Siyu responded calmly, wondering if they would expect her to transform back into a monkey. The ape tribe, indeed a large clan. As far as I know, they reside on another continent. I do not know how I ended up here. I only remember a sharp pain in my head, and when I awoke, I was already here. Grandma Wu ceased her inquiries, and in silence, the two arrived at the cave. The leader's territory lay some distance from Wu's domain. Grandma Wu guided Siyu to a stone bed for her to rest before departing. Siyu looked at the dusty stone bed, blew away the dust, and sat down. Unable to lie down comfortably, drowsily, she leaned against the wall and fell asleep, only to awaken later to find herself nestled in Kong Yang's embrace. The stone bed was covered with clean leaves and a layer of animal skin. "You, sleep a little longer, be good," Kong Yang murmured sleepily, gently patting Siyu's back. The familiar scent lulled her back to slumber. Kong Yang's little female, is she a divine favored one? Wu pondered, uncertain. According to what Kong Yang said, perhaps, but the beast deity's guidance was quite peculiar. What did the beast deity instruct? The beast deity directed us to treat her well, yet she is not a divine favored one. Wu and Qinglong exchanged glances. A being with divine power yet not classified as a divine favored one. What could this mean? If we heed the beast deity's instructions to treat her well, perhaps she will bring hope to our tribe. Grandma Wu concluded before turning back to tend to the sweet potatoes. After a morning of diligent labor from the dragon beast men, a mountain of sweet potatoes was unearthed. Each member of the tribe received their share, with the Qinglong tribe leaving half for Wu and distributing the remainder among the tribesfolk, allowing them to return and seek their own provisions. You, the tribe leader, wishes to see you. Why does the leader suddenly want to meet me? The leader and Wu have learned that you are a divine favored one, and they wish to see you. Siyu rubbed her forehead in exasperation. This unfortunate matter was being broadcasted indiscriminately. Let us go, then, to meet the tribe leader. Exiting the cave, they found the leader awaiting them, surrounded by numerous beastmen who were transporting sweet potatoes. Leader, you has arrived. Qinglong glanced back at Siyu, smiling kindly, though it sent a chill down her spine. You two, follow me. Qinglong led them deep into the cave. Little female, those skills Kong Yang possesses, you must have taught him? Qinglong inquired. Without hesitation, Kong Yang nodded, and Siyu could only admit, it was a discovery made together with Kong Yang. Many were attempts we undertook together. Wu and Qinglong exchanged knowing glances. If Kong Yang bullies you in the future, come find Grandma. I will ensure he receives a proper reprimand. Grandma Wu affectionately ruffled Siyu's hair, and Qinglong nodded in agreement. All right, you may return to your tasks. Siyu felt somewhat bewildered. Was that all there was to it? Kong Yang, did the tribe leader inquire about my origins? They did, and I told them you came from another continent. Siyu thought to herself that this answer aligned perfectly. So where are we headed now? This direction does not lead back. I have found another cave, so we need not trouble Grandma W. You die in truth. The cave was one Kong Yang had excavated with his claws. He was accustomed to a clean stone bed and could not endure a dusty one. Upon entering the cave, Kong Yang had tidied it up, allowing them to rest easy. As night fell, they set off with sweet potatoes, returning home well past midnight. The following day, while Kong Yang went hunting, Siyu remained in the cave to escape the heat. She gazed at their food reserves, feeling a pang of worry. Kong Yang had a hearty appetite, and their provisions were insufficient. Although sweet potatoes had increased, they could not withstand the rainy and snowy seasons. Spotting the bread seller, Siyu suddenly recalled dried meat. An idea struck her. If she could dry the meat, it would last much longer. With only some fruit left in the cave, Siyu gathered all the fruit, washed, and sliced it. The sun shone brightly, making it ideal for drying the fruit. Her previous attempt had yielded delightful results, crisp and sweet. Around midday, Kong Yang returned, his arms laden with an assortment of fruits towering over him, along with several squealing beasts. He first slaughtered one of the squealing beasts for roasting in the bread cellar before hastily heading back into the woods. Siyu was still busy slicing fruit. The afternoon sun was perfect for drying. Soon, Kong Yang returned with another large bag of fruit, delivering the roasted meat to Siyu before preparing to hunt again. Kong Yang, go in the afternoon. You should eat something first. Kong Yang hesitated to dismiss Siyu's kind offer, yet the dwindling food supply pressed upon him. He needed to stockpile provisions to you. I am not tired. Eat and rest, while I catch more game, he insisted before rushing off once more. Sayu consumed a few bites of meat, carefully saving the rest. It was too hot to eat much, but waste was not an option. Food was exceedingly precious. After filling a mat with fruit slices, she paused to wash a fruit and took a bite. She could not stomach any meat. How she wished for ice cream or cold noodles, which would be more appetizing in summer. With the abundance of sweet potatoes, she was determined to make sweet potato noodles. The heat was becoming unbearable. Had it not been for the cool breeze that occasionally swept through, she would have surely succumbed to heat stroke in the cave. After drinking plenty of water, she still felt parched, her body drenched in sweat. Sayu could hardly fathom how Kong Yang managed to hunt in such sweltering temperatures. When Kong Yang returned, Siyu had already prepared a bath with cool water. Quickly wash up. You mustn't overheat. Kong Yang dared not approach Siyu. Loathing the smell of his own sweat, he hurried to wash. And after bathing, the cool breeze finally revived him. Why haven't you eaten the roasted meat? Siyu brought forth a large platter of roasted meat, prompting Kong Yang's confusion. It's too hot. I can manage with fruit. Once you finish eating, take care of the remaining game. We will make jerky to preserve it for a long time. Although Kong Yang had devoured a beast at noon, the exertion had left him ravenous. Sayu's offering was barely enough, and he devoured it heartily, assuring her he was full. Let us descend when the sun sets. We've worked hard today. Let us rest a while. Kong Yang, however, shook his head. We must gather more supplies. Once the rainy season arrives, it will be challenging to stockpile. I am not tired. I will hunt for more prey now. Kong Yang embraced Siyu before heading out. Seeing the sun was not as fierce as before, Siyu followed him down. Kong Yang divided the beast meat, and Siyu sliced it into large pieces, marinating them with a bit of salt before placing them in the bread cellar to roast. The first batch emerged not sufficiently dried, so she put it back for further roasting, which took 6 hours to achieve jerky consistency. When she finally took it out, the meat had become dry and dark. Unsure, Siyu tore off a piece and tasted it. The more she chewed, the more flavorful it became, with no off-putting taste. Success. Is it tasty? Siyu offered a piece to Kong Yang, who chewed thoughtfully before declaring that aside from being a bit dry, it was otherwise perfect. Delicious, very fragrant. Siyu, while still warm, packed the jerky into bamboo tubes for storage. Dried meat could be preserved for longer, ensuring they would not go hungry during the rainy season. Upon hearing this, Kong Yang slaughtered the remaining squealing beasts, preparing to catch whatever prey he encountered the following day. The weather grew increasingly hot, and the creek had dried up by half. Fortunately, they had gathered ample water. After drying several large batches of fish and jerky, they also turned all the sweet potato leaves into dried vegetables. The wild beasts are migrating. For a while, we may not have fresh meat. That's all right. We still have fish to eat. At least the fish in the creek are fresh and tender. Then I shall go catch fish and prepare more fish jerky. With the water receding, the fish had gathered in the center, making them easy to catch. Kong Yang enthusiastically threw fish onto the shore, each one as long as his arm. Their dinner consisted of roasted fish and fish soup, accompanied by some green onions they had grown themselves. The chili peppers they had planted earlier had also ripened, including varieties such as Chao Tianjiao, Xianjiao, and Kaijiao. Out of curiosity, Kong Yang took a bite of a Chao Tianjiao, only to end up burying his head in the creek to recover, thereafter keeping a respectful distance from chilies. Siyu left a couple of each type to mature and produce seeds. While the nearby grassland yielded a fair number of peppers, Siyu harvested around 100 caddies of peppers, laying the Xianjiao and Chao Tianjiao out to dry under the sun. After 3 days, they yielded a few caddies of dried chilies. I'll eat first. You? Wait until I finish, Kong Yang declared, as he boldly picked up a piece of Kaijiao stir-fried with meat. Only to be perplexed by its sweetness. It has turned sweet. You must try it. Chapter 27. Zidian. This is called Kaijiao. It tends to be sweeter when stir-fried. Kong Yang, having taken a few bites, then devoted his attention to the roasted fish. After their meal, Kong Yang ventured back into the woods, leaving Siyu reflecting on how different her life was from others in the beast world. While others basked in happiness, she struggled to meet her basic needs. Water was becoming increasingly scarce, and despite Kong Yang's substantial reserves, he remained restless. The outside world lay desolate, with the creek run dry and trees withered. No living creature dared to venture out under the scorching heat. How unbearably hot it is! The wind blew continuously, but it was merely hot air. Kong Yang felt relatively fine, as he had become accustomed to such high temperatures over the years. Siyu, however, was flushed and could only feel revived after immersing herself in cool water. Only when her body temperature subsided did she emerge from the water. The two conserved their water, ensuring they drank at least a bamboo tube's worth each day. Recalling her wilderness survival skills, Siyu instructed Kong Yang to dig a pit in the ground, placing a large leaf over it and positioning a cup underneath. She assured him that by arranging it this way, the beast god would bless them with water. Kong Yang, believing her, complied. The next day, upon lifting the leaves, they indeed found a small cup of water. Water has truly appeared. The beast god is above, she chattered excitedly, while Siyu found herself unable to comprehend much of what she said. All right, let us collect the water first. It will dry up once the sun emerges. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Kong Yang gathered the water before deciding to dig a few more holes that night. The two had completely reversed their schedules, sleeping during the day and being active at night. Kong Yang informed Siyu of his plans before stepping out into the sun. Intending to tell the chieftain about the water blessing from the beast gods, Siyu preferred the cooler atmosphere of the storage room and resolved to have Kong Yang dig a bit more inside later. As the heat was becoming unbearable, when Siyu awakened, Kong Yang still had not returned. Finding herself with nothing to do, she wandered into the kitchen, digging out a few compartments for future use and storing bowls and utensils. Kong Yang returned only after dark, having visited his father's and mother's territory, where they had stored many jars of meat and water, which would suffice to endure the dry season. As the rainy season approached, animals would return, and he hoped to store enough food for winter. Just in time for dinner, Siyu exclaimed as she prepared some wilted wild onions and sweet potato leaves, sauteing them, while also digging out a chunk of jarred meat, roasting 4 sweet potatoes, and simmering a pot of fish soup, barely enough for 2 people. Kong Yang had recently been surviving on minimal sustenance. Filling his belly was a luxury beyond reach. After eating, I'll check upstream for water and fish. You wait for me at home. Kong Yang was reluctant to expose Siyu to unnecessary hardship. As he himself was indifferent to it, Siyu had initially wanted to accompany him but was deterred by Kong Yang, who noted that the outside air was still stifling. She had been showing early signs of heat stroke these past few days. So she acquiesced. Then be careful. If there's nothing, just return. Siyu busied herself in the relatively cooler cave, feeling stifled nonetheless. You should rest and drink plenty of water. Don't hold back. All right, take care and come back early. Siyu watched Kong Yang depart, hastily pulling out a bottle of mineral water to drink several large gulps, grateful for its coolness. The water they had boiled in the past few days still carried a slight fishy taste, and she needed to filter it. She had no desire to drink water reeking of fish. She took an empty bamboo tube and, using a laser sword, punctured a few small holes in the bottom. Lining it with a layer of soft leaves, she then layered charcoal, gravel, and sand, creating a simple filter. Over the following days, the stored water appeared slightly yellow. However, pouring it through the filter resulted in much clearer water. After multiple filtrations, the water was crystal clear, and boiling it eliminated the fishy odor. Thus, the issue of the water's unpleasant taste was resolved. She also decided to filter the bathwater for laundry purposes, as they both used bathwater for washing clothes, but the odor persisted. Filtering it should improve the situation. Siyu added some natural detergent and lightly scrubbed, effectively removing the unpleasant smell. After hanging the clothes to dry, Kong Yang had yet to return. Just as Siyu yawned and was about to drift off to sleep, Kong Yang arrived, carrying a dark figure on his back. You're back? Quick, wash up and go to sleep. Rubbing her eyes and focusing, she realized Kong Yang was carrying a male beast man. Who is he? Kong Yang, drenched in sweat, set the beast man down on the cave floor. He is Zidian, a dragon beastman, Siyu assessed him. He appeared pale and feverish, his lips chapped. He seems to be suffering from heat stroke and slight dehydration. Let us give him some water. Kong Yang grabbed a large jar of water, ready to pour it down Zidian's throat. Wait, wait, wait. That water hasn't been filtered properly. Use this one instead. I've boiled it. Kong Yang propped Zidian up, using a wooden bowl to feed him water. Though Zidian remained unconscious, instinct drove him to drink a considerable amount. Kong Yang did not forget to immerse him in the bath. Once Zidian's temperature lowered, Kong Yang tossed him onto the ground and curled up beside Siyu to sleep. Siyu awoke in the afternoon to find that Kong Yang had prepared food. While Zidian was still in a state of unconsciousness, Kong Yang dragged him to a shaded corner, ignoring him completely. Are we just leaving Zidian in the corner like this? Siyu expressed her concern. It's one thing to leave him on the ground, but to toss him into a corner seems unkind. Kong Yang, unfazed, explained, it's fine. Beastmen have strong vitality. As long as he isn't dead, he'll recover quickly. There's no need to fuss over him. Siyu, hearing this, decided to let it be, indeed. As darkness fell and the aroma of food wafted through the air, Zidian stirred awake, groaning. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at Kong Yang's large face, which was mocking him. If it weren't for me, you'd be a dragon carcass by now. Zidian felt a mix of humiliation and gratitude, acknowledging the truth in Kong Yang's words. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you in the rainy season. Kong Yang nodded, satisfied with that response. Zidian, how did you end up unconscious outside? After jesting, Kong Yang's demeanor turned serious. I didn't have enough water stored and intended to retrieve more, but I fainted from thirst before I could get there. Kong Yang furrowed his brows, perplexed. Didn't your clan teach you how to store water? At this, Zidian's face flushed. I gave my water to a female. Kong Yang was left with a multitude of questions. You have a female you like? Who is she? Zidian, slightly bashful, squirmed. She's a pretty female from the Fox clan. Then why didn't you two become mates earlier? Zidian scratched his head. The Fox Beauty said she hasn't decided who she wants to mate with yet. She will choose based on who can provide for her. Providing for a female is only natural. Surely you didn't run out completely? It's only been a few days without water. Zidian waved his hand, looking somewhat dejected. The fox girl said her family is large and asked me for more water, promising to return it in the rainy season. Siyu, overhearing, found it ridiculous. Who needs water during the rainy season? Did she agree to be your mate? Zidian looked even more disheartened. No, she said she only sees me as a playmate and wouldn't owe me anything. She will repay me later, telling me not to give her any more. Siyu sensed something was amiss and pressed on. What have you given her? Zidian stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After receiving a firm slap from Kong Yang, he finally admitted, I gave her my stored sweet potatoes and water, but I didn't give her any jarred meat. Zidian's expression suggested he was guarding a clan secret, leaving both of them feeling exasperated. She said she would exchange something for me. Is there a problem with that? Zidian's voice grew increasingly faint. You've been deceived. Chapter 28. Food, huh? Zidian's confused expression was evident. Will you be short on water during the rainy season? Zidian shook his head. Will you need the water she promises to return during the rainy season? Zidian shook his head again. Kong Yang was filled with frustration. She merely wants your resources and has no intention of becoming your mate. Whether she repays you is another matter entirely. From now on, avoid her and seek a proper mate instead. Zidian, though not foolish, grasped the implications of Kong Yang's words, nodding dejectedly. Understood. I won't interact with her anymore. Siyu noticed how strikingly handsome the Dragon clan members were. Zidian truly was a pure and charming little creature, with exquisite features and adorably naive eyes. I can share some of my stored water with you. Just don't be fooled again this time. Zidian, looking disheartened, took a few bamboo tubes of water back with him, ensuring he could manage for a week or two. In a certain area of Zidian's territory, several fox beastmen were lounging in a tree hollow. Fox sister, why are you unwilling to mate with Zidian? An elderly fox beastman inquired of a young, alluring woman nearby. Father, I only wish to mate with the strongest dragon beastman. I am too beautiful to settle for an ordinary one, the fox sister scoffed. Though she had accepted Zidian's gifts, it did not equate to her acceptance of him, especially since it was Zidian who had insisted on offering them. Will Zidian be angry if he finds out? The elder fox beastmen were somewhat distressed. Their family had been expelled from their previous tribe. Had it not been for the fox sister pleading for Zidian to take them in, they would have faced starvation or dehydration. It won't happen, the fox sister asserted confidently. Zidian likes me. He even provides us with food and water. As long as I remain unpartnered, he certainly won't drive us away. The dragon beastmen were foolish, easily swayed by her few words. When the rainy season arrives, I shall have him take me to find the strongest beastmen of the dragon clan. If I can bond with the strongest, that would be ideal. If not, I shall settle for Zidian. Either way, I will secure a dragon beastman as my partner. The fox sister held her head high, brimming with confidence in her beauty. Not far away, Zidian was held in place by Kongyang, unable to move. He listened intently to the fox sister's words, his fists clenched and muscles taut, fury etched across his face. Once the fox sister finished speaking, Kongyang released his grip and Zidian darted forward, his gaze fixated on the fox sister, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The fox beastmen huddled together in fear, and although the fox sister was alarmed, she felt no fear, for no male had ever struck a female, save for the rogue beastmen. You all must leave my territory. Should I encounter you here again, I will tear you to shreds, Zidian declared, his menacing demeanor leaving the fox sister's family in shock. She stared incredulously at Zidian. You intend to drive me from your territory? You won't bond with me? To her surprise, Zidian sneered, there are far better females in my dragon clan. Now take your belongings and leave. You are not permitted to take anything of mine. What did he take her for? Even if he was not the mightiest dragon beastman, he would not tolerate such a venomous female. Seeing that Zidian was serious, the fox sister, on the brink of despair, spoke again. Zidian, you truly wish to cast me away? Yet Zidian remained impassive, his pride as a dragon beastman intact. Move out immediately. I no longer wish to see you. Realizing Zidian had seen through her true nature, the fox sister dropped her facade. Leave, then. Don't regret it. She signaled for her father and mother to gather their belongings. She refused to believe Zidian could be so heartless. It must have been a moment of anger. She would ensure he sought her out again, and when he did, she would make him suffer greatly. Her parents sighed. They had opposed her actions from the beginning. Now that Zidian had uncovered her true self, they felt ashamed to remain. The fox sister's father transformed back into his beast form. A large yellow fox, he carried the fox sister and her mother on his back, along with several bundles of animal skins, and departed. As the fox sister left, she cast a haughty glance at Zidian, who remained unmoved. She scoffed in resentment, refusing to believe there could be a female more beautiful than herself. She awaited Zidian's return, confident he would come to plead for her return. Once the large fox family departed, Zidian exhaled deeply, slumping down onto the ground. Kongyang, I fear I may never find a female. Kongyang patted his shoulder, though not fret. Venture out into the wilderness more often. I found my female right in our territory. She is both beautiful and intelligent. Zidian turned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Such a beautiful female was merely found? Where did you discover her? I shall explore there as well. Perhaps I might find one too. At the edge of my territory, the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she would be my female. Kongyang boasted about his first encounter with Siyue, embellishing the tale, I too wish to find one. Kongyang, could you help me carry water to the cave? I am off to find a female with that. Zidian spread his wings and took flight. Kongyang stared in astonishment at his retreating figure, completely unprepared for such an outcome. Seizing the moment before Zidian flew too far, he bellowed, Bring it back yourself. I still need to return and protect my female. Zidian halted mid-flight to retrieve his belongings, and Kongyang assisted him a couple of times before they returned. Siyue felt somewhat bored at home, lacking a phone or anything to occupy her time. She could only gaze at the sky in a daze. When Kongyang returned, he brought with him a large, fruit-bearing vine, its vibrant red fruits resembling small lanterns. A sight that was most delightful. Why are you still awake? Is it too hot? Kongyang furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy for Siyue, who was unable to eat or sleep well. I cannot sleep right now. I am just enjoying the breeze. Just hold on a little longer. Once the rainy season arrives, it won't be so hot. I understand. Truly, it's fine. A month later, despite their frugality, their supplies had finally run out. Kongyang ventured out daily in search of food, but the landscape was desolate, yielding nothing. He had not eaten for an entire week, and no matter how much Siyue urged him, he refused to eat. The dragon beastmen could withstand a month without food without perishing, though they would become weak. Kongyang, you must eat something. How can you endure this? I am not hungry. You eat, you've grown thin. The already slender Siyue had lost even more weight due to their limited rations. Kongyang felt immense guilt. If his food stores had not been insufficient, His little female would not be reduced to mere bones. Siwei regretted her choices as well. Had she known that even if her skin was scorched by the sun, she should have hoarded supplies daily, it would have been better than both of them suffering from hunger now. They had a few sweet potatoes left, initially intended for planting next year, but now they were on the brink of starvation. Siwei set aside some for seeds, hoping the rest could sustain them a little longer. 2 weeks passed, and their water and food supplies dwindled to nothing. Yet the sun hung high in the sky, and Kongyang continued to search for food, occasionally bringing back a small game, but it was far from enough. Drip, drip, drip. Chapter 29. The rainy season. As she dozed in and out of sleep, Siwei thought she heard the sound of rain, but overwhelmed by hunger and fatigue, she sank back into a deep slumber. The moment the rain began, Kongyang awoke, gently covering Siwei with a blanket, guilt evident on his gaunt face. Seeing Siwei sleeping soundly, he quietly slipped outside. He aimed to hunt while the rain lured animals out. If he could catch a couple, it would be even better. Siwei was roused by the thunder and lightning, rubbing her eyes as she stared blankly at the torrential rain outside. It's raining, she thought, about to call for Kongyang when she realized he was not there. She threw on a coat and got out of bed. The rain fell as if poured from the heavens, obscuring all visibility. After watching for a moment, Siwei curled back into bed, feeling a chill. She gazed blankly outside the cave, knowing Kongyang must have gone hunting, but with such heavy rain, she felt inexplicably worried. What animals would venture out in this weather? Would Kongyang catch a cold being drenched in the rain? Kongyang lay quietly on the ground, braving the torrential downpour, as a few snuffling beasts cautiously peered from their burrow. The burrows of the snuffling beasts were small and intricate. Once they retreated, capturing them again would be quite difficult. The snuffling beasts cautiously emerged from their hiding place, not sensing any danger, and let out a few loud calls, prompting several younger ones to join them. Kongyang seized the opportunity and swiftly captured 2 adult snuffling beasts. Darting away, he and Siwei would have food again. The 2 snuffling beasts trembled under the oppressive aura of the dragon beast man, completely refusing to struggle. Once outside the cave, Kongyang grew frustrated at the relentless rain, realizing he could not process the prey. The rain is too heavy. We cannot handle the prey outside. Siwei suddenly remembered that her bread cellar was still being drenched below. With this downpour, I fear the bread cellar has gone bad. Let us process them here in the cave. When the rain lightens up, we can build a wooden shelter. What is a wooden shelter? Kongyang had never heard of such a thing and couldn't grasp the concept in just a few words. You'll understand once it's built. Now, let us deal with the snuffling beasts. Kongyang was reluctant to process the snuffling beasts in the cave due to the lingering smell of blood. It will smell for days. Siwei instinctively forgot about that aspect. Then let us go down and deal with them. I can create a barrier against the rain. Siwei conjured a large wind wall above them, diverting the falling rain away like a propeller. Let us start a fire. The firewood outside was soaked. They could only bring some from the cave to burn. After much effort, they managed to process the snuffling beasts and bring them back to the cave. Kongyang frowned at the firewood, realizing he had forgotten to stockpile enough. I'm sorry. I didn't prepare adequately. Siwei, waiting for him to cook the meat, gently shook her head at his words. It's not your fault. You have worked hard, haven't you? Things will improve. Kongyang silently resolved to ensure Siwei would live better than his mother, that they would never suffer from hunger again. Are you cold? Come closer. Siwei, fearing the oil would splatter, declined his invitation. You cook? I'll fetch some more clothes. She was still cold. Despite the sweltering heat just the day before, a mere night had vanished all warmth, leaving her shivering. Siwei took out a set of warm clothes. Feeling comforted, not having many garments, she had to be frugal. Noticing Kongyang drenched in rainwater, she urged him to change, go wash up, and put on dry clothes. I'll handle the cooking. Kongyang had never contested with Siwei, so he could only go take a bath. By the time he returned, Siwei had already heated water for him. Although it was a bit cool at the moment, it was not excessively cold. After Kongyang finished bathing and changed his clothes, his heart was as sweet as honey. His mate was simply wonderful, providing him with warm water and even assisting in cooking. Surely, his sincere prayers had touched the beast god. Once Kongyang approached, the pot of internal organs was ready, and the two of them enjoyed a delightful meal. Siyue had already devised a plan for the remaining meat. One portion would be consumed over the next couple of days, while the other would be preserved as cured meat. The meat must not come into contact with water. After slaughtering, it would be directly salted and set aside to cure, then hung in a location sheltered from the rain to smoke. The kitchen was adorned with hanging meat, the smoking branches sourced from a fruit tree. Due to their slight dampness, thick smoke billowed around. After igniting the fire, the two were forced out of the kitchen by the choking fumes. They hastily blocked the door with a wooden board, which alleviated the situation somewhat. "Why is it so smoky?" Cough, cough. Kong Yang was also struggling against the smoke. This was the nature of smoked, cured meat. It required several days of exposure to become darkened. Siyue's face was also blackened by the smoke. After she washed her face, Kong Yang prepared to go hunting again. "You, do not leave the cave. I will return shortly." "Kong Yang, do not go out. The rain is heavy. What if you fall ill?" Kong Yang patted his chest confidently. "I shall not. As an adult dragon beast man, I am impervious to water and fire." Unable to dissuade him, Siyue had no choice but to let him go. She recalled the ancient people's raincoats but lacked sufficient materials. Suddenly, she noticed the large leaves around. Perhaps crafting a raincoat from these leaves would be a viable option. She gathered the leaves from the ground, piecing them together to form a cloak, sewing them with a bone needle and vine thread. Although it was patchy and somewhat crooked, it should suffice to keep the rain at bay. A large bamboo hat completed her ensemble. Siyue looked at the somewhat awkward rain cloak, feeling a bit self-conscious. Her craftsmanship was not particularly adept. While functional, it lacked aesthetic appeal. When Kong Yang returned, he carried a considerable amount of wood, chopping it into sections and placing it in the storage for firewood. This time, he had not caught any prey, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Siyue proudly presented the cloak to him. "Look at the raincoat I made for you. Try it on and see if it keeps you dry." Kong Yang was momentarily taken aback as he donned the bamboo hat. When he put on the rain cloak, he stared blankly at Siyue. Kong Yang cautiously inquired, "Are there no beast skins left?" Without lifting her head, Siyue was busy tying the straps for him. "There are plenty. Look, they are right there." Kong Yang gazed at the pile of beast skins, feeling somewhat perplexed. Then why wear leaves? Only then did she realize Kong Yang thought she was using leaves because there were no skins left. "This is a raincoat. Go outside and test it in the rain to see if it keeps your clothes dry." Kong Yang obediently stepped out into the rain. Siyue called him back when she felt it was sufficient. Upon removing the cloak, Kong Yang was astonished to find that only a minimal amount of rainwater had reached him. "While most of the beast skins remain dry, it's too thin. It seems I need to add another layer." Chapter 30. The journey of crafting advancement. She layered another set of leaves over the cloak, and after Kong Yang's trial, he found it completely waterproof and quite lightweight. Kong Yang meticulously studied the process and crafted a rain cloak for Siyue as well. Compared to her crooked creation, his was far more orderly and visually appealing. Siyue gazed enviously at Kong Yang's deft hands, pondering how they could be so skillful. Clad in their rain gear, the two ventured into the forest to gather more wood. Siyue wished to construct a large shelter that could serve as a kitchen, shielding them from the wind and rain, while also providing a space for butchering and curing meat. 4 wooden stakes were sharpened at one end and driven deeply into the ground. Then, several more stakes were used to form the top framework. Tightly bound with vines, layer upon layer of leaves were placed atop, and the structure was essentially complete. To prevent the leaves from being blown away, Siyue securely stitched them together, weighing down the edges with wood to withstand the wind. The beastmen looked on in wonder at the rain shelter, and for the first time, Kong Yang gained a direct appreciation for Siyue's creativity. A sense of inferiority crept into his heart. With Siyue so capable, would she think he was inept? Would she leave him for a more competent beastman in the future? "Kong Yang, come and dig a drainage ditch." "All right." Following Siyue's instructions, Kong Yang dug several trenches, yet she still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. While the rainwater flowed through the ditches, the ground remained damp, making it impossible to gather firewood. Siyue recalled the stone paths of her rural past, where gaps allowed for drainage, combining beauty with functionality. "Kong Yang, let us collect some stones, ones that are flat and large." Knowing every inch of the forest, Kong Yang quickly returned with several sizable stones. Siyue estimated their size and directed him to lay them out in the rain shelter. "Place them down, yes, leave a gap for drainage, step on it." That will do. The irregularly arranged stones covered the entire rain shelter. Siwei kindled a fire to dry the ground, and soon, except for the edges, everything was dry. This will suffice. After the rainy season, the area will be flooded. Just how much rain would that take? Siwei felt somewhat vexed. She merely desired to live a good life. Yet this troublesome weather was pushing them to their limits. Then let us divide our tasks. You go hunting, and I will gather firewood. This way, we can efficiently collect resources. After a moment's hesitation, Kongyang agreed. Just be careful not to get hurt. If you tire, return to rest. I will come back once I catch something. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, the woods were filled with swirling winds, and many dry branches were cut down. Siwei collected them into her storage ring, quickly amassing a full supply of firewood. She made several trips, filling the firewood storage in the cave and stacking it high in the rain shelter before returning to check on the cured meat. After a day of smoking, the surface of the cured meat had darkened, but it was still not sufficiently dried. Siwei brought the meat into the rain shelter, igniting the fire to continue the smoking process. As she thought of cured fish, her gaze was drawn to the lake's surface, where a small water spout appeared, revealing the faint silhouettes of fish within. One by one, the fish were tossed ashore, and the water spout slowly dissipated. She picked up a large fish and carried it back to the rain shelter. After scaling and gutting the fish, she pressed it flat with a stick, salted it, and prepared it to be cured alongside the meat. Inside the rain shelter, rows of neatly hung meat were being smoked, yet Siwei felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain of the outcome. While she was in turmoil, Kongyang returned, dragging back 2 large catches. One would be used for dinner, and the other for smoking. Siwei suddenly recalled that when making cured meat, the salt needed to be pre-cooked, and the meat had to be bled before smoking. The previous cured meats had been properly bled but lacked the pre-cooked salt, and the fish had also been smoked too soon. With a sigh, she scolded herself for regressing. This time, she cooked the salt before curing the prey, ensuring it was thoroughly drained of blood over 2 days before starting the smoking process with the fruitwood leaves. The cured meats from a few days prior had still not succeeded, but they were not spoiled. Siwei continued with the smoking process. As Kongyang's outings grew longer, the quantity of his catches increased, and his visible weight loss became apparent. Siwei could only prepare more food each day. Recently, she discovered many fungi resembling earth mushrooms in the forest. Testing them on a duck-like creature revealed them to be completely safe. She secretly sampled some, finding their flavor and texture comparable to the earth mushrooms. After consuming them, she experienced no adverse effects the following day. She gradually increased her intake, and by the 3rd day, having confirmed their safety, she began to harvest them in abundance. The earth mushrooms here were larger than any she had seen before, though they were also covered in debris, making them difficult to clean. Fortunately, they also grew on stones, which were easier to wash. Siwei collected all the large ones she could find and baked them into dried goods using her dwindling supply of bread. The forest was abundant with them, and she spent her leisure time drying the earth mushrooms. Before she knew it, she had stockpiled several containers. Kongyang had also sampled the beast meat stir-fried with earth mushrooms, delighting in the delicious combination, especially when paired with sweet potatoes, which he could devour in large quantities. Siwei washed the earth mushrooms until her hands ached, yet she had not discovered any other edible wild vegetables and could only continue gathering this one. The rain persisted for an entire month, and they had amassed a considerable stock of cured meats and dried fish. Later, Siwei learned that Kongyang left before dawn each day to join the migrating animals, which were moving farther away, explaining his increasingly late returns. Siwei estimated Kongyang's flying speed. In his beast form, he could fly faster than a plane. The round trip took him over 10 hours, illustrating just how far he traveled. Take me with you. I can help carry some. Kongyang chuckled and shook his head. The rainy season is when the clan's hunting team sets out, and every male beastman must participate. Moreover, it's not guaranteed to catch prey every time. This time, we were fortunate to discover their migration route. We surely won't go hungry this year. Siwei could only continue waiting at home, pleased to see their food supplies increasing day by day. Each time Kongyang hunted, he consistently returned with more than the other dragon beastmen, and none opposed him, for he had taught them the art of smoking cured meat, enabling them to store enough food to survive the winter before the snow arrived. Siwei contemplated the possibility of making quilts and a heated bed. She started by hollowing out the center of her stone bed, but the venting proved somewhat troublesome, as the stone bed was situated within the cave. She could only vent the air within the cave. Once she managed to create a vent, she kindled a fire. The stone bed conducted heat slowly, and outside, it was merely warm to the touch. After the first fire burned out, when she ignited the second, the surface became unbearably hot, and the temperature remained high for a long time. The Kong has been constructed, though not entirely with success. Next comes the making of a fur quilt. She feels some resistance towards products made of animal skin, always perceiving a lingering scent of blood. However, in this era, there are no cotton alternatives available. She suppresses her discomfort and begins to sew, first piecing the animal hides into a rectangular shape, then stitching them together piece by piece, ultimately creating a simple quilt cover. She had previously considered stuffing it with fleece. But due to her failure to collect any this year, she can only wait until next year. In the 31st chapter, titled Bedding in the Beast World, ultimately, with no substitutes at hand, the fur quilt is filled with hay. When pressed, it retains a certain resilience. She wonders when she might come across something akin to cotton. With a sigh, she lays the quilt upon the bed and begins to contemplate clothing. She attempts to shape a coat from the animal hide. But her skills are lacking. She must wait for Kongyang to return to sew it. There is still ample time before the snow season arrives. Siyue checks on her preserved meat. Much of it has dried out, so she collects some to store in her storage ring for later use. The rain outside pours relentlessly, echoing loudly in her ears. It feels as though it's been ages since she last encountered another person. The events of the previous world seem like a distant memory, leaving her vague about many things. After a moment of daze, Siyue notices her shoes are somewhat worn. She resolves to attempt making a pair of fur slippers, first tracing her foot size with a leaf, then cutting a piece of animal hide for the sole, while the upper part requires cutting the hide into an arc shape and stitching it onto the sole. With the first step completed, she realizes that there are no rubber substitutes available, so she must search for alternatives. After rummaging through the cave, she finds nothing suitable and decides to use a slightly stiffer piece of animal hide for the sole, which should suffice for walking around the cave. When Kongyang returns, Siyue has just finished one slipper. After dinner, Kongyang makes her a second one. True to his upbringing as a beastman, he learns the craft with remarkable speed, creating a much more aesthetically pleasing product than Siyue's. At her insistence, Kongyang acquires a pair of large slippers for himself. He finds the sensation of wearing shoes peculiar at first. They feel soft beneath his feet, as though he is walking on clouds. Warm and comfortable, he is reluctant to take them off. These shoes are quite comfortable. I shall wear them whenever I return, Kongyang muses, carefully wandering around the cave in his new footwear. You must wash your feet before putting on shoes, or they will quickly become odorous, Siyue advises. Kongyang hastily cleans his feet before donning the slippers again. Kongyang has lost considerable weight. During dinner, Siyue prepares an extra portion of food. Insisting that he eat it all, he has grown far too thin, and his eyes reflect a weariness. After finishing the meal, Kongyang fights off sleep, tidying up everything before retiring. Originally not feeling drowsy, Siyue leans against him and falls asleep. When she awakens, Kongyang has already left. Siyue wipes her face and heads out to gather wild vegetables. At this point, she must make do with whatever is available rather than risk hunger. The rain continues to fall incessantly, as if attempting to release all the precipitation withheld during the drought. The area below has transformed into a vast expanse of water, but thankfully, before the flood, all the necessary items have been moved into the cave. Nevertheless, the cave is now quite damp. With no other option, she lights a fire in the cave to dry things out, creating warmth and reducing the humidity somewhat. Mushrooms even sprout in the corners. Siyue is left with no choice but to remain nestled in her warm bed all day, as the cave is far too damp for habitation during the rainy and snowy seasons. Though it is rather comfortable in summer, when Kongyang returns, he brings along a small companion named Zidian. You're back. Have something to eat first, Siyue greets them. Zidian has come as well. Please sit. She presents them each with a large sweet potato and serves a generous platter of preserved meat stir-fried with wild vegetables, along with 2 bowls of preserved meat soup. Zidian gazes in awe at the spread before him. Unsure of how to begin with his chopsticks, he furtively observes Kongyang, who adeptly picks up vegetables with his chopsticks. Zidian clumsily attempts to mimic him, but struggles, accidentally breaking a pair of chopsticks in the process. Seeing this, Siyue hands him a fork and demonstrates its use, allowing Zidian to finally partake in the meal. As he eats, Zidian surveys the surroundings, noticing many unfamiliar items in Kongyang's home that he had overlooked during his last visit. "Kongyang, your cave is unlike ours. I want to create something similar when I return," he remarks. Kongyang nonchalantly nods, extracting the hearts from the 2 sweet potatoes and placing them in a bowl for Siyue, indicating that he and Zidian can manage with the food outside. "I can't eat this much." "One is sufficient for me," Siyue insists. "Just eat," she encourages. After finishing her meal, she heads back to the kitchen to fry the game they had brought back. "I have been to the place you mentioned for many days. Yet I still haven't found a female," Zidian laments, feeling disheartened and envious of Kongyang for having found such a beautiful and clever female companion. Kongyang proudly raises his chin. "This is all thanks to the beast goddess arrangement. Only through such providence could I find someone as wonderful as Siyue." Overcome with jealousy, Zidian hastily devours his food. In the blink of an eye, the table is cleared, as if it had been licked clean. Kongyang rolls his eyes and heads to the kitchen to check on the roasted meat. Zidian gazes enviously at the fascinating items within the cave, particularly the hay mattress and fur quilt on the bed. In the beast world, there is no such thing as privacy. They examine any intriguing objects found in others' homes. "Kongyang, what is this?" Zidian inquires, finally noticing the new additions to the cave. Kongyang, who has been returning home late each day to eat and sleep, had been completely oblivious to Siyue's handiwork. "Ask my female. She made these," Kongyang replies, his tone filled with pride. "Those are hay mattresses and quilts. They will keep the bed warmer." Zidian studies the mattress and fur quilt intently for a while, recognizing the hay but failing to grasp how they were made. "This is quite simple. One merely needs hay and long vine skins to create them," Kongyang explains. However, Zidian has neither and must concede defeat. Nevertheless, he diligently examines the fur quilt, thinking it may prove useful during the snow season. The fur quilt is straightforward. First, stitch 2 pieces of this fur together, then sew them up and fill the middle with hay. If the hay becomes wet and loses its insulation, simply take it apart and refill it. Zidian diligently absorbs this knowledge, but grows confused, realizing that what Siyue described as simple may prove challenging when he attempts to sew it himself. "Kongyang, may I bring some animal hides to your cave to learn?" Zidian asks, though Kongyang declines. Ever since Siyue's arrival, he has been quite resistant to outsiders visiting his cave. "I will be going to the clan leader's place in a few days to teach about making quilts." "You can come learn then," Kongyang suggests, and Zidian reluctantly agrees. "This is a raincoat I made. It can shield you from the rain. Wear it on your way back." Before Zidian can protest, Kongyang forces the raincoat over his shoulders. "I wanted to see your cave a bit longer," Zidian starts, but before he can finish his sentence, Kongyang pushes him out the door, leaving him bewildered as he flies back home. Zidian feels that since Kongyang has taken a mate, he has changed. He would never have chased him away before. Now, it seems he wishes he would not appear at all. Zidian cannot fathom what has gone wrong, donning the raincoat as he heads home. After Zidian leaves, Siyue returns to the kitchen, surprised to find that he has already departed. "Zidian has left? The meat is just ready," she remarks. Kongyang takes the meat and tears off the tenderest portion to feed to Siyue, saying he is going back to try making a fur quilt. "You should eat more." Siyue, somewhat dazed, ends up consuming a great deal of preserved meat. In Chapter 32, titled Cured Meat, Kongyang tenderly touches Siyue's narrow waist. His heart aching. "Au is too thin. You must gain some weight. The snow season will be very cold, and without meat, you won't withstand it." Siyue nods listlessly. She too wishes to gain some weight, but her constitution simply does not allow it. "By the way, I converted the stone bed into a kong. It will be much warmer." "Kong?" Kongyang asks, hearing this term for the first time. "As long as you are happy, that is all that matters to me," he replies, not fully understanding what it entails, but wishing to please his mate. After dinner, Kongyang takes care of everything. Recently, Siyue has been troubled by the issue of using the bathroom. She has been disposing of waste outside the cave after finishing her business inside. However, she feels embarrassed about using the restroom for larger needs. Although Kongyang does not mind and dutifully takes it out every day, she still feels shy and must devise a solution to this problem. Her initial idea was to find a large tree, hollow out the center, and leave a hole on top for them to use when they fly over to relieve themselves. But she quickly dismisses this whimsical notion, realizing that a tree aged for thousands of years would be difficult to find, and decides against such folly. Then she considers constructing a toilet by the lake, allowing waste to be washed away by the water. But soon reconsiders as she wants to eat fish from the lake as well, thus abandoning that plan too. After a series of imaginative ideas, Siyue has yet to arrive at a satisfactory solution, wearing a frown as she contemplates. When Kongyang returns, she asks him if he has any good solutions. Kongyang appears troubled, stating that they have always managed this way in previous years. Moon, it's quite clean when I throw it in the hole every day. I will clean it daily, that is not the issue. I want to build an outdoor toilet, she explains. After some deliberation, Siyue ultimately decides to construct a toilet on the opposite hillside. Due to the heavy rain, the soil has become soft, allowing Siyue and Kongyang to easily build a pit toilet in close proximity. Siyue had prepared an ample supply of earth, using it to cover the waste after each visit to the latrine, thus preventing any unpleasant odors. Kongyang breathed a sigh of relief. The little female was finally in good spirits again. He continued his routine of leaving early and returning late as the weather grew increasingly frigid. In response, Siyue had crafted for him a magnificent fur coat and matching trousers, which enveloped his entire body in warmth. Although the fur boots she made were not particularly aesthetically pleasing, they provided significant insulation. Kongyang, clad in this impressive attire, garnered much admiration while hunting within the tribe, leading to whispers that the chieftain sought him out. He surmised the reason behind this summons. Kongyang, how was your fur coat made? Indeed, my fur coat was crafted by the little female. I felt a pang of guilt and urged her not to toil on my behalf, yet she insisted on making one for me, fearing I would be cold. Upon finishing his explanation, Kongyang sighed wistfully. Qinglong appeared perplexed. Had he not inquired about the coat's creation? Why had the conversation shifted toward Kongyang's little female? We know your female cares for you. So hastened to explain how it was made. Beside them, Fei playfully nudged Kongyang. Father, do not strike. This was made by Siyue, and I cannot afford to have it damaged. Kongyang deftly evaded Fei's playful jab, cherishing his precious garment. All right, we understand your female cares for you. Later, teach the others how to craft such garments. It would surely keep our females warm during the snow season. Kongyang readily agreed to instruct them in the art of clothing creation. Tomorrow, let those who wish to learn bring fur and dried grass, and I shall also teach them how to make fur blankets, which will provide warmth at night. The chieftain promptly relayed the message. Have you all heard? Return and inform one another, bringing your stockpiled furs and dried grass. Kongyang surveyed the scene. He noticed the Orcish folk shrouded in vibrant green leaves, resembling raincoats. Oh, Qinglong, are you all without furs? Why is everyone clothed in leaves? A magnificent crimson bird soared overhead, its voice ambiguous between male and female. We call these raincoats. They prevent us from getting wet. Oh, Fenghuan, you seem to have gotten soaked. Haven't you? Fenghuan scoffed, dismissing the concern with a haughty retort. It is merely a light rain. I refuse to drape myself in leaves. Without waiting for Qinglong's response, Fenghuan took flight. Qinglong was well aware of Fenghuan's nature. Despite her proclamations, the next time they met, her entire clan would undoubtedly be draped in leaves. With a dismissive huff, Qinglong chose not to dwell on the matter. Chieftain, we must hasten. We cannot allow the Feng tribe to outpace us. Everyone, exert your utmost speed. We must not be outdone by those feathered folk. With a resounding roar, a group of dragon orcs took to the skies, pursuing the migrating animals ahead. On the other side, the phoenix orcs, noticing the rapid flight of their dragon counterparts, instinctively quickened their pace. The two tribes raced against each other, vying to be the first to locate the migrating creatures. The animals moved in a long procession, stretching endlessly when viewed from above. The dragon orcs fixated on the plump and tender humping beasts, while the phoenix orcs preferred the leaner mutton beasts. Each tribe hunted independently, their paths crossing only in mutual respect. A smaller contingent of dragon orcs was tasked with transporting the catch, now favoring the practice of capturing live prey before dispatching them, as the internal roast was quite popular within the dragon tribe. Chieftain, let us secure a larger haul this time. I have devised a method to prolong the meat's preservation. Qinglong beamed with delight. immediately assigning the task of guarding the catch until everyone could return together. Upon their return to the tribe, Kongyang instructed them to butcher and skin the humping beasts, subsequently salting the meat. It must be cured for 2 days without contact with water. On the 3rd day, we shall use firewood adorned with leaves. Do not forget to bring it. The meat was stored in the chieftain's cave. On the 3rd day, Kongyang taught them the art of smoking the meat, with rows of succulent cuts hanging on wooden racks, creating a spectacular sight for the dragon orcs who gathered around in admiration. Is this how it is done? One inquired. Kongyang nodded. After smoking for 2 days until the surface is dry, hang the meat in a cool place. When it is time to eat, simply wash the surface clean and boil it in water. It can also be pan-fried with leaves, the other orcs rejoiced, with one even leaping with delight. Once Kongyang completed his instruction, he retreated. He still felt somewhat uncomfortable amidst such a crowd. The other orcs, too, carried their meat back home, preferring solitude over the company of many. Ayu, I have returned. The weather had turned colder, and Cus spent more time nestled in bed. Is it very cold? Not particularly. I simply heated the bed, making it quite cozy, so I chose to remain there. Kongyang felt the warmth of the stone bed beneath him, observing the burning firewood below. As the weather continued to chill, Kongyang found himself increasingly idle at home, while Cua enjoyed a life of leisure, free from the burdens of labor. Initially, this seemed pleasant, but as time wore on, the monotony became unbearable. One day, rising from bed, she gazed out at the icy landscape, signaling the arrival of the snow season as the rain season receded. With a playful spirit, Cua delighted in the sight of snowflakes dancing through the air, gracefully cascading down. She prepared some dried sweet potato leaves, planning to cook a hot pot for dinner, and sliced some meat to stir-fry with chili, creating a spicy delicacy. Regrettably, her rice was reserved for planting seeds. Throughout the snow season, Kongyang continued his hunting endeavors. Although he returned empty-handed, the ritualistic nature of the hunt remained vital. In a moment of boredom, Cua meticulously drafted a summary and plan for the 4 seasons. Spring, a time of renewal, when wild vegetables, fruits, and animals abound. Gather wild greens, stockpile dried fruits, and prepare preserved meats. Summer, hot temperatures and abundant insects, suitable for stockpiling firewood, drying fish, and preserving meats and vegetables. Rainy season, animal migration, continuous rainfall, smoking meat, and crafting winter garments. Snow season, a time of idleness. Kongyang could not decipher Cua's scribbles, as their tribe had yet to develop a written language. After completing her notes, she affixed them to the wall for future reference. The snow season marked a peak time for conception among the Orcish folk, who spent their days idling within the caves. Kongyang, embodying this tradition, found himself increasingly preoccupied with Cua. Aside from eating and relieving herself, she spent her time in bed, occasionally finding humor in their situation, noting how the orcs seemed entirely devoid of any weakness. As her thoughts wandered, the next wave of spring would soon arrive. After a week of this, she could no longer endure it. She pinned Kongyang to the bed, binding his limbs with wind, allowing him to languish alone for an entire day. Regardless of his pleas for release, on the following day, Kongyang appeared somewhat listless. Ayu, how could you do such a thing? Cua's complexion, however, glowed with vitality. Why not? Consider it a lesson. You cannot keep bullying me. Kongyang, chastened, reduced his teasing by a third. Cua, too, endeavored to adapt, embracing local customs. With time on her hands, Cua retrieved the furs Kongyang had stockpiled and began teaching him how to sew garments and winter blankets. Kongyang, is there truly nothing else to do in the snow season? Kongyang pondered for a moment. How about we go fishing? In the past, when we were hungry, we would catch fish. Let us go. It is too dull at home. Tonight, I shall prepare a fish hot pot for you. Kongyang bundled Cua up like a little bear before soaring through the air for quite a distance to reach a great river. The surface of the water was covered with a thin layer of ice, which Kongyang shattered with a single punch, revealing a flurry of fish peering through the hole. Before long, they returned with their arms full. Kongyang cleaned the fish, slicing it into thin fillets as per Cua's request. He first sautéed the fish bones until golden brown on both sides, then added water and simmered over high heat until the broth turned a milky white, with the addition of green onions and salt. The base was prepared. Once boiling, he placed the fish fillets in the pot to cook before serving. The fish fillets were tender, and the broth was rich and flavorful. Kong Yang had successfully captured a bounty of fish. It is a rare occasion for him to be well fed during the snowy season, and yet the meal is so delectable. Moon, let us indulge in a fish hot pot tomorrow. It is truly delightful. Very well, then tomorrow we shall also take the opportunity to see if there are any hardy plants to be found. The two awoke naturally, basking in the comfort of winter slumber. By the time they leisurely made their way to the riverbank, they discovered that the beastmen were already fishing. Kong Yang, are you also here to fish? It's so cold. Why did you bring a female? The elder beastman disapproved. You clearly do not know how to care for a female. What will happen when you have little ones? Uncle, it was my insistence to come. Do not blame Kong Yang. It is too stifling in the cave. Siwei shyly responded, I see. Just be careful not to catch a cold, the old beastman said kindly. Siwei had intended to seek wild vegetables, but the ground was blanketed in snow, rendering any trace of green utterly invisible. She dared not gaze for long, fearing snow blindness. On the way back to the cave, she kept her eyes closed, only opening them again upon their return. The joy of fishing lasted merely a week, after which Siwei lost interest. It was too cold and too far. She preferred to remain in the cave, hibernating. Occasionally, other beastmen would visit, such as Zidian and Fei, who frequently brought food with them. Siwei found Zidian somewhat foolish. Ever since Kong Yang persuaded him to go pick up someone, she heard he had been guarding that spot day in and day out. Siwei could not help but chuckle. You should tell Zidian that it was merely a coincidence. How could he ever find another? Kong Yang remained unconvinced. Even if I were to tell him he would not find anything, he would not give up. Until he finds a female, he will search every day. This is the tenacity of the dragon beastmen. But with the cold weather, what if he falls ill? That won't happen. We dragon beastmen are robust. How could we fall ill from a little cold? Kong Yang had privately advised Zidian, but Zidian refused to heed his counsel. He believed he could surely win the favor of the beast god, who would grant him a female. Kong Yang, seeing that he could not persuade him, decided to cease his attempts. Given enough time, Zidian would eventually abandon his quest. Inside the cave, it was warm and cozy. Siwei had no desire to venture outside except to use the restroom. The cold outside was unbearable. With nothing to occupy her, Siwei instructed Kong Yang to expand the kitchen, which could now accommodate firewood. As the snowy season passed day by day, the first hints of green emerged from the earth, and the streams began to flow with a gentle murmur, heralding the arrival of spring. Chapter 34. Invasion of foreign tribes. The cold was most intense during the melting of the snow, and the two watched excitedly as the snow water gradually thawed, with the long-awaited sunshine appearing in the sky. Ayu, the bountiful season has arrived. Yes, I know. We can begin to cultivate the land, as the weather warmed slightly. The two set out to clear the land. The previous vegetable patch was wholly insufficient. Siwei calculated the number of seeds they had and determined that they needed to clear the barren land and woods near their home. Taking the lead, Siwei demonstrated the task to Kong Yang. Upon seeing the considerable workload, he inquired about its purpose, and in addition to coaxing the clan leader to join them, he brought back several laborers. This was the first time Qinglong had heard of such an endeavor. He did not quite understand why they needed to cultivate land, but after Kong Yang explained that doing so would yield more food, he was intrigued and rallied other tribesmen to learn as well. With the assistance of several laboring dragon beast men, the area Siwei had marked was cleared in just 2 days, transforming into arable land. Once the land was prepared, they could begin sowing. Siwei cut the sprouted sweet potatoes into pieces and buried them in the soil. For the peppers, she first needed to cultivate seedlings by forming a clump of soil, digging a hole, placing the seeds inside, and waiting for them to sprout before planting them in the field. The beastmen scratched their heads, genuinely unable to comprehend how planting small stones in the soil could yield food. Nevertheless, they studied diligently, knowing the clan leader would not require them to partake in futile endeavors. Following Siwei's example, the beastmen began scattering seeds across the land, forming lines to fetch water in bamboo tubes to irrigate the fields. Within just a few days, Siwei had sown all the necessary plots. Observing the industrious beastmen, Siwei remarked to Kong Yang, "Many hands make light work." Kong Yang, busy cooking, responded, "And they have quite the appetite." The newly rebuilt bread oven was not yet operational, and with so many people, they could only offer simple roasted meat. seasoned with a touch of green onion and salt. The beastmen feasted heartily, with some occasionally stealing glances at Siyue. Kong Yang, ever vigilant, shot them an intimidating glare. He realized he had overlooked something. He coaxed Siyue back to the cave for a rest, determined that none of those shameless beastmen should lay eyes upon her again. She belonged to him. The beastmen present, upon seeing Siyue return, felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a delicate and beautiful female, yet she was already claimed by Kong Yang. Eventually, Kong Yang drove everyone away, opting to complete the remaining work himself. While Siyue tidied the cave, she heard a commotion outside, the sound of wings flapping, which soon subsided into silence. It seemed the visitors had departed. Ayu, do you need more land? Siyue shook her head. That is sufficient. If we expand further, we won't be able to manage. The two strolled along the edge of the cultivated land, the evening breeze cool against them. Siyue instinctively wrapped herself tighter in the beast's skin, feeling a wave of warmth emanating from the pelt, imbued with Kong Yang's body heat. I was careless. I am still a bit cold. Let us return to the cave. Once back, they stoked the fire and embraced each other as they drifted off to sleep. Kong Yang before dawn. The anxious cries of Zidian pierced the air. Kong Yang covered Siyue's ears and gently patted her to sleep before storming out with a scowl. What is the matter? He asked, his expression grim. The Tiger Tribe and the Celestial Fox Tribe have attacked our clan. Hurry and take your female to the clan leader's territory. War has broken out. Instantly awake, Kong Yang grasped the gravity of the situation. Understood. Once Zidian had relayed the news, he flew off to inform others. Kong Yang furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the foolishness of those beastmen. He was not worried that they would breach the heart of the clan. After all, the fiercest warriors guarded the outer circle, and it would take more than a moment for the foreign beasts to penetrate their defenses. Siyue, deep in slumber, was abruptly roused by Kong Yang's grip. By the time she opened her eyes, she was soaring high in the air, the biting cold wind sending a shiver through her. Where are we going? Kong Yang shielded her from the wind with a beast skin. There is an invasion. I must first take you to the clan leader. Can't I accompany you? Kong Yang shook his head. Ayu, while you are favored by the gods, you must not expose yourself to others. They would capture you. Very well, I understand. After ensuring Siyue was settled in the clan leader's cave, Kong Yang hurriedly departed. Inside, there were several other females, all maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the invasion. A few dragon beast men stood guard at the entrance. Not even a fly would be able to enter undetected. Siyue quietly squatted in a corner, lost in thought. Other females whispered amongst themselves, and some approached her to chat, but she dismissed them with a few polite words. Her mind not inclined towards conversation at that moment. Kong Yang's mother remained by her side, equally disinterested in chatter, her own male fighting outside, uncertain if he had been injured, leaving little room for light-hearted conversation. As darkness descended, the cave grew quieter, and the previously confident females began to show signs of anxiety. Sensing something amiss, Siyue whispered a few words to Kong Yang's mother before stealthily making her way to the entrance. The guards at the door had begun to yawn, and a sweet, cloying fragrance filled the air, making it difficult to resist the urge to sleep. The sounds of rustling in the woods intensified. A sudden breeze swept through, dispersing the sweet scent and rousing the drowsy dragon beast guards. They spotted Siyue standing at the entrance. Little female, quickly go inside. It is not safe outside. There are noises in the woods. I am a bit scared. The beastmen at the entrance chimed in unison to reassure her. We will guard the door. You can rest easy. Siyue smiled gently, but the wind outside grew more ferocious. And suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed from the forest. The guards raised their heads, alert to the sound. The outermost beastman transformed back into his beast form and soared above the treetops, letting out a thunderous roar. The guards at the cave entrance were taken aback, quickly consumed by rage. Two dragon beastmen stood at the entrance, while the others rushed into the woods to assist. The dragon beast had signaled their impending invasion. The beastmen transformed back into their beast forms and charged forward, their roars intertwining with the sounds of battle. Under the formidable strength of the dragon beastmen, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. And the cries of the invaders filled the air. The dragon beastmen guarding the entrance clashed with the encroaching foes, having never anticipated that there would be beastmen stationed at the door. Although they were outmatched in strength, their numbers could offset that disadvantage. The relentless surge of beastmen entangled the guards, and by the time they realized the danger, they were already surrounded by the invaders. As the enemy tore through their ranks, foreign beastmen began to infiltrate the cave. Inside, the shrieks of females echoed, igniting a sense of urgency among the dragon beastmen. Should the females be harmed, it would be a disgrace to their kind. With a mighty roar, the two dragon beasts broke free from their assailants, one transforming back into human form and racing back to the cave, while the other resolutely blocked the entrance with his body. In that very moment, as the foreign beastmen breached the cave, Siwe became acutely aware of the peril. She immediately bound their feet with the wind, poised to strike, when the guardian dragon beast burst into the scene. The dragon beast, driven by a bloodlust, mercilessly tore apart the group of enemies. Just as he prepared to rush out for support, the dragon beast at the entrance let out a thunderous roar. Its body slackening, and soon fell silent, a narrow gap appeared at the cave's mouth. Leap, Chapter 35. The powers of the sorceress the guard forcefully pushed aside the fallen Leap, revealing a gruesome sight under the moonlight. His chest a mangled mess and gravely injured. Many returning dragon beasts, upon witnessing this, had their eyes turn crimson with murderous intent as they fixed their gaze upon the enemies. Both sides, consumed by rage, transformed back into their beast forms to engage in ferocious combat. Numerous large tigers and massive bears lunged at the colossal dragons, who seized the tigers and bears and soared into the sky. Casting them down from great heights, it was as if a rain of blood fell from the heavens. Sayu rushed to the unconscious Leap's side, beckoning other females to drag him into the cave. Yet the others hesitated, too fearful to emerge. The sorceress shook her head, sensing the dire situation was beyond hope. Sayu lowered her head to examine his wounds. Although they were horrific, fortunately, they did not penetrate his organs. Being superficial, the other injuries were not critical either, mostly due to excessive blood loss and multiple heavy blows that had rendered him unconscious. Sayu lifted Leap's head and fed him a small red pill from a white medicinal powder that could stop bleeding and heal superficial wounds. In his hazy consciousness, Leap felt himself cradled in a soft and fragrant embrace. When he opened his eyes, he found a beautiful female before him, who had fed him something. Instinctively, he swallowed it. Hold on. You will be all right. Leap, in his semi-conscious state, vaguely saw the sorceress shaking her head. He feared he might not survive and wondered if he would ever see such a beautiful female again. The battle outside eventually came to a close, and when the beastmen entered, they found Siyu tending to Leap's wounds with soft leaves. The beastmen watched in silence, some of the younger ones wiping away tears. Among them, the one who had guarded the cave with Leap was the most heartbroken. He will be fine. He will wake up soon. For the next few days, let us prepare some meat soup for him, and he will recover more quickly. The beastmen instantly perked up at her words. Little female, can you heal? Siyu shook her head. I cannot, but I have checked his wounds, and they do not threaten vital organs. As long as we stop the bleeding and allow him to rest, he will be fine. The beastmen worked together to lift Leap, cheerfully heading to find the sorceress. Upon hearing their account, the sorceress examined Leap and confirmed that the bleeding had ceased. Although the wounds appeared severe, they were merely superficial, which eased her worries. The little female is correct. With some rest, Leap will recover, the sorceress affirmed. The beastmen erupted in cheers at her confirmation, while Siyu quietly retreated to her place. Kong Yang and the others returned shortly thereafter, informing Siyu that upon hearing a roar, the beastmen had retreated in an orderly manner. Siyu understood now. The enemy's assault was merely a ruse to capture them. Many beastmen were injured, and the sorceress was busily tending to them. While Siyu assisted in cleaning their wounds and applying medicine, Siyu noticed the sorceress crushing a certain leaf and applying it to their wounds to complete the treatment. She examined the herb closely, recognizing it from somewhere. Many females began to learn from Siyu how to treat their males. The dragon beastmen practiced monogamy, fostering strong bonds. Once the sorceress was free to assist, Siyu returned to Kong Yang's side, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Siyu draped a beast hide over him, and the cave fell into a tranquil silence. When food was brought from the tribe, Kong Yang awoke to the aroma, first feeding Siyu until she was full, and then quenching her thirst with water before devouring his own meal. The expressions of the chieftain and the sorceress were dark with anger. "Chieftain, they are targeting our females. This time, we were lucky not to be captured, but who knows what will happen next?" The sorceress suppressed her fury. The beastmen were like her children. Each injury they sustained cut deeply into her heart. The furious countenance of the azure dragon made those nearby instinctively retreat. "Sorceress, I understand your sentiments. Tomorrow, I shall lead our people to annihilate those two tribes. The reputation of the dragon clan must not be tarnished." Due to the injured clan members, a somber atmosphere enveloped the cave. The azure dragon summoned the dragon beastmen. This time, our females nearly fell into their hands, even if they were not captured. They suffered injuries. Pausing, he continued, "Tomorrow, all able warriors shall accompany me to destroy the tiger tribe and the bear tribe, making them aware of the might of our dragon clan." A chorus of agreement erupted. "Rest well tonight. Come dawn, there will be no more tigers." With a brief statement, the azure dragon sealed the fate of the tiger tribe in the dead of night. The less severely injured beastmen moved out, heading straight for the tiger tribe. Even after the surprise assault from the tiger and bear tribes the previous day, they had not fared well. Today, however, they were prepared for a counterattack, and the tiger tribe would leave no male alive. Kong Yang followed the main force to the tiger tribe, where he heard some grotesque sounds from outside. They stealthily approached the sentry tiger beastmen, swiftly dispatching them with a single strike. Unlike the dragon clan, the tiger clan lived in communal settings in the open space. Many females from the herbivorous tribes were crying and screaming. The dragon beastmen clenched their fists. Males who abused females were unforgivable. The dragon beastmen surged forward, and the tiger beastmen, caught off guard, had their hearts ripped out. With a wave of his hand, the azure dragon sent several dragon beasts to seal off the exits while the remaining dragon beastmen captured the tiger beastmen from each cave. The tiger tribe descended into chaos, with nearly all adult males as the white tiger has perished. "Cease your mentions of him, for you are unworthy." Bai Zhao's complexion turned ashen, deeply affected by the blow. She was the most exquisite female of the fierce tiger tribe, adored by all the single males. Yet how had she fallen to such a state? The robust males of the fierce tiger clan had all been slain, leaving only the elderly to safeguard the females. Had the white tiger still been alive, this calamity would surely not have occurred. "Stop!" A familiar roar resounded, and Qing Long turned to see the battered white tiger, accompanied by a strangely dressed female. Kong Yang observed the female, noting her attire bore some resemblance to Siyu's. Could she possibly hail from the same tribe? "Uncle Qing Long, my kin are innocent. I beseech you to spare them." The weary voice of the white tiger paused momentarily. This was instigated by the black tiger. "Many of my tribesmen did not take action." Qing Long regarded the white tiger with a slight smile. "Our tribes have always been on amicable terms, yet this time, your intent was directed at the females of my clan. Regardless of your involvement, since you belong to the same tribe, you share in the guilt. However, I can spare their lives. You may relocate. This land now belongs to us, the dragon tribe." The members of the white tiger clan stirred restlessly. This had been their home for ages, and the sudden upheaval left them adrift, uncertain of where to go. "White tiger, this is my final act of goodwill as an elder," Qing Long intoned meaningfully. The white tiger, summoning his strength, knelt before Qing Long in a gesture of respect. "Very well, thank you, Uncle Qing Long." The white tiger turned coldly to his kin. They had known of his ambush, yet not one had come to inform or save him. Asked the former leader, preserving their lives was the extent of his benevolence. "I, Bai Hu, hereby sever ties with the tiger tribe. Mother, let us depart." Bai Hu's mother trembled as she moved, while other tribesmen expressed their discontent. "Bai Hu, were you not well? Why can you not continue as our leader?" Ignoring them, Bai Hu regarded them as mere prey. Bai Xiao, tears welling in her eyes, rushed toward Bai Hu. "Bai Hu, you're unharmed. I am willing to become your mate. It was my fault before." Bai Hu coldly replied, "There is no need. I have already chosen a female." His gaze shifted to the female beside him, leaving Bai Xiao incredulous. "You wish to mate with her? What of me? I was deceived by Hua Hu, and I now understand my wrongs." Bai Xiao wept bitterly, yet Bai Hu remained unmoved, his eyes filled with disdain. He glanced at the female beside him and, seeing Su Tianqi's expression unchanged, felt a pang of disappointment. I have decided to mate with her. Your mistakes are irrelevant to me. Su Tianqi was still bewildered by the situation. She had fortuitously encountered Bai Hu being hurled from the cliff, and perhaps fate had intervened. For he clung to a tree and did not fall. Upon witnessing his fierce will to survive, she had extended her assistance. She felt as if she had entered the Jurassic era, where the flora and fauna were extraordinarily grand. And these beings could transform. Unfamiliar with novels, she was ignorant of her transposition into a beastly world, and the language barrier left her vexed. Kong Yang, ever observant, seized an opportunity, while Bai Hu was distracted. He approached Su Tianqi and awkwardly spoke in the dragon language. Su Tianqi turned her head instantly. Uncertain, she asked, "Could you repeat that?" Kong Yang, misunderstanding her, thought she had not heard him clearly. "See you." This time, Su Tianqi comprehended. "Siyu?" Kong Yang nodded, confirming her connection to the same tribe. Su Tianqi followed Kong Yang as he moved, while Bai Hu wondered why this foreign female, who was so reticent, would not spare him a glance. Yet the dragon beast could speak a few words, and she would follow him. Kong Yang informed the leader of his intention to take Tianqi back. And Qing Long, both surprised and disdainful, glanced at Bai Hu. "You cannot even retain the female you desire. How pitiful, little female, will you remain here? I will treat you well." Bai Hu animatedly gestured to Su Tianqi. Yet she understood not a word. Su Tianqi merely shifted to a different spot, and Kong Yang interposed. "She is my kin. I am taking her home, and she has agreed to accompany me." Bai Hu reconsidered. "I shall accompany you. She is the female I desire, and I will protect her." Only then did Kong Yang relent. Bai Hu helped his mother to Kong Yang's side, and Qing Long transformed into his beast form. Soaring into the sky, unleashing a mighty roar in the beast's tongue, he commanded the fierce tiger tribe to vacate the premises by nightfall, never to encroach upon the lands protected by the dragon tribe again. Bai Zhao's face paled at the decree, and she helplessly turned to Bai Hu. "Bai Hu, you swore an oath to my father to be my mate. I was merely deceived, and it was unintentional. Why can you not forgive me? Because you are unworthy. What I once promised your father holds no value now." Chapter 37. Turmoil. Bai Zhao, unwilling to accept, protested. "When my father saved you, you promised to care for me all your life." Bai Hu fell silent for a moment. "I shall provide you with food until you find a mate. Do you truly not wish to mate with me?" Bai Hu hesitated. Though Bai Zhao had erred, so too had the black tiger, and he had cherished Bai Zhao for many years. Her father had perished while rescuing him. "I can accept you as a secondary mate. My primary mate is her." Bai Zhao gazed at the peculiar female, tears brimming. "How can you condemn me to be a secondary mate? I was deceived." Yet Bai Hu remained resolute, insisting on Su Tianqi as his primary mate. Kong Yang, frowning as he listened to their exchange, thought how unfaithful a male could not be worthy of a female from Siyu's tribe, and unconsciously, his gaze turned scornful. The remaining males of the tiger tribe were either injured or aged. Qing Long disdainfully dismissed the notion of seizing their belongings. Without formidable males, the tiger tribe would inevitably be consumed by other clans. With a wave of his hand, Qing Long led his warriors towards the giant bear tribe. Revenge must be swift. The defenses of the giant bear tribe were somewhat stronger than those of the fierce tiger tribe, yet the dragon beast men were powerful, and despite the giant bears being a formidable race, they were no match for the dragon tribe. Soon, the fleeing bear beast men were apprehended. The tribe leader of the giant bears, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly pleaded with Qing Long, "Great dragon leader, we were also deceived by the fierce tiger tribe. I am willing to offer the furs and food of my clan, pleading for the lives of my warriors. It was all my decision. If anyone must perish, let it be me." The giant bear leader was drenched in cold sweat, regretting his alliance with the black tiger against the dragon tribe, for he had now encountered an insurmountable opponent. "You should thank the heavens that no dragon has yet returned to the embrace of the beast god. Simply surrender those who attack the guards, and I shall spare the others." The giant bear leader trembled, unable to point fingers. "Great dragon leader, I vow to provide half of our prey during the dry season to the dragon tribe." "Will you spare them?" Qing Long scoffed. "A mere offering of prey cannot compare to my kin. Seize them." Other dragon beasts tracked the scent and captured 2 bears. The giant bear leader let out a wail. No! Qing Long commanded a newly matured dragon beast to deliver a punch to each captive. Since you plead for mercy, I cannot be entirely heartless. Should they survive, I shall not pursue the matter further. If they do not, it shall be the call of the beast god. Before the next moon rises, I do not wish to see a single beastman remain in this place. Depart swiftly. The giant bear leader hurriedly caught the two warriors. They were the strongest in the tribe, and losing them would spell great disaster for their clan. Let us return. Qing Long no longer looked back and beckoned his dragon beasts to return to their tribe. Kong Yang still needed to return to the fierce tiger tribe to fetch Su Tianqi, so he did not accompany them as Su Tianqi waited at the fierce tiger tribe, alongside Bai Xiao and Bai Hu's mother. While Bai Hu gathered their belongings within the cave, Su Tianqi sensed Bai Xiao's hostility towards her, leaving her feeling perplexed. She found the beastmen of this world somewhat bewildering, struggling to understand their realm. When Kong Yang arrived, Bai Hu was still tidying up. He transformed back into his beast form, signaling Su Tianqi to climb onto his back. Once she settled, they took flight. Bai Hu's mother, recalling Bai Xiao's father, did not impede Su Tianqi's departure. After Bai Hu finished packing, he emerged to find that Kong Yang and the others had already left for some time. Upon learning of Su Tianqi's departure, Bai Hu became agitated and questioned Bai Xiao as to why she did not inform him. Bai Xiao, already feeling wronged, burst into tears. She intends to leave with the dragon beast. How could I possibly stop her? Bai Hu suppressed his anger, planning to seek out Su Tianqi once he had found a new place to settle, and then inquire whether she would be willing to mate with him. As the wind blew fiercely, Su Tianqi produced a scarf to shield her face, yet by the time she landed, her hair had become a tangled mess. Kong Yang, why did you not return with the leader and the others? Siyu expressed her concern, and upon entering, she discovered Su Tianqi clad in black beside Kong Yang. Tianqi, is that you? Siyu's eyes glistened with tears. It had been nearly a year since they had parted. Su Tianqi's eyes also reddened. Siyu, I knew you were safe. Kong Yang, observing Siyu's tears, felt a pang of sympathy, unsure of how to console her, and stood anxiously to the side. To you, is she your kin? Please do not see our wife. Siyu gazed gratefully at Kong Yang. Yes, she is my sister. Thank you for bringing her back. Only then did Kong Yang feel reassured. He had known he could not be mistaken. Su Tianqi sensed something amiss. What are you discussing? How long have you been here? I have been here for over a year, and the time here seems to extend beyond the months on Earth. Though I cannot ascertain exactly how long, Su Tianqi's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. However, it has only been a week since your disappearance over there. I came here in search of you. You? Siyu keenly sensed the discrepancy. Aside from Zhuo Yu and myself, everyone else has vanished. Now only Zhuo Yu remains over there. Siyu fell silent, contemplating the considerable time difference. Let us set that aside for now. Come back with me to the Kongyang territory. It would be a perfect opportunity for us to collaborate and see if we can construct a house. I possess an abundance of shell bricks and power supply boxes, which should suffice to build 2 houses. Siyu was taken aback. How do you have shell bricks? Didn't Zhuo Yu have you exchange them for crystal cores? I did exchange them, but Zhuo Yu, for reasons unknown, purchased many shell bricks and power boxes, and urged me to bring back some daily necessities to share with old friends, claiming it was a matter of fate. Su Tianqi expressed her concern. The orcs in this world were rather peculiar. What is your relationship with him? How does he know your name? Are you aware that he is a dragon? Siyu gently patted her, urging her not to be so agitated. I am married to him. This is the beast world. They are all orcs, and we reside in his territory, so you need not worry about our safety. Su Tianqi was stunned. What had she just heard? Her sister not only slept with a dragon but had also married one. Had someone told her in the past that she would encounter a dragon, she would have deemed them insane. Please give me a moment. I did not anticipate you becoming the wife of a dragon. Su Tianqi's face was filled with confusion. Perhaps she had not fully awakened from sleep, leading her to dream of such fantastical occurrences. Meanwhile, Zidian, observing Su Tianqi at that moment, had his eyes gleaming like lanterns. She was beautiful, and as a female from the Kongyang clan, she perfectly aligned with his fantasies of a mate. Little female, my name is Zidian. Would you consider becoming my partner? Siyu found herself speechless. Zidian seemed to seize every opportunity to inquire. She did not comprehend his words, yet she had no desire to become a partner at that moment. Siyu declined on Su Tianqi's behalf. However, Zidian was not one to easily concede. He dismissed Siyu's refusal, interpreting her disinterest as an indication that she was still available, thus believing he still had a chance. Zidian cheerfully pulled Kongyang closer. "You must assist me." Chapter 38. The Grievance of Kongyang. Kongyang rolled his eyes. "I cannot assist you. You must rely on yourself to win over the female." "All right, she is truly lovely." Zidian's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Kongyang looked at him with disdain, reflecting on how he had not behaved so foolishly when he first encountered Siyu and Su Tianqi conveyed Zidian's intentions, and Su Tianqi was momentarily astonished. Do orcs prefer to be so direct? Siyu pondered for a moment and nodded affirmatively. They do not understand subtleties. Let us return. There is nothing more to discuss. Kongyang lifted Siyu onto his back, while Zidian willingly carried Su Tianqi, and together they made their way to Kongyang's territory. After several hours of flight, they finally arrived. Su Tianqi frowned as she gazed at the cave. Is it not damp inside? It will be during the snow season. But currently, in the bountiful season, it is not damp. As the day drew to a close, Siyu led Su Tianqi to freshen up before they returned to the cave for rest. Kongyang cast a mournful glance at Siyu, but was unceremoniously expelled from the cave. After being ousted, Kongyang observed Zidian, who had reverted to beast form and lay atop a pile of hay. Without hesitation, he transformed back into beast form and sprawled beside him. Both beasts not forgetting to mock one another. That is utterly useless. To have been chased out by your own female. Zidian laughed loudly at Kongyang. Least I am better off than the orcs who have no females at all. Kongyang retorted, causing Zidian to choke momentarily. Humph, she will undoubtedly become my mate. Zidian, with a haughty demeanor, turned away, grinning foolishly at the cave entrance. Inside the cave, the two women were exchanging items. Su Tianqi produced a multitude of goods, including 2 books designated for each of them by Zhuoyu, the Friend of Military and Civilian Talent, and the Manual for Barefoot Doctors. These 2 volumes were more precious to them than mere supplies. You actually found these books. With these 2 in hand, survival will not pose a problem. Su Tianqi raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this place could indeed be more brutal than the apocalypse. Let us not peruse the books just yet. Let us first examine these. She revealed 4 boxes of clothing, each containing over a dozen outfits, sorted by season. Coupled with Siyu's own stock, they could conservatively estimate that they would have ample clothing for many years to come. Next, there were 50,000 shell bricks and a crystal core power supply box. These are Zhuoyu's wedding gifts for you. She said it was calculated that you would find your true affinity here. Siyu's eyes glistened at the sight of the scattered furniture. She felt overwhelmed by her fortune in encountering such a wonderful sister. Zhuoyu had instructed her not to cry, assuring her that although they might never meet again, she would pray for their well-being from afar. Su Tianqi wiped Siyu's tears away. Tianqi, it is truly wonderful to meet you again. In this beast world, there exists someone who is not of my bloodline yet feels like a kinship stronger than blood. We will always be together, Su Tianqi comforted her. Yes, tomorrow we can begin constructing our house. After several days of heightened tension, Su Tianqi finally felt at ease enough to fall asleep, while Siyu stifled a yawn and soon followed suit. The next morning, Zidian went hunting while Kongyang prepared breakfast. Su Tianqi suddenly awoke with a start, relieved to find Siyu lying beside her, and she took a moment to gather herself before heading to the dining area. Siyu, yawning, guided Su Tianqi to the meal. Kongyang had made fish soup and roasted sweet potatoes. Once they were all gathered for breakfast, he ventured out to hunt. Tianqi, you must try the fish. It is incredibly fresh and not at all fishy. Su Tianqi took a bite and found it indeed delightful. Although it was simply seasoned with salt, it lacked any unpleasant odor. Tea is delicious. Now, tell me about the situation here. This place experiences 4 seasons in a year. We are currently in the bountiful season, with ample food. We must stockpile enough provisions before the rainy season arrives. The drought issue has also been resolved. As a water-type ability user, I will never lack for water. It must have been quite challenging when you first arrived here. Not at all. Kongyang rescued me on my very first day. He has never allowed me to go hungry or feel cold. Dragon beasts are quite devoted, Siyu subtly provided Zidian with a nudge. Since Tianqi intended to stay, it would be best to have a loyal and powerful dragon beast as her partner. So, are we to stockpile food now? Yes, now is the perfect time to gather wild vegetables and preserved meat. Once this season passes, there will be no vegetables left to eat. Can your body endure solely consuming meat? Siyu shook her head. I consume vegetable and fruit-dried goods. Subsisting solely on meat is certainly not feasible, Su Tianqi pondered. Then let us postpone building the house. We can construct it during the drought season when we have more time. For now, let us focus on gathering dried vegetables. Siyu took Su Tianqi's hand, and the two were lifted by the wind toward the growth area of soft leaves. Siyu explained the purpose of the soft leaves, and Su Tianqi grew intrigued. Are these not pure, natural, and pollution-free tissues? I never imagined such a thing existed here. Upon reaching the soft leaf growth area, the wind swept over the grassland, startling the small creatures hiding within. There are snakes here. Let us begin picking from the periphery. You also remembered to dig up some with roots to take back for replanting. The two spent quite some time gathering leaves. And sensing that Kongyang and the others would soon return, the two women decided to head back. Upon their return to the cave, Kongyang and the others were indeed back. Kongyang, knowing Siyu's abilities, was not worried and began processing the game nearby. Zidian, oblivious to everything, was anxiously pacing, eager to venture out in search of them. He finally relaxed upon seeing the two emerge from the forest. Little female, are you uninjured? You must understand that the forest is dangerous. Let me fetch anything you require. Zidian's earnest gaze and actions conveyed his concern. Su Tianqi felt a bit uncomfortable. After just one day? Why was he so familiar? I possessed the ability to protect myself. There is no need for concern. Only then did she realize they could not communicate effectively. Siyu translated. She says it is safe to be with me. So you need not worry. Zidian awkwardly glanced at Siyu, completely overlooking her. That is good. I shall go roast the meat. Please wait a moment. Zidian and Kongyang had returned with a substantial amount of game, and Zidian took charge of processing the beast meat while Kongyang prepared the meal. They enjoyed roasted meat for lunch, having grown hungry after a long morning of work, savoring every bite. After the meal, Zidian hesitantly approached Kongyang. I would like to excavate a cave nearby for my residence. Once the little female is willing to become my partner, I shall take her back. Kongyang contemplated the idea of having someone accompany Siyu, feeling somewhat tempted. Then why not temporarily merge our territories? This way, we can hunt more effectively. Zidian readily agreed, not even hesitating. What could be more important than a female? I shall go select a location to dig a cave. Zidian was quick to act, promptly excavating a simple cave in a nearby mountain adjacent to Kongyang's territory, establishing a temporary abode. Kongyang was preparing preserved meat while Siyu and Su Tianqi washed leaves by the river, intending to dry them in the afternoon. Such days, though slightly tiring, were undeniably comfortable. Su Tianqi found great delight in this tranquil lifestyle, devoid of scheming and bloody conflicts. Indeed, I am beginning to feel somewhat unaccustomed. However, over time, I find this way of life quite reassuring. Chapter 39. The arrival of the white tiger. As the two conversed, a black dragon descended from the sky, accompanied by a white tiger. Kongyang, the clan leader, says the white tiger has business with you. The black dragon landed and immediately began chattering in beast language, occasionally glancing at the two females nearby. What does he want from me? Kongyang disregarded the white tiger beside him, harboring no fondness for the unfaithful beast. To form a bond, one should be steadfast. Those with divided hearts are unworthy of companionship. I have come in search of my female. She left with you that day. Su Tianqi remained blissfully unaware that the white tiger sought her, as she was busy chatting with Siyu while washing leaves. Siyu, the white tiger is here for Su Tianqi, claiming he wishes to mate with her and make her his primary female. Kongyang briefly recounted the situation, causing Siyu's anger to mount. Primary female? Who on earth would wish to be the primary female of an old tiger? It's sheer bullying to think Tianqi cannot comprehend beast language. Otherwise, she would have long since dealt him a fatal blow. Siyu glared coldly at the white tiger, stating, she will not be your primary female. Nor does she harbor any affection for you. The white tiger was taken aback. How could the young female possibly refuse to mate with him, especially after she had saved him and accompanied him back to his clan? Siyu conveyed the matter to Su Tianqi, who looked at the white tiger in astonishment. Translate this. I do not like him, nor will I become his primary female. The white tiger was incredulous. Young female, you clearly agreed to mate with me before. Why do you suddenly refuse after just one day? Before he could finish, Su Tianqi ignored him and pulled Siyue to the lakeside to continue washing leaves. As there were far too many to complete before nightfall, the young female cannot comprehend our words. Who do you think you're fooling by saying she agreed to mate with you? Zidian could no longer contain himself. Blocking the white tiger's gaze and driving him away as the white tiger wandered in a daze, he was abruptly seized by the black dragon and taken away. Humph! Once a female enters my dragon clan, none shall dare to claim her. Kongyang, do you think she rejected the white tiger because she might like me? Zidian asked foolishly. Do not overthink. Perhaps she simply likes no one at all. You really lack tact. Cannot you offer me a word of comfort? Zidian complained, to which Kongyang coldly retorted, it is shameful to be unable to win over a female and still have the audacity to speak. Zidian sulkily walked away. Aren't beasts supposed to be monogamous? Why is there talk of primary and secondary females? Su Tianqi pondered. It must be due to the differences among races. Dragons adhere to monogamy. Perhaps other races allow for polygamy? Siyue speculated. Then I shall seek a dragon in the future to live with you. With just a few words, she set her sights on her future. Indeed, there are many single dragon beasts. You should interact with them more. Siyue suddenly took an interest in playing matchmaker. Once they finished washing the leaves and hung them out to dry, the sun had yet to set. Siyue called Kongyang and Zidian to the valley abundant with fruits, where they needed to gather some cleaning bamboo and check for wild vegetables and fruits. Upon their arrival at the valley, they were greeted by a scene bursting with spring vitality. Both beasts set about picking wild fruits, while Siyue and Su Tianqi collected cleaning bamboo along the shore. This can be used for cleaning. Its sap resembles laundry detergent. Su Tianqi also discovered numerous mint leaves along the bank. Let us dig some to take back for tea. As there are no tea leaves here, the water was teeming with snails and black clams. Suddenly, Siyue recalled the pickled bamboo shoots she had prepared, calculating the time, and surmised they must have soured by now. I pickled several jars of bamboo shoots last year. Let us gather some snails to make snail noodles. I couldn't bring myself to eat them before you arrived. Siyue produced a large bamboo tube and began selecting the largest snails. These snails and clams seem quite large, don't they? Indeed, they are much larger than those we have back home, and the meat is far more abundant. Before long, they had collected a bucket full of snails. Kongyang and Zidian returned with fruits, and the group made their way back to the cave. Siyue retrieved a bucket of pickled bamboo shoots from the cave. Stand back. These have been pickled for too long and are likely quite foul. Zidian and Kongyang were unconcerned, wondering how bad it could possibly smell. However, when Siyue opened the bamboo tube, they both retched and turned away in horror, unable to bear the stench. That cannot be eaten. It has gone bad. Siyue and Su Tianqi ignored the two beasts, with Siyue rinsing the bamboo shoots in water. Su Tianqi held a bucket of snails to wash. She manipulated the water to swirl around, akin to a washing machine, quickly cleaning the snails. Cleaning each one individually was rather tedious, so Siyue, noticing the two beasts keeping their distance, suggested, Tianqi, show them how to clean the snails. Su Tianqi approached with the snails, demonstrating how to cut off the tail of one, prompting the two beasts to begin their task. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Su Tianqi took out a large package of rice noodles to soak, along with a bottle of white vinegar and chili oil. Kongyang, go fetch 2 eggs. Siyue recalled the need for fried eggs, essential for the snail noodles. Kongyang quickly agreed and dashed off to find eggs, while Zidian, having finished with the snails, was also sent to find a bird resembling a chicken. Once the two beasts departed, Su Tianqi hurriedly prepared 4 bowls of snail noodle soup, waiting for their return to cook the noodles and fry the eggs. Before long, Kongyang returned, and Siyue cracked the 2 eggs, pouring the mixture into a heated pan until both sides turned golden brown. Zidian also returned with a creature that tasted remarkably like chicken, which he prepared for roasting after plucking its feathers and gutting it. Once everyone was gathered, Su Tianqi finally added the snail noodles to the pot, in addition to the seasoning packets that came with them, also soaking some extra noodles. Once cooked, each person had a generous bowl of tantalizing snail noodles. Kongyang and Zidian hesitated, the scent overwhelming for their sensitive noses. However, seeing Siyue and Su Tianqi enjoying their meal so heartily, Kongyang decisively picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, he opened the door to a new world, experiencing flavors so rich and delectable for the first time. Is it good? Zidian hesitantly asked. Seeking confirmation from Kongyang, who replied seriously, "Though it is not particularly palatable, we cannot waste it. I will eat your portion." Despite Zidian's somewhat foolish demeanor, he quickly discerned from Kongyang's rapid consumption that his companion was deceiving him. He too took a bite, immediately astonished. "Beast deity, this must be divine food, for I have never tasted anything so exquisite." The bowls of noodles quickly disappeared between Kongyang and Zidian, each competing to finish faster until not even a drop of soup remained. Siyue and Su Tianqi, having consumed half and feeling overwhelmed, could eat no more, the fried eggs occupying a significant portion of their stomachs. Siyue pushed her bowl toward Kongyang, saying, "I can't eat anymore." "You take it," Kongyang gratefully indulged. Zidian, eyeing the leftover portion in front of Su Tianqi, decisively moved it to his side and began eating. The noodles tasted even better after being touched by the young female. Su Tianqi did not object, having learned from Siyue about the dragon beast's charming exterior and somewhat foolish soul. Perhaps getting to know him better wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. In the distance, the white tiger watched with bloodshot eyes as Zidian devoured the food Su Tianqi had left behind, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. Chapter 40. Relocation. Both Kongyang and Zidian caught the scent of the white tiger. Exchanging a glance, Kongyang would protect the female while Zidian would drive the intruder away. Zidian quickly finished his meal and departed, not forgetting to flash an idiotic grin at Su Tianqi before leaving. Unable to resist, Su Tianqi returned a smile. She didn't intend to, but the way he smiled was just so endearingly foolish. Turning away, Zidian's foolish expression vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. He sprinted toward the white tiger's hiding place, who, upon sensing Zidian's approach, stood his ground without flinching. The two locked eyes and raced toward an open area where Kongyang and the others could neither see nor hear them in an instant. Both transformed back into their beast forms. They exchanged glances and simultaneously let out furious roars as they charged at one another, clashing mercilessly, each strike drawing blood. "She was fine with me before. You must have said something to turn her against me." The white tiger seethed, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. He wished to eliminate any beast that obstructed his bond with her. "Hmph, a disloyal beast does not deserve her. Besides, she declared her intention to seek a dragon beast as a mate." Zidian could not help but boast. He had learned from Siyue that Su Tianqi intended to find a dragon beast to bond with. "Isn't that tantamount to seeking me?" "Impossible! You must have deceived her." The white tiger bared his fangs, lunging for Zidian's throat, but Zidian nimbly dodged, leaving a deep claw mark on the white tiger's back. "You cannot defeat me. If the young female chooses you, I will not interfere. But she does not like you, so do not disturb her again." With a powerful flap of his wings, Zidian sent the white tiger sprawling, then took to the skies. The white tiger, reeling from the blow, was consumed by stubbornness, refusing to believe that Su Tianqi, who had saved him, could possibly favor another. He was resolute, no matter the cost. He would bond with Su Tianqi. Staggering back, the white tiger managed a few steps before losing consciousness, in the distance. Zidian sighed. His kindness had led him to drag the white tiger to the azure dragon before he departed. By the time he returned, night had fallen, and the two females had already gone to sleep in the cave, while Kongyang stood guard at the entrance. Zidian, baring his teeth as he washed, applied medicine to his wounds, lamenting the loss of some scales. What an unfortunate day. Su Tianqi remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. Had she known, her nature would have compelled her to deal with the white tiger quite severely. After a discussion, Siyue and Kongyang decided to visit Zidian's territory to see if there was anything fresh to gather. From high above, they gazed down at the lush greenery, though it was not entirely clear. Ultimately, they followed Zidian on foot, and in a clearing, Su Tianqi discovered a plant resembling wheat, though it had yet to bear fruit, making it difficult to identify. "Let us take two back to plant. Once they yield, we'll know for sure." Kongyang unearthed 5 seeds of wheat, still clinging to the earth. The vibrant opening of the door brought forth smiles from Siyue and Tianqi, their brows arching in delight. Approaching the water's edge, Zidian plucked a few grass blades resembling scissors and presented them to Su Tianqi, declaring, "They are harmless and edible." Siyue translated this for her. Su Tianqi merely nodded slightly, and Zidian was overwhelmed with excitement. After a brief examination, Siyue noted their resemblance to water spinach and couldn't help but gather more. ensuring to take some with roots to plant later. As they wandered onto a flat expanse, they stumbled upon a veritable bounty of pumpkin blossoms, prompting Siyue and Su Tianqi to leap in exuberance at the prospect of an abundant harvest of pumpkins come the dry season. "We shall return to gather them then," Siyue exclaimed, gripping Su Tianqi's hand with palpable excitement. They later discovered some edible wild vegetables, all gathered by Zidian, who had dined on them during the dry and snowy seasons. Along the way, they encountered numerous fruit trees, with Siyue making a mental note of their locations to revisit during the dry season. After spending 2 days within Zidian's territory without uncovering any further common food sources, the group returned to their previous routine. While Su Tianqi and Zidian were busy fostering their rapport, Siyue took Kongyang aside to discuss matters. Kongyang eagerly followed, having missed her dearly over the past few days. "Kongyang, from now on, Tianqi will live with us. Are you agreeable to this?" Kongyang was somewhat perplexed, questioning why they needed to cohabitate. "Won't she reside with her male in his territory? I do not wish to be separated from her. Even if she finds a male, she will still live with us. Besides, having more hands will only benefit us. She possesses greater knowledge than I, then let us reside together, as long as it brings you joy." Kongyang readily accepted this arrangement, perceiving it as a minor matter, and soon realized that living together would indeed be livelier. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Kongyang, for your willingness to adapt your lifestyle for her." Upon their return, Su Tianqi gazed vacantly into the distance, lost in thought. Zidian chattered away nearby, their energies contrasting starkly. "I hope Zidian can maintain his enthusiasm for a while longer. Tianqi's demeanor is rather reserved." Siyue mused. Kongyang informed Zidian about the potential for shared living arrangements, which sparked great joy in Zidian, a creature fond of lively company. Regrettably, his kin were all solitary beings. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to adopt the Fox clan into his home. Reflecting on the Fox beast men, Zidian felt a twinge of relief at having seen through the female's true nature, for otherwise, he might never have encountered Su Tianqi. Both Kongyang and Zidian resolved to seek a new dwelling. As their current abode felt too cramped, Zidian led Kongyang to a gentle hillside within his territory, a location elevated yet flat, though regrettably small. Even if they excavated, they could only manage 2 modest caves. The two were somewhat troubled and, upon returning to inform Siyue and the others of their desire to relocate, found them remarkably unfazed. "We can inhabit one of the caves for now. When the dry season arrives, we can construct a proper dwelling, which can also serve as a storage space," Siyue suggested. Although Kongyang and the others were unfamiliar with the concept of a house, they understood that the 2 women were amenable to moving there. They first escorted Siyue and the others to survey the environment, and upon witnessing the vast flatland, Siyue expressed her satisfaction. According to Zidian, this area would remain dry during the rainy season. "Then let us dig 2 small caves for the time being." Siyue directed Kongyang to identify a suitable spot. In truth, the area was not insignificant. With safety in mind, they excavated 2 rooms, each spanning over 40 square meters. The newly unearthed caves were not yet ready for habitation. So after a brief tidying, they returned to their previous dwelling. After dinner, Kongyang and Zidian transported some items that were temporarily unnecessary to their new home. Meanwhile, Siyue and Su Tianqi reclined on rocking chairs by the lakeside, admiring the moon. The shimmering surface of the lake reflected the cool, round moon, while the distant breeze rustled the leaves along the shore, accompanied by the nostalgic sounds of cicadas and frogs, reminiscent of their childhood. "It is truly wonderful here," Su Tianqi languidly remarked. "Indeed, each day is filled with hope," Siyue replied. "Do you think they will also arrive here?" Su Tianqi's doubts lingered. Siyue shook her head affirmatively. "If they were to enter this world, then Zhuiyue would not have provided you with merely a single supply." Su Tianqi fell silent, still holding faith in Sun Zhuiyue's divination abilities. If indeed they all arrived here, being the last among them, she would not have brought so little. "I hope they are safe in their respective worlds." Chapter 41. Preparation. A week passed quietly, with each individual preparing for the dry and snowy seasons. Su Tianqi began to grasp the harshness of life here. Yet compared to the apocalypse, she preferred this struggle. The abundance of colossal trees allowed her to craft 2 large wooden beds, alongside Siyue, who collected ample dry grass to create thick mattresses. Kongyang and the others were quite astonished. They had not anticipated that what could be fashioned into beds, with the summer heat in mind. Kongyang gathered long strips of leaves to weave a cooling mat for Siyue and Su Tianqi, while Zidian diligently learned alongside him, eager to create one for Su Tianqi as well. Su Tianqi was also diligently studying beast language. Her progress notably swift with contextual cues. The newly excavated cave was tidied up by Kongyang and the others, awaiting the harvest of their planted crops in the dry season before they moved in. One morning, Su Tianqi felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone was watching her, yet she could not discern who it was. The trials of the apocalypse had instilled in her a heightened sense of vigilance. Siyue noticed her unease. When Su Tianqi signaled, Siyue understood immediately. A sudden gust of wind, accompanied by a multitude of razor-like blades, swept through the forest. The white tiger, caught off guard, suffered numerous minor wounds and was revealed before the two women. "If memory serves, I warned you not to return here a few days ago," Siyue said coldly, poised for confrontation. The white tiger's expression paled as he growled, "I have come to retrieve my female. You should step aside." He feigned ferocity. Su Tianqi, initially expressionless, darkened at the sight of the white tiger, causing the lake's surface to churn violently. "Tell him that if he does not leave, he should not blame me for being impolite." Her impatience boiling over, for she detested clingy individuals. "Hearken, we demand you depart. Should you linger, we shall not hesitate to act." Siyue's smile bore a hint of mockery. The white tiger cast a disdainful glance at Siyue. "I do not engage with females. Should you not yield, do not blame me for the consequences." Su Tianqi's anger surged at the white tiger's audacity, and she raised her hand, summoning a colossal wave that Siyue intercepted. You? Even the dim-witted white tiger grasped the gravity of the situation. First the wind, now the lake. His expression turned frantic, realizing Su Tianqi might be a divine favored one. Siyue controlled the wind, lifting the white tiger into the air. "Tianqi, flood him." Without hesitation, Su Tianqi gathered a substantial volume of water, pouring it into the wind barrier. The white tiger hesitated only until the water reached his throat, at which point he relented. "I shall never return here again." "Release me," Siyue, seeing the white tiger's defeated demeanor, allowed him to descend. "Depart now. Should you be caught here again, your life will be forfeit." The white tiger fled without a backward glance, having faced death once. He wished to avoid that sensation. Yet in Su Tianqi's expression, he sensed the intent to kill. She had never truly cared for him. What reason remained for him to deceive himself? The white tiger's desolation did not affect Su Tianqi in the slightest. Upon the return of Kongyang and Zidian, Siyue recounted the events. Zidian was seething with rage, while Kongyang's expression shifted dramatically. He had yet to discuss the divine favored one with Siyue. Zidian exclaimed, "I shall pursue that white tiger. He must not escape." Kongyang sprinted ahead, and though Zidian was bewildered, he dutifully followed. On the way, Zidian pondered questioning Kongyang, but Kongyang's speed was formidable. He struggled to catch up. "Kongyang, do you intend to kill him?" "Zidian, Siyue is one favored by the divine. This secret must not be disclosed. If it leaks, we may never know peace again." Zidian was stunned at this revelation. It had been years since anyone had spoken of a divine favored one appearing. Kongyang was indeed fortunate. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zidian split off to pursue independently. The white tiger ran with all his might, desperate to escape before they caught up. He could even faintly taste the metallic tang of blood. Kongyang followed the scent, while Zidian meticulously searched the area. Neither yielded results. After scouring the entirety of the territory without finding the white tiger, Zidian grew anxious. Could he have already fled the territory? Zidian muttered to himself, "This scent is potent. Let us search carefully." The two beasts scoured the surroundings but found little of note. The white tiger, concealed within the earth, felt his heart racing. He hastily covered his tracks, uncertain if he could outsmart them. Kongyang surveyed the area, noticing freshly turned soil beneath his feet. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zidian, who had also observed. They crept closer, and as Kongyang circled around, the disturbed foliage revealed a small depression, within which lay a tuft of the white tiger's fur. Realizing they had been deceived, the two beasts were filled with rage, concerned for the safety of the female left at home. They decided to abandon the pursuit and return. After a considerable time had passed, the sand at the bottom of the pit shifted, and the white tiger clawed his way out, having narrowly escaped detection. His blood-red eyes glinted with madness as he glared in the direction of Kongyang and Zidian's departure. Those who betray me shall face death. Ever since his betrayal, his heart had twisted in anguish. Upon returning, Kongyang and Zidian felt a gnawing unease. Ultimately, Kongyang decided to inform the leader of the Qinglong tribe. To his surprise, the leader waved dismissively, entirely untroubled. We, the Dragon Clan, harbor no cowards among us. The Dragon Clan boasts numerous formidable warriors, and the Azure Dragon does not take this matter to heart. Kongyang reflects on it and decides to relay the news to Siyue and the others. It is then that Siyue suddenly remembers, the chosen of the gods. What exactly are they? They are beastmen favored by the beast god, endowed with extraordinary powers, the mightiest among beastmen. When they appear, numerous tribes will vie for them, as the chosen of the gods bring the blessings of the beast god. The more Siyue listens, the more she feels that the chosen of the gods are, in fact, traversers from another world. If the white tiger were to spread this information, would we not be in a perpetual state of unrest? Siyue begins to regret not having eliminated the white tiger on the spot. No, I and Zidian will strive to grow stronger to protect you all. We shall ensure your safety until our last breath. Kongyang and Zidian both vow before the beast god to safeguard them. Siyue discusses this matter with Su Tianqi, who is somewhat puzzled. Why don't they all reside together? Even if they are somewhat dispersed, arrangements could be made for patrolling, allowing for the immediate detection of any invading tribes. Tianqi, the custom of the Dragon Clan dictates that after reaching adulthood, individuals live separately and do not congregate. Siyue explains, leading Su Tianqi to understand. You need not worry. The outer territories are inhabited by the strongest beastmen of our clan, the uncles, so there will be no danger. Kongyang reassures Siyue and the others. The group soon loses their appetite after the meal and Siyue proposes. What if we move sooner? This way, even if we are found, we can buy some time. After consideration, the others agreed. I have thought it through. I will discuss the matter of residence with the clan leader tomorrow. Chapter 41. The chosen of the gods is truly troublesome as they retire for the night. Kongyang feels aggrieved at having to sleep with Siyue, as he has no desire to share a space with the rigid and unyielding Zidian. Once the cave is repaired in a few days, Tianqi will have her own room, and you can return then. Kongyang attempts to protest, only to be unceremoniously shut out by Siyue. He ventures into Zidian's cave, where he is met with mockery. Didn't you say you didn't want to sleep with a hard man? Why have you returned? Kongyang casts a disdainful glance at him, knowing that Zidian, devoid of any feminine qualities, is utterly oblivious to the beauty of the gentle female essence, and chooses not to engage. Inside the cave, Siyue finally dons her cool slippers, which she had refrained from wearing outside to preserve them. Alas, my leaf shoes can only be worn indoors. They wear out with the slightest exertion. The shoes Siyue had given Kongyang long ago had already worn out, and she has been troubled by the lack of suitable replacements. What is so difficult about it? I'll look for materials in the forest later. There must be something suitable for making sauls. Su Tianqi, however, is unconcerned, as she has an abundance of clothing and shoes, enough to last a lifetime with careful use. I hope so. I want to make a pair for Kongyang. The ground is scorching during the dry season, and it's freezing in winter. Yes, not easy for Kongyang and the others to search for food outside. Su Tianqi sighs, having had her fill of dog food, yearning for her own cave. After a peaceful night, the next day dawns bright and clear. Siyue and the others put the matter of the white tiger aside, focusing instead on stockpiling dried vegetables to last until the next bountiful season. Each takes a small hoe, making it convenient to dig up wild vegetables. The larger ones are harvested and dried, while the smaller ones are uprooted to be replanted. I envy Fu Huan's wood-based abilities. It makes growing vegetables so easy. Siyue wishes she could exchange her wind-based powers for wood-based ones. There's no need for envy. My abilities can also accelerate their growth and vitality. Siyue stares in astonishment. When did you acquire that? Su Tianqi explains, when I first arrived in this world, I ate a peculiar fruit on a cliff, which elevated my powers to the 7th tier and granted me additional abilities. Upon hearing this, Sue's face darkens with indignation. I'm furious at the disparate treatment between the fortunate and the unfortunate. She had never encountered any fruit, yet had broken through to the 7th tier amidst life and death, even burning through a considerable number of crystal cores. Goodness! Tianqi picked fruit the moment she landed. Tianqi, next time you find fruit, Be sure to take me along. I want a painless upgrade. Siwa earnestly gazes at her. Su Tianqi chuckles, there's no such luck. I did search the cliffs later, but never saw any again. Siwa blinks nonchalantly. Perhaps we might encounter some again in the future. All right, I'll take you along to search. As they converse and gather, by the end of the day, they have completely stripped the area of edible wild vegetables. Shall we bring some food tomorrow, so we don't have to return and waste time? Su Tianqi suggests, and Siwa considers it a sound idea. Yes, this way we can stockpile more provisions. The downside here is that during the bountiful season, we must gather enough food to last through 3 seasons. In the future, cultivating more will alleviate much of the burden. The flowers on the branches have begun to bloom, and the mountains are alive with colorful wildflowers, creating a vibrant spectacle. After they return from foraging, they inform Kongyang and Zidian that they will not be coming back for lunch, but are met with a firm refusal. I've discussed it with Zidian. From now on, I will go hunting while he gathers vegetables. And you can rest at home. Kongyang, we have the means to protect ourselves. Moreover, you and Zidian have plenty to handle. We will return when we tire. Unable to argue against Siwa's reasoning, Kongyang reluctantly agrees. Though he still forbids them from venturing too far, Zidian carefully captures a small, white, fluffy creature for Su Tianqi, who glances at it, finding it adorable but lamenting the meager amount of meat it offers. Siwa laughs upon seeing the furry beast. Tianqi, this creature is quite delicious. It's just difficult to catch. Zidian has good intentions. Su Tianqi smiles lightly, knowing there is plenty of time to explore. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon and the Shaman are deliberating on Siwa's situation, with the Azure Dragon expressing concern over the impending chaos. Shaman, the rumors of the chosen of the gods will attract covetous beastmen. What should we do? The shaman gazes at the distant peaks, his eyes calm. Azure Dragon, this is an opportunity for the Dragon clan to rise. You must seize it well. The Azure Dragon struggles to comprehend at first, pondering for quite a while before grasping the shaman's intent. Our clan is already strong. How can we rise further? The shaman regards the Azure Dragon with a look of pity. Do you not wish to suppress the Phoenix clan? The Azure Dragon hesitates for a moment. Shaman, I do not wish to incite war. Every dragon beast is precious. Compared to other races, dragon beasts are powerful yet difficult to reproduce, resulting in a small population. You are the clan leader. Your word is law. Soon, the news of the Azure Dragon's decree spreads throughout the clan, mandating that all underage and single dragon beasts must reside within the clan's settlement, with only adult dragon beasts permitted to occupy territories. This command stirs considerable excitement within the clan, and the Azure Dragon ultimately designates the settlement's location at the entrance of the Dragon clan's territory, allowing for both offense and defense. Siwa, do you wish to reside within the settlement? Siwa shakes her head, as she harbors many secrets and prefers not to go. Then we shall remain here. I am already an adult and can occupy my own territory. Kongyang asserts decisively, though Siwa feels troubled, as being different from others can also be a source of trouble. Kongyang, Zidian, hurry and tidy up the cave. We should move within the next few days. After much contemplation, Siwa concludes that relocating to obscure their presence would be the best course of action. The others express no objections and readily follow orders. The week passes, and most of their belongings have been moved. They officially relocate. Upon arriving at their new home, they find it has undergone a significant transformation since their last visit. A grass hut has been constructed at the cave's entrance, and 2 bread ovens have dried thoroughly. The interior of the cave has been cleaned to perfection, with the floor covered in fresh leaves. Siwa is overjoyed and gives Kongyang a kiss. Zidian, watching from the side, is filled with jealousy, lamenting when he might share such intimacy with Tianqi. Tianqi moves to another cave, which serves as her bedroom. Like Siwa's room, it is spotless, with a leaf-covered floor and a wooden bed neatly arranged. Zidian stammers, Tianqi, do you like it? As soon as the words leave his mouth, his face flushes red. This is the first time he is alone in a cave with Tianqi, and he imagines living here in the future. Zidian is captivated by his own fantasies, a blissful smile lingering on his face. I like it, she replies, and after a moment, Zidian realizes that Tianqi understands his words. His excitement surges. Tianqi, you can understand me now? Tianqi nods calmly. I've learned that a top student is indeed so confident. Would you be willing to become my mate? Chapter 42. A failed pursuit not yet. We don't know each other well enough. Without a hint of hesitation, Tianqi declines. While she harbors feelings for Zidian, she does not feel ready for a commitment. Oh, Zidian feels dejected but remains by Tianqi's side, helping her organize her belongings and tidy the cave. Once they finish, it is still before noon. After preparing a simple meal, Kongyang and Zidian set off to hunt. The bountiful season is ideal for hunting, and Kongyang and Zidian return each day well fed. Both have noticeably bulked up in their beast forms. Meanwhile, Siyue and Su Tianqi remain in the cave, foraging for wild vegetables, which they wash clean before drying. When you first arrived in this world, did you spend your days searching for food like this? Su Tianqi suddenly inquires of Siyue. Not long after I landed, I was taken in by Kongyang, who hunted daily to provide for me and offered me beast skins. He had just reached adulthood but worked hard to ensure my comfort. Siyue reminisces, filled with sweetness and happiness. As long as we don't suffer, united as sisters, we will surely thrive even more in the future. Su Tianqi felt a pang of melancholy. She missed the other three and wondered how they were faring. Do not sigh, she reassured herself. Zhui will undoubtedly take good care of herself. Fu Huan and Ming Gu possess resilient personalities and will surely manage. Saiyu had unwavering faith in her teammates. Having supported one another through the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, she believed that each of them, regardless of their distance, was thriving. Meanwhile, in another realm, Sun Zhuyu seemed to sense something, her radiant visage softening into a smile that illuminated the room. Sisters are the best. After all these years, you still think of me. Once I overcome my tribulations and elevate my cultivation, I shall come to find you. With that, she returned to her training. Unbeknownst to Siyue, Sun Zhuiyu's thoughts were far from her own. Before Su Tianqi's arrival, she occasionally felt a sense of loneliness, as if she were the last soul on earth, and the world around her had fallen silent. Before you came, I truly felt isolated and desolate. Numbing myself with mere survival, I am sincerely grateful for your presence, Siyue declared with a smile, which prompted Su Tianqi to reciprocate, their unspoken understanding requiring no further words. Tomorrow, let us go and see if the bamboo shoots have sprouted. They should be ready by now. Siyue recalled the bamboo grove, the source of their vegetable supplies, noting its vastness and the size and tenderness of the shoots. The bamboo here is quite robust. Perfect for crafting water buckets. Indeed, I was utterly amazed when I first laid eyes on them. After gathering the vegetables and drying them, the sky was nearly dark and Zidian had returned. There is still some honey left. Tonight, we shall feast on honey-glazed meat. The group indulged in a delightful meal, their spirits lifted. After dinner, Kongyang took Siyue for a stroll, while Zidian mysteriously darted away. Su Tianqi, preferring to remain in the cave, felt as though she was missing a candle. She pondered how to create one. Zidian rushed in, scooping her up and dashing outside. Su Tianqi knew he meant her no harm and felt no need to inquire. Upon arriving at their destination, she was captivated by the sight before her. The silver moonlight illuminated the sea of flowers, fireflies flitted about, intertwining green light with the moon's glow, creating a breathtaking spectacle that held her gaze captive. How beautiful, Su Tianqi exclaimed in awe. He, I knew you would love it, Zidian beamed, his joy nearly spilling from his eyes. Thank you, Su Tianqi said, her first genuine smile directed at Zidian. The warmth of her gentle smile seemed to possess a certain magic, captivating Zidian's gaze. While Su Tianqi was enraptured by the enchanting landscape, she remained oblivious to the fact that she herself was a breathtaking view in the eyes of others. Saiyu noticed a distinct shift in the atmosphere between Su Tianqi and Zidian since their outing. It had grown tinged with a hint of intimacy. Something is afoot between you two, she remarked. Su Tianqi's face flushed slightly. It's the same as before. You are mistaken. SK, I haven't even said anything yet. And you're already reacting? Su Tianqi shot Siyue a vexed glance, inadvertently confessing her feelings. I have a fondness for him, but I am still in the evaluation phase. It would be wise to test him further. Ensuring he understands you are not easily won, Siyue teased. Her light-hearted jest was soon overshadowed by the sight of Zidian's adoring gaze, causing Su Tianqi to blush. Kongyang arrived with their catch, while Zidian carried a bag of fruits. How delightful! The fruits are ripe. We can change things up. Saiyu handed Su Tianqi some familiar and delicious-looking fruits, and even with their hearty appetites, they still had plenty left over. Saiyu lamented. If only we had sugar, we could make preserves. Su Tianqi raised an eyebrow. I brought a substantial amount of sugar. Let us make it this afternoon. Siyu recalled the sweet stalks by the lake, suggesting, Tianqi, should we attempt to make candy? Do we have suitable raw materials? Yes, there are sweet stalks by the lake that resemble sugarcane. We can certainly give it a try. Then we shall make preserves and gather some to experiment. The two beast men were oblivious to the females' plans, each focused on their own tasks, one cooking, the other simmering meat. Siyu and Su Tianqi meticulously washed the fruits, peeling and dicing them. With so many fruits to process, even after the meal was prepared, they were still working away. After dinner, the beast men were sent out to hunt, and once they were gone, Su Tianqi promptly retrieved a large pot. She placed the diced fruits into the pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and mixed in rock sugar to simmer. Once the water boiled and the fruits were tender, she would pour the mixture into bamboo tubes for sealing, ensuring it could be stored for an extended period. After deliberating, Siyu and Su Tianqi decided not to store their goods in the warehouse due to the heat of the dry season and the risk of spoilage. On Siyu's insistence, they divided the fruit preserves equally. They finished 5 jars in one afternoon, reserving 1 for Kong Yang and keeping 2 for themselves. With the preserves completed, they soared back to the cave. Gathering the ripened vegetables, with a wave of her hand, water cascaded over the plants. Siyu, do you know how long they can live? Like us, once they bond, their lifespans will be shared equally. I see. Su Tianqi exhaled, relieved. The prospect of the longevity of abilities and shared lifespans was quite favorable for a couple in love. Tianqi, beast men are simple-minded, and dragonfolk are even more devoted. Trust and love once more. You deserve to be cherished. Having endured the betrayal of a former boyfriend, Su Tianqi, though she had parted ways decisively, could not escape the shadows it cast in Siyu's eyes. Zidian was innocent and devoted, somewhat adorably foolish, making him a suitable match for Su Tianqi, who could resist a naive and devoted little sweetheart. Su Tianqi sighed lightly, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Her ex-boyfriend had deemed her cold-hearted and dull, justifying his infidelity, and although she ultimately confronted him, those words had embedded themselves deeply in her heart. I will attempt to spend time with him. If it does not work out, I shall have to reside with you all for a lifetime. Chapter 43. Zidian's severe injury. Zidian distinctly sensed a shift in Su Tianqi's attitude towards him. She had become more cheerful and was now willing to spend time alone with him. Each day, he approached his tasks with renewed vigor. Whatever Su Tianqi suggested, even if it was said in passing, he endeavored to fulfill her every request. Su Tianqi observed all of this keenly, her heart warming with genuine smiles at the mere thought of him. Siyu watched with delight, relieved to see Su Tianqi emerging from the shadows of betrayal. For someone of her temperament, this was no small feat. The external world remained calm. After the White Tiger's escape, there had been no further disturbances. The group temporarily set aside their worries and focused on gathering supplies with increased fervor. With the harvest season halfway through, the preserved meat, labor-intensive and fatty, had yielded only 60 jars over the past days, far from sufficient. Suddenly, Su Tianqi recalled another preservation method she had once seen, one that could store meat for a year. Please gather more bamboo tubes and bring back some bamboo leaves. I have a better method for preserving the meat. Zidian and the others quickly returned with the bamboo. As they searched for a pot, Su Tianqi faced a dilemma. They lacked a sufficiently large vessel. Are there larger, deeper clamshells? This one is a bit small. I shall find some. Siyu and Kong Yang set off to search for larger black clams, and the atmosphere in the camp took on a sweet, tender quality. Su Tianqi, for reasons she could not fathom, felt uneasy meeting Zidian's intense gaze. Zidian, focus on crafting the bamboo tubes. Do not look at me. Unable to bear it any longer, she shot him an exasperated glare. Zidian obediently shifted his gaze away. The two fell into a silence, interrupted by the sound of flapping wings in the distance. They assumed it was Kong Yang's return. There are many of them. We should hide, Zidian urged, his expression grave. Guiding Su Tianqi into the cave for safety as he assessed the situation, Su Tianqi instinctively obeyed Zidian, taking refuge in a spot where she could observe the cave entrance. A group of brightly colored bird-like beastmen arrived. And before they could spot Zidian, he cleverly concealed the cave's entrance with brush and wrapped a piece of wood in animal hide. Just as they caught sight of him, he grabbed the wooden block and fled. The Phoenix tribe beastmen pursued him relentlessly, their chase growing more frantic as they soared farther away from the cave until they vanished from sight. Feeling that something was amiss, Su Tianqi noted the eerie silence outside. Cautiously, she emerged from the cave, only to find several vividly feathered birds searching for something. Scanning the area, she failed to locate Zidian. Several large water spheres struck the birds' necks, causing them to faint. Su Tianqi remained motionless, feeling as though a considerable time had passed. When the quiet persisted, she cautiously stepped outside. The ground bore only the footprints of the birds, and Zidian's .1 set of prints was notably deep, indicating he had departed with a heavy burden. Su Tianqi could not fathom why he had left with such a load, but given Zidian's strength, she assumed he would be fine. Meanwhile, Zidian sprinted at full speed, leading the Phoenix tribe's forces on a frantic chase. They had yet to realize he was not carrying anyone. He desperately hoped Kong Yang would return soon to escort the small female to safety. Uncertain whether he would survive long enough to see it, the leading Phoenix Beastman, having grown bored of the cat-and-mouse game, quickly closed the distance to Zidian. He was confident he would easily capture the divine favored one, only to be met with fury upon discovering that Zidian held nothing but a piece of rotten wood. Quickly return. The small female must still be in the cave. The leading Phoenix Beastman shouted in fury as he lunged at Zidian with a claw. Undeterred, Zidian, relying on the imposing stature of his dragon lineage, charged into the ranks of the Phoenix birds and unleashed a flurry of attacks, momentarily halting a few of the beastmen. Struggling is futile. Before pursuing you, I sent several kin to scour the caves. That little female is surely captured and on her way back, the leader of the Phoenix Beastmen remarked with an air of nonchalance. Exuding an undeniable sense of inevitability, a sudden jolt coursed through Zidian, propelling him to break through the beastmen before him in a desperate bid to retreat. However, he found his path blocked by a dozen Phoenix beasts. Zidian, undaunted and unfeeling of his isolation, fearlessly engaged the foe, and a fierce battle ensued. Yet, his formidable strength could not withstand the relentless onslaught. His body bore numerous deep wounds, and should the fight persist, his life would surely be forfeit. Yet thoughts of Su Tianqi ignited within him an infinite well of strength. He opened his jaws wide and fiercely clamped down on the beastman before him. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must hold on. Tianqi was still waiting for him. He could not allow these beastmen to take her away. Feng Jiu, if you do not intervene soon, we shall not endure much longer, one of the beastmen implored. Feng Jiu cast a scornful glance at his kin. You lot are incapable of defeating even one of them, a bunch of useless fools. I do not take advantage of others. Should you manage to vanquish them today, I shall let you go. Zidian, with sheer determination, mustered his last breath to defeat the beastmen before him, but his body succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Blood oozing from his myriad wounds, if he did not receive timely aid, he would bleed out entirely. Exhausted, he tried to rise, but his efforts were in vain. Useless lot, leave. Feng Jiu indeed kept his promise, leading the injured beastmen away, leaving Zidian unconscious on the ground. Tianqi, no. Zidian's eyes gradually closed, slipping into silence. Su Tianqi felt an unsettling thrum in her heart, as if something dreadful had occurred. Following the direction Zidian had vanished, she realized that mere walking would not allow her to catch up with him. Just then, the sound of flapping wings resonated through the air. Instinctively, Su Tianqi conjured several water orbs, only to discover a pair of golden wings approaching. It was Kong Yang and his companions. Kong Yang, quickly find Zidian. Strange beastmen have just passed through here, and I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. You must hurry. You all should hide. They may be here to capture you with that. Kong Yang followed the trail of footprints, catching the scent of many birdmen. Fearing for Zidian's safety, Yu grasped Su Tianqi's hand, trailing in Kong Yang's wake, the wind scattering their scents, though not worry. Dragon beasts possess formidable strength and resilience. He will be fine. I will take you to see. Kong Yang flew not far before encountering several Phoenix beastmen. After a fierce skirmish, the ground was littered with blood. Kong Yang pressed on, his heart racing with anxiety. Had Zidian encountered trouble? Why else would the Phoenix beasts be retreating? In his impatience, he neglected the tailing presence behind him, soon finding himself beset by several waves of phoenix beasts. Siyu opted to bypass them, flying low beneath their notice. Siyu trusted Kong Yang's prowess. Those phoenix beastmen were no match for him. The two arrived ahead of Kong Yang, confronting Feng Jiu and his kin. Yet they remained obscured by the lush foliage above, unaware of Siyu and her companion. Feng Jiu emanated a palpable sense of oppression, causing her to hesitate. They cautiously concealed themselves among the branches until Feng Jiu had flown far enough away to continue. Su Tianqi's mind was consumed with thoughts of the injured beastmen. Only Zidian could inflict such wounds. Her worry deepened. Eventually, the two discovered Zidian by the lakeside, scales shed and grievously wounded. As they approached, Zidian showed no sign of awareness. Zidian, Zidian. Su Tianqi's gentle voice trembled with emotion as she invoked her powers to heal him, determined that as long as there was breath, he could be saved. Zidian, hold on! In Chapter 44, within the tribe, Su Tianqi's powers had waned significantly, yet Zidian's breath remained faint. She could hardly believe that Zidian, once so vibrant, now lay silent. Zidian, hold on! You have yet to bond with me. You cannot die. Perhaps her words struck a chord within him, for his pulse grew stronger than before. With a substantial infusion of her powers, Su Tianqi soon found herself teetering on the brink of collapse. She produced numerous crystal cores to replenish her energy, stabilizing Zidian's condition, but her powers had been too heavily taxed, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Siyu, filled with concern, cradled her gently, placing her aside before fetching water to cleanse Zidian's wounds. Applying white powder to the profusely bleeding injuries, as they awaited Kong Yang's return, anxiety mounted within Siyu. The absence of her companion was troubling. To ensure their safety, Siyu kindled a fire, providing warmth while making them more visible. The moon rose, yet Kong Yang remained absent. Su Tianqi awoke, asking, "How is Zidian?" "He has been treated. Do not worry," Siyu replied, though there was hesitation in her voice. "You should seek out Kong Yang. My powers have recovered sufficiently for self-defense." Su Tianqi glanced at the night sky, realizing much time had passed. "Be cautious." The wind swept Siyu back towards the forest's heart, where she repeatedly reassured herself that all would be well. Kong Yang was strong and would surely be fine. The nighttime forest loomed like a dark abyss, quiet yet eerie, the calls of unknown beasts echoing ominously. Siyu quickened her pace, flying for what felt like an eternity without spotting a single figure. Undeterred, she searched the area where they had parted, the remnants of shattered trees and bloodied scales hinting at a fierce battle that had unfolded. Kong Yang? Kong Yang? Siyu forced herself to remain calm. No news could be good news. She needed to return to find Su Tianqi and the others. They would surely be safe. Upon her return, she found Su Tianqi still tending to Zidian, who remained unconscious, while Tianqi drained her energy healing him. "Tianqi, you have exhausted yourself. Who will care for Zidian?" "His condition has improved significantly. He will be fine." Only then did Su Tianqi cease her efforts. Siyu had intended to find shelter in a cave, but with both companions unconscious, she could do nothing but guard them until dawn as the sun rose. Kong Yang still had not returned, leaving Siyu in a dazed. "Siyu, did you not find Kong Yang last night?" Su Tianqi, having been too fatigued to inquire, only now realized his absence. Siyu shook her head. "I did not find him. Kong Yang is clever. He will be all right." Su Tianqi felt a pang of guilt. Had she not exhausted her powers the night before, Siyu would not have been delayed. "Go search for Kong Yang. Zidian's condition has improved considerably. I can watch over him. Be careful. I will return once I find Kong Yang." Siyu flew towards their home, having already considered the cave her sanctuary. She prepared for the worst, knowing that if Kong Yang were in peril, she would hold those responsible accountable. Upon arriving at the cave, she found nothing. The unconscious birdman had been taken away. Kong Yang's female? A sturdy beast man emerged from beneath a nearby tree. "I am. Where is Kong Yang? Have you seen him?" "He is unscathed. He instructed me to wait for you here. If he is unharmed, why does he not come to find me?" The beast man spoke with reverence. Kong Yang faced multiple foes last night and was injured, but he was sent to Wu Na for treatment. Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Right? Zidian is also injured. We must take him to Wu." Siyu climbed onto the unfamiliar dragon beast's back, seeking Zidian. Upon arrival, they found the severely injured Zidian had regained consciousness, though he appeared extremely weak. Zidian, you did well. Kong Yang said you defeated many enemies. What are the beast men? Were they captured? The Phoenix beasts were apprehended. The clan leader intends to use them as leverage for resources. That is fortunate. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zidian fell unconscious once more. By the way, my name is Long Tang, the unfamiliar beast man said, glancing shyly at Su Tianqi. You must take Zidian to Wu. We can return on our own. Long Tang hesitated, knowing it was perilous to leave the frail female alone in the forest, but Zidian's size made it impossible for him to carry both her and Cyu in a state of confusion. Zidian retained a flicker of awareness, yet his senses faded entirely upon transforming into human form. Long Tang carried the three of them for quite some time before reaching the residence of Wu and their tribe. Where Cyu spotted the unconscious Kong Yang. Wu, is Kong Yang gravely injured? Do not fret, little female. Kong Yang is merely exhausted from sleep. Thank you. Wu Cyu quietly approached Kong Yang, whose body bore numerous injuries, though none appeared severe. Zidian was taken to Wu, who administered a concoction of dark green medicine to him, declaring him fit for recovery. This treatment relies primarily on the beastman's self-healing. Su Tianqi joined Kong Yang, providing him with a portion of her powers, confirming that his condition was stable before departing. Cyu, should we consider residing within the tribe? Given our identities, we are not suited for prolonged stays with them. Upon returning, we shall discuss it with Zidian. Should I join him in battle, I should be unharmed. The destructive power of a 7th-tier ability user was immense. A single strike could render the land barren. You must be hungry after a night without food. Stay here while I prepare a meal. Cyu ventured outside to kindle a fire, leaving Su Tianqi to accompany the two injured. Unbeknownst to her, Su Tianqi found herself increasingly drawn to Zidian. His gaze was clear and profound, filled with an unwavering affection for her. Once, she had never believed in love at first sight, but during her time with Zidian, she suddenly found herself a believer. This time, even knowing that he was unlikely to perish, she resolutely led the enemy away. Had it not been for her fortunate emergence of healing abilities, Zidian would have surely faced dire consequences. He truly risked his life to protect her, fulfilling his promise. In Su Tianqi's eyes lay a depth of affection of which she herself was unaware. She had made up her mind that if Zidian were to propose to her again, she would accept his offer to become partners. After Cyu stepped outside, she happened to encounter Long Tang, who had come to bring them food. Cyu politely accepted the provisions and sent him on his way. Still wishing to visit Tianqi, Tianqi, have some roasted meat. It smells delightful, she urged. However, both of them found the food tasteless. After finishing the meat, Qinglong entered, seeking Cyu. Little female, come with me. Cyu followed Qinglong to an open area, which was strewn with various grasses and fruits. Little female, would you be willing to teach us how to cook? Certainly, if the clan leader arranges for some individuals to learn from me from the very beginning. It would be quite simple. Qinglong called over several young beastmen to learn alongside him, pointing to the items on the ground. These are what we have seen wild beasts consume. Do you know which ones are edible? I'll take a look. After a thorough inspection, Cyu selected the wild vegetables they had recently eaten and rummaged through the wild fruits, unexpectedly discovering a lemon. Cut this open. One of the dragon beasts immediately stepped forward to slice it. Cyu inhaled the aroma and confirmed it was indeed lemon. This is lemon. Adding a bit while roasting fish can eliminate the fishy smell. All these wild vegetables are edible. Go find some and gather a few fruits. Then prepare some bamboo tubes. I also intend to teach you how to make fruit preserves. The other idle beastmen assisted, and soon everything was brought over. Cyu first taught them how to process the wild vegetables, removing the edible parts and washing them for later use. During the sun's peak, they spread them on stone slabs to dry, waiting until they became crisp, which indicated success. Dried vegetables would need to be soaked in water before consumption. Once rehydrated, they could be used in soups or stir-fries. Realizing they were unfamiliar with the concepts of making soups and stir-fries, she had them find a large black clam for a live demonstration. The beastmen presented a clean black clam shell, and Cyu instructed them to build 2 earthen stoves. Just then, a beastman returned with a grunt beast. Share some of that white meat with me. And the vegetables as well. Cyu tore the prepared vegetables into smaller pieces, then ignited a fire to heat oil. Once the oil was hot, she added wild scallions, followed by the wild vegetables, seasoning them with a bit of salt just before serving. The aroma of the stir-fried dish wafted through the air, causing the beastmen present to swallow in anticipation. Xiaoyu prepared a large plate and set aside a small portion for herself before serving the rest to Qinglong. Clan leader, please taste this dish. Qinglong accepted the plate, grasping a leaf to sample the flavor. Indeed, this little female's cooking was exquisite. Their attempts could never match her culinary skills. Clan leader, the beasts from the Feng clan, Hu clan and Xiong clan are approaching our territory. Qinglong was enraged. He should not have shown kindness in the first place. They dare come. Let us go to battle. This time, not a single one shall escape. Except for the guards, the remaining beastmen were filled with fervor, ready to follow Qinglong into battle. Xiaoyu felt uneasy and made a resolute decision. Clan leader, I shall also go. Qinglong shot her a disapproving glance. Little female, that is not a place for you to be. I can protect myself, and they are likely after me. Qinglong fell silent, contemplating. If something happens to you, Kongyang will surely blame me. Xiaoyu soared into the air. Leaving the other beastmen astonished by this display, I can defend myself, and we will inevitably meet. Unable to dissuade Xiaoyu, Qinglong relented. Long Teng, carry the little female. They all transformed into their beast forms. Soaring into the sky, casting a shadow that was both imposing and audacious-inspiring, as they flew, they encountered the attacking beastmen. Qinglong narrowed his eyes, his beast form concealing his thoughts. Surrender, the divine favored one, and our three clans will retreat. The leader of the Feng clan, a beast of fiery red, drew closer, prompting Xiaoyu to signal Long Ting to advance. As they moved forward, Xiaoyu became visible to the opposing side. The divine favored one? The sight of Xiaoyu ignited excitement among the enemy. Coldly, Xiaoyu addressed them. I am the divine favored one. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can capture me, I will accompany you back. If not, her crimson lips curled into a smirk, then you shall remain here as fertilizer. Before the enemy could react, Xiaoyu summoned a tornado, two spirals roaring forth to engulf everything in their path. The opposing beastmen were filled with fear upon witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, realizing that the divine favored one was far more formidable than they had anticipated. We are not. The red phoenix beast attempted to explain but was interrupted by the tornado. The enemy scattered, seeking refuge from the tempest. The dragon beasts gazed at Xiaoyu in awe. The divine favored one was indeed extraordinary, possessing a power only a deity could wield. I grant you an opportunity. A 10-second head start. Those who can escape shall not be pursued. Those who cannot shall remain here as fertilizer. The enemy, unfamiliar with the concept of 10 seconds, only understood they were being given a chance to flee. The beastmen, including those from the Feng clan, scrambled back in a panic. After counting to 10, Xiaoyu raised her hand, and the tornado surged after the fleeing beastmen. Xiaoyu ascended from Long Teng's back, unleashing a barrage of wind blades upon the retreating foes. The Feng clan suffered the greatest injuries, while the Hu and Xiong clans faced comparatively fewer casualties. Xiaoyu did this intentionally, pondering whether the Feng clan would continue their alliance upon discovering the lesser losses of the other two clans. She directed the wind blades toward the Feng beastmen, inflicting numerous injuries. Once satisfied, she ceased her assault. Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare your lives. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Her soft voice sent shivers down the spines of the beastmen present. Clan leader, I shall return now. The remaining decisions are yours. Qinglong regarded Xiaoyu with newfound respect. Very well, then go take care of Kongyang. Xiaoyu nodded and left. Once Xiaoyu departed, Qinglong scoffed at the retreating trio of clans. A bunch of useless beasts. Xiaoyu paid no mind to the aftermath, returning to prepare a meal. A plate of stir-fried wild vegetables. A large plate of stir-fried meat and several skewers of roasted meat. Kongyang and Zidian were still asleep, and despite calling to them for some time, Xiaoyu eventually gave up. After the two had their lunch, Su Tianqi, looking weary, leaned against Zidian and fell asleep. Xiaoyu sat by, guarding the three of them. After so many bustling days, the sudden quiet felt unfamiliar to her. She opened Kongyang's hand, observing his long fingers, broad palms, which were covered in tiny wounds and thick calluses. Xiaoyu absent-mindedly traced Kongyang's hand, lost in thought until a soft voice jolted her back to reality. You. She instinctively turned to find Kongyang's eyes filled with tenderness. Kongyang, are you feeling unwell? You scared me, you know? Despite having learned about Kong Yang's injuries, Siyu had not shed a single tear until he simply called her name, and she couldn't help but weep profusely. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Kong Yang gently squeezed Siyu's hand. Remembering that Kong Yang hadn't eaten for an entire night, she hastily wiped her face. "I'll go fetch you something to eat. Wait for me." It's he that moment. Su Tianqi also awoke. Seeing Kong Yang awake brought her relief. She speculated that this incident was likely caused by the Baihu clan's leak, attracting other tribes. She shouldn't have shown weakness. If any beastmen from the Dragon Clan were injured or killed, it would be her fault. Su Tianqi furrowed her brow, biting her lip. If anyone were hurt, she would do everything in her power to save them. She only hoped this unwarranted disaster would pass swiftly. Siyu entered with a large bowl of grunt hoof soup. Kong Yang devoured it eagerly, even chewing the bones. "Slow down. There's plenty outside. I made a lot." Kong Yang's mouth was stuffed full, rendering him speechless. Siyu patted his back. "Eat, I understand, Siyu. Are there any casualties among the beastmen? Aside from these two unfortunate souls, there are no other injuries." Su Tianqi released a sigh of relief. Not having any casualties was a significant stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Relaxing, she felt her own hunger pangs. "That looks delicious. I want some too." In a rare moment of indulgence, Su Tianqi pouted, prompting Siyu to fetch another bowl brimming with meat without hesitation. "Don't accuse me of favoritism. Here, it's all meat. Seems you have not forgotten your principles, worthy of praise." As they ate, Wu entered, bringing 2 bowls of greenish broth for Kong Yang and Zidian. After the 2 beasts consumed their medicine, Wu departed. The healing methods here were indeed simple and crude. Based on the taste, the 2 bowls of medicinal broth contained the same ingredients. They did not tailor their remedies to specific ailments, indicating that the beastmen were remarkably resilient. That's not entirely inaccurate, Siyu remarked with a chuckle. As they chatted, Siyu yawned, exhausted from the night before, and leaned against Kong Yang. Falling asleep, Su Tianqi silently exited the cave. The area outside was flat, and many beastmen bustled about, cooking and working, creating a harmonious atmosphere, which starkly contrasted with the rumored nature of dragons. Who would believe that dragons are socially anxious? They are all devoted to their one true love, showing little interest in raiding other tribes. Each of them merely wishes to nest in their caves and raise their young. Su Tianqi stood at the entrance of the cave for a brief moment, when suddenly many single orcs began to wander about, each vying to display their most robust selves. A parade of muscular, handsome men showcased their physiques before her, leaving Su Tianqi initially perplexed by their intentions. However, once she grasped the situation, she swiftly retreated into the cave. She had already made up her mind to be with Zidian, and it was best not to let misunderstandings arise. Moreover, Zidian's visage would undoubtedly be deemed charming even in the modern world. Resembling an endearing young dog, seated beside Zidian, she soon dozed off without realizing it. In the midst of slumber, Zidian awoke momentarily, noticing Su Tianqi resting against his window. With quiet tenderness, he endured the pain and gently lifted her onto the bed. Enveloping her once more in sleep, as night fell, the others gradually awoke. Upon seeing them all alert, Wu sent them out. "Zidian, are you holding up?" "I'm fine." "Did they harm you, Tianqi?" "I'm all right, but as soon as you left." Kong Yang returned. "That's good, that's good. We should first seek shelter in a cave. It's unsafe outside once darkness falls. Let's rest for the night and return tomorrow." With a decisive nod, Siyu led them to an empty cave where they spent the night. The following morning, Siyu took them back to their territory. Once home, they exhaled in relief. Living outside had been quite uncomfortable, despite their previous familiarity with it. Kong Yang and Zidian were resting, while Siyu and Su Tianqi discussed hunting strategies. "Tianqi, I'm going to hunt. You stay here and watch over the 2 of them." "All right, please be careful." Su Tianqi wished to join but was unable to fly, and by the time she finished, she wouldn't know how late it was. Although they had stored food, they couldn't afford to squander it, especially since their reserves were limited, sufficient for merely a month at most. After Siyu departed, Su Tianqi wandered to a nearby stream. Utilizing her abilities, she effortlessly caught fish, watching as they were pushed ashore by the water, amassing over 100 with ease. She released the smaller females and retained over 60, which took quite some time to process. Siyu had hunted during the apocalypse, but she was unfamiliar with this area and could only rely on luck to find prey. After exploring many locations, she finally spotted a few grunt beasts. With a silent wind blade, she swiftly took down an adult male grunt beast, sending the others fleeing in terror, the mother quickly leading her young away in the woods. Siwe encountered a beast she had never seen before. Adorned with horns and robust like a small cart, its hide a dark hue. Kongyang had never brought home such a creature. Without concern for its edibility, she unleashed a flurry of wind blades, yet failed to deliver a fatal blow, only managing to provoke it bellowed, rampaging through the forest, toppling many large trees with astonishing force. However, when caught in a gust, the beast let out a panicked cry, only to be cleaved by a laser sword moments later. As Siwe grew more adept, she decided to employ her crystal core bow, inserting a second-tier crystal core. Initially, her aim was off, but soon her accuracy improved, allowing her to secure numerous catches from above. By the time she returned, it was well into the afternoon. Tianqi, I'm back. Welcome back. You're not hurt, are you? Siwe waved dismissively. These are merely ordinary beasts. How could I be injured? I caught quite a bit. We shall feast tonight. That's a relief. I made fish soup. You should have some. Tianqi had prepared a large pot of fish soup and grilled a few wrapped in leaves. The rest were preserved as dried fish. Wow, so many fish, Tianqi. It's wonderful to have you, Siwe exclaimed, savoring a sip of the delicious broth, which filled her with joy. Today was lucky. I caught plenty. Any leftovers will be turned into rations. Siwe laid the game out on the ground, forming a small mountain of meat, while Kongyang and Zidian awakened, drawn by the aroma of the fish soup, their stomachs rumbling. Ayu, did you catch all this? Impressive. Kongyang was unsurprised, given her prowess as a divinely favored individual. You too are awake. Have some soup first. Tianqi's broth is exquisite. Tianqi served generous bowls of fish meat to the two, knowing they would recover quickly from their injuries with the nourishment. Siwe prepared to handle the grunt beast, but Kongyang called out, Ayu, after I'm done eating, I'll go kill it. The grunt beast's belly reeks, you're injured. Let me handle it, I can manage. Kongyang quickly finished a bowl of fish and forcefully took the grunt beast to the lakeside for processing, leaving Siwe unable to stop him, so she merely assisted from the side. Zidian felt considerably better and wished to help Su Tianqi with the meat, but after consuming 2 bowls of soup, he was sent back to the cave to rest. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Zidian pondered whether he had missed his chance, thinking that if he couldn't protect the little female, she must be disappointed in him. As Zidian lost himself in thought, he drifted off to sleep. Outside the cave, Su Tianqi remained unaware of his musings, diligently breaking the leg bones of the grunt beast to make soup, with no healing potions available. Soup was their only remedy. Su Tianqi was unable to prepare meals for 3 alone, so they divided tasks. Siwe would roast the meat while Su Tianqi made soup and stir-fried vegetables. Siwe even took out some eggs, ensuring they had a source of protein. Upon seeing the black-horned beast, Kongyang felt a fleeting sense of pride. Siwe was truly remarkable, and he considered himself fortunate. The black-horned beast was large, with thick hide that was tough to pierce. They usually wouldn't hunt it, as it consumed too much time and was not particularly palatable. However, a single beast would yield the equivalent of several grunt beasts' worth of meat. Kongyang, Zidian, it's time for dinner. Chapter 47. The daily routine of fishing. Zidian, still in slumber, did not hear the call until Su Tianqi roused him. Groggy, he followed her outside to find an array of roasted meats and a large pot of fish soup laid out on the table. Make sure to eat plenty, so you recover quickly. Su Tianqi first served him a bowl of soup before starting on her own. For a moment, the only sounds at the table were the ravenous gulps of the 2 beasts. They had not eaten much in the past few days and were quite famished. Yet, since they hadn't gone hunting, they felt no right to voice their hunger. Siwe and Su Tianqi consumed the fish soup and a few vegetable dishes until they felt satisfied. Within moments, the table was already half empty. Siwe then brought out bread from the storage, and after finishing the meat, the 2 beasts polished off every last drop of soup, finally satiated. Thank you for your hard work, Ayu and Tianqi. Thank you, Tianqi and Ayu. The 2 beasts expressed their gratitude simultaneously, feeling incredibly fortunate to be cared for by the females. You're not fully recovered yet. Go rest. We'll manage the rest. Kongyang insisted on helping, while Zidian, inexplicably drowsy, was coaxed by Su Tianqi to sleep. His fatigue stemmed from the influence of her abilities. Kongyang returned to the lakeside to hunt beasts, while Siyue meticulously cut the meat into portions. And Su Tianqi salted and preserved it. The three were tirelessly engaged in their tasks. The peak season had passed, and their food reserves were insufficient to endure the approaching dry season. Both Siyue and Su Tianqi prepared for extended hours of labor each day. Once Kongyang finished processing the meat, Siyue persuaded him to rest before he grew too exhausted. The quantity of meat was overwhelming. They had to apply salt to several jars before it was properly cured. Once the meat was preserved, they had to begin preparing dinner. After several days of this routine, both women had noticeably lost weight. Su Tianqi continued to utilize her powers to heal them, and by the third day, Kongyang was revitalized and ready to hunt again, while Zidian appeared much less feeble, his spirit noticeably lifted. Tianqi, it's my fault for being useless and making you work so hard. Although Zidian felt slightly better, he still wanted to accompany Kongyang on a hunt, but was stopped by Su Tianqi. Kongyang can go alone. You need to stay here to protect us. Upon hearing this, Zidian cheerfully agreed to stay behind. Now that Zidian was feeling well, he and Kongyang hunted vigorously each day. After their recent injuries, they realized that if there were sufficient food, the little females would not need to toil so hard. Numerous racks were erected in front of the cave to hang the cured meat. During this period of abundant meat preparation, the two women discovered that even with 2 bread storage areas and 2 stoves, the meat was still insufficient. They had to process meat late into the night every day. After much contemplation, they decided to adopt a different method for preserving meat. Tianqi, can you extract moisture from the meat? Su Tianqi possessed an extraordinary ability to control water. She had previously extracted sap from plants, but had never attempted it on animals or humans. I haven't tried, but I'll give it a go. Su Tianqi enveloped the meat with her powers and gradually extracted the moisture, astonishingly yielding a fist-sized mass of water. Tianqi, it works. We can stockpile various meats now. It seems I have gained another method of attack, but I cannot extract the moisture from the center. It's still not dry enough. Leave the rest to me. Siyue wrapped the meat in wind, spinning it rapidly like a washing machine, and soon they obtained a beautifully colored piece of dried meat. It seems to be ready. The moisture has decreased significantly. Let us make the meat that can't be cooked into dried meat. Su Tianqi first extracted the moisture, then Siyue dried it, and by afternoon, they had amassed several large baskets of meat. Finally done. Let us move 1 basket to the storage room. We'll keep the rest ourselves for safekeeping. We may have to work a bit harder for now. We'll harvest vegetables in the morning and process the meat in the afternoon. Those vegetables won't last much longer. When Kongyang and the others returned, Siyue called out to them, Kongyang, tomorrow we're heading to the bamboo forest. How about we go fruit picking tomorrow? We should prepare more. The following morning, the 4 of them rose early and ventured into the bamboo grove, where the uneven bamboo shoots had expanded deep into the forest. Why don't you go hunting? We shall stay here to chop bamboo, and you can come back to fetch us once you finish your hunt. The 2 beasts expressed their disagreement. What if we encounter a ferocious beast? With a wave of her hand, Su Tianqi conjured numerous water orbs on the surface of the water, while Siyue also gestured, sending wind blades to sever several bamboo stalks, causing them to topple. Zidian stood by, his mouth agape in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such extraordinary abilities. Kongyang, having witnessed this before, was not surprised. You two be careful. Zidian and I will come to fetch you shortly. Sensing that Siyue might be up to something she wished to keep hidden, Kongyang decided to take Zidian away. Once the 2 beasts departed, Siyue swiftly harvested the bamboo tubes and shoots like a reaper, while Su Tianqi focused on the fish and shrimp in the stream. Each was engrossed in their own task, reaping abundant rewards. By the time Kongyang and Zidian returned, only half of the bamboo grove remained, and the stream appeared considerably diminished in its aquatic life. Both Kongyang and Zidian were in beast form, their backs laden with a substantial amount of game, while Siyue led Su Tianqi. Soaring behind them, upon returning to the cave, Zidian suddenly caught a whiff of something and his expression darkened as he dragged out a male and a female beast. You dare return? I warned you last time. If you come again, I shall kill you. Zidian gripped the male beastman's throat tightly, and the female, upon noticing the presence of 2 females, panicked. Could it be that Zidian had truly taken a mate? Zidian, I regret it. Let us bond tomorrow. I shall bear you many dragon eggs. Speak. How did you come to this place? Zidian glared at the two beasts with disdain as the fox girl tearfully pleaded for Zidian to release her brother. After venturing elsewhere, she realized she could not find another male as caring and devoted as Zidian. Her parents had been killed for her sake. She was merely momentarily greedy. Why would he not grant her another chance? I was wrong, Zidian. After I left, I realized you are the only one who treats me well. I can mate with you. Please forgive me and let my brother go. With a thud, the male beast man was thrown to the ground. We shall first deal with the bamboo shoots. They can handle themselves. Su Tianqi had not anticipated that Zidian once had a prospective mate. She decided not to intrude, fearing they might reconcile Zidian in a fluster. Insisted Tianqi, I have no ties with her. Kongyang can attest to that. I have only ever liked you. The fox girl cast a glance at Zidian. She had never seen such beautiful females, let alone two. And now it made sense why Zidian had lost interest in her. It was all that female's fault, so this is why you are so resolute in not forgiving me. It turns out you have taken a liking to that female. Aren't dragons supposed to be monogamous? Why would you be attracted to another female? The fox girl's expression twisted, her previously lovely visage now contorted with malice. I do not fancy such a venomous female. I only pitied you before. The only one I cherish is Tianqi, and henceforth, she shall be my soul mate. Yu Tianqi wished to remain uninvolved in such matters and pulled Siyu towards the lake. Let us peel the shoots. Do not linger. Chapter 48. Siblings Kongyang intended to assist in peeling the shoots, but was pushed back to continue processing the game. Siyu returned with a bountiful harvest of shoots. But the two of them were unaware of when they would finish, especially with the need to cut them as well. Meanwhile, Zidian quickly dealt with the pair. He had injured the fox boy and warned the fox girl that should she return, he would snap their necks. The two foxes trembled, acutely aware of the murderous intent in Zidian's tone. The fox girl, once confident in her beauty, now felt unbalanced upon realizing there were females more attractive than her. She vowed to reclaim everything from today. She would not endure such humiliation. Supporting her injured brother, the fox girl stumbled away, her heart brimming with unquenchable rage. Sister, I will take care of you from now on. We shall not seek him out anymore. He no longer cares for you. What can you, so young, use to support me? Our parents could not even provide for us. I will find a powerful beast man willing to support us. Without Zidian, I can still seek other dragon beasts. Sister, you have changed. I have not changed. I simply refuse to endure hunger any longer. Dragon beasts occasionally go hungry, and for other races, it is even more unbearable. But tonight, we may not survive to leave this place. The fox boy's gaze met the ravenous, carnivorous beast not far away. The moment the fox girl spotted the beast, her hand trembled, her face turning pale as the savage creature lunged towards them. The fox boy pushed his sister aside, sparing her from harm. Sister, flee. I will hold it off. The fox boy, slender and still not of age, was no match for the ferocious beast. Yet he remembered his parents' words to protect his sister and pushed her away without hesitation. The fox girl trembled uncontrollably. Alone, she could hardly run far. Even if her brother sacrificed himself to buy her time, she could not escape. Brother, go. The fox girl transformed back into beast form and charged at the savage beast. But to her dismay, the beast was unfazed, sending her crashing back to the ground. The beast opened its jaws to snap at the fox boy's head. No. The fox girl's eyes widened in terror as she charged again. But at the critical moment, the beast was kicked aside. The fox girl, unable to evade in time, collided with the creature and was also kicked away. What business do foxes have in my tribe's territory? I came to find Zidian and was just about to return. The fox girl feigned calmness. Since they were Zidian's kin, she hoped that mentioning his name would spare them trouble. Zidian, you say? The newcomer regarded her with a contemplative expression. Then you should leave quickly. Here is one of my scales, imbued with my essence. The beast will not approach you. The fox girl accepted the golden scale, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and no need for such formality. Just hurry and leave. With that, Fei took flight. The fox girl gazed at the departing figure with awe. If only such a powerful beast man could be her mate. Looking at the scale in her hand, a scheme began to form in her mind. Sister. The fox boy lay weakly on the ground, and the fox girl snapped back to reality, quickly aiding him as they departed. Fei, having swiftly cast aside the earlier events, soon arrived at Kong Yang's dwelling. "Kong Yang, are you feeling better?" Kong Yang was taken aback to see his father approaching from afar. "Father, what brings you here? I heard from the tribe leader that you were injured and unable to hunt, and that you have a female to care for, so I brought you some meat." Fei suddenly realized something and looked at his empty hands in dismay. He had forgotten to bring any. "I will go hunt now. You and Zidian should rest." "Father, there is no need to." Before he could finish, Fei had already taken off. "It seems you take after your uncle. Always in a rush." "See," teased Kong Yang, then recalled the distant relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The dragon tribe's in-law relationships are quite harmonious, aren't they? They go about their lives without interference, completely devoid of in-law troubles. Speaking of which, we have yet to visit Father's territory. We should go before the dry season arrives. Indeed, it would be nice to see if there are any plants I recognize in my father's territory. Mentioning plants reminded Siyu of lemons. "Kong Yang, last time in the tribe, they had a type of sour green-skinned fruit. Do you know where I can find it?" Kong Yang scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't most sour green-skinned fruit like that? Seeing his reaction, Siyu knew he was unaware and decided they would have to return to the tribe to search again. Zidian was nearly fully recovered and overheard Kong Yang and the others planning to return. "Tianchi, let us accompany Uncle Fei to visit. The scenery there is splendid." Zidian was at a loss for how to describe it, while Su Tianchi was hesitant to go, wondering what they would do when meeting their in-laws. "You all go. We can also visit Uncle Feishing along the way. Perhaps we will discover something new." Kong Yang was indifferent. After all, Su Tianchi was Siyu's kin and they lived together, so it would be nice to go together. Fei had yet to return. He was out hunting in the woods, completely unaware he was about to attract trouble. By the time he caught enough game to return, Kong Yang and the others had already chosen their gifts. "Father, I am better now. Let us go back to see Mother." Fei's hand trembled. These little rascals were about to disrupt his blissful life, yet he forgave them for this one occasion. "You can fly now?" Fei assessed the two, noting how Kong Yang and Zidian stood tall and unflinching. "We are robust dragon beast men. We have been well for some time. What about these spoils?" A pile of crippled game lay on the ground. "Many on the brink of death. We can eat them on the way. They won't survive anyway. Then let us take them along. You must fly steadily with the females eye in the sky." 3 massive dragon beasts flew in formation. To stave off boredom on the journey, Siyu and Tianchi sat upon Kong Yang's back, donning animal pelts to shield against the wind. "Tianchi, have you found joy in these days?" Su Tianchi was momentarily taken aback, then reflected on her recent memories. Each day was filled with the struggle for survival, yet she felt a profound sense of peace and happiness, free from pressure. Such days were what she had longed for. "I am very happy. I never imagined I could lead such a relaxed life. That is good. I feared you might not adapt." "You are indeed correct. You arrived a year before me. Is it tiring?" "When I first arrived here, I felt a sense of relief, grateful to be alive and surrounded by such a pleasant environment. The orcs, in their simplicity, have spared us the intricacies of deceit and rivalry. Although it may be a bit arduous, it truly brings me joy." The two exchanged knowing smiles, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. Harvesting sweet potatoes, gathering pumpkins, and picking grapes and fruits, as for wild vegetables. They could be plucked and dried under the sun, requiring only a thorough wash before consumption. "We must also attempt to make mud bricks. Once they are ready, we can teach them how to construct houses, ensuring ours remains inconspicuous." "You reminded me, I have a longing for the coolness of air conditioning." Chapter 49. Beans. After flying for a while, the sisters grew weary. With ample space on Kong Yang's back, they chose to lie down and feign sleep. Zidian noticed they had drifted off and flew ahead to shield them from the wind. Kong Yang slowed down, allowing them to rest more peacefully. When they finally opened their eyes, a new scene greeted them. Golden sands stretched as far as the eye could see, adorned with numerous coconut trees, and the distant sound of waves caressing the shore. Could it be the seaside? The ocean? We are so close to the sea. Siyu was momentarily stunned, wishing she had come sooner. The prospect of oyster sauce was exhilarating. This was Su Tianchi's immediate reaction, given the scarcity of seasonings here. The availability of oyster sauce was indeed a delightful surprise. What is oyster sauce? It is a condiment. Once we prepare it, you will understand. As they conversed, they followed Fei until they reached a cave by the sea. Fei, is that you back? A gentle voice called out. Fei softened her expression. It's me, and Kong Yang is here too. Kong Yang? Hu Jiao, Kong Yang's mother, poked her head out from the cave and beamed upon seeing the four of them. The little ones have arrived. Come in quickly, Fei. Start grilling the meat. Granny Hu Jiao beckoned everyone inside, where a large wooden table and several wooden stools awaited, reminiscent of Siyue's home. After exchanging pleasantries, they were soon ushered out of the cave by Hu Jiao. You two take the little female to the beach for a look, but do take care of them. Kong Yang suggested they head to a rocky area. Kong Yang hesitated, but there are many sharp stones that can hurt your feet. Take us to see. Perhaps we'll discover something. They urged. Kong Yang recalled Siyue's culinary skills and swallowed hard, momentarily surrendering to his gluttonous instincts. He scooped up Siyue and dashed forward, with Zidian swiftly following, carrying Su Tianqi. The rocky area was not far off and they arrived in mere moments. Indeed, the stones were teeming with oysters, each as large as Kong Yang's palm, alongside numerous sea snails and mussels. The prospect of oyster sauce was within reach. The two exchanged delighted glances, but soon faced a dilemma. How to crack open the oysters? Shall we try using wood and stone to create a tool? They quickly fashioned two sturdy branches into handles, then found a stone to shape into a pickaxe, embedding it into a small hole they had dug out. Securing it with a small stick, though a bit heavy, it was a marvelous creation. With spirits high, they headed to the beach to harvest oysters. Who could resist such a bounty of seafood? Especially after feasting on meat until they felt ill. Bring over some large wooden barrels, Zidian instructed, remaining behind to safeguard the two, while Kong Yang went to chop wood for the barrels. Zidian watched as they effortlessly unearthed a soft substance, feeling a twinge of curiosity mixed with disgust. Tianqi, is this edible? Zidian hesitated. Could this strange, soft mass be palatable? This is an oyster. It's quite delicious. We can stay here for a few days and prepare some oyster sauce before returning. Kong Yang soon returned with several large barrels. Siyue eagerly stuffed an oyster into Kong Yang's mouth. He was momentarily bewildered but chewed, discovering it was indeed exquisite, melting in his mouth. It's delightful. I've lived here for so many years and never realized this was edible. Zidian, driven by curiosity, also popped one into his mouth, finding it tender and savory, and the two immediately entered a frenzy of oyster consumption. As several barrels filled up, they ate one as they filled another, quickly accumulating a mountain of shells. Siyue and Tianqi, wary of an upset stomach, stopped after just a few. However, they mischievously refrained from warning Kong Yang and Zidian, allowing them to indulge until they had consumed 20 or so. You can't eat too many raw, it will upset your stomach, they finally cautioned. Kong Yang and Zidian exchanged puzzled glances. What does it mean to have an upset stomach? They had grown up eating raw meat without issue. Siyue realized they can eat raw meat, so eating raw oysters should be fine. Unfazed, Kong Yang and Zidian continued feasting, while Su Tianqi delighted in the sea snails, selecting a basketful of the largest ones. Siyue recalled the clams. Let us go dig for clams. Su Tianqi, puzzled, asked if clams could be found here. Hee, you don't know? Clams are buried in the sand, and after low tide, they can be easily unearthed. Ignoring the two still enjoying their feast, they joyfully made their way to the beach. Digging into the moist sand, with a single strike, they uncovered clams the size of half a palm. This must be paradise. So many large clams, Tianqi. Let us stay a few more days and dry some seafood to bring back. It seems we are of one mind. Let us extend our stay. Once we build houses, we can return here for a short visit. Digging for clams proved effortless, and soon they had amassed a considerable haul. With many clams stealthily burrowing back into the sand, Siyue noticed and quickly dug them up again. Rushing back to the rocks, Kong Yang, Zidian, stop eating. We need to make some barrels. We don't have enough to hold everything. Before long, the two returned with numerous barrels, taking the filled ones back to the cave. In no time, they had gathered a substantial amount of clams. Siyue instructed that the clams to be taken back should be soaked in spring water, to be processed later. Kong Yang simply poured the clams into the spring water, encircling them with stones to prevent them from being washed away. He truly was a clever beast. Tianqi, do you think we could find various fish like in those tide hunting videos? I am not sure. After we finish this barrel, we can check the water. The two strolled along the tide line and soon encountered a pair of large crabs engaged in a fierce battle, which were swiftly enveloped by water and propelled into Su Tianqi's bucket. Wherever there is water, you are invincible. In windy places, it's your domain. Quick, keep catching. We cannot let our seafood feast escape. When Kong Yang and the others returned, they found several buckets of clams and crabs, while Siyue and Tianqi were still strolling along the shore, clearly reluctant to leave. The wind tousled their hair under the golden-red sunset, creating a scene both gentle and beautiful. The shimmering sea reflected the sunset, transforming the water into a magnificent gold and red, evoking a sense of beauty tinged with longing. You're back. Not digging anymore? Come and walk with us. Kong Yang and Siyue held hands, skipping ahead, leaving a trail of footprints in the sand. Su Tianqi pulled Zidian away, heading in another direction. I can't always be the third wheel. Besides, I've come to realize that Kong Yang is a wonderful companion, always putting Siyue first. Zidian's face flushed with nervousness, contemplating whether to take Tianqi's hand or wait for another moment. What if she was displeased? If he didn't seize this opportunity, it might slip away. Su Tianqi sensed Zidian's anxiety, but chose not to address it. She relished the beautiful scenery, deciding to leave other matters for tomorrow. Just as Zidian finally mustered the courage to hold Tianqi's hand, she had already walked too far. Tianqi, wait for me. Chapter 50. The unpredictable seasons. Upon returning from their walk, Fei had already grilled the meat. The oysters were washed and ready to be served, and Fei instantly fell in love with them. Siyue prepared some as well. Even without seasoning, they were inherently delicious. The clams were tender and juicy, simply sprinkled with a bit of scallion and salt, creating an aromatic dish. The steamed crabs tasted sweet, prompting them to eat one after another, unable to resist. Throughout the meal, Hu Jiao praised Siyue and Tianqi profusely, leaving the two feeling rather bashful. The next day, without Siyue needing to call out, Kong Yang and Zidian eagerly grabbed barrels to harvest oysters. Having heard that they needed many oysters to make oyster sauce, the two set out before dawn with their barrels. Before long, they returned with several large barrels of oysters. After rinsing off the mud, they boiled the oysters in a pot of water, adding a pinch of pepper. Once the broth turned a deep blue-black, they retrieved the oysters, continuing to simmer the broth until it transformed into a rich brown, signaling success. The cooked oysters became their breakfast, while the excess ones were strung together and hung on a makeshift rack on the beach to dry. Transforming into preserved oyster meat, I'm tempted to move to the seaside. There's seafood year-round. Siyue contemplated the feasibility of such a plan. During the bountiful season, they would need to farm, gather vegetables, and hunt, making a seaside residence impractical. The dry season would bring heat and harvests, and once the crops were gathered, there would be little to do, making it a perfect time to move to the coast. The rainy season would involve searching for migrating herds, but their location would not be an issue. The snowy season required little more than warmth. Once we finish harvesting in the dry season, we can move to the seaside. There won't be much to do then. Su Tianqi recalled Siyue's remarks about the dry season's changes. It would be perfect to come here during the dry season to dry seafood for use in the rainy and snowy seasons. This year, we should not go hungry. Siyu's heart brimmed with joy. She could not help but smile. The sensation of hunger was indeed quite distressing. This year, they had made ample preparations, and surely they would not face starvation again. Recently, the sun had grown increasingly fierce, its glaring rays causing them to hesitate, as they braved the scorching heat that threatened to peel their skin. The moisture in the air was gradually diminishing, though imperceptibly. It was lessening day by day. It seemed that the dry season was approaching, and upon their return, they would need to store water. Thus, they should craft more bamboo tubes while the humidity remained high, allowing for the collection of pure water. Last year, they had managed to survive the dry season with over 100 tubes of water, but this time, they needed to produce even more. Just a few would suffice, as I can also condense water. The two stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the sea, where the vast ocean mirrored the sky, creating a captivating scene amidst the ebb and flow of the tides. Soon, Kong Yang returned with several buckets of snails and oysters, and upon seeing Siyue, he found it peculiar that they were stringing the oysters together. Are you drying them? He inquired, his expression adorably foolish. Siyue, unable to suppress a chuckle, replied, cough, cough. These are to be dried into oyster jerky, which we can consume during the dry season. We shall leave these for Mother and the others. We can dry them later during the season. Then I shall go dig up some more. We should dry enough to take back. Wait. This bucket of water is for you, and this one you should take to Zidian is too hot. Drink more water. Kong Yang, carrying 2 buckets of water, walked away, while Siyu and her companions resumed stringing the oysters. Life in their primitive society was indeed monotonous. Each day began and ended with the search for food, their current circumstances leaving little room for other interests. Speaking of which, there should be kelp and seaweed by the shore. They ought to search for it later, as it would make for excellent soup ingredients. Rows of dried oysters lined the beach, occasionally attracting seabirds hoping for a snack, all of which had been claimed by the water blade for dinner. At noon, they feasted on grilled oysters and meat, with a generous helping of vegetables, and Fei even brushed some honey on top. Siyu suddenly remembered that only 1 bucket of their honey remained, and made a mental note to search for more in the forest upon their return. After lunch, as the temperature soared and the air grew increasingly oppressive, everyone retreated to the cave for an afternoon nap, seeking refuge from the sun's most relentless rays. Inside the cave, the temperature was a world apart from that outside. It felt as though they had entered a cool sanctuary, akin to air conditioning. The moment one stepped outside, a wave of heat would greet them. This year's dry season seemed to have arrived rather prematurely. Siyu calculated the time. There was still over a month until the dry season, and it shouldn't be this hot. An ominous feeling gripped her, and she swiftly pulled Kong Yang aside. Kong Yang, you must hurry to the tribe and inform everyone to store water. The dry season may arrive ahead of schedule. Kong Yang did not question Siyu's intuition. He simply obeyed her command without hesitation and hurried off to spread the word. Meanwhile, the others stood by, bewildered, unsure of why the dry season seemed imminent. Su Tianqi recalled the diminishing moisture and pondered if the dry season truly would arrive early. Father, Mother, let us make more bamboo tubes for water storage. Fei's cave was stocked with ample dried meats and vegetables. He was a seasoned hunter, capable of sustaining 2. Fei furrowed his brow, understanding the urgency of the situation. Let Zidian take you back first. If Kong Yang returns looking for you, I will relay his message. Thank you, Father. Tianqi, Zidian, let us go. Though Zidian was confused, he instinctively followed Cus lead, transforming back into beast form to carry the 2 of them home. Do not be anxious. My ability is water, Su Tianqi reassured, remaining calm. While everyone else would suffer from thirst, she alone would not, a confidence bestowed upon her by her powers. Tianqi, if the air lacks moisture, can you still condense water? Su Tianqi paused, recalling that even in the harshest conditions of the apocalypse, she could still conjure water, albeit in smaller quantities. Siyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is well. We must hasten to gather vegetables in the coming days, for soon they shall wither. The 2 had to traverse a considerable distance. Siyu retrieved 2 thin blankets, 1 for each, to shield them from the sun's rays. Looking down from Zidian's back, the breathtaking artistry of nature unfolded before them, a sublime blend of grandeur and beauty, devoid of any signs of artifice. Each sight was as exquisite as a painting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fox girl approached the dragon beast tribe, clutching the scales. She had resolved that, even if the beast man was older, she was willing to become his mate. Where did you acquire these scales? I recall that the female of Fei does not possess such a trait, the guard inquired, intrigued. Many sought the dragon clan for various reasons, but it was rare for someone to seek a mate already committed. Are you saying he has a female? He is mated? The fox girl was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Why was it that she always found out too late? I do not believe it. Summon him here. I must ask him face to face why he would give me scales if he already has a mate. The guard, equally incensed, wondered when their clan had produced such a disloyal dragon, tarnishing their reputation. Wait here. I shall fetch him, he snapped, while other beast men cast sympathetic glances at the fox girl, dismayed at the unfaithfulness of the dragon who had a mate yet sought a young female outside. Little female, if he truly deceives you, the chief will not let him off easily. Chapter 51. A grateful betrayal. By the time Fei was summoned by the human tribe leader, a considerable amount of time had passed. Arriving at the tribe, he felt utterly bewildered, relieved that Fei Yu had come to fetch him when Hu Xiao was not nearby. Otherwise, he would have lost his ears. Fei, in a fit of frustration, flapped his wings rapidly, creating a blur as he soared, leaving Feiyu struggling to keep up. Slow down. Wait for me. Upon reaching the tribe, Fei landed only to be met with disdainful gazes from the other beastmen, inciting his ire. I did not seek a mate outside. What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I shall teach you a lesson. His face flushed with anger, and as he caught sight of the fox girl, she rushed over, her demeanor fragile, tears glistening in her eyes. Benefactor, I finally found you. Fei stared at her for a moment before recalling the origins of the scales. It was you? I saved you out of kindness. And you come to my tribe to slander me? Are you trying to provoke me? His eyes blazed with fury, but the fox girl urgently denied. No, I merely wish to thank you. You saved me, and I want to be your mate. But upon my arrival, they informed me that you were already mated. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her delicate demeanor evoking an instinctual urge to comfort her. However, Fei remained unmoved. My act of saving you was merely incidental. I already have a partner. With that, he addressed the tribe leader beside him, ignoring the fox girl's cries as he swiftly took flight, as though a ferocious beast were pursuing him. Though the fox girl appeared to weep, her heart raced with anxiety. Her younger brother had been injured, and she lacked hunting skills. She urgently needed to find a strong male willing to mate with her. Woo-woo, I was unaware he had a mate. But he saved me in the forest. I merely wished to repay his kindness. Woo-woo. Her tears struck a chord with many dragon beasts present, some feeling compelled to approach her. Such a beautiful and gentle female. Grateful and virtuous. If Fei did not desire her, perhaps they could seize the opportunity. Little female, would you consider being with me? I am He Yao. Other male beastmen quickly followed suit, eager to introduce themselves. Little female, I am Long Xian. Little female, I am He Long. Several single males surrounded the fox girl, and she chose He Yao, who appeared the most manageable. You are also a kin of my benefactor. I wish to live with you. He Yao was overjoyed, lifting the fox girl in his arms and carrying her away. The other beasts felt disheartened. Yet another day without a mate. After being brought back to He Yao's cave, the fox girl hesitated before speaking. And when He Yao inquired, she lowered her head, tears falling. I have a younger brother. He has been injured. Could you allow him to stay here for a while? Once he recovers, he shall leave. He Yao, thinking it a trivial matter, readily agreed. The fox girl sighed in relief. Ever since her parents had passed, she had come to realize that she must protect her brother and ensure his safety. As for partnering with a strong dragon beast known for their loyalty and fidelity. As long as she did not make a grave mistake, he would surely treat her well for a lifetime. After meeting Cu and the others, she had accepted her own beauty was not paramount. After enduring hardships, her mindset had also calmed. Surviving another day was enough. He Yao was elated. He was no longer a solitary beast, and his mate was so lovely. With a cheerful spirit, he set off to prepare a feast. Regarding the younger brother mentioned, taking him in for a while was no great burden. Once he recovered, he could simply be sent away. With a buoyant resolve, He Yao decided to fetch the fox girl's brother. Meanwhile, Fei felt a lingering sense of frustration on his return journey, vowing that in the future, he would cover his face when rescuing others to avoid being wronged again. Kong Yang and the others were blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Still diligently chopping bamboo in the forest, the group worked in harmony, efficiently storing enough water to last through the dry season. The next day, they would need to gather soft leaves and clean poles. The four of them quickly consumed their soft leaves. They needed to stockpile more. Early the next morning, Zidian set off to cut bamboo. Kong Yang crafted bamboo tubes, while Cu and Su Tianqi collected soft leaves. Initially, Zidian had reservations, but after Su Tianqi doused him with refreshing water, he ceased his objections. I never considered farming before. Had I known, I would have watched more survival videos in the wild. Life has no early warnings. Does it? Heaven knows how we managed to arrive at this point amidst the apocalypse. Presently, we lack for nothing. We have food and clothing, and our basic needs are met. Once we finish our tasks over the next few days, we shall commence building our house, striving to complete it before the temperatures rise. I said hot. While not as absurdly scorching as the apocalyptic heat, it surely exceeds 60 degrees. Otherwise, the water would not have evaporated. Is there anything else to attend to? Today, We shall harvest the tender leaves and promptly gather the ripe crops. As the two conversed, they reached the area where the tender leaves grew. Sayu, feeling lazy, decided against picking them one by one, and instead swiftly used her wind blade to sever them all. After all, they would wither in a few days, and if left unharvested, they would spoil in the ground. They then ventured to the creek to cut clean poles, and coincidentally, the thick leaves of the round fruits had also ripened, all of which they brought home. These thick leaves taste remarkably like peaches, while the round fruits resemble jelly, perfect for summer consumption. The two returned laden with their bounty, and upon their return, they found Kong Yang and Zidian still busy, one crafting bamboo tubes while the other washed them. Leaving the ground strewn with pristine bamboo tubes, Su Tianqi filled each one with water, while Siyu sealed them one by one. With a cave full of water, they should be able to withstand the dry season. This year, thanks to you, we have a reliable water source for bathing. Last year, Siyu found bathing a struggle, resorting to merely wiping herself down. As soon as she finished, she would be damp again, always feeling as though she carried an unpleasant odor. Fear not, for I shall take full responsibility for the bathing water this year. Their laughter echoed far and wide, and the other two looked on with indulgence. Time waits for no one, and in the days that followed, they immersed themselves in ceaseless toil, laboring daily in the fields. As anticipated, the dry season arrived a fortnight earlier, but fortunately, they had already harvested the heat-sensitive crops. It appears we must split our efforts. Tianqi, would you prefer to collect sweet potatoes or pumpkins? I shall gather the pumpkins, as I need to check on those plants resembling wheat. The crops they had brought back last time had all perished, so they needed to ascertain whether they were indeed wheat. In that case, Kong Yang and I will harvest the sweet potatoes. This year, we need not worry about food. They had stockpiled ample dried vegetables and meat, and now they only hoped for a good yield of sweet potatoes and pumpkins, ensuring sustenance until the next harvest season. Thus, it was decided that they would retire early today, as tomorrow they would resume their labors. Kong Yang had excavated a bathing area in the cave, and after Siyu bathed, she lay down and quickly fell asleep. Kong Yang cast a resentful glance her way and, embracing the slumbering Siyu, soon succumbed to sleep himself. Dian transformed back into his beast form and lay at the cave entrance, serving both as a lookout and finding no place for himself within the cave. Would Tianqi agree to my proposal for a mate? Chapter 52. A bountiful harvest the following day. The group set out at dawn. Upon reaching the fields, Siyu gazed at the sprawling sweet potato vines, preparing to bring them home, for they too were a form of vegetable, and it would be a pity to waste them. Kong Yang tugged at a sweet potato vine, and with a swift pull, a large cluster of sweet potatoes emerged. A few miniature whirlwinds turned the soil, causing even the buried sweet potatoes to surface. Each sweet potato was as large as Siyu's head, all high-yielding. Kong Yang retrieved a vine bag to begin collecting them, but before he could finish filling it with a single vine, the bag was already full. No more packing. I have a method to transport them back. Let us first dig up all the sweet potatoes. By the time they finished harvesting the sweet potatoes, both were drenched in sweat. Siyu stored all the sweet potatoes within her ring, leaving Kong Yang astonished as he watched the sweet potatoes vanish. Stammering in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You, the sweet potatoes, they're gone. How could they possibly disappear?" Before Siyu could respond, Kong Yang had already taken to the skies, searching frantically. Stop searching. The sweet potatoes have already been transported back. Siyu's calm demeanor helped Kong Yang regain his composure. Transported back? Just like that? Kong Yang could scarcely believe it, and as realization dawned, his eyes widened. Did you request this from the beast god, and thus the beast god returned them? Siyu had not anticipated that Kong Yang would concoct an explanation for her, so she went along with it. Indeed, it is a divine miracle granted by the beast god. Kong Yang, unwavering in his belief, hurriedly pulled Siyu back, eager to see if the sweet potatoes had indeed made it home. What if the beast god delivered them to the wrong place? He pondered, chastising himself for doubting the divine power. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Upon returning to the cave, they found the entrance completely empty. There were neither sweet potatoes nor even sweet potato leaves. Kong Yang, filled with disappointment, turned to Siyu. It seems the beast god has sent our sweet potatoes to the wrong location. Siyu gestured for him to turn around, revealing a mountain of sweet potatoes stacked neatly at the cave entrance, with not a single one missing. Kong Yang stood there dumbfounded. They really were transported back. You, the beast god, truly delivered them to us. His excitement rendered him incoherent. All right, I understand, and no need to be so agitated. Let us first store the sweet potatoes in the warehouse. Kong Yang insisted Siyu remain idle as he began moving the sweet potatoes. Seizing the opportunity while Kong Yang was distracted, Siyu hid half of the sweet potatoes, uncertain how long they would last in this heat, but knowing they would likely keep longer within her ring. Phew, it's so hot. Kong Yang's face flushed crimson, and in a moment of mischief, Siyu playfully touched his abs, causing him to blush deeply, a bashful smile spreading across his face. To you. May I tonight? Kong Yang asked cautiously. Siyu coldly rejected him. She didn't want to be overheard, as she still had to face others. Sensing her resistance, Kong Yang hastily suggested, we could go outside. I know a beautiful spot. Siyu's resolve softened. Since Tianqi's arrival, she hadn't had such moments and reluctantly acquiesced to Kong Yang's proposal. You? I will prepare dinner. Kong Yang, filled with enthusiasm, went off to cook, causing Siyu to chuckle softly. Since being with Kong Yang, she found herself smiling more, a feeling she had seldom experienced throughout her life. She wondered when Su Tianqi and the others would return. Recalling the wild grapes she had previously seen, she decided to go and check now. Let us see if the grapes are ripe. If so, we shall harvest them. Upon arriving at the grape-growing area, they discovered that the grapes had already turned black, plump and juicy, though also filled with seeds. They harvested them to make preserves. Siyu used her small scissors to snip bunch after bunch of grapes. The vineyard was vast, and they worked until nightfall, only managing to collect half. Let us return. Siyu carried the grapes back as she had done in the morning. By now, Kong Yang had accepted the fact that the beast god was assisting them in transporting their goods. Upon returning, they found the ground littered with large pumpkins. Su Tianqi's excuse mirrored Siyu's. It was the beast god who had brought them. Each pumpkin was the size of half a table, and with insufficient storage space, the two exchanged glances and made a decision to keep Zidian and Kong Yang occupied while Su Tianqi retained 2 pumpkins, storing the rest in her bracelet. When Kong Yang and the others returned, they would claim they had left the rest with the beast god for safekeeping. The simple-minded beastmen readily accepted this preposterous explanation. Their faith in the beast god was remarkably steadfast. They believed whatever they were told. Their desires were few, their wants modest, leading to a particularly strong faith. By the way, was that wheat we saw last time? Speaking of which, Su Tianqi sighed. Today, I was too busy harvesting pumpkins. I will check tomorrow. I must also go and pick grapes tomorrow. Tianqi, aside from wine, what else can we make with grapes? Dried grapes, grape vinegar, grape wine, grape jam. Let's try them all. The moon hung large and round in the sky, appearing larger than it did from Earth. Under the silvery gray moonlight, the sounds of cicadas and flowing water created a delightful atmosphere. Siyu, feeling inspired, instructed Kong Yang to craft 2 rocking chairs for her from wood. They laid cool mats on the chairs and reclined back to gaze at the moon, finding it immensely comfortable. They only lacked some snacks. Su Tianqi called for Zidian to bring over a small table to place between them, then produced some snacks like duck necks, completing their little feast. Wow, duck necks! I absolutely love them, Siyu exclaimed, tearing one open to offer to Su Tianqi, then doing the same for Kong Yang, and finally handing her own to Zidian. Kong Yang and Zidian curiously took a bite of the duck neck, captivated by its unique flavor, and despite the bones, the cleverly crafted snack won their hearts and taste buds. Delicious. Ouch, it's a bit spicy. The 2 beastmen even chewed the bones down to fragments. Siyu suddenly remembered she had some spices. How about we marinate some meat? It's been ages since we had it. Su Tianqi agreed it was a splendid idea. The old marinade could be reused, allowing them to enjoy marinated meat for many days. Shortly after consuming their snacks, Kong Yang embraced Siyu and departed. Su Tianqi, initially puzzled over their late-night escapade, soon understood upon seeing Zidian's envious gaze. I am off to sleep, she declared, making a hasty exit, while Zidian hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Tianqi to be his mate. The festival of the beast god was approaching, and he yearned to bond with her. Gathering his courage, Zidian called out to Su Tianqi as she walked into the cave. Tianqi, would you be my mate? I will treat you well for a lifetime and always heed your wishes. Su Tianqi paused, reflecting on Zidian's sincerity and fearless nature. A crack formed in her once steadfast heart. Zidian, I would be willing. With that, she dashed back to her room and shut the door. Overcome with joy, Zidian transformed back into his beast form, blocking the cave entrance in a daze. Hee, Tianqi agreed to be with me. His goofy grin was visible to Su Tianqi through the door, causing her to unconsciously touch her smiling lips, feeling as though she had returned to the innocence of first love. Zidian's purity filled her with a profound sense of love, akin to an ocean. Perhaps this was indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 52. The Beast God Festival. Kongyang returned in the dead of night. Upon hearing the commotion, Zidian opened her eyes, only to find it was Kongyang and the others. She closed her eyes again, not forgetting to make way for them. Siwei had long since succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep. Kongyang gently placed her on the bed, unaware that she was oblivious to it all. The following day, as expected, Siwei was unable to rise from her bed, much to the amusement of Su Tianqi, who teased her mercilessly. Annoyed, Siwei pinched Kongyang's waist, exclaiming, "This is all your fault." Kongyang, perplexed, could only offer a sheepish smile in return. Suddenly, Siwei's mood shifted, and as Kongyang began to tidy up, Zidian joined in. "What are you two preparing for?" she asked. "Tomorrow is the Beast God Festival, and we need to stay at the tribe for the night." Kongyang replied that as was customary, he packed a mat, 2 animal skins, and did not forget to bring pots and utensils. After a brief exchange with Kongyang, Zidian adjusted her own belongings. Siwei was suddenly reminded of the tumultuous days following her union last year and mischievously glanced at Su Tianqi. "Tianqi, you should rest well tonight. You won't have much time to sleep in the coming days." Su Tianqi, perplexed, assumed it was due to the busyness of the festival. After Siwei whispered a few words in her ear, Su Tianqi's eyes widened, and her face flushed crimson. "I can't talk now. I need to go for a walk," she exclaimed, hastily escaping from Siwei's cave, while Siwei lay back in bed to recuperate. Once they had finished packing, the 2 beasts carried them toward the festival grounds. The weather was sweltering, and even with an umbrella, Siwei felt unbearably hot. Thankfully, Tianqi conjured a water sphere to cool them down a bit. As Siwei pondered the matter of building a house, she realized the absence of electrical appliances rendered a house no different from a cave. Lost in thought, they arrived at the festival square, the same as last year, but this time, Kongyang could hunt casually without the pressure of competing for first place. Zidian hastily entrusted Su Tianqi to Siwei before departing. He wished for Tianqi to be the first to receive blessings. Since Siwei's arrival, many had been observing them, whispering amongst themselves, with several young women gazing at her in awe, eager to approach. Finally, a brave beast girl mustered the courage to approach her. "May I sit here? My name is Qing Zhu." Siwei smiled and nodded. "Of course, please do. I am Siwei, and this is Tianqi." Here, names typically comprised 2 characters, and surnames were not used, prompting Siwei to simplify Su Tianqi's name. "I heard from my father that you are a formidable divine favored one. It is the first time our tribe has seen a female divine favored one." "The first female divine favored one in the tribe?" Qing Zhu nodded eagerly. "Yes, all previous divine favored ones have been male, although I have heard other tribes have had female divine favored ones. I see." The 2 girls exchanged glances. Divine favored ones were likely to be extraordinary beings, and the instability of time merely explained the differences in their arrivals, with little interest left in the conversation. Siwei dismissed Qing Zhu with a few polite words. Siwei found it curious that despite the arrival of others, life here remained unchanged. She sensed something was amiss, yet outwardly, everything seemed the same. Su Tianqi hesitated, suddenly recalling something, but realizing this was not the time or place to speak. She decided to wait until they returned. Kongyang returned with large leaves to lay on the ground and was about to spread the animal skins when Siwei stopped him. "Kongyang, go find a few sturdy sticks of this length and thickness." After demonstrating the approximate length, Kongyang turned and went back into the forest. Although they had experienced resting together with many people the previous year, Siwei still felt uneasy and preferred to construct a simple tent for the night. Su Tianqi quickly understood Siwei's intentions, and, once Kongyang returned with the sticks, they worked together to assemble the tent frame. They bound it with vines and secured the large leaves to the frame, completing their makeshift shelter. To prevent leaks, they meticulously checked their work and even poured some water over the leaves to cool the inside, ensuring it would be more comfortable. The nearby beast people were astonished. "Be the beast god. What do we see?" With just a few sticks and leaves, They have created a cozy sleeping nook in a place devoid of caves. This is essential. Kong Yang's acquaintances approached to greet him, but upon seeing Siyue and Su Tianqi, they instinctively retreated. Siyue paid them no mind. She was searching for a way to block prying eyes from outside while allowing light to filter in. After several comparisons, she tore the leaves into thin strips and affixed them at the entrance. Although it still obscured some light, it was not too dim inside. Spreading animal skins on the ground, they fashioned a simple bed. As Siyue and Tianqi nestled in the tent, Kong Yang went off to assist others with their tents. He had just helped out nearby and grasped the general process. Though he wasn't adept at it, he managed. A slight tremor shook the ground, and Siyue initially thought it was an earthquake. As she sat up, she called out to Su Tianqi, "Tianqi, wake up quickly. It seems like an earthquake." Su Tianqi rubbed her eyes, calmly pressing down on Siyue's hand. "We are in an open area. Have you forgotten? Just sleep a little longer." Upon reflection, Siyue realized that their tent was surrounded by nothing at all. Even if a tree were to fall, she could handle it herself. With that thought, Siyue peeked her head out of the tent, and to her surprise, her eyes widened in just a short time. The square was teeming with tents, all resembling theirs. Seeing many beast people poking the ground with sticks, she understood the source of the earlier tremors. Kong Yang was grilling meat not far away, with a beautiful female beside him chatting away. But he wore a cold expression, completely ignoring her. Siyue quietly retreated back into the tent, confident that Kong Yang would manage the situation. If he didn't, she and Tianqi would simply continue their lives together. Blissfully unbothered, Kong Yang was unaware of Siyue's thoughts. He only found the female beside him irritating, as she incessantly chattered away, unlike his own Siyue, who was obedient, beautiful, and a divine favored one. Today was yet another day to express gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the beast god. Ignoring the girl beside him entirely, when she realized he was not interested, she left in tears, feeling aggrieved. Kong Yang paid her no mind and, after grilling the meat, sought out Siyue and Tianqi, noting that Zidian was absent. He needed to keep an eye on them. Siyue intended to take out a book to read, but the rising temperature diminished her desire entirely. What if she sweated and damaged the book? Those were treasures. Kong Yang, drenched in sweat, entered the tent, carefully shielding the meat from dirt. Su Tianqi was also feeling the heat. She sat up, intending to douse the tent with water to cool it down. But Kong Yang had not fetched any. Waiting for him to return would take too long, and she could hardly bear it. Siyue poked her head out, observing the gathered moisture around them, and decided to create a sun shower, so everyone could enjoy it without drawing attention to themselves. Before long, a light rain began to fall, alleviating the stifling heat in the air and making it pleasantly cool. Can you really make it rain? Chapter 53. The nourishing days not quite rain. It's just water condensing from above. I haven't tried to summon rain from the sky. I wonder if that could work. Perhaps we should test it later. The dry season will only become hotter, and we must replace the torches, or else it will be stifling inside the cave. We could make candles from resin, but finding materials for wicks will be a challenge. I haven't seen cotton here to make thread, so we may need to source it from plants. I'll look for some grass later. There must be a substitute. Siyue's thoughts turned back to building a house, and she recalled electrical appliances. Tianqi, do you have air conditioning? Su Tianqi looked at her in surprise, only then remembering to ask. Those worthless appliances? After a deliberate pause, she could see Siyue's anxiousness and continued. Of course, I prepared double. Siyue breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. We can enjoy this dry season properly. By the way, do you have enough crystal cores? If not, I can share half of mine, as she spoke. Siyue began to divide her crystal cores. Su Tianqi stopped her. I will never run out of crystal cores in my lifetime. You should keep yours. The appliances were all prepared by Zhuiyue as a gift for their wedding. Siyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retrieved her crystal cores. She had once been unfortunate, devoid of familial bonds. Yet she was fortunate to have found relatives closer than blood. Zhuiyue thought of everything for us. Su Tianqi finally began to feel the bittersweet reality of parting from her sisters. They would never meet again in this life. Indeed, I wonder how she is doing now. Meanwhile, the cherished son Zhuiyue sneezed, calculating with her fingers, and smiled before returning to her meditation. After a while, both felt bored. Without phones, there was little to do. Glancing outside, they noted the sun was still blazing and retreated back into their leafy tent. It's so hot. I miss the days of air conditioning. Just then, Kongyang entered, and compared to the outside, it was much cooler inside the tent. You are quite clever. This tent is wonderfully cool. Feeling hot, are you? Sit down and rest for a while. With 3 people sitting comfortably inside the tent, there was still ample space. Had they not sold their crystal core tent, it would have made a perfect dwelling. I regret selling the tent. If I hadn't, I wouldn't need to construct a house. There's no need for regret. Houses are far sturdier than tents and offer more space. Sayu pondered for a moment, preparing to construct a modest abode of approximately 30 to 40 square meters. With her ample storage solutions, she felt no anxiety about feeling cramped. As the temperature rose, Kongyang ventured outside to fetch water. Both for hydration and to cool down Yzi.at that moment, she found herself reminiscing about Minggu's extraordinary abilities. Had she been present, they would already have been utilizing ice. Back at the base, when the 5 of them were still struggling, they relied on Minggu for cooling and Zhuayu for warmth, thus saving a considerable amount of crystal cores before they eventually installed air conditioning once their fortunes improved. Indeed, she wondered how they were faring, what realms they had traversed. Surely, they would ensure their well-being. How she longed for just one more encounter. Why dwell on such thoughts? There was no point in sorrow. Kongyang soon returned, and within the tent, Siyu and the others could hear the gentle patter of water on the leaves, the temperature having dropped slightly. Kongyang, come in. It's quite refreshing now. Seizing the opportunity, Siyu expelled the stifling air from within the tent. After rinsing himself off, Kongyang entered Adayu. How about I take you to find a cave to sleep in tonight and return tomorrow? Can we leave during the Beast God Festival? With so many beast men gathered here, it seems we cannot depart freely. Those without mates cannot, but those with mates need only to arrive on the day of the festival. Then let us plan to visit the cave next year. She felt uneasy leaving Su Tianqi alone here, and Kongyang, recalling Zidian, tacitly agreed with Siyu's words. The area was abuzz with many males coming and going, watering the leaves to lower the temperature, while the females sought refuge from the sun within the tents. As the sun sank lower in the west, the inhabitants of the tents finally emerged to stretch their limbs. After a day of confinement, Siyu and her companions decided to head to the water's edge. It would be nice to bathe in a more secluded area. Kongyang placed his wooden tub in front of the tent. Its scent unmistakable to the other beastmen, indicating ownership. He then led Siyu and the others to the banks of a grand river, where the water level was visibly receding, and in time, it seemed likely that much of it would dry up. Numerous beastmen were busy fetching water, rendering bathing impossible. However, the river was teeming with black clams, and the banks were abundant with the wild vegetables they often consumed. Kongyang went hunting while Siyu and Tianqi gathered wild greens along the shore. Although some were a bit aged, they only picked the tender parts, which were still edible in no time. They had amassed a generous handful. In this hot weather, it was wise to consume more vegetables, so the 2 gathered as much as they could, knowing that any missed opportunity might mean waiting until next year to eat again. After collecting wild greens, as they washed by the riverbank, Siyu specifically chose a large black clam, awaiting Kongyang's return to prepare it. 4 black clams, sought ing them with sour chili peppers rendered them delectable. Siyu regretted having dried all the chili peppers she had collected, leaving her with very few. Why hadn't she thought of pickling the peppers? A sprinkle of salt would yield a jar of sour chili and brine. The brine serving as vinegar. Siyu resolved to pickle the remaining ones upon her return. Kongyang soon appeared, carrying a hefty grunt beast. Hunting was effortless in this forest, as it had been off-limits before the Beast God Festival, resulting in a bountiful array of prey. Siyu and the others selected a flat area near the water's edge to set up a rudimentary cooking station with stones. Kongyang broke the 4 legs of the grunt beast to prevent its escape before attending to the black clam. He pried open the clam, extracted the meat, and scrubbed away the fishy odor with mud and sand, then rinsed it with clean water. Finally, he boiled it in water, discarding it to eliminate most of the unpleasant smells. As usual, Kongyang prepared the grunt beast, remembering to slice the meat, rendering the fatty portions for oil before adding the wild greens for a stir-fry. Once the wild greens were sautéed and the innards processed, the remaining parts were roasted. After their dinner, Siyu suddenly recalled the wheat. We must check on the wheat after we return. It would be a shame if it were to spoil. If that entire area is filled with wheat, we shall not lack for flour this year. Indeed, the grains were quite sizable, and there were many of them. Ayu's thoughts of dough made her mouth water. She craved staple foods immensely. After their meal, the group strolled along the riverbank, illuminated by the bright moonlight, rendering torches unnecessary. They had almost forgotten about Zidian. It dawned on them that they hadn't saved him any food. He wouldn't return tonight, as he would be busy hunting until dawn. Kong Yang's few words alleviated Su Tianqi's guilt. Must he hunt for so long? Is so much prey really needed? The more one captured, the greater the chance of being the first blessed the following day, prompting everyone to exert their utmost effort. Moreover, after the blessing, the spoils would be distributed among all the members of the tribe. Insufficient prey would lead to hunger. Time flies. Tomorrow you shall wed. Chapter 54. Partners. The next morning, Su Tianqi was whisked away by Zidian, who had captured the most prey. While the other males had busied themselves setting up tents for the females, he had remained hunting, and today he was the first to be blessed. In her drowsiness, Su Tianqi felt a peculiar connection form between her and Zidian, though it vanished swiftly. Before she could ponder further, she found herself being carried away by Zidian's. Ayu participated in the meat roasting festivities following the blessing before embarking on her journey home. Kong Yang, how many days do you think they will be gone? The later they return, the better. You. It has been ages since we have had time alone together. Kong Yang hoped they would delay their return until after having offspring, lest it impede his emotional connection with Siyu. After we get back, let us check on the wheat. We need to harvest it promptly. Kong Yang flew toward the direction of the wheat. For Siyu's requests, he would fulfill them, no matter how weary he felt. Siyu, unaware of Kong Yang's thoughts, estimated that he must be tired after a while, so she prompted him to revert to his human form and led the way. Compared to Kong Yang, Siyu was swifter, allowing Kong Yang merely to adjust his course. They arrived at the wheat field while it was still light. Siyu plucked a grain of wheat and crushed it, revealing small yellow kernels. Unlike the wheat she had seen before, which had husks, this was a whole kernel, quite brittle, crumbling easily under pressure. Unsure if it was indeed wheat, she tasted one. It was not bitter but slightly sticky, and she exhibited no signs of poisoning. I cannot be certain if this is wheat, but it seems non-toxic. Let us gather some. Siyu instructed Kong Yang to step back as she unleashed a flurry of wind blades, cutting the wheat in neat rows. Knowing this wheat was too fragile to be gathered using wind, she opted to harvest it all before collecting each bundle. The wheat covered an extensive area, and it took Siyu a considerable time to finish cutting. Upon returning to gather the wheat, she discovered that Kong Yang had already amassed several piles. Siyu joined him, and the two continued gathering until nightfall, ultimately deciding to take a portion home and return for the rest the following day. Upon their return, Siyu recalled the stone mill. Without it, she could not grind flour, prompting her to contemplate constructing a simple grinding tool. After dinner that evening, the two remained busy, spreading the wheat out to dry before storing it the next day. By the time they finished preparing and had washed up, it was quite late. Yawning, Siyu soon fell asleep, relieved that the cave was not too hot. Otherwise, she would have struggled to rest. Kong Yang, equally fatigued, had no romantic notions and quickly succumbed to slumber. The following day, they resumed gathering wheat, working until the evening before deeming it sufficient, leaving the rest on the ground in hopes that it might sprout again next year. Upon returning to the cave, Siyu remembered the grapes and hurried to check on them. Fortunately, they had not spoiled. She hung the grapes in the shelter, where the warm winds circulated, and the dry air would soon transform them into raisins. These grapes were too sour for canning, so Siyu extracted the flesh to make jam, creating a large pot of sweet and tangy concoction that delighted Kong Yang immensely, as he adored sweet and sour flavors. That night, Siyu invited Kong Yang to the forest to find 2 large stones. Unsure of how to construct a stone mill, she decided to simply create a pestle, straightforward and effective. Shaping the stones into rectangles and hollowing out a space for a grinding plate, she placed the plate inside, allowing it to be operated by hand or foot. Siyu resolved to prepare noodles. The dried wheat had hardened considerably, and when struck, it did not crumble into dust. She placed all the wheat into the grinding plate, grinding it into flour, a process that required considerable time and effort to achieve a fine consistency, ultimately relying on Kong Yang to assist. The flour came out finely ground. She added water to form a dough, which did not require resting, rolling it out directly with a rolling pin before cutting it into strips and dusting them with flour, thereby creating simple handmade noodles. Sayu prepared a large bowl of noodles along with an abundant selection of vegetables. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles, cooking them until nearly done before tossing in the vegetables to blanch. Finally, she layered the noodles atop the vegetables, adding chunks of preserved meat, salt, chicken essence, spicy oil, and soy sauce, mixing it all together for an exquisite dish. Kong Yang had never encountered such an enticing aroma. He stood nearby, swallowing hard. Sayu served herself a bowl, while Kong Yang opted for a basin. Filling it generously, imitating Siyu, he mixed the noodles before slurping a massive mouthful, feeling entirely fulfilled. This was divine cuisine, undoubtedly a feast fit for the beast god. Kong Yang could hardly articulate a word. Instead, devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, Sayu took a bite of her noodles, thoroughly satisfied. Although the wheat was peculiar, its flavor was surprisingly delightful, yielding a chewy and smooth texture, accompanied by a unique fragrance. The two soon polished off their noodles, with Kong Yang patting his belly in contentment, incessantly praising the delectable meal. There is plenty of wheat. We will prepare more when Zidian and the others return. Next year, we must plant even more wheat. Sayu set aside several bags of wheat as seeds. Without rice, being able to enjoy noodles is already quite splendid. She intends to plant copious amounts of wheat, and next year, she will also be able to brew malt syrup. Once the wheat was processed, they found themselves with no further tasks at hand, allowing Siyu to seize the opportunity to rest and recuperate for a couple of days. The recent exertion had taken a toll on her, causing her to lose quite a bit of weight. Kong Yang, feeling concerned for her, ensured that she did nothing but work in the fields during those days. Siyu soon returned to a life of ease, where food was served at her fingertips. After a few days of rest, Siyu began to contemplate the matter of constructing a house. She studied the key points of building from her books and decided to delineate various areas on the ground before commencing the construction. Since the house needed to be movable at any moment, there was no need for a foundation, yet a base was still necessary. While constructing, she needed to leave channels for drainage and air conditioning. Originally, she intended to use a drilling method, but due to the hardness of the shell bricks, the drilling machine proved ineffective. Thus, she would have to reserve space and later use shell powder to fill it in. Sayu planned for a layout consisting of a living room and a bedroom, accompanied by a small loft. The house did not need to be large, as stepping outside led directly to the garden, allowing her to expand as much as she desired. Using a stick, Siyu outlined the living room and bedroom on the vacant ground, even marking the positions of various pieces of furniture. After multiple comparisons and adjustments, she finally defined the dimensions of the layout. Sayu first drew out the drainage channels on the ground and then began to construct the base, which he intended to build with 2 layers of bricks. The walls would also consist of 2 layers to enhance insulation and heat retention. Without hesitation, she commenced the task. The base bricks were easy to lay. A special adhesive was applied to bond the bricks together, and the process posed no difficulty, provided each brick was aligned neatly. By nightfall, she had completed the first layer of bricks. Filled with a sense of accomplishment as she surveyed the ground strewn with bricks, Siyu noticed that Kong Yang was puzzled by her intentions but refrained from intervening, merely observing attentively. The following day, when Siyu was about to lay the bricks, Kong Yang stopped her and proceeded to construct the second layer in accordance with the first. Bravo! The foundation of the house is complete. Chapter 55. The house construction. Tian Shi, you have returned. Indeed, you have been quite swift. The base is already built. 2 layers are insufficient. You must at least construct 3. Siyu was somewhat bewildered. Wouldn't that be too tall? Not at all, as the base wears down the quickest. Moreover, you have plenty of bricks. Even if you built 5 layers, you'd still have enough. Ultimately, Siyu decided to build 3 layers for the base, 2 layers for the walls, and also 2 layers for the roof, leaving her with a substantial amount of bricks remaining. The atmosphere between Zidian and Su Tian Shi had also transformed. Zidian gazed at Tian Shi with a sticky, affectionate expression, as if he wished to remain by her side at all times. Su Tian Shi, in turn, softened her demeanor towards Zidian, appearing considerably gentler. While Siyu was constructing the outer walls, Su Tian Shi began to plan the layout of her own house. By the way, the wheat has been harvested. Let us have noodles for dinner tonight. They will be delightful. Siyu reminisced about the flavor and couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger. Oh, let's give it a try tonight. Su Tian, she also felt her appetite awakened. Having not eaten staples for quite some time, Zidian remained by Su Tian's side, obediently fulfilling her requests without uttering a word. Su Tian, she also outlined the approximate dimensions of her house. And upon Siyu's suggestion, she sketched out the necessary appliances to facilitate layout adjustments. Once she had completed her designs, she enlisted Zidian's help to assist Siyu in wall construction. With 4 people working together, they were significantly more efficient than just 2. Tio reinforced the walls, they built double layers, and Zidian quickly adapted to the task. The bedroom featured a large glass window, and the glass and door for the living room were left for last. The shell bricks were as large as 3 red bricks, allowing for swift wall construction. Within a day, they had completed the outer walls, leaving only the walls for the main entrance and the bathroom yet to be built, as those would require windows to be installed later. Installing the window frames proved somewhat troublesome, as precise measurements were required before construction could commence. The group spent an entire day completing one wall, and in the following days, they managed to finish the wall for the bathroom door. Thus, the basic framework of the house was completed, leaving only the roof to be built. The roof posed a challenge, as there were no large shell bricks or reinforced concrete for the base, which troubled Siyu. Don't fret. I have the roof panels here. I simply forgot to give them to you. Once the roof was in place, this little house had completed its first phase. Kong Yang and Zidian gazed in awe at the house, never having imagined that such a beautiful abode could be constructed from stone. However, neither of them pressed for more details, choosing instead to keep the matter to themselves, not wanting to trouble their female companions. Now we can let it dry. Then we can start on the interior. Tomorrow, we will build your little house. Some money is best earned by others. Constructing a house is quite arduous, Su Tian she lamented, reflecting that they should have purchased a prefabricated house from the base instead of enduring such hardship. Indeed, it's hard to find anyone willing to earn money here. The 2 mused. At dinner time, Siyu prepared the noodles while Su Tian she prepared the accompanying dishes. Kong Yang was busy threshing wheat, and Zidian was grinding it. The 4 of them each had their roles. When 4 steaming bowls of oil-splashed noodles were presented at the table, they all dug in vigorously. Like the previous day, Kong Yang and Zidian utilized bowls, while Siyu and Tian she used smaller dishes. All 4 were soon drenched in sweat, too engrossed in their meal to converse. Delicious. This is truly satisfying. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, the group rose early to work. With the foundation of Siyu's house established, Zidian and Kong Yang became much more adept at their tasks. Once the sun rose, they ushered Siyu and Tian she back to the cave. Unable to sit still, Siyu pulled Tian she into her house, where they could construct the interior walls. They began building the walls for the kitchen and bathroom, which would also serve as waterproofing for the tiles. In no time, they completed one wall. Siyu chose not to build walls for the living room and bedroom, reasoning that there were no outsiders, allowing for better light. What do you think? Siyu inquired of Su Tian she. I think it's quite nice. You should decorate according to your own preferences. After finishing the walls, they opened windows and doors for ventilation, allowing the interior to dry more quickly. They also planned to dig a trench for the power supply box. Kong Yang and the others had already completed the ground and were busy with the walls, while Siyu and her companion finished their tasks and prepared to cook. It's too hot. Let's have something cool for lunch. How about cold dishes and cold noodles? Siyu found this agreeable, as there was still plenty of flour ground the previous night. She began to knead the dough, while Tian she went to prepare the cold dishes. The lives of the 4 were lively and warm. With Tian she's matters settled, Siyu felt a sense of relief. That evening, Siyu prepared a multitude of dishes to celebrate Tian she's momentous occasion. Stir-fried wild vegetables with meat, steamed fish, braised fish, steamed pumpkin with meat, candied sweet potatoes, stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots, wild onion omelets, and a generous bowl of Yangchun noodles for each person. They all focused on their meals, and as Siyu and Tian she set down their chopsticks first, Siyu brought out dessert, fruit canned in syrup. Enjoying the breeze while savoring the canned fruit, surrounded by friends and partners, life felt incredibly comfortable. Congratulations on your marriage, Tian she. We shall live together forever. Absolutely. Neither of us can be without the other. Kong Yang and Zidian competed for the delicious food on the table. Both had hearty appetites, but with the ample food prepared for the day, they felt pleasantly full. If only we could make ice. How wonderful it would be to enjoy a bowl of shaved ice in this heat. Once the house is finished, we can have a refrigerator, came the reply. How delightful it is to have modern appliances in the orc world. This is indeed too comfortable. Thus, we must hasten the construction of the house. Air conditioners, refrigerators, and water heaters are all awaiting you. The two sisters gazed dreamily at the night sky, realizing that a paradise like this was truly rare. Once they had children, their happiness would surely deepen. As night fell, the mosquitoes swarmed. Despite wearing scented sachets, they were still overwhelmed by the sheer number of insects. The two decided against moon-gazing and hurried back to the cave to wash up and sleep. That night, they lit dried mosquito-repelling leaves, ensuring the cave remained free of pests. Before dawn, all four rose early to continue laying the walls, and thus the walls of the house gradually took shape as the sun rose higher in the sky. Beads of sweat dotted their brows, and the sisters soon could no longer endure the heat, retreating to the cave for respite. The orcs continued to work under the sun, and soon only a few walls, which required window installations, remained unbuilt. After lunch, which was the hottest time of the day, the two urged the orcs to take a nap, concerned that the heat might cause problems later. However, the temperature was too high for them to sleep. So they waited until the sun was less intense before emerging from the cave to continue their unfinished tasks of installing glass and building walls. As night fell, they had completed all but the roof of the house. Siyu, attempting to dig out channels in the dark, found herself at a loss until Su Tian she proposed a solution. We should take out the household appliances and compare them. We can sketch out what needs to be installed and then dig the trenches all at once. The kitchen and bathroom required the most channels for the sink and wiring, which took considerable time to plan. The sink was manageable, as there were only the kitchen and bathroom to consider, but the electrical channels were more complex. Simply installing lights was a daunting task. The two had studied for a long time but still felt somewhat confused, ultimately deciding to experiment through practical application and promptly began digging the channels. Little did they know, life was making them jacks of all trades. Chapter 56. The annoying renovation. Merely opening the wiring channels took several days. Firstly, they needed to measure extensively to draw the lines accurately, and secondly, the shell bricks were so hard that even with a laser cutter, it took a significant amount of time to dig through. Su Tianxi's house was fully constructed on the outside, while Siyu was still struggling with her trench work. She assigned a new task to Kong Yang and the others, to coat the outer bricks with an additional layer of shell powder mud, which was harder and dried faster than cement. Once the channels were completed, installing the wiring posed yet another challenge for the two. No one had informed them just how complicated wiring could be, as they first had to install the pipes. Finally, after threading the wires and water pipes, they could apply the waterproofing. Both the kitchen and the restroom require a fresh coat of paint. A single bucket of waterproof paint is just sufficient for one application. Only after it has dried thoroughly can a second coat be applied. While waiting for the waterproofing to dry, they must also smooth out the grooves created by the mud. 3 days pass, and the waterproofing is complete. The walls are also leveled. Shiryu is not fond of wallpaper, so she opts for shell powder mud with a refreshing light blue hue, which imparts a crisp and invigorating ambience. The walls must be painted multiple times before they can proceed to tile. Su Tianxi brings several large white ceramic tiles for Shiryu. Aside from the kitchen and restroom, the living room and bedroom will be laid with flooring. This task is not particularly challenging, yet it is time-consuming. Ultimately, it is Kong Yang and Zidian who accomplish it. Shiryu believes the two possess an innate talent for construction, learning swiftly. The tiles are laid and dried within a day, followed by the grouting process, which paves the way for furniture installation. In the bedroom, a white chandelier is selected. Unsure how to secure it, Shiryu simply attaches the bulb. The same approach is taken in the kitchen and living room, with the restroom being the sole exception, equipped with a specialized light fixture. After installing the lights, the next step is to put in the sockets, a task easily managed. They collectively decide to forego the ceiling work, as none of them know how to execute it. The kitchen cabinets will be constructed later, as Tianxi does not have any ready-made ones. The subsequent task involves fitting the glass, which is done swiftly. It simply requires embedding it and securing it with screws. Following that, a specially designed toilet is installed, which disassembles itself, eliminating the need for a septic tank. The water heater presents some difficulties, as they are unfamiliar with the mounting process. After multiple attempts, they decide to build a platform with bricks to accommodate the water heater. ensuring it does not obstruct entry and exit. A double-door refrigerator is placed in the kitchen, however, without cabinets. The induction cooker and dishes remain unorganized, awaiting the future installation of cabinets. Finally, the air conditioning unit is installed, with the indoor unit positioned near the bedroom, while the outdoor unit rests on a brick platform. Complete with a rain shield, the household appliances are nearly all set up. Shuriwea selects blue fabric for the curtains, which not only provides shade but also complements the interior color scheme. A large wooden bed is placed in the bedroom, topped with a matching mattress. Shuriwea plans to seek out some attractive timber in the forest to construct a rack for hanging clothes. After days of labor, they finally complete their tasks. I shall go test the crystal core, Shuriwea exclaims excitedly, placing a second-tier crystal core into position. She first plugs in the air conditioning unit, and in the minute it begins to release cool air, Shuriwea is suddenly overcome with emotion. Tianqi, we have truly accomplished this on our own. Others may not comprehend their hopes and struggles, but they understand that this is a homage to their homeland. All right, no more tears. From now on, I will accompany you. Let us go see my house, she declares, wiping her tears and closing the air conditioning to ventilate the room before heading next door with Tianqi to check on the progress. Tianqi's house is already built and dried. The waterproofing in the restroom and kitchen is complete, the tiles are laid, and the walls are painted white. Now, only the installation of appliances remains. Drawing from their previous experience, the two managed to set up all the appliances within a few days. After a brief airing out, they are ready to move in. Zidian and Kongyang stand in awe, gazing at the house filled with appliances for the first time, marveling at such extraordinary contraptions. Shuriwea playfully convinces the two beasts that this is a divine gift from the beast god, and they wholeheartedly believe, promising not to share this secret at Shuriwea's behest. The remaining furniture requires manual crafting. Under Shuriwea's guidance, Kongyang constructs a wooden sofa, which Shuriwea adjusts and repairs. Kongyang handles the sanding, resulting in a smooth, splinter-free finish. While applying oil, they encounter a dilemma. They lack wood wax oil. Shuriwea recalls that the ingredients for wood wax oil include resin and beeswax, and for the oil, they can opt for vegetable oil. I have beeswax, and resin is easy to find. The problem lies with the vegetable oil, she considers, racking her brain for a solution. Using canola oil to create wood wax oil shouldn't be an issue. She finally concludes, only to remember she indeed possesses some canola oil. How she had overlooked it. I will go collect resin. Wait for me, she says, rushing off, and Kongyang, concerned for her safety, sets down his work to follow. Su Tianqi realizes they still need a water reservoir and drags Zidian along to get to work. The reservoir must be clean, portable, and easy to clean. After inspecting her remaining bricks, she finds she has more than enough to construct the reservoir. Zidian, come help. Zidian eagerly rushes to assist with the bricklaying. 2 layers for the base and a single layer for the walls will suffice. Tianqi outlines a 3 by 3 meter size, and they begin their work. Bricklaying proceeds swiftly. Compared to cement, this task is significantly simpler. They apply a layer of adhesive to the areas where the bricks will join, allowing it to dry before affixing the bricks, which will create an unbreakable bond once fully cured. Constructing the reservoir takes an entire afternoon. Once it dries, they will apply waterproofing as they take a break. Shuriwea and her companion return. The resin they collected is hard and easy to gather, as it can be scraped directly from the trees. Once they have a sufficient amount, Shuriwea remembers to ask Kongyang to take her to find a beehive. Noticing their honey supply is running low, Kongyang decides to accompany her. Upon arriving, Shuriwea is astonished to see the hive is enormous. With a multitude of cells that could fill a house, after some discussion, they agree to take only what is necessary for consumption. Kongyang gathers some nearby grass to burn, which causes the bees to gradually disperse. Shuriwea harvests half of the honeycomb before calling it a day, knowing that if they take it all, there will be none left for next year. Upon returning home and seeing the reservoir, Shuriwea recalls their plan for a water storage solution. Once the reservoir dries, they can finally enjoy bathing indoors. Shuriwea considers the kitchen cabinets. Although she initially desired stone, the challenge seems too great. After much deliberation, she settles on using wood, selecting sturdier timber and planning to coat it with wood wax oil that evening. Su Tianqi begins to prepare the wood wax oil, pouring in a bucket of canola oil, adding a handful of clean resin and a bowl of beeswax. After stirring, she waits for everything to melt, then tries using a brush on the wooden sofa. However, it turns out to be too much. So she resorts to using a cotton cloth to apply it evenly. The result looks promising, albeit slightly sticky. Once it dries, they will apply a second coat, and after that, sand it down for a smoother feel. With ample wood wax oil prepared, they apply it thinly, managing to cover 2 sofas and 2 kitchen cabinets with a single bucket of oil. Meanwhile, Zidian and Kongyang have cleaned the reservoir and completed the waterproofing. And the tiles are laid. Shiyue and Tianqi eagerly fill the reservoir with water before returning to their home. Outside, the weather is sweltering, but the interior is slightly more bearable, albeit stuffy. Shiyue shuts the door tightly, adjusts the air conditioning to its maximum, and sets the temperature to 16 degrees. The first gust of cool air leaves Kongyang astounded. Is this a divine artifact bestowed by the beast god? Indeed, but there are only 2 units. If discovered by others, the beast god will exact punishment. Shiyue replies earnestly, causing Kongyang's heart to tremble. He immediately offers his fervent assurances to the beast god. Oh, mighty beast god, your subjects shall remain ever loyal to you. Seeing that she has successfully convinced him, Shiyue breathes a sigh of relief and heads to the restroom to turn on the water heater. She also places some ice cubes in the refrigerator, anticipating a refreshing bowl of chilled fruit after her bath. Before bathing, Shiyue prepares her bed with a light blue sheet, 2 pillows, and a thin blanket. She retrieves a pair of slippers and sleepwear from her supply box, discovering a pair of men's slippers and sleepwear as well. Shiyue is taken aback, suddenly recalling that these were gifts from Zhuoyue, likely containing men's items. Indeed, she finds seasonal sleepwear and slippers, but nothing else. Shiyue suddenly comprehends Zhuoyue's mischievous intent. She anticipated their house-building endeavor and thus provided these items. It is quite the timely gift. Shiyue hands the slippers to Kongyang, and the largest pair fits him perfectly, neither too big nor too small. After teaching him how to wear the sleepwear, Shiyue heads off for her bath. The bathroom is steamy, and she takes a refreshing cold shower. Stepping out into the cool air sends a shiver down her spine. Kongyang, seated on the floor waiting for her, rushes over joyfully to embrace her but stops short, realizing he is dirty and instead scratches his head. Come, let me teach you how to use these. Shiyue patiently instructs Kongyang on the workings of the shower, distinguishing between hot and cold, and also explains how to use the toilet and sink. Kongyang is eager to try everything, handling each fixture delicately, concerned he might break something. Once Kongyang grasps the instructions, Shiyue hurries back to the bedroom, only to find herself sweating again after just a brief moment. Under the light blanket, gazing out at the darkening outside world, she finally feels a sense of reality. Surveying her surroundings, she notes that the living room still needs curtains and a table. Once these elements are in place, her minimalist renovation style will be complete. Kongyang emerges from the bathroom, shivering from the cold air in the bedroom. Observing this, Shiyue adjusts the temperature to 20 degrees, creating a comfortably cool atmosphere perfect for sleeping. Kongyang clumsily navigates in his slippers, carefully removing them before climbing onto the bed, letting out a sigh of relief that he managed to avoid causing any damage. His clothes were also worn inside out, and Shiyue helped him change. The two embraced and fell asleep. When Kongyang woke up the next day, he found that he had not broken a sweat. He felt refreshingly cool, and the indoor temperature was quite pleasant. However, the sun outside was rather intense, as he had forgotten to draw the curtains the night before, and sunlight had already streamed in. Kongyang drew the curtains to shield himself from the sun. Since they had no pressing matters today, he returned to bed, holding Shiyue to rest. When Shiyue awoke, Kongyang had already been up for quite some time. He gazed intently at the sleeping Shiyue, occasionally pinching her cheeks and kissing her forehead. Unable to resist the urge to blend her into himself. "Stop it, I've been so busy these past few days. I'm exhausted," Shiyue said as she swatted Kongyang's hand away and yawned, heading off to wash up. Stepping out of the air-conditioned room, she was immediately hit by a wave of heat. Turning on the tap, she found only hot water flowing out. "Looks like we want to even have hot water tonight." Making do, she quickly finished her wash and returned to the room to turn off the air conditioning, for they had other tasks to attend to today. As Shiyue stepped outside, the heat was stifling, prompting her to hastily grab an umbrella and dash to the cave, where it was significantly cooler. Phew, it's scorching. If it weren't for the fear of the air conditioner's lifespan diminishing, I would never step outside. Su Tianqi chuckled silently at her words. "Captain, how have you become so naive? Su Tianqi's teasing voice caught Siyue off guard, and as realization dawned, her eyes widened. Could it be that you? Su Tianqi nodded. Since I know I can't go back, I might as well bring along some of these worthless trinkets. You actually believed me when I said I only had 2 sets last time. With that, Su Tianqi retrieved 2 air conditioners and 2 refrigerators from her storage ring, presenting them to Siyue. This time, I genuinely have nothing left. I acquired these through less than honorable means. Siyue squealed like a gopher. Oh, my dear Tianqi, you're simply amazing. Whose misfortune did you take advantage of? Su Tianqi casually tapped her nails, the Yun family. Hearing that name jolted Siyue into a moment of clarity. They're still alive? Previously, they had thrived within the base under her name, and although she had been indifferent, Zhuoyue could not bear it and had led Siyue to raid their crystal cores overnight. Aside from what Zhuoyue had gifted, the rest had been purchased with their cores. Well done. Now that I've vanished, their days are surely not easy. That is a certainty. What Su Tianqi didn't mention was that she had dealt them a severe blow. And Zhuoyue had even declared that anyone who associated with them would be crossing paths with the Black Rose. The outside world remained unaware of their disappearance, assuming they were on a mission. And many had distanced themselves from that family. Enough about them. What an ill omen. Siyue felt sick at the thought of that family and was even reluctant to mention her surname, Yun. It's hot. To prolong the longevity of our dwelling, we should arrange some shading on the roof. Too bad there are no climbing ivies here. How about we relocate the house to a position that offers shade while maintaining a good view? These trees might shed their leaves in summer but won't die. Perhaps if they are sufficiently watered, they could sprout leaves again. Let us give it a try. Having completed most of their tasks at home, Siyue and her companions prepared to move to the seaside for a while, to stock up on seafood. Kongyang and Zidian were still busy tidying up, mopping the floors and wiping the cabinets, while Su Tianqi ensured the pool was filled with water daily for the 2 houses. Such a life was undeniably comfortable. No worries about food or drink, no pressure, air conditioning, and the opportunity to witness different scenery in the forest every day. Enjoying organic food. Previously, she had thought that rural life was arduous, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the simplest form of happiness. I hope this happiness lasts a little longer. Siyue ruffled Su Tianqi's hair and said, Stop overthinking. We will surely be happy until the day we depart. As they planned their trip to the seaside, everything here needed to be packed away in the minds of the beastmen. There was no concept of theft. They believed that anything not taken by others was unclaimed property, and whoever found it could keep it. After some discussion, they decided to set off at night when the sun had set. After dinner, they packed their belongings into the storage rings and headed towards the seaside. Instead of visiting Kongyang's parents, he brought them to a deserted beach, a long stretch of sandy shore dotted with rocks. Here we go. As night fell, the 4 of them eagerly awaited the opportunity to gather seafood. The tide had receded, revealing a beach teeming with shellfish, and occasionally they spotted crabs and shrimp, making the hunt effortless. What abundance! Chapter 58. Fury. The 4 of them collected seafood on the beach until nightfall, returning with several large baskets of marine bounty. Su Tianqi also managed to catch quite a few fish. They had yet to decide on a place to stay. After surveying several locations, they chose a spot at the foot of a mountain to set up their home. Surrounded by towering peaks, it provided some protection from the sun and was conveniently close to the beach. Dinner consisted of boiled seafood of various kinds, fresh enough to savor without any additional seasonings. Siyue unintentionally noticed the charred shells, suddenly recalling that burnt shells could be turned into lime. This substance had numerous uses. It could serve as fertilizer and pest repellent. Let us gather these shells. Su Tianqi glanced at the shells and recalled their utility, promptly joining in the collection. Has the tribe stored enough water this year? Kongyang furrowed his brow and sighed. I taught them how to store water. They should have enough for the dry season. Siyue, hearing this, chose not to inquire further. Even if they hadn't prepared enough water, she could do little to help. At most, she could teach them how to dig wells. Dig wells? Suddenly, Siyue thought it might be worth a try. Some areas were arid, yet wells always had water. Tianqi, do you think we could dig a well and find water? Su Tianqi sensed the moisture underground and nodded affirmatively. We can find water, but we'll need to dig quite deep. The warm breeze rustled the leaves, and although the stream was small, it still flowed with water, accompanied by the incessant sounds of cicadas and frogs. Tianqi, would you like Zidian to take you to the village to see a few wells? Su Tianqi understood Siyue's intention. She wanted her to register within the tribe since they would be living in this community. All right, Zidian and I will go. It's a long journey, so you should rest. Since they could still enjoy air conditioning here, it was best for her to go alone. Siyue considered another aspect. If she went, they might attribute the credit to her, which was best avoided. Okay, we'll wait for your return. Su Tianqi decisively took Zidian and set off, eager to complete their task and return to the comfort of the air conditioning. Once they were far away, Siyue turned her gaze back. Having spent too long with Tianqi and the others, she felt a bit unaccustomed to the thought of them being apart for a few days. Let us head back to the room and rest. Night had fallen by the time they returned indoors. Closing the door behind them to wash up, before leaving, Tianqi had filled the pool with water, so they need not worry about water usage tonight. After Kongyang showered, he quickly returned to the bedroom, where the two, having not been intimate for a long time, engaged in a night of ardent activity. Afterward, Siyue's voice was hoarse from calling out. She shot a look at the unrestrained Kongyang before drifting off into a deep sleep. In her dreams, she felt Kongyang gently wiping her body with a cloth, but she was too weary to open her eyes. Siyue awoke close to afternoon, groggily opening her eyes to wash up, only to be stopped by Kongyang. Ayu, the water is dirty. It can't be used. Since the pool was outside and uncovered, numerous small creatures had visited it overnight, leaving it contaminated. Siyue was taken aback, then began to contemplate the feasibility of constructing a water tank indoors. However, since they had placed the water inlet outside, building a tank inside would necessitate altering the plumbing, which sounded too complicated. The simplest solution was to merely cover the pool and clean it regularly, efficient and hygienic. Good thing we stored enough water. Siyue retrieved several bamboo tubes filled with water, sufficient for their cooking and drinking for the day. They could use it for bathing in the evening. The two ventured to the beach, feeling the soft sand beneath their bare feet, which felt delightful. Kongyang carefully supported Siyue's waist, ensuring she wouldn't stumble, while she frolicked along the shore. The orange sunset reflected on the sea, painting the surroundings in a breathtaking hue, resembling a magnificent oil painting. After enjoying themselves, they casually gathered some food before heading back. With two less people, the atmosphere felt a bit desolate. It was never this quiet when it was just the two of us last year. I am not quite accustomed to this sudden silence. I wonder when they return. Ayu, they'll be back soon, and I will always be here with you, Kongyang said, affectionately stroking Siyue's hair, his eyes filled with her reflection. In that moment, Siyue suddenly understood the meaning of being someone's one and only. Kongyang felt a swell of emotions within Siyue, who wanted to express something but couldn't find the words. Instead, she threw herself into his embrace. Holding him tightly, Kongyang, perplexed, merely caught her gently to prevent her from hurting herself. Ayu, I'm here. I will always be here. Kongyang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with infatuation and joy. The little female's affectionate gestures truly delighted him. No matter how long they had been together, he remained utterly captivated by every move of Siyue. Kongyang transformed his feelings into actions, demonstrating them for Siyue to see. Before falling asleep, Siyue's thoughts wandered to Su Tianqi and what they might be doing. Su Tianqi encountered some trouble. The beastmen were baffled as to why water would be found underground. Zidian became impatient and even engaged in a skirmish with several dragon beasts. Although he triumphed over them, he emerged wounded. Su Tianqi felt a pang of sympathy. However, she merely shot a cold glare at the offending beastmen, who, feeling somewhat guilty, ceased their objections. Although Qinglong did not fully comprehend the situation, he nonetheless summoned other beastmen to lend assistance. With little else to occupy their time, the dry season presented an opportunity for physical training. Digging a well was a divine gift, and if they failed to unearth one, it would serve as exercise. Qinglong pondered this matter with indifference while directing several beastmen to undertake their tasks. Su Tianqi sensed the nearby location abundant with moisture and vibrancy, leading the beastmen there. She indicated a spot for them to excavate, and they diligently began to dig. After reaching a height of one person, no water emerged, prompting doubts about the well's authenticity. Zidian pushed aside the other beastmen, determinedly digging with fervor. Su Tianqi sensed that the location was at least 5 meters deep. Upon reaching 2 meters, Su Tianqi instructed Zidian to carve out a step to facilitate their ascent later. The other beastmen, with nothing pressing to attend to, joined in, finding joy in the labor that amused the female. After a prolonged effort, the beastmen noticed the soil becoming increasingly damp and sticky, causing a stir of excitement. Could it be that this little female spoke the truth? They began to excavate fervently. And upon reaching 5 meters, a surge of yellow muddy water burst forth. The beastmen stood in stunned silence, only to erupt in jubilant cries. Su Tianqi, standing nearby, was jolted by their exclamation, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zidian turned to see Su Tianqi collapsing, panic gripping him as he rushed forward, arms outstretched to catch her. However, he was too far away, and fortunately, other beastmen were present to break her fall. Su Tianqi's complexion turned ashen. Devoid of color, Zidian, in a state of alarm, cradled her and implored, Tianqi, Tianqi, please wake up. We need a shaman. He muttered to himself, disregarding everyone else as he stumbled in search of the shaman. Qinglong, upon hearing of the discovery of water, was equally astonished. They had stumbled upon a treasure, with Siyue and Su Tianqi, both of whom belonged to the same clan and possessed extraordinary skills. Hearing that Su Tianqi had fainted from the beastmen's shouts, he reprimanded them sharply before hurrying to the shaman's cave to check on her condition. In truth, Su Tianqi had not fainted from their cries. She had overexerted herself healing Zidian and the others previously. Compounded by lingering injuries and inadequate rest, the recent incident had merely expelled the stagnant blood from her chest, which was ultimately a blessing. The shaman examined her, prayed, and then regarded Su Tianqi with a mix of surprise and secrecy before informing Zidian that she was fine and departing. Tribe leader, this is a good omen, he remarked. Chapter 59. Is a divine chosen one a tribe? Qinglong first checked on Su Tianqi before joining the shaman in another cave for a discussion. Shaman, what do you mean by a good omen? Qinglong inquired eagerly, recalling the previous mention of good fortune linked to Kongyang's female. That female is also a divine chosen one, blessed by the beast god. She can bring forth water. Moreover, perhaps we have misunderstood all along. The divine chosen ones might also belong to a tribe. Upon hearing this, Qinglong's expression shifted. If the divine chosen ones constituted a race, why had they never heard of it? However, the immediate concern remained the well, and he hurried back to its location. The well was already bubbling with clear spring water, and many beastmen were kneeling before it in gratitude for the beast god's gift. Qinglong inspected the well, discovering that water continuously flowed forth, ceasing only when it reached a certain height. It would emerge again only when the level dropped. He instructed the beastmen to guard the well, forbidding anyone from tampering with it. He needed to return and check on Su Tianqi's condition, and with that thought, he chastised the beastmen accompanying him. Not long after, Su Tianqi regained consciousness, realizing she was in the shaman's cave. Nearby, beastmen were conversing, and upon noticing her awakening, Zidian hurried to her side, leaving Qinglong's presence behind. Tianqi, are you feeling unwell? Zidian asked, filled with remorse for not having been by her side all along. He felt he had failed in his duties. I'm fine. Expelling that blood has made me feel much better, Su Tianqi reassured him, keenly aware of Zidian's despondency, though unsure of how to console him. Then rest a bit longer. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Zidian looked at Su Tianqi with deep concern, as if she were fragile glass. What about the well? I'm all right now. Take me to see Su Tianqi insisted, but Zidian resolutely barred her way, insisting she should recover fully first. Qinglong watched, feeling a twinge of envy. It was as if no one else had a female. He too wished to be close to his own female that night. Stop arguing. The well has been successfully dug. Little female, you should wait until you're feeling better before going to see it. I want to ask if we can dig another well in the village. Qinglong's anxiety heightened, as this matter was crucial to the village's survival during the dry season. We can dig, but I will need to locate the spring. Otherwise, digging deeper will yield no water. Understanding dawned on Qinglong. Only the places identified by Su Tianqi would yield water. If they dug haphazardly, they would find nothing. Rest now. We can dig the next well after you feel better. There's no rush. Once Qinglong departed, Su Tianqi insisted on going to find the well, and Zidian could not dissuade her. Zidian, if we finish digging the well sooner, we can return home sooner. It's too hot here, and it's not conducive to my recovery. Zidian considered the thought of cooler air and fell silent for a moment. The cave was indeed cool, but it was also somewhat damp, unlike the comfort and dryness of a house. Then let us find a suitable location and head back. They can dig it themselves. Su Tianqi nodded gently. Locating the spring was a trivial task for her. However, she still made a wide circuit around the village before identifying 2 suitable locations. These 2 spots are viable for digging. They will suffice for the entire village. After Su Tianqi spoke, Zidian carried her back, and due to her fatigue, she quickly fell asleep. Zidian carefully placed her on the bed and then stepped outside. Zidian confronted the beastmen who had shouted earlier, engaging them in a fight. The beastmen, realizing they had injured the little female, refrained from retaliating, allowing Zidian to vent his frustration. After delivering a thorough beating, they returned home, nursing their bruises. Having calmed down, Zidian returned to watch over Su Tianqi. Seeing she had not yet awakened, he went outside to prepare some soup, then returned to the cave to keep vigil over her. After some time, Su Tianqi finally stirred awake. Zidian helped her sit up. Tianqi, do you feel any discomfort? I'm fine now. Let us go home tonight. Su Tianqi felt her task was complete and simply wished to return home. She felt somewhat out of place among so many beastmen. All right, I'll fetch you some soup. Once you've eaten, we'll head back. Zidian filled the bowl with soup, blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to Su Tianqi. After she finished, he fetched water to wash her face and hands, and once she was tidied up, he informed the shaman they were leaving. When Qinglong received the news, the 2 had already been gone for some time. He merely chuckled and scolded Zidian lightly before returning to his duties. The well was a significant matter, and he needed to prevent other beastmen from revealing it to other tribes. Su Tianqi and Zidian arrived home late at night. Siyue and the others had already retired. Quietly entering their dwelling, they went to their room to rest. After a long day, Su Tianqi was utterly exhausted. Siyue awoke naturally as dawn broke, having adapted to an early sleeping and rising routine. Free from any modern devices. Ayu, what would you like for breakfast? Let us have noodles. Afterward, I'll grind some flour. The tediousness of kneading dough daily reminded Siyue of the noodle shops of the past, where noodles would be hung to dry before being stored for long-term use. Upon exiting her room, she discovered that Su Tianqi and Zidian had already returned. The 2 of them finished breakfast and brought wheat and the stone grinder back inside. To prevent the grinder from damaging the floor, Siyue laid down a straw mat and began to mill the wheat. The stone grinder was too slow, prompting Siyue to incorporate the creation of a stone mill into her plans. By midday, Zidian awoke, and just as Siyue was about to inquire why Su Tianqi had not yet risen, Zidian informed them of Su Tianqi's injury. Siyue frowned. She had been present during the dragon beast's roar last time and had been completely unharmed. How could Tianqi possibly be injured unless she had already been hurt? With this thought, Siyue could no longer sit still. She hurried into Su Tianqi's home, finding her still fast asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, Siyue sat quietly nearby. As soon as she sat down, Su Tianqi stirred awake. Siyue, you're awake? Is your injury serious? Where does it hurt? I'm not injured. I'm perfectly fine. I merely expelled some stagnant blood, which feels much better. That's a relief. Did anything interesting happen during your trip? Su Tianqi shook her head. Not really. I guided them in digging the well and returned. Most of the beastmen have moved into the tribe due to the drought scarcity of water and food, making it somewhat easier to endure. Indeed. The 2 of them stepped outside, where Kongyang was grinding flour and Zidian was cooking noodles. The beastmen were industrious and brave, showing no signs of laziness. Let us rest indoors after lunch. The temperature is rising, and you should take care of yourself, Su Tianqi, and see you return to the house after their meal, where they began to formulate plans for the preparations that lay ahead. Firewood needed to be collected, and clothing suitable for the rainy season and winter had to be sewn for the 2 of them. They also needed to craft shoes from leather to protect their feet from frostbite during the cold winter months. Additionally, they intended to search for ginger to ward off the chill. Sayu recalled the refreshing scent of mint leaves, so she steeped some in water to enhance its cooling effect. The water basin had been fitted with wooden covers the previous day. Otherwise, many small animals would enter at night to bathe, leaving it quite dirty by morning. Sayu, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Really? How sudden? Siyu was somewhat bewildered. She had thought that progressing beyond the 7th tier would be a lengthy endeavor, especially since they lacked sufficient crystal nuclei to absorb energy for such a transition. I'm not entirely sure. Ever since I arrived here, the pressure has lifted, and my thoughts have become less convoluted. After treating Zidian's injuries last time, I noticed signs of a breakthrough in my abilities. Siu understood now. This was precisely what the ancients referred to as enlightenment, a moment of clarity where everything fell into place, leading to an expansive mindset that naturally facilitated progress. She sensed that her own powers had unconsciously reached the pinnacle of the seventh tier, waiting merely for an opportunity to transcend. But we likely lack enough crystal nuclei to support even one person's advancement. Siu expressed her concern, pondering the inadequacy of energy for such a transition. We don't need an abundance of crystal nuclei. Our abilities can be shared. When I ascend, you can channel your energy into me, supplemented by a few crystal nuclei, and it will be sufficient for my breakthrough. Is that truly possible? That would be splendid. They were individuals who could entrust each other's backs, and in the face of ascension, they solely relied on one another for protection. I may break through in the next few days. I just don't know when I'll inform Zidian, though I'm uncertain how long I will be unconscious. Do not worry. I will keep an eye on him. Su Tianqi was apprehensive about Zidian's impulsiveness, despite appearing docile. He was, at his core, a dragon, fierce and assertive. Tianqi, are you familiar with the composition of a stone mill? The mortar and pestle for grinding wheat is too slow. Su Tianqi pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly. It may not work, but we can certainly give it a try. A stone mill requires 2 round stones. The lower stone should be larger, with a groove carved out and small indentations on the grinding side. The upper stone also needs to be hollowed out in the center, with 2 holes to fit wooden handles, allowing the 2 stones to come together. Finally, a hole must be carved on the top stone for feeding the grain, and once a handle is attached, it should be ready for use. Her recollection of the stone mill seemed to align with this description, so they decided to give it a try. After placing a handful of wheat inside, they successfully ground it into a powder, albeit not finely enough, necessitating further grinding. After reviewing the grinding process, Kong Yang took the lead, diligently grinding the wheat, while Zidian curiously poked around, only to be gently pushed aside by Kong Yang. Noticing this, Su Tianqi opted to construct a slightly larger mill. After Kong Yang completed the first round of grinding, Zidian took over for the second, resulting in a much finer consistency. The heat was oppressive, and the stone mill was heavy, making it unsuitable to place on ceramic tiles. Thus, they could only grind in the shaded area by the door, where Siu provided a cooling breeze. Siu and Su Tianqi sought refuge in the air-conditioned room. Drawing the blackout curtains made their surroundings quite comfortable. They began discussing the layout of the kitchen, realizing that cooking indoors would be necessary during the snowy season, and they needed to resolve this before the rainy season arrived. How about this? We could set up an entire cooking station here, placing an induction stove and constructing a stove near the window, thus achieving energy efficiency. Though they possessed many crystal nuclei, it was prudent to conserve energy. As there were no substitutes available, if they expended a significant number during their ascensions, they would face difficulties later on. That is indeed a viable approach, but constructing a stove indoors poses a fire hazard, which might not be worth the risk. I believe it would be better to avoid that option. Siu had considered this aspect as well, but she felt that with caution, it should be manageable. They were not careless individuals. We have cooked outdoors during the dry and rainy seasons, and for the snowy season, we simply need to prepare indoors. A single second-tier crystal nucleus lasts a month. I have 200,000 second-tier nuclei. I can share some with you, as I will not exhaust mine. Siu recalled her own 100,000 second-tier nuclei, feeling reassured that she could survive until her ascension. No need. Mine will suffice until I ascend. Besides, second-tier nuclei are unnecessary for the breakthrough. The two resumed their discussion about the kitchen's cabinetry structure, emphasizing the importance of storage cabinets and a preparation table, while also recognizing the limited space for their kitchen, necessitating careful planning. Both women retrieved paper and pen to sketch their designs, maximizing spatial efficiency. The hum of the air conditioning did not disrupt their concentration. And once the flour was ground, their designs were finalized. Ultimately, they opted for a brick countertop covered in tiles, while the cabinets were constructed from sturdy wood, ensuring durability and ample space. As they measured the tiles, Su Tianqi's abilities surged uncontrollably, causing several water orbs to levitate in the air. She exerted effort to control the water orbs and sent them outside, prompting Siu to quickly open the door and guide her out. Once outside, Su Tianqi released her control over her powers and grasped a handful of crystal nuclei to absorb their energy. Siu halted the panicking Zidian, saying, "Do not approach her. She is in the midst of her breakthrough." Until she and I awaken, keep others away from us. Having given her instructions, Siyu moved closer to Su Tianqi, taking her hand and channeling her own energy into her. Su Tianqi's complexion reddened as her powers fluctuated wildly. The crystal nuclei she held were rapidly depleted, turning to ash. Fortunately, Siyu's timely energy transfer sustained her, though Siyu soon found herself drained and lost consciousness. Kong Yang caught her and returned to the house for rest. Remembering Siyu's admonition to keep the door closed and not allow anyone in until she awoke, Zidian gazed gratefully at the unconscious Siyu, feeling restless. Yet, Su Tianqi remained motionless, and he dared not approach to disturb her, vigilantly watching their surroundings to prevent any untoward interruptions. Fortunately, their chosen location was secluded, with the entrance obscured by the tribe, ensuring no one wandered near. Su Tianqi felt as though her body was an insatiable abyss. Having drained Siyu's energy was still insufficient, and she craved just a little more. She wanted to draw on the crystal nuclei, but her body was entirely immobilized, as her powers gradually subsided. Su Tianqi fell from the air, prompting Zidian to swiftly catch her and return indoors. Like Kong Yang, he firmly closed the door, refusing to allow any disturbances. Siyu did not awaken until the following day. Emerging from her slumber feeling rejuvenated, Kong Yang dozed at her side, and as she prepared to move him to the bed, he stirred awake the moment she shifted. "Ayu, you are awake? Are you all right?" Siyu shook her head. "I am fine, merely fatigued. I will check on Tianqi. You should take the time to wash up and rest. I will return shortly." Siyu knocked on the door next door, and Zidian opened it upon recognizing her voice. The moment she entered, she was taken aback by his appearance. His eyes were red and sunken, a clear indication of sleepless nights. "You need not worry. Tianqi is in the midst of her breakthrough and will awaken soon." Siyu offered some comforting words before stepping in to check on Su Tianqi. Sensing Su Tianqi's energy was in turmoil, she surmised that it might be due to insufficient energy, so she transferred some of her own to her. Indeed, a new wave of energy replenished Su Tianqi, calming her powers. Siyu, feeling lightheaded, unsteadily rose. Declining Zidian's offer of assistance and making her way back to the doorway, she encountered Kong Yang coming to find her. He silently enveloped her in his embrace, frustrated that Siyu had exhausted herself. Yet he could not hinder her determination. "I am fine. Do not be upset. I will also soon be on the verge of a breakthrough, and Tianqi will assist me." That Ayu affectionately kissed Kong Yang's cheek. Resting comfortably against his chest, "I am not upset with you. I am merely frustrated that I cannot bear your burdens." Chapter 61. The mermaid. While Siyu was comforting Kong Yang, she unexpectedly succumbed to unconsciousness, influenced by Su Tianqi's powers, leading her to advance prematurely. However, due to insufficient energy, her state was merely a faint, with no other signs manifesting. Kong Yang carried Siyu back to bed, and for 3 consecutive days, she remained in a deep slumber, not consuming a single drop of water. A few times, he contemplated rushing to find Su Tianqi, but Zidian restrained him, as she too had not awakened. Kong Yang could only pray fervently to the beast god, preparing various broths for Siyu to nourish her. Finally, on the 7th day, Su Tianqi awoke. Her first action upon awakening was to take a bath, followed by devouring 2 packets of instant noodles with great haste. Zidian had lost considerable weight, having gone without food and drink while keeping her company. "Tianqi, I must go save Siyu. You need to prepare something to eat quickly. I will return shortly to eat." Now brimming with energy, she was poised to assist Siyu's ascension. After transferring her energy, she could return for a meal. However, upon entering Siyu's room, she discovered that Siyu had lost significant weight and appeared pale. "Tianqi, please save Siyu. She has been unconscious for 7 days, and despite my best efforts, I have been unable to awaken her. Please, you must help her." Kong Yang spoke in a flustered manner, his expression haggard. "She is merely in the process of ascending. She will be fine. Go prepare a bowl of noodles for her. Feed it to her when it is ready." Indeed, possessing extraordinary abilities, one may lose weight, yet death remains a distant specter. Su Tianqi infused her powers into Siyu, who, like a parched land welcoming the long-awaited rain, voraciously absorbed Su Tianqi's energy. Soon, Su Tianqi's abilities were depleted, leaving her as unsteady as Siyu had once been. Zidian, holding her close, felt a pang of sympathy. However, Recalling how Siyu had similarly aided Su Tianqi on 2 occasions, he found himself unable to voice his concerns and could only strive to nourish Su Tianqi as best as he could. Each day, he and Kong Yang concocted meat stews and soups, while Kong Yang ventured far and wide in search of fresh game for Siyu, leaving Zidian to oversee the household. As Su Tianqi sensed her recuperative powers had increased. Her water manipulation abilities ascended to new heights. She intuitively felt that after reaching the 9th tier, her extraordinary powers might undergo a significant transformation. Despite absorbing Su Tianqi's abilities, Siyu remained in a deep slumber. After regaining some strength, Su Tianqi endeavored to channel more power to her, even offering her a crystal core. However, Siyu, in her unconscious state, lacked the capacity to absorb the core actively, compelling Su Tianqi to absorb it herself before passing it on to Siyu. Siyu awoke 3 days later, discovering her senses had sharpened considerably, and her affinity for the wind had improved markedly. Each upgrade felt like a complete metamorphosis. I believe I can take you all on a delightful excursion beneath the sea, Su Tianqi proclaimed confidently regarding her abilities. With Siyu's wind powers complementing hers, exploring the ocean floor would pose no challenge. How do we swim? Siyu inquired, intrigued. You will understand once we reach the shore. Su Tianqi teased, withholding further details. Siyu raised an eyebrow, but chose not to press further, trusting she would soon find out. Let's prepare some dough first. Making dry noodles will allow for longer storage and save us effort. Siyu suggested, retrieving a hand-cranked noodle machine, which was far more convenient than slicing the dough by hand. The two began kneading their dough, allowing it to rest momentarily before rolling it out. Before long, the table was covered with dough, neatly draped with a cloth, and set aside in a cool outdoor spot to rise. Once the dough had rested adequately, they kneaded it again to expel air and proceeded to roll it flat. Transforming it into uniform strands of noodles, they hung the noodles to dry under the sun, completing their dry noodle preparation. Once the dough was exhausted, they resumed kneading, as idleness felt unbearable. Zidian went outside to construct a drying rack, while Kong Yang ventured into the woods for firewood. The sun blazed brightly outside, nearly blinding, while the sounds of cicadas filled the air, creating a strangely serene atmosphere. Upon Kong Yang's return, the area in front of the house was already filled with drying noodle racks, likely sufficient for a week's worth of meals. Siyu, with the air conditioning on, took a midday nap, while Kong Yang fetched water to wash himself before bringing a basin of water to the door. Washing his feet and returning to his room. Each day stretched long, prompting Kong Yang to stifle a yawn as he cradled Siyu for a brief nap. In the evening, the group arose and headed to the beach to forage for seafood, diligently striving for a better life. Standing on the shore, Su Tianqi felt the water enveloping various seafood, even some from afar, and without hesitation, they collected mature, seedless specimens. Tianqi, your powers are truly remarkable. Soon, we shall never worry about catching fish again. Siyu exclaimed, envious yet excited. Being able to fly is also splendid. You can go wherever your heart desires, embracing freedom, she replied, engaging in mutual flattery. Within their catch lay many fearsome shellfish. Siyu speculated they were crabs. As what else could possess such tough exteriors? Accidentally, they stumbled upon a plant resembling a coconut tree, laden with large, spherical fruits. After gathering their bounty, Siyu eagerly led Su Tianqi towards the coconut-like trees, where they selected several large fruits. They could hardly contain their anticipation as they opened them, only to be taken aback by the sight within. An abundance of small, round objects resembling peeled grapes, leaving them bewildered. Can we eat this? They pondered. Unexpectedly, Kong Yang identified it. This is a rare sea fruit. He plucked one, sampled its flavor, and, satisfied with its sweet and tangy taste, gestured for Siyu and Su Tianqi to try it. Just as they were about to taste, a sudden sound of swallowing caught their attention. Kong Yang and Zidian swiftly stood, scanning their surroundings with caution. In unison, they glanced towards a figure in the distance. Were those merfolk? Mermaids! Siyu and Su Tianqi exclaimed, exhilarated at the sight of living mermaids for the first time. With alabaster skin and ambiguous beauty, their transparent fin-like ears and fluid bodies glistened, their ice-blue tails splashing gracefully in the water. The mermaids' innocent eyes radiated a naive curiosity, revealing no discernible gender, yet they exuded an insatiable appetite. Sayu tossed one of the fruits towards them. After a moment's hesitation, the mermaid picked it up, skillfully cleaving it open. Curiously, it began to sample the fruit, mimicking Kongyang's actions, and soon devoured a piece, its face lighting up in delight. With a sound that was both ethereal and inexplicable, the mermaid cast a lingering glance at Siyu and Su Tianqi before retreating into the depths of the sea. "Do mermaids not speak?" Siyu queried, astonished as she turned to Kongyang, hoping for an explanation from this native. "The sea folk do not converse. They dwell in the deep sea and are seldom encountered," he replied. Siyu and Su Tianqi were filled with joy. How beautiful the mermen were! Indeed, they are stunning. Even their tails, which I once found distasteful, appear enchanting now. It is a pity we did not hear them sing. I wonder if their songs possess true magic, Siyu mused. Singing? Chapter 62. The Siren's Song. What do you mean by singing? Siyu and her companions often spoke in ways that Kongyang found perplexing, prompting him to seek clarification each time that it refers to a melodious sound. Siyu casually explained, leaving Kongyang deep in thought, while Zidian remained utterly baffled. The fiery clouds above were breathtaking, captivating their attention and distracting them from further foraging. With baskets brimming with seafood, they began their journey homeward. As Siyu and Su Tianqi walked ahead, continuing their discussion about the enchanting mermaids, while Kongyang and Zidian stayed close, vigilantly ensuring their safety from any sudden missteps. A gentle evening breeze caressed them, their laughter echoing far and wide. By the time they reached home, night had fallen. Kongyang kindled a fire, while Zidian took the baskets to wash the seafood. Siyu retrieved the dried noodles, and Su Tianqi rummaged for seasonings, preparing to feast on seafood noodles. First, they scooped a ladle of preserved meat from a jar. Once the oil melted, they added ginger and green onions to saute until fragrant. Next, they incorporated the crab meat, cut into chunks with shells intact, and fried it briefly before adding small fish, followed by pickled vegetables and rice wine. After a quick stir, they poured in water to bring it to a boil. Then added the remaining seafood and noodles, cooking until the noodles were tender, seasoning with salt and garnishing with green onion before serving. The pot was not large enough to accommodate all the seafood, necessitating multiple batches. For the first round, Siyu and Su Tianqi selected enough for themselves, leaving the rest for Kongyang and Zidian, who devoured the remainder with great enthusiasm. The steam enveloped them, prompting Siyu to invite them inside to enjoy the air conditioning while they ate. As there was no table in Siyu's room, they all congregated in Su Tianqi's space. Forming a line, they carried their bowls into the room, shutting the door and windows, turning the air conditioning to maximum before commencing their meal. In no time, the temperature within the room dropped, and the steaming dishes became a comforting indulgence. "This is delightful. Next time, we should try hot pot," Siyu suggested. The broth was sweet, infused with the essence of the seafood. Each morsel tender and juicy, while the noodles were refreshing and chewy, making it impossible to set down their chopsticks. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sounds of chewing, as Kongyang and Zidian even consumed the shells, crunching them into submission. Since forming a bond with Siyu and Su Tianqi, their culinary experiences had blossomed, exposing them to new delights, leading them to express gratitude to the beast god each morning. Having worked up a sweat, Siyu finished her bowl, yet Kongyang and Zidian remained unsated, prompting her to prepare a second batch, with Su Tianqi lending a hand. Night had fully descended, the moonlight casting a silvery glow over the earth, while stars twinkled in the sky, and the forest lay cloaked in darkness, occasionally interrupted by the calls of peculiar creatures. Once, such sounds would have frightened Siyu, but now, she not only felt unafraid but also cherished the scenery. It evokes a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of my childhood spent in the countryside, where the village buzzed with life during the day and offered tranquil serenity at night. Su Tianqi expressed her fondness for the ambience, as if she had returned to her youth when her beloved elders were still present. Indeed, my childhood, spent with my grandmother in a similar village, was filled with such beautiful sights. However, as I grew older, I found little joy in observing them, Siyu reflected. Upon returning to the city, Siyu yearned to revisit the village, even contemplating retreating to a serene, picturesque location once she had earned enough money, escaping from the world. Yet, life now was far more exhilarating than mere seclusion. They were living in the wilderness, a thrilling adventure indeed. Siyu stifled a giggle, and Su Tianqi joined her in laughter. Since arriving here, both of their personalities had subtly transformed, becoming more cheerful and softened in demeanor. As soon as the final batch of noodles was ready, Kongyang and Zidian emerged with their bowls. While the dragon beasts, protected by their scales, were relatively unbothered by the heat. They dined in the courtyard, while Siyu and Su Tianqi retreated to their rooms for a bath, feeling quite unclean after a day spent outdoors. Every evening, Su Tianqi filled the tub with water and sealed it, ensuring that even if it remained unused for 2 days, the water would remain clean. After a day of sweltering heat, the water would warm up, and the absence of air conditioning in the bathroom made it just the right temperature without needing to activate the heater. After bathing, Siyu lay on her bed, gazing through the glass at the forest beyond. Boredom weighed heavily upon her, prompting her to seek out Tianshi for companionship. It had been quite a while since she donned a dress, so she decided to change into a floral maxi dress. Her exquisite features radiated beauty even without makeup. Just as Siyu was about to step out, she was suddenly scooped up by Kongyang. "You, don't go out." Kongyang was uncertain of his own feelings. Upon seeing Yu looking so lovely, he was reluctant for anyone else to gaze upon her, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. Siyu inquired, "What is wrong? Is it not nice?" Kongyang vigorously shook his head. "It is too beautiful. I don't want Zidian to see such a stunning version of you." Realizing he was feeling possessive, Siyu suggested, "Then I shall change to go find Tianshi." She swapped her outfit for a white t-shirt and long pants before heading out to find Tianshi. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Kongyang took the liberty of washing Siyu's clothes and hanging them up to dry. He and Zidian shared a silent understanding, each taking half of the noodles back to their respective quarters to present to their females. Returning to the courtyard, he began cleaning the seafood, meticulously removing the meat to place in the refrigerator for tomorrow's drying. The shellfish and crabs were scarce, as most had been consumed today, leaving only an abundance of fish. Before long, the two had completed their task and returned to their rooms. Siyu sat on her bed, engrossed in a book, while Kongyang refrained from disturbing her, quietly slipping into the bathroom for a shower. He adeptly turned on the faucet, lathered up shampoo into a frothy lather, and rinsed it off before applying soap to cleanse his body. After his first shower, he felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment, making it a habit to clean himself thoroughly before returning to his room each day. Noticing his hair had grown a bit long, Kongyang transformed his nails into claws and swiftly trimmed his hair. After his shower, he did not forget to brush his teeth, chewing on a dental leaf until his mouth was fresh before heading back to the bedroom. "Do you think I look good?" Kongyang asked shyly after cutting his hair, eager to know if his female appreciated his new hairstyle. "Yes, let me trim it a bit," Siyu replied, suppressing her laughter as she fetched a pair of scissors and led Kongyang to the living room. Once he was seated, she began to refine his kappa hairstyle. It was her first encounter with someone sporting such a unique haircut. Had it not been for his striking looks, it would have appeared quite absurd. Observing Kongyang's face shape closely, she crafted a stylish short cut, both cool and fashionable. After finishing, she ensured to sweep away the hair, as the ritual of cutting hair should not lack in significance. It was, after all, a matter of the soul. "You should take another shower to wash away the hair," she advised. Kongyang, filled with joy, dashed back into the bathroom, feeling fortunate that his female was the one trimming his hair. From now on, he wished for her to be the one to cut it. Siyu, after tidying up the fallen hair, returned to her bed, contemplating whether the merfolk could engage in trade with her. Such an arrangement would ensure her supply of sashimi and fresh seafood, alleviating her worries about food even during the snow season. Previously, she had been unaware of how close the sea was. Aside from the bountiful season, living by the ocean during the other seasons ensured one would not starve. Lost in thought, she felt the bed sink beside her as Kongyang embraced her and began to nibble at her. Before she could gather her thoughts, she was interrupted, her senses becoming hazy. Focus. Chapter 63. The merfolk's gratitude. When Siyu awoke, the sun had risen high, and the other half of the bed was already cold and empty. Slowly, she donned her clothing, reluctant to leave the shelter as the air conditioning required rest and could not be continuously operated. Stepping into the courtyard, she was greeted by the pungent aroma of various seafood. Having replaced the noodles, Siyu found herself overwhelmed by the scent, while Su Tianshi had just risen, wrinkling her nose in response to the overpowering smell of seafood. "This is far too fishy," Siyu remarked. Nearly retching from the stench, while Su Tianshi had already made a sound of disgust, a gust of wind blew, carrying the odor away, offering them a moment of reprieve. We won't be drying seafood anymore. It can be caught from the sea at any time, and this stench is unbearable, Su Tianshi declared, pinching her nose. It spoiled. It only became this foul after drying. Siyue picked up an oyster and was immediately repulsed by the odor. Kongyang offered her a cup of water. I will take these away and bury them. You think about what kind of table you would like. Siyue and Su Tianshi, exasperated, retreated to their rooms, while Zidian and Kongyang cleared the courtyard of seafood and wood. I have never encountered such a foul odor, Su Tianshi remarked, raising an eyebrow. Do you remember the stench of the zombies in summer? Siyue recalled and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Don't mention it. Thinking back, those were nightmares. Are we still going to the beach today? Siyue shot up. Of course. It's the spoiled ones that smell. The fresh ones are fine. Just as Kongyang returned, carrying large pieces of wood, he was promptly pulled by Siyue to head to the shore. He merely smiled indulgently, placing the wood in a sunlit area before following her. The four of them arrived at the beach, with still some time before noon. Although it was hot, it was bearable. The ocean waves crashed rhythmically, leaving behind small creatures on the sandy shore. Watching them burrow into the sand was quite therapeutic. Each person chose their spot to dig. Siyue became engrossed in cracking open oysters and harvesting barnacles, while Su Tianshi used a pair of tongs to catch crabs and sea urchins by the rocks. Kongyang and Zidian both ventured into the water to catch fish. Suddenly, a celestial singing echoed from the nearby ocean, its meaning lost to them, yet the joy it conveyed was palpable. They followed the sound to find the mermaid they had encountered the previous day. The mermaid, though hesitant to approach, continued to sing, guiding schools of fish closer to them. Is this a merfolk's gratitude? The others pondered, surprised that the fish would be gifted to them. After a moment of mutual understanding, they accepted the offering, albeit from a distance, wary of startling the mermaid. The fish were all deep-sea varieties, usually unseen by them. They were large and strikingly beautiful, even if they could not name them. However, Siyue and Su Tianshi agreed that they would be delectable, appearing quite plump. Did you come to deliver fish to us? Siyue asked excitedly, gesturing animatedly to the mermaid. The mermaid simply smiled shyly, emitting a melodious sound. Su Tianshi took out some sea fruits and dried fruits, handing them to Siyue. Let us offer these as a return gift. We must not harm such a delightful being. Su also retrieved a can of fruit and, alongside the items from Su Tianshi, sent them floating toward the mermaid. The mermaid hesitated at the sight of the offerings, but ultimately succumbed to curiosity, first sampling the sea fruits and then trying the dried fruits. After a few bites, seemingly displeased, she set them aside on a rock. However, when it came to the can, she appeared puzzled. It was only after Siyue used her wind abilities to pop the lid open that the mermaid took her first bite. Upon tasting it, the mermaid's eyes sparkled with delight. She adored the sweet flavor of the food. The fish clutched the can eagerly, casting sparkling glances at Siyue. The two girls were utterly charmed, sending over another bucket of fruit cans, which weighed a considerable amount. With the second bucket in hand, the mermaid swam off, her eyes gleaming and the can balanced atop her head, emitting high-pitched cries that echoed in response from afar. Perhaps this was how communication was conducted amongst them. After bidding farewell to the mermaid, they returned to their tasks, knowing the seafood still needed to be dried. The sun climbed higher, and the group returned home with their bountiful harvest. Kongyang and Zidian laid out the seafood on rocks to dry, while Siyue and Su Tianshi headed inside to prepare lunch. Before cooking, Tianshi turned on the air conditioning, intending to serve the meal directly inside once it was ready. For lunch, Siyue opted for cold noodles, pressing the thin noodles until they were cooked to a perfect 7/10, then draining them and cooling them down. During the process, she added vegetable oil to prevent sticking. And once cooled completely, they became cold noodles. Su Tianshi prepared cold skin, mixing flour, cornstarch, water, and salt in proportions before straining and steaming the mixture until bubbles formed. Afterward, she submerged it in cold water, peeling off the skin and brushing it with vegetable oil to complete the dish. Next, she boiled a chicken, shredding the meat into small pieces, which she placed atop the cold noodles and cold skin, garnishing it with blanched vegetables. The seasoning followed: salt, chicken essence, wild onion, chili oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. added in succession and mixed well. Thankfully, they had stockpiled various supplies, allowing them to enjoy items that were otherwise unavailable here. Su Tianchi developed a newfound appreciation for their stockpile. She resolved to gather more supplies in the future to avoid the hassle of searching when cravings struck. Cuf furrowed her brow, as if recalling something significant. She hesitated to speak, fearing it might disrupt Su Tianchi's good mood, leaving her caught in indecision, which puzzled Su Tianchi. Just say it. You were never this reticent before. We need to quickly gather ingredients. Soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar are essential condiments that deplete rapidly. My stock should suffice for a few years if rationed appropriately, Su Tianchi replied lightly, a revelation that left Cua astounded. You brought so many condiments? Not just condiments. Upon realizing we would leave and could no longer purchase supplies, I instinctively hoarded a considerable amount of condiments and seeds. Seeds? Cua exclaimed, invigorated. You have seeds? That's wonderful. Next year, we must plant them. I miss those vegetables dearly. Our water supply is adequate. We could even start planting leafy vegetables now. Then let us plant sweet potatoes. We cannot waste any other seeds. A bowl of cold noodles and another of cold skin were prepared. And fearing that it might not suffice, Cua also relied on a few grilled fish. Having prepared the meal, Kong Yang and the others were still not back. Cua and Tianchi sought out a shaded spot to plant sweet potatoes, watering them adequately before leaving. Upon returning home, Kong Yang and the others had already arrived. The two of them washed off their sweat in the courtyard before entering. Hurry and eat, then rest for a while. Cua and Tianchi were reluctant to venture outside, feeling both hot and uncomfortable. Moreover, considering the longevity of the air conditioning unit, they planned to adjust its usage schedule. During their afternoon nap, the four of them would sleep together, allowing the air conditioning in the other room to remain off, alternating between the two rooms. Although unsure of its effectiveness, this was the most practical solution they had devised. If only we could buy more air conditioners. I could stockpile several. In Chapter 64, the tranquility of their days was disrupted. They began by alternating stays at Su Tianchi's home, laying out bedding in each other's houses. The bedding was always for Kong Yang and Zidian. While Cua and Tianchi took the beds, over time, they all grew accustomed to this arrangement. Despite uncertainty about its efficacy, Cua and Tianchi felt much more at ease. As the drought intensified, it soon became unbearable for them to even step outside. The streams ran dry, trees withered, and decay enveloped the landscape. We may need to extend the duration of our house exchanges. After some time of switching, they decided to pack away the bedding, installing privacy curtains in the bedrooms and living rooms, allowing each to sleep separately. This year's drought was hotter and longer than in previous years. Kong Yang and Zidian grew increasingly concerned for their clan, uncertain whether they had stored enough water and food. Don't worry, you can just check on them tonight, and you'll know. We can't leave you two home alone. What if there's danger? Cua, unfazed, patted Kong Yang, saying, I can't protect myself and Tianchi. You two go check on them and take them to the seaside for some food. In truth, Cua wished to stay home with Tianchi to watch a movie, as they could never do so when the others were around. I'll go. Zidian can stay home to guard you. Before Cua could speak, Su Tianchi interjected, there's no need. You two should look after each other. Tianchi and I can take care of ourselves. In truth, Kong Yang could easily go alone, but since Zidian had been entrusted with the responsibility by Su Tianchi, he could only accompany them. After dark, Cua prepared some dry rations and water for the two, urging them to return early before sending them off. Once they left, they drew the curtains, turned on the projector, and began watching a wilderness survival documentary to learn a few things. Just as they were engrossed in their viewing, a deafening sound erupted outside, followed by tremors, collapsing trees, and landslides. An earthquake. Quickly, we must go outside. The two dashed out, with Su Tianchi gathering their belongings while Cua pulled her into the air. They had just reached the mountaintop when the mountain crumbled, burying their house beneath it. Had they been even a second slower, they would have been trapped inside. Gasping for breath, they were tossed about by the winds. Hold on to me. We must evade this current. Cua maneuvered through the gusts, attempting to locate Kong Yang and the others. But they were unfamiliar with the path to the tribe, leaving them in a state of anxious uncertainty. Don't worry. They can all fly. They will be fine. Yes, at this moment, they are still on the road. They will definitely be all right. The two kept reassuring each other, also comforting themselves. Meanwhile, Kongyang and Zidian were equally startled by the earthquake. While they were relieved to be at a high altitude, they suddenly remembered their females back home. The faces of the two beasts turned pale as they quickly turned back, their eyes wide with fear. It's fine. Siue and the others must be safe in half the time it took to arrive. They returned to the site of their home, which was now unrecognizable, reduced to rubble. The two beasts howled in despair, frantically digging through the debris, attempting to find any trace of their home, but the rubble was too deep. After a long while, they uncovered nothing. It can't be. They are favored by the gods and protected by the beast deity. They cannot come to harm. Kongyang's expression was resolute as he clawed at the stones. Heedless of the wounds on his hands, Zidian remained silent, tears streaming down his face, his hands never ceasing their desperate work, betraying his own disbelief. As their despair deepened, they suddenly heard voices calling their names from above. Kongyang, Zidian! The two beasts froze, instinctively looking up to see two dark figures swaying in the currents of air. Their hearts raced as they took to the sky, their wings propelling them swiftly toward the figures. What felt like an instant to them stretched into an eternity. Zidian wrapped his arms around Su Tianqi's waist, while Kongyang embraced Siue tightly, both beasts clinging to their females, who could feel the dampness of their shoulders. They comforted their respective beastmen, reassuring one another. At that moment, Zidian and Kongyang made a pact. Unless the heavens collapsed, they would never part from their females again. Should anything happen to them, they would not wish to live on. Ayu, I will never leave you again. I nearly lost sight of you forever. Kongyang's grip tightened, his voice choked with fear, his body trembling with aftershocks. It's all right. It's not your fault. We must find a safe place. Staying here is not an option, Su Tianqi calmed Zidian, and the four of them conferred, deciding to check on the tribe, where the clan members should have gathered. The two beasts swiftly carried Siue and Tianqi toward the tribe, draping a thin towel over their heads to shield them from the sun. The hot winds did little to alleviate the sweltering heat. Instead, they seemed to sap their moisture. Upon arriving at the tribe, Siue and Su Tianqi could no longer hold back and rushed to find a restroom, only to be repelled by the stench. The beastmen had designated a spot to relieve themselves, and it was a foul-smelling affair, with the risk of stepping in waste. Ugh! They were driven away by the odor before they could even approach, leaving them with no choice but to seek a distant place for their needs before returning. The tremors at the tribe had been mild, and the damage was minimal. They found a cave to stay in, and given the unsanitary conditions of the makeshift restroom, Siue taught them how to build a dry toilet to remedy the pervasive issue of excrement scattered about. How's the water well in the village? Su Tianqi shook her head. There is some water, but not much. If it gets any hotter, it will run dry soon. Then have they stocked up on water? Kongyang surveyed the tribe, gathering information before returning. They have stored plenty of water and supplies. The drought is not a problem. Siue nodded, refraining from further inquiries, feeling as though the oppressive heat was draining her vitality. It's so hot. I wonder how long this dreadful weather will persist. Siue and Su Tianqi wiped the sweat from their brows with soft leaves, and even while seated, they were drenched. It will last for a long time. This drought will likely claim many lives in other tribes, Zidian remarked, and a heavy silence fell within the cave. Natural disasters are often unavoidable. We must stockpile more supplies and prepare adequately. Life within the tribe was leisurely. And with nothing pressing to do, Siue and Su Tianqi wove grass mats, providing a cool and comfortable spot on the ground and sofa. Su Tianqi pressed her hand to her chest, taking a deep breath to alleviate the discomfort. Zidian anxiously paced nearby, feeling utterly helpless. Tianqi, are you hurt? Is there anywhere that feels unwell? I don't know why, but my heart keeps racing. I feel like something terrible is about to happen. In Chapter 65. The water well incident, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the authoritative reprimands of the dragon chief. The few inside the cave were perplexed, but Kongyang sensed something amiss. He instructed Zidian to guard the cave while he stepped out to investigate. Exiting the cave, he found numerous females from other tribes clamoring at the entrance, while their males attempted to dissuade them. The dragon chief stood firm, glaring furiously at the leading female. Chief, please, let her dig a well for our tribe as well. Otherwise, they will all die of thirst. Chief, we beg you. The air was thick with pleas from the females requesting that Su Tianqi be allowed to excavate a well. The dragon chief, face darkened in anger, bellowed at the leading female, who turned pale and trembled, seeking refuge in the embrace of a nearby male, too frightened to respond. Silence. The wells in our tribe are a gift from the beast gods. Why don't you plead with them? My dragon clan's resources shall not be squandered on other tribes. If you wish to have one, let your chief bring something to trade. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, sending shivers down the spines of the females, who dared not meet his eyes. Burn them all, as a sacrifice to the beast god. Fear gripped the hearts of the gathered females, their bodies trembling as they struggled to comprehend why their usually benevolent chief had turned so hostile over a mere well. Keep a close watch on your females. If news of the well reaches other tribes, even the females will be sacrificed. The ringleader trembled once more, while the nearby males hurried to comfort her. The female's eyes brimmed with resentment. All she desired was a well, yet they threatened to burn her alive. She vowed never to forgive them. The dragon tribe was filled with infatuated souls, cherishing their females above all else. Over time, many females became spoiled and difficult, oblivious to their own behavior, believing everyone else was the same. Eli returned to the cave, both frightened and furious, having always been coddled in the palm of someone's hand. She was unaccustomed to such indignity. Li, I have sent ample food and water to your father and mother. They will survive the drought, Qing Kong reassured her. However, he urged her to abandon the idea of digging a well. But Li remained undeterred, glaring at Qing Kong with anger. You simply do not want them to have access to the well. You are wicked, Li, impervious to reason, dismissed Qing Kong's lengthy attempts to dissuade her and busied herself with culinary endeavors. Hoping to alter her perspective, Li watched Qing Kong depart, her heart filled with resentment. This was the first time he had denied her request. He had once promised to heed her every word. Yet he was unwilling to fulfill even this modest request. I refuse to believe that the chieftain would truly burn me alive. Li resolved to secretly inform her tribe about the well. As long as they kept the news under wraps, there would be no repercussions. Their tribe barely sustained itself. Where would they procure offerings in exchange for a well? She had inspected the site for the well, finding it quite simple. All that was needed was to find an open space and dig. Ignoring her inner hesitation, she convinced herself that even if discovered, Qing Kong would bear the brunt of the punishment as a relative of the chieftain. Surely, he would be unharmed. Li boldly demanded that Qing Kong take her back to see her parents, and he, believing he could keep her in check, acquiesced. Upon arriving at the Tianlang tribe, Qing Kong wore a sullen expression as Li commanded him to hunt. Li confided in her father about the well, emphasizing that it must remain a secret, lest Qing Kong face punishment. Although her father harbored doubts about the well yielding water, he nonetheless agreed to keep it confidential. When Qing Kong returned empty-handed, Li could no longer tolerate the coarse food and unsanitary conditions of the tribe. With Qing Kong's urging, she followed him back. Li's spirits remained high for several days until other tribes began to reveal the existence of wells. Li's father, an elder of the Tianlang tribe, informed the chieftain of this development. Upon learning that it was Li who had divulged the information, the chieftain, seizing the opportunity, dispatched several warriors to dig wells throughout the tribe. By sheer chance, they struck water, leading to an unexpected discovery. Fearing retribution from the Dragon Beast tribe, the chieftain decided to leverage this situation to gain favor with other tribes. By the time Qing Long received word, numerous tribes had already excavated wells, and the Tianlang tribe had acquired considerable food from their neighbors. Qing Long dispatched several beastmen to investigate which tribe had initially dug the well. Discovering it was the Tianlang tribe. Among them, the only female linked to Qing Kong was from the Tianlang tribe, who had previously instigated trouble. Bring Qing Kong and his female here. Prepare the altar for sacrifice. Under Qing Long's command, the other dragon beasts dared not plead for mercy and dutifully complied. One beastman, a friend of Qing Kong's, recalled that the well's discovery had been made by Su Tianqi. He sought her out, hoping she could intercede on their behalf. Meanwhile, Qing Kong was preparing lunch in the cave while he reclined on a stone bed. Seeking respite from the heat, a throng of beastmen filed in, surrounding them. Qing Kong looked at his kin, bewildered, while Li's eyes flickered with guilt. What brings you here? Is there a matter in the tribe? Qing Kong inquired. The chieftain wishes to see you. Bring your female along, came the reply. Qing Kong regarded the sun outside, reluctant to comply. It's too hot. Li will suffer. The beastmen exchanged glances, but out of loyalty, they relayed the reason for their visit. As they recounted the Tianlang tribe's revelation of the well, Qing Kong's complexion paled, and he grasped the gravity of Li's transgression. This time, he felt truly disappointed in her. Despite her previous antics, he had always been forgiving. Yet, knowing the chieftain had threatened death to the informant, Li had recklessly disclosed the information without hesitation, showing she cared little for his life. "Oh, you have anything to say?" Qing Kong's clear, piercing gaze bore into Li. She hesitated, her lips moving, but ultimately fell silent. Qing Kong, resigned, was led away in silence. Li followed unsteadily, suddenly aware that Qinglong was not inclined to treat this lightly. Panic surged within her as she instinctively reached for Qing Kong's hand, only to grasp at emptiness. Li's face contorted with anger. This was the first time Qing Kong had shaken her off. They were brought before Qinglong, who struggled to suppress his desire to strike them down and instead inquired carefully. "You are the one who leaked the information about the well to the Tianlang tribe, are you not?" Qinglong, fighting to contain his fury, questioned Li, flustered. Her eyes darted to Qing Kong. She instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. But he merely shot her a cold glance before turning away. "Chieftain, it was not my intention. I simply let it slip, unaware it would be spread further," Li implored, her voice trembling as she sought clemency from Qinglong. Qinglong, holding back his rage, refrained from striking her, but Qing Kong was not so fortunate. A single punch from Qinglong sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Li, witnessing Qing Kong's injury, felt her mind go blank, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Gather the tribe. Let them see the fate of those who betray their kin." A towering pyre was erected in the open space, as Qing Kong, with heavy eyes, neither pleaded for mercy nor resisted. Accepting the fate of sacrifice, they were pushed onto the pyre, and Li wept uncontrollably, desperately begging Qinglong for mercy. The other tribe members murmured among themselves, many beseeching Qinglong to spare Qing Kong, but he remained unmoved. Yet did not command the fire be lit. "Qing Kong, do you understand your mistake?" With a pale face, Qing Kong appeared despondent. "Chieftain, Qing Kong acknowledges his error. It is I who am inept." Qinglong sighed. Qing Kong was a child of his lineage, and he could not bear to see him truly burned. Nonetheless, a lesson needed to be imparted. Just as he prepared to speak, a clear, cold voice interrupted. "Wait." Chapter 66, Divine Water. Su Tianqi arrived just in time. Genuinely astonished that a mere well could incite such turmoil. "Chieftain, the existence of the well will eventually be known to other tribes. They have merely discovered it sooner. I implore you to consider a lighter punishment." Qinglong, already at a loss for reasons to spare the two, found Su Tianqi's words a timely reprieve. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a beastman and issued a few instructions before addressing Qing Kong once more. "Qing Kong, since Tianqi has interceded on your behalf, you shall be spared the fire punishment. However, you must drink the divine water. Whether you recover is in your hands. Do you consent?" Qing Kong understood that Qinglong likely would not burn him alive. But he had not anticipated merely having to drink divine water. Nevertheless, he had indeed resolved to sever their bond. "I willingly drink the divine water. I ask the chieftain to spare Li and return her to the Tianlang tribe." Qinglong had intended to thoroughly reprimand this foolhardy female but was taken aback by Qing Kong's willingness to send her away, thus ending their partnership, a far more decisive resolution than mere punishment. "Li, from this moment forth, you are no longer connected to Qing Kong. You are banished from the Dragon Beast tribe, never to set foot on our territory again." Li's complexion turned ashen. She had never contemplated separating from Qing Kong. Before their union, she had often gone hungry each year. Yet Qing Kong had never allowed her to starve. The males of the Tianlang tribe could not compare to his strength. She could not return, nor did she wish to. "Qing Kong, we are mates. You cannot abandon me. I merely made one mistake. Please forgive me. I promise never to do it again." Sob, sob, sob. Li's tears were genuine this time. But Qing Kong merely closed his eyes in exhaustion, reflecting that he had given her everything he could, yet she had never considered him. Throughout the drought and snow seasons, aside from what he set aside for her, all his provisions had been sent back to the Tianlang tribe at her insistence, even though they contained his share. Li had turned a blind eye to his hunger, never showing concern. Perhaps it had been a mistake from the very beginning. You have always wished to return to the Tianlang tribe. Now you can go. Find yourself another male. I sever all ties with you from this point forward." The shaman approached with a bowl of dark liquid. Qing Kong gazed at the viscous water and, without hesitation, drank it down. Eli felt as if something crucial had slipped away from her. She cried out Qing Kong's name in despair, her body trembling. The shaman cast her a cold glance. "After consuming the divine water, he will no longer remember you. Upon your return, inform the wolf tribe's chieftain that in a few days, our tribe will pay a visit," Eli whimpered, realizing that in this brief moment, she had lost her greatest reliance in life. After Qing Kong drank the divine water, he fell into unconsciousness. The shaman looked down at him with pity, thinking that perhaps being emotionless and forgetful was the best outcome for him at this time. "Chieftain, I will take Qing Kong back." Qing Long nodded, and the shaman led Qing Kong away. Qing Long surveyed the group of females who had caused the disturbance. They were all terrified, cowering, and afraid to meet his gaze. "If you do not wish to remain in the dragon tribe, speak freely. You may return to your respective tribes now." Not a single female dared to step forward. Su Tianqi sensed a gaze filled with jealousy and scanned the crowd but found no one identifiable. Hu Shi exchanged a discreet glance with Su Tianqi, clearly noticing that among the troublemaking females, one harbored deep resentment towards her. However, it was of no concern to her. She was now very happy with He Yao. Reflecting on her past with Zidian, she felt as if she had been bewitched. "He Yue, let us return. I feel so tired." With a yawn, the fox girl was swept into the arms of He Yao, who gently soothed her as she obediently nestled against him, quietly listening to Qing Long's admonishments. The fox girl urged He Yao to remind Zidian to remain vigilant against the troublesome females, considering it a repayment for the care Zidian had once shown her, thereby establishing an unspoken balance between them. Su Tianqi felt a pang of anxiety, as if a storm were brewing. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that the combat prowess of her and Siyu far surpassed that of these beast men. She suspected her weariness stemmed from a lack of rest. Once Qing Long concluded his speech, Su Tianqi retreated to rest. For reasons unknown, her head throbbed painfully. After escorting Su Tianqi back, Zidian pondered over He Yao's words, perplexed by the hostility the females harbored towards Su Tianqi, especially since Tianqi had rendered significant aid to the tribe. "Rest for a while. I shall fan you." Dian's tender voice broke through Su Tianqi's thoughts. She managed a faint smile, obediently lying down to close her eyes and recuperate. Yu had already succumbed to slumber, while Kong Yang waved a fan to keep the mosquitoes at bay. The cave was enveloped in an eerie silence, the sun steadily climbing higher, causing both Siyu and Tianqi to perspire profusely. It seemed as though Tianqi was ensnared in a nightmare, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she struggled. "No." Su Tianqi bolted upright, gasping for breath, the vivid crimson of her dream rendering her incredulous. "Tianqi, I'm here. Do not fear." Zidian embraced her, offering gentle comfort, feeling regretful for having dozed off and failing to soothe her promptly. "Zidian, we must leave this place tonight. I had a terrible dream. Let us seek refuge elsewhere." Su Tianqi could not recall the specifics of her dream, only the overwhelming crimson that suggested something irreversible would occur if she lingered. "Very well, do not be afraid. We shall depart this evening." Zidian tenderly patted Su Tianqi's back, his heart aching for her distress. Siyu, startled by Su Tianqi's scream, sat up abruptly. Kong Yang cautiously comforted her, while Siyu shyly emerged from her hiding place. "Tianqi, what troubles you?" "I dreamt of a sea of crimson, and I have been plagued by a constant sense of dread. We must leave at once." "Then let us depart immediately," Siyu replied, her expression grave as she urged Kong Yang to hastily gather their belongings. Thankfully, there was little to collect, and soon they rushed out of the cave. As they ascended into the sky, a thunderous roar erupted from below, and they watched in horror as the earth trembled violently. Mountains crumbling into ruins, a towering peak was instantaneously reduced to rubble, sending chills down their spines. Had they hesitated even for a moment, they would have been buried alive, either dead or gravely injured. "Tianqi, it is fortunate your nightmare prompted us to leave early. Otherwise, we would surely have faced dire consequences. I had not anticipated this. The feeling of dread has dissipated. Quickly, we must assist at the tribe. There are people residing in the caves nearby." Siyu recalled the tribe not far from their location. realizing that if their own cave had collapsed, the situation for the tribe would likely be grim as well. Upon their return to the tribe, surviving females and beastmen gathered in the open area, which was not the epicenter of the tremor. Most had managed to escape, though a few beastmen remained trapped in the caves. Tell them to come to the surface to avoid aftershocks, Siyu directed, efficiently assigning tasks to the beastmen. First, to lead the tribe members away, and second, to gather any salvageable supplies, while they would have to wait for the earthquake to cease to rescue those still inside. Ayu, has the beast god unleashed his wrath? No, this is merely tectonic activity. What does tectonic activity mean? Zidian and Kong Yang were bewildered by the term. It is nothing. It has no connection to the beast god. So do not dwell on it, Siyu dismissed casually. Given the beastman's fervent devotion to the beast god, had she suggested a connection, the two survivors would likely face severe consequences. After an indeterminate period, the tremors subsided, leaving the tribe in ruins. Qinglong organized the male beastmen to rescue those trapped in the caves, while a few remained to protect the females. Kong Yang and the others joined the efforts, with Siyu and Su Tianqi assisting the shaman in treating injuries. As they tended to the wounded, the ground trembled again, reminiscent of the earlier quake. The females were thrown into a panic, screams and cries echoing through the air. The males transformed back into their beast forms, and the females clambered onto their backs. The shaman shouted for them to respond, and the males, realizing the urgency, quickly shifted back into their beast forms, while Siyu and Su Tianqi helped the females onto the backs of the dragons. Suddenly, Siyu turned to see a large group of beastmen approaching. Her eyes widened in alarm, initially believing they were allies, only to realize that the leaders were from the Tianlang, Menghu, and Zhubear tribes, all bearing expressions of eagerness and malice. Siyu's heart sank. If she did not intervene, the females would likely face dire fates, and Kong Yang would be blamed by his tribe. There were far too many beastmen opposing them. Buying time was their only option. Siyu sprinted forward to confront the advancing beastmen alone. Seeing her charge, others quickly recognized the oncoming beastmen. The male dragon beasts, burdened with females, found it difficult to engage in battle, while the shaman urged those carrying the females to retreat and seek Qinglong's assistance. "We will hold them off. You must flee," Siyu shouted, and two towering tornadoes manifested in the sky, halting the beastmen in their tracks as they regarded Siyu with trepidation. Tianqi arrived, though the heat and lack of moisture drained her powers. "Tianqi, take them away. I can handle this alone," Siyu asserted. "I can hold my ground." Tianqi understood Siyu's abilities but remained steadfast in her position. "The shaman will lead them to safety. I can also fend off a portion of the beastmen to buy them more time." The two sisters exchanged a determined glance. With a wave of her hand, Siyu propelled Tianqi into the air, and the battle was poised to erupt. Uncertain which beastman roared first, they charged through the wind. The tornado had gathered enough force, and Siyu directed it towards the approaching horde in the air. Countless wind blades emerged to accompany the tornado, drowning the battlefield in the anguished cries of the beastmen. A distant, cold gaze remained fixed upon Siyu and Tianqi. The beastman's eyes filled with cruelty. He aimed at Siyu, drawing back his weapon, and released an arrow aimed directly at her, unaware of the incoming projectile until it was nearly upon her. Siyu instinctively sought to evade, only to be restrained by Tianqi, who traced her finger through the air, conjuring a water barrier that intercepted the arrow. Tianqi retrieved her crystal core bow. They had intended only to maintain their defense. However, if provoked, they could not guarantee that no beastmen would slip through their defenses. "You have one final chance. Retreat now, and I shall spare your lives. If you do not, then," her gentle voice abruptly turned cold and sharp, "all of you shall perish." Yet, the beastmen, unyielding and undeterred, charged forward, their expressions a mix of rage and madness, indicating that some unseen force spurred them on. How peculiar. They have never been this fearless before. Tianqi speculated, her thoughts racing. Perhaps they harbor deep-seated resentment, and if not for the difficulty of beast reproduction, I would have eradicated them entirely. Siyu felt a surge of irritation. These beastmen had returned time and again, unwilling to accept their plight, only to face further defeat. Delay them until Kong Yang arrives with reinforcements. The tornado swept through the area, and the beastmen gazed upon it in awe. They had initially considered making one last stand, but faced with the tempest, They realized their futile efforts would lead only to their demise. Ultimately, the beastmen could not withstand the force of the winds and retreated for the time being. Cu exhaled in relief, noting that the shaman had organized most of the females to evacuate, though a few male beastmen struggled to carry all the females, leaving many to weep and wail. Tianqi, I will hold this tornado. You take the remaining females and flee. I will time my retreat to join you, Yu stated matter-of-factly. I can hold for a maximum of 20 minutes. If she focused solely on attacking with the tornado, she could sustain it for much longer. However, controlling its range and power consumed tremendous energy, and 20 minutes was her limit. Understood, Su Tianqi acknowledged, recognizing the urgency of the situation. After being swept down by the wind, she hastily organized the remaining females to escape. She glanced back at Cu's frail figure, gritting her teeth before following the fleeing females. She had to protect them, for if even one beastman broke through, their fates would be sealed. Su Tianqi led the females towards the tribe, believing that 20 minutes would suffice for the dragon beasts to signal for help. They only needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Cu grappled with a headache, realizing that neither a desperate gamble nor a steadfast defense was a sound strategy. One can only pray for swift assistance. Cu commanded the tornado, forcing the orcs to retreat. Some orcs attempted to breach the wind barrier from the sides, only to be mercilessly slashed by the wind blades, leaving them battered and bruised. For a moment, the orcs lay in wait, calculating Cu's limits. She glanced back, and the once distinct forms of the females had dwindled to a mere dark dot. If she could hold on for another 10 minutes, she might secure them a bit more time. Having absorbed several 6th-tier crystal cores, her powers had partially replenished. She had resolved to endure until Kongyang and the others arrived. In 20 minutes. How far could those females flee? This place was Kongyang's homeland. Thus it was hers as well, and she would defend it until the very last moment. In the distance, 2 orcs were moving stones, suddenly gripped by unease. Sensing that something grave was amiss, however, the bond with their partners remained intact. Kongyang pondered for a moment before deciding to seek out Qinglong. Chief, I wish to return and check on the females. I have an unsettling feeling that something is happening. His last words were more of a murmur. Qinglong, frazzled as he moved stones, flatly denied Kongyang's request. There are males protecting them. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, you females are quite formidable. The orcs could never be their match. Go on, hurry and move those stones instead of daydreaming. Qinglong waved him off, exasperated, leaving Kongyang with no choice but to relent. He understood Cu's abilities. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she would surely escape. Zidian, something still feels amiss. Regardless of the chief's orders, I must return and check. Kongyang felt profoundly uneasy, disregarding Qinglong's words. After relaying his intentions to Zidian, he soared into the sky. Watch over Tianqi for me, and inform her that I shall return shortly. Chapter 68. Disappearance. Halfway through his flight, Kongyang encountered several dragon beasts carrying the females. These creatures dared not fly too swiftly, burdened as they were with so many females, for a careless move could send them tumbling. Upon seeing Kongyang, the air filled with dragon roars. The more he heard, the paler his face became, reaching a peak when he learned that Cu and Tianqi had taken the lead in confronting the horde. He yearned to fly to Cu's side immediately, but the dire situation did not permit such impulsiveness. He flew back at full speed to fetch reinforcements. He alone could not withstand the multitude of orcs. Upon spotting the clan's orcs, he shouted desperately, his voice echoing through the skies. The orcs, especially those with partners, turned pale as they transformed back into their beast forms and took flight. Qinglong, infuriated, thought these tribes were courting death. He should never have shown leniency the last time. He left a portion of the single orcs to continue the rescue and joined the main force heading for reinforcement. On the way, they encountered the dragon beasts carrying the females. The dragon beasts sighed in relief upon seeing their females were safe, easing their former anxieties. A multitude of dragon beasts surged toward the battlefield. But Kongyang suddenly felt a pang of panic in his heart. Zidian experienced the same sensation. Their wings blurred with motion as they urged each other to hasten. They sensed that if they were delayed, something irrevocable might transpire. Meanwhile, Cu was holding on when she unexpectedly heard Tianqi's voice. Captain. Cu, her face pale, looked at Tianqi. Why have you returned? I can hold them off. You must leave quickly. Tianqi wore a faint smile. If I leave, what will become of you? The cool yet gentle tone of her voice brought tears to Siyue's eyes. She understood that Tianqi had returned out of concern for her, fearing she would exhaust her powers and be captured by the orcs. You must go. I will catch up shortly. Tianqi shook her head. Have you forgotten? I am also an ability user. We have fought side by side before. Siyue was left speechless. Then conserve your strength. Once I am exhausted, I will need you to protect me. The tornado gradually diminished as Siyue absorbed a handful of crystal cores, stabilizing the fading tempest. Siyue, dissipate the tornado. Estimate the time. The reinforcements are nearly here. Use the wind blades. Siyue glanced back and could no longer see the figures of the females. She knew that Tianqi must have hidden them. Nevertheless, she obediently dispersed the tornado, for the drain on her abilities was immense. Wind blades took the place of the tornado. Should any orcs make a move, the blades would follow in swift succession. The wind blades cannot kill us. That female is nearing her limit. Attack. The seasoned chieftains recognized Siyue's dwindling strength and urged the orcs to charge through the wind blades. Siyue also readied her crystal core bow, unleashing arrows in a thunderous barrage. The charging time for the crystal core bow was too long. She had to rely on her abilities. Let us take a short break. I can still hold out for 10 minutes. Tianqi relieved the exhausted Siyue, knowing that if it were during the abundant season, she could easily handle these orcs. But presently, during the arid season, holding out for even 10 minutes would be her limit. I just need a moment to rest. Be cautious. The drought is not favorable for you. After speaking, Siyue collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The roaring sound surrounded her, and her vision darkened. Without the strength of her will, she would have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Tianqi paid no heed to the advancing orcs, instead sensing the nearby moisture. Channeling her abilities, she summoned towering columns of water from the ground, transforming them into 5-clawed water dragons that charged toward the approaching orcs. The orcs closest to the water dragons were knocked over, their expressions a mixture of excitement and fear, though Tianqi could not hear their shouts from afar. Her expression remained stoic and cold. Seemingly unperturbed by the threat posed by the orcs, their gazes shifted. They fervently desired to approach Tianqi, the one favored by the gods, the one who could summon water. Tianqi noticed their fervent looks. Realizing that while they might still harbor some caution towards Siyue, their eyes for her were filled with unrestrained zeal. Sensing something was amiss, Tianqi observed the orcs charging at her with reckless abandon. Disregarding the water dragons, without hesitation, she decided to unleash her full power. Siyue had regained some of her abilities and recognized the change in the orcs as well. She turned to the water and suddenly understood. Water, we must go. Siyue pulled Tianqi in another direction, the orcs hot on their heels, but Siyue's powers could only allow them to fly for a short while longer. They hadn't flown far when Siyue felt herself nearing her limits. The energy from the crystal cores was insufficient to dispel her exhaustion. Kong Yang and the others spotted the fleeing Siyue and Tianqi, racing towards them without a second thought. Suddenly, the air grew turbulent, and the ground split open, cries of numerous females echoing nearby as the dragon beasts hurried to investigate. Only Kong Yang and Zidian flew towards Siyue, but unexpectedly, the ground opened wide, and the drained Siyue and Tianqi fell uncontrollably into the chasm. Kong Yang's claws stretched to their limit but failed to grasp them before they vanished into the abyss. He and Zidian watched helplessly as the two plummeted into the void. Tianqi, two heart-wrenching dragon roars reverberated through the heavens, and they too leaped into the chasm, only to find that the tremors sealed the opening once more. The two beasts crashed to the ground, momentarily disregarding their pain as they frantically dug. Ayu, wait for me. I will rescue you. Zidian remained silent, feeling his limbs weaken. Suddenly, they both paused. Their bond with their partners had vanished. The two beasts could hardly believe it, yet the connection truly dissipated. Kong Yang trembled, unable to fathom the reality, continuing to dig desperately, while Zidian glared furiously at the disoriented orcs. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, this wouldn't have happened. You all deserve to die. Zidian's mouth opened wide, savagely tearing into the orcs who hadn't managed to escape. Kong Yang dug with a calmness that contrasted Zidian's fury. He couldn't believe that Siwa might perish like this, yet the bond with his partner unmistakably told him that the young female was truly gone. As he dug, the ground became damp, unnoticed by anyone else. Tears streamed down Kongyang's face. "Ayu, once I have avenged you, I will join you," he muttered softly, continuing to dig. Even in death, he would ensure that Siwa would be buried alongside him. When the other dragon beasts arrived, they were met with a gruesome sight. Rivers of blood and severed limbs scattered about, Zidian covered in blood, while Kongyang was caked in dirt from his frantic digging. Qinglong's heart sank. Could there have been some unforeseen calamity? "Kongyang, where are your females?" Chapter 69. Return Siwa. Wake up. In her dreams, Siwa felt someone shaking her, speaking to her softly. Yet she was too weary to open her eyes. Quickly succumbing back into slumber, Tianqi, bruised and battered, gritted her teeth and forced herself to rise. They had fallen into a rift in time and space, uncertain of their whereabouts. An endless expanse of forest surrounded them. A gentle stream meandering nearby, and strange beastly roars echoed intermittently through the woods. Tianqi pushed herself up, tending to her injuries briefly, before hoisting Siwa onto her back, unsteadily navigating through the forest. She needed to find an open space to safely set up camp. Though injured herself, carrying Siwa was a formidable challenge. She swallowed the blood rising in her throat, carefully scanning for any open ground. Yet the area was littered with scattered rocks, offering no respite on the other side. Sun Zhuiyue sensed something amiss and, startled, she drew out a talisman. The talisman whisked away with a swift motion, and Sun Zhuiyue followed it deep into the forest. Su Tianqi, however, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear the roars of beasts and the sounds of shouting, and then fell into oblivion. When Sun Zhuiyue arrived, a mutated beast was just about to sink its teeth into the two unconscious figures. Her eyes narrowed. The beast sensed an overwhelming pressure and scurried away in fright. "I didn't expect you to return," Sun Zhuiyue remarked as she brought the two back to the base and summoned a healer to tend to their wounds. Had they delayed any longer, she would have returned to the realm of cultivation. Upon examination, it was revealed that both were merely lightly injured, with their prolonged unconsciousness primarily due to sheer fatigue. After dismissing the doctor, Sun Zhuiyue infused them with her spiritual energy. Observing their unstable auras, it wouldn't be long before they were transported back through the time-space rift. "I didn't anticipate being able to see you again before your departure." The two, still dazed, quickly regained consciousness, only to find Sun Zhuiyue, with a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom, before them. "Awake? Hurry and buy what you need. The time-space rift could whisk you away at any moment." Before they had the chance to catch up, Sun Zhuiyue was already pulling them along to shop. As they walked, they fully regained their senses, realizing they had to make the most of their time to gather everything they needed. Siyu recalled the need for electrical appliances, but they had to be frugal with their crystal cores. They opted to visit the second-hand market at the base, which offered significantly lower prices. With most items still in pristine condition, Su Tianqi and Siyu each purchased 10 units of various appliances, spending a total of 1,000 fourth-tier crystal cores. After securing the electrical goods, both Siyu and Tianqi simultaneously sought out seasonings, clothing, shoes, bedding sets, and sanitary products, depleting another 5,000 fourth-tier crystal cores. The items they acquired would suffice for at least a decade. Eventually, the two separated to procure additional necessities. Siyu gazed into her storage bracelet, filled with supplies, her heart brimming with joy akin to that of a little hamster. She then purchased a variety of instant foods, her mental sustenance, before heading to the pharmacy for some medications. Totaling 4,000 crystal cores, by the end of the day, she had spent an astonishing 10,000 fourth-tier crystal cores, a considerable sum indeed. Upon returning, Sun Zhuiyue was brewing tea in the courtyard. Awaiting their arrival. "You're back. Come and have some tea." Siyu sat down to enjoy a cup, inquiring, "Zhuiyue, what are your plans?" Sun Zhuiyue paused. Her hand stilled as she blew on the tea, responding, "Once you leave, I will soon follow. Based on the aura of the time-space rift surrounding you, you have 2 days left. 2 days, Siyu murmured, recalling the many unfinished tasks in her home and the numerous items yet to be acquired. Without further delay, she dashed back out. She still needed to buy light bulbs, sockets, and attend to the kitchen cabinets, ideally completing everything within the next few days. As Siyu strolled through the streets, she felt a sense of nostalgia, having not witnessed such a bustling crowd and orderly streets in quite some time. Unconsciously slowing her pace, she ventured into the furniture store, only to discover that custom cabinets would take 3 days, far too long. She was compelled to settle for pre-made cabinets, and by the time she completed her kitchen purchases, twilight was upon her. Siyu and Tianqi chose to indulge in street food, relishing their favorite dishes. The following day, they acquired seeds and various survival tools for outdoor adventures. With only 1 day remaining, the three gathered in the villa. Sun Zhuiyue observed the two, who were sighing continuously. "Do not lament. We are thriving over there. Truly, Zhuiyue, you must also live well in the future. I am not worried about that. With your abilities, you will thrive anywhere. My concern lies with the time-space rift. Should you encounter natural disasters or unforeseen events, it would be all too easy for you to be lost to the rift." Seeing the worry etched on their faces, Sun Zhuiyue added, "You are marked by that world. Even if sent to another realm, you will return, albeit with varying time flows, leading to prolonged separations from your partners. We will exercise caution. There's no need to worry. At worst, we'll bring our partners along to the other world." To their surprise, Sun Zhuiyue shook her head. "No, they cannot accompany you. The time-space rift would tear them apart." Siyu and Su Tianqi were rendered speechless. What will happen to Kongyang and Zidian, however, do not fret excessively. As you grow accustomed to that realm over time, you will no longer fall into the time-space rift. That is reassuring. Long-distance relationships can be detrimental. Sun Zhuiyue regarded them both, a teasing tone in her voice. "Ah, the sweet scent of romance. Zhuiyue, what of your destined partner? Has he yet to arrive?" Sun Zhuiyue paused, calculating briefly before shaking her head. "Peach Blossom Calamity, where is there a destined partner? The solitary king is my fate." The trio fell silent, seated quietly in the courtyard. With time slipping away, their hearts swelled with unspoken words, ultimately leading them to share no words at all that evening. Sun Zhuiyue bid them farewell, and they each retreated to rest. In the middle of the night, as Sun Zhuiyue meditated, she sensed the aura of time-space laws and smiled, continuing her practice. Kongyang and Zidian annihilated the attacking beast men, and upon learning of the plight of their female, the other dragon beasts ceased their resistance, leaving only the tribal leaders to witness their warriors being decimated. The tribal leaders knelt in supplication, their regret palpable as they wept and begged for mercy. Kongyang transformed back into his human form, blood staining his visage, his crimson eyes devoid of emotion as they fixated on the tribal leaders. "Did you show mercy when pursuing the females? She was kind and spared your lives. Yet you have brought her to ruin." Zidian, with eyes equally crimson and exuding an aura of ferocity, also took human form. "Rest assured, this continent shall no longer harbor the tiger, wolf, and bear tribes. Any who survive will be deemed fortunate." The tribal leaders stiffened, comprehending the gravity of their impending doom. "We are willing to die as atonement. Please spare the females and the young of our tribes." Kongyang and Zidian merely observed coldly. "The tribal leader had already spared you once, yet you remained unrepentant, seizing the females amidst the tremors. Had it not been for you, Maya, you would not have encountered misfortune. Your entire tribe's existence pales in comparison to her." The Azure Dragon soon arrived, witnessing the devastation wrought upon the tiger and bear tribes, his fury palpable. "Kongyang speaks the truth. If you do not cherish your lives, we shall reclaim them." Chapter 70. Reunion. The dragon beasts executed the attacking beast men from the three tribes. Yet Kongyang and Zidian continued to dig, unearthing a large pit, but still finding no sign of Siyu or Su Tianqi. A glimmer of hope lingered in Kongyang's heart. Perhaps Siyu and the others had been transported elsewhere and were still alive. However, when he unearthed a fragment of Siyu's clothing, he collapsed into the pit, weeping, as the heavens opened up, ushering in a deluge. The rainy season had arrived. Zidian, upon seeing the tattered cloth in Kongyang's hands, trembled and began to sob. The two beasts wept uncontrollably in the pit, their sorrow resonating with the other dragon beasts around them. Had it not been for these two females, their own would not have been preserved. Having gone days without sustenance and overexerting themselves, the rain soon rendered them unconscious, necessitating their transfer to the shaman's care. "Shaman, Kongyang and Zidian are ill. Please come and assess their condition." The shaman hurried over to examine the two. Their external injuries were minor, yet their spirits were severely depleted, teetering on the brink of despair. Your females are not dead. You must recover swiftly and seek them out. The shaman, unable to bear the sight of their despondency, fabricated a comforting lie. Though the two remained unconscious, upon hearing the shaman's words, their will to survive surged, and after administering medicine, the shaman sighed in a corner, careful not to reveal her true feelings before them. By the grace of the beast god, may they return swiftly. The shaman understood that the two could hear her, and thus offered them a sliver of hope, though she knew the likelihood of their return was slim. Upon awakening, Kongyang vanished without a trace, his whereabouts a mystery. Zidian, after inquiring briefly, fell silent, his handsome face etched with pallor and emptiness, his heart doubting the shaman's words, yet pondering the possibilities. Following Kongyang's disappearance, Zidian too vanished. The Azure Dragon, upon hearing the news, could only sigh, allowing them their freedom. Kongyang returned to the place where Siyu and the others had vanished, the cold rain cascading upon him as if he were oblivious to its presence. He lingered by the large pit for an extended period, his heart aching with sorrow, gaze lost in the vastness surrounding him. Alone, what was the purpose of his existence? Ah, you, wait for me. I will avenge you. And then I shall join you. He knelt, tenderly caressing the earth as if it were his slumbering beloved. The coarse sand stirred his consciousness, and he grasped a handful tightly to his chest. It was my fault. I should never have left you, should never have left you. The rain concealed his anguished sobs, and within moments, the area lay empty, as if nothing had transpired. Chieftain, the remaining beastmen of the tiger tribe have been captured. The Azure Dragon recognized that Kongyang and Zidian had taken action, his heart filled with unspoken indignation, yet he resolved to let events unfold, allowing others to witness the consequences of their aggression towards his tribe. Do not allow other tribes to rescue those beastmen. If it is Kongyang or Zidian, let them handle it as they see fit. Kongyang bound the members of the tiger tribe, driving them all to the edge of the abyss of eternity. Zidian had also captured the orcs of the bear tribe, and the two exchanged a glance, herding them towards the precipice. It is indeed a pity that the leaders and males of your tribes fail to learn their lessons. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kongyang intended to push them all into the abyss, but upon seeing the multitude of cubs, he shamefully softened his resolve. Zidian too found it impossible to act against the females and cubs, for they were precious in the beastly world. The two beasts felt a sense of defeat. Despite their desire to eradicate the threat entirely, they could not bring themselves to harm the weak. Ultimately, they resolved to drive this group of orcs to another location, ensuring they would never return. Without the presence of males or shamans, and with only females and cubs remaining, even if they did not take action, their survival would be brief. At last, only the wolf tribe remained, a situation instigated by its leader. Although the males had been slaughtered, the females and cubs still lingered. Li's complexion was pale, her face etched with terror as she cowered among the crowd, regretting having divulged the matter of the well to the tribe. Ever since her return, she had been ridiculed by her kin for being abandoned, suffering from hunger and sleeplessness while enduring the harassment of the males in the tribe. Captured now, her remorse was profound. She longed to return to Kingski's side. She implored the dragon beast guarding her, yet the sentinel remained unmoved. Chingsky has forgotten you. He will find a new companion. The guard shoved her back, and Li trembled as she crouched down, never having imagined that Chingsky would forget her and take another partner. Her heart ached unbearably. It cannot be. I am his companion. He would never forsake me. Li believed that Chingsky was merely angry and would come for her in time. During her time back in the tribe, she had come to understand that only Chingsky would treat her wholeheartedly, protecting her from any harm. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chingsky, Chingsky, please come back. I will never be willful again. Sob, sob, sob. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed far and wide. When Chingsky awoke, he found himself at the shaman's place, puzzled by his presence there, only to recall that he had been punished with the divine water. He thought of Li, unable to comprehend why he had been so compliant with a female of such nature. Devoid of love, he merely felt that he had been foolish in the past. Upon returning, Kongyang and Zidian instinctively returned to the cave where they resided, both beasts sitting in silence, neglecting food and drink. Kong Young inadvertently fell asleep and dreamt of Siyue, pulling him to witness fireflies. Ayu, you have returned, right? Are you well? In a state of panic, Kong Young clutched at Siyue, who merely smiled and remained silent, quickly darting away. And no matter how hard he chased, he could not catch up. Just before Siyue vanished, she finally spoke. Save me, Kong Young, save me. Kong Young awoke abruptly. Yu was not dead. She was still waiting for his rescue. Zidian, lost in thought, became agitated at Kong Young's words. Did you sense her? Kong Young shook his head. I was dreaming that Ayu called for my help. She is a blessed one. She will not perish so easily. I must find her. Kong Young braved the torrential rain, flying to the great pit where Siyue had fallen. Transforming into his beast form, he plunged into the pit, continuing to dig. Zidian, grasping at hope, followed suit, and as they dug, they unexpectedly unearthed a stone cave. A few large stones had formed a triangular structure during the earthquake, buried under dirt, while below lay a cavity large enough to accommodate a person. However, rainwater was flooding in, and if they did not clear it promptly, it would soon be filled to the brim. Ayu, are you in there? Kong Young shouted several times. Receiving no response, it dawned on him that they had been buried for several days, and they might still be unconscious due to their injuries. Kong Young and Zidian frantically dug, striving to open the cave before the water inundated it. Yet the rain was relentless, and the pit was already accumulating water. If this continued, the cave would soon be submerged. The two beasts dug with fervor, eventually revealing a hidden realm within, discovering not only the upper cave but also a deep crevice below. Yet there was no sign of Siyue and the others. Their absence indicated that they had escaped at that time. Chapter 71. Reunion 2. The two beasts were suddenly invigorated. Finding no corpses here suggested that they were all alive. They worked tirelessly, with Kong Young even crafting a drainage system, diverting the accumulated rainwater elsewhere. Inside the cave, they found nothing related to the missing females, and whenever they attempted to dig open the fissure, it would collapse upon contact, necessitating the removal of the stones above. Many dragon beasts, upon hearing of their digging, voluntarily came to assist. With the help of others, they swiftly cleared the crevice, yet still, there was no trace to be found. Suddenly, Kong Young and Zidian recalled the special transportation space bestowed upon them by the beast god. Could it be that they were also sent inside? Realizing this, Kong Young shooed the other dragon beasts away and shared his theory with Zidian. After deliberation, they agreed that it was a strong possibility. They might be unaware of the situation outside and thus had not emerged. Filled with excitement, Kong Young and Zidian spun in circles, and once Kong Young regained his composure, he began to prepare. They felled many trees and constructed a shelter beside the pit, deciding that one would keep watch while the other sought food and explored the surrounding area. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, yet still, there was no news. Gradually, 3 months passed without a single sign. Apart from Kong Young and Zidian, the other beasts had resigned themselves to the belief that the females had perished. Over these months, they had become mere shadows of their former selves, their spirits dimmed, no longer the cheerful, sunny beings they once were. Oh, you think they really existed? Kong Young rasped, inquiring of Zidian. Zidian smiled dreamily. She will return. She promised she would never leave me. Just then, they heard a familiar voice call out from a distance, and they could hardly believe their ears, thinking it merely an illusion. But when they saw the two figures running toward them through the rain, instinctively, the two beasts rushed out to shield them from the downpour. Touching their warm hands, they realized that they had truly returned. I have finally waited for you, Ayu. I will never part from you again. Kong Young sobbed as Siyue embraced him, unbothered by his unkempt appearance. Why have you become so thin? I told you I would come back. Zidian, too, was met with Su Tianqi, who wiped his tears and could not help but embrace him. The two beasts wept quietly when suddenly a loud thud startled them, jolting them from their reverie. The two stared blankly. I dreamt they had returned, so did I. I truly missed her. Silence hung between them, as if something had just fallen. Let us go check it out. The two beasts peered into the pit, where their longed-for companions lay unconscious at the bottom. They tumbled down into the pit, cradling the two females, and hurried back to the shelter. Ignoring the chilling rain, They each held their beloved tightly. She has truly returned. She did not deceive me. Kongyang sought to use a beast skin to dry Siyue, only to find nothing available, and thus had to abandon the idea. He picked her up, intending to take her to the shaman, but as he lifted her, Sue's head drooped, and blood seeped from her lips. On the other side, Zidian faced a similar situation with Su Tianqi, blood trickling from her mouth and nose. We must return to the shaman. They are injured. They sheltered their companions beneath their bodies, shielding them from the wind and rain, and hastened back to the tribe, heading straight to the shaman. The shaman, upon seeing the unconscious females, was astonished, declaring it a miracle from the beast god that they had survived such peril. After a thorough examination, she sighed in relief but soon furrowed her brow. They had sustained injuries, but their lives were not in immediate danger. Once back, they would need ample rest and nourishment to recover swiftly. Kongyang and Zidian exchanged glances, deciding to return to the cave for a more tranquil environment conducive to healing. Many dragon beasts observed them from outside, bringing food as offerings. This is for your females. Had it not been for them, ours would have been taken. Kongyang, uninterested in idle chatter, accepted the provisions and flew back with Siyue. After a long journey, they returned to the cave, which was laden with dust. Yet neither had the energy to clean as they were deliberating. Su Tianqi was the first to awaken. Cough, cough. I'm back, Zidian. Zidian, with reddened eyes, could only hold her tightly, unable to utter a single word. Tianqi, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? Kongyang asked in place of Zidian, knowing he would be equally choked with emotion if it were his Aoud. I'm fine. Let me set up my dwelling first. Don't worry, Su Tianqi designated her space, gesturing for Kongyang to come closer, and she created a space for Siyue before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Tianqi, Tianqi. The two beasts carried their beloved females back to their respective homes, changing them out of their wet garments and washing them with warm water before tucking them under blankets. Kongyang swiftly cleaned himself and, upon returning to hold Siyue, finally felt the reality of her return. He sighed, embedding her deeper into his embrace, and soon fell asleep. Not long after, he felt a burning heat radiating from her. Oh no, she is feverish. Kongyang knocked on Su Tianqi's door, and Zidian gently opened it, presenting him with a box of medicine. Tianqi instructed, if Siyue develops a fever, give her one of these. As soon as the words left her lips, Zidian retreated once more. He longed to be by Su Tianqi's side at all times. Were it not for her urging him to deliver the medicine to Kongyang, he would have remained at the door. Kongyang took the medicine back to his room to administer it to Siyue. After feeding her the medicine, he stayed nearby, wiping the sweat from her brow, his heart filled with a profound fear. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, both novel and terrifying. You must recover quickly from now on. I promise I will never leave your side, he declared earnestly, kissing the back of Siyue's hand. In her hazy state, it seemed she could hear his voice, and after falling ill, she felt inexplicably wronged whenever she heard him. Kongyang, it hurts so much, I miss you, she murmured. Hearing her whisper, Kongyang felt as though his heart were shattering. How much pain must she be enduring? Despite their time together, she had never once uttered a word of her suffering. He gently comforted her, kissing her softly and wiping her sweat, and once her fever subsided, he offered her water, then helped her change out of her drenched clothes. Half asleep, Siyue opened her eyes, and Kongyang gently called out, You're awake? Do you feel unwell? His tender voice brought her back to consciousness. Kongyang, am I back? I miss you so much. He enveloped her in his arms, exclaiming, as long as you return, that is all that matters to me, and no matter the circumstances, your safety is my utmost priority. Nothing else bears significance compared to you. Siyue nodded slightly, her heart aching at the sight of the gaunt Kongyang. She retrieved a bounty of food and soon fell unconscious again. Sleep now, I am here, he whispered. Chapter 72. The day of exchange. Siyue remained unconscious for over half a day before awakening. Kongyang had prepared a large pot of meat and returned to her side, watching her with unwavering vigilance, too fearful to sleep, terrified that if he let go for even a moment, she might vanish again. Do you feel unwell? Are you hungry? He asked anxiously, his gaze fixed intently on her face. I'm fine. A few more days of rest will do me good, she replied weakly, offering him a faint smile. She gazed outside, where rain poured down like a cascade of pearls, obscuring everything in a veil of white. It's the rainy season, and it's pouring, she remarked. The rainy season? It's been 3 months. And you've been away for 3 months as well, she continued, her eyes widening in surprise. But it's only been a little over 2 days. How could it have been 3 months? You must have found it difficult. When we fell, the beast god returned us home. Yet it seems so much time has passed here. Noticing her fatigue, Kongyang hastily ventured into the rain to fetch her some meat soup. Feeding her a bowl, after she took her medicine, she drifted back to sleep. Kongyang casually ate some meat, cleaned himself up, and climbed into bed. Su Tianqi was in a similar state, without the healing abilities of others. They had to rely on their own recovery, which meant ample rest. Tianqi fared slightly better. The aftereffects of Siyue's exhaustion had been suppressed by the healing abilities before, but now they had fully erupted. Leaving her feeling utterly depleted, it was only after a week that they both fully recovered. Siyue taught Kongyang how to use an induction cooker, enabling them to prepare meals indoors during the rainy and snowy seasons without braving the elements. This is so convenient, Ayu. Your previous life was so good. Do you ever regret leaving it behind? Kongyang had long wanted to ask this, yet he had no intention of letting go. He would do everything in his power to provide Siyue with the best life possible, ensuring she would no longer yearn for home. Siyue, I will only say this once, she declared, grasping Kongyang's hands and gazing intently into his anxious eyes. I do not regret being with you. These are merely embellishments. Without them, we would still thrive. Kongyang finally felt relieved, pulling Siyue into his embrace. Ayu. The rainy season was unbearably dull, so taking advantage of a lull in the rain, Siyue donned an umbrella and went fishing by the river with Kongyang. She thought it unwise to remain indoors all day. After some consideration, she designated a spot and informed others to set up a shelter there, where they could fish and pass the time. They would build a pavilion during the dry season. Kongyang and Zidian allowed them to stand aside while they drove wooden stakes into the ground and placed the beast skin canopy overhead. Creating a simple greenhouse, as the rain intensified, both pairs were carried back by their companions, as the cold wind was unsuitable for those recently recovering from illness. Once back in the room, Siyue gazed out the large window of the bedroom. Lying on the bed and wrapping herself in the quilt, watching the heavy rain outside, I truly enjoy rainy days spent indoors, especially when I have an umbrella and others do not. Kongyang found it difficult to comprehend her sentiment, but he feigned understanding and nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. Kongyang, keeping track of time, began preparing a meal, only to be halted by Siyue, who, feeling the tedium of the rainy season, insisted on cooking herself. I'll cook. You wash the dishes. For lunch, they had mixed noodles. Siyue yearned for the spicy peanut sauce, so she prepared a large pot of noodles with some meat and dried vegetables, crafting a simple yet delightful spicy mix. After a few bites, she felt satisfied, leaving the rest for Kongyang to finish. Once they had eaten, they returned to the bedside. Unable to resist, Siyue pulled Kongyang onto the bed to watch a projection. After much deliberation, she decided on a documentary about survival in the wilderness, showcasing various skills such as building shelters and filtering water. Kongyang transitioned from astonishment to fascination within the span of an hour, his gaze unwavering, while Siyue soon succumbed to sleep. Kongyang marveled at the wonders of the projection, believing nothing could ever astonish him again. Yet he was taken aback by this miraculous invention. He remained attentive until Siyue stirred awake. You're still watching? Aren't you tired? Kongyang shook his head. They are so impressive. I want to learn how to build houses like them, so our people can also have warm homes. Siyue did not deter him. She had previously taught them how to make mud bricks, but they proved inadequate against the rainy season's relentless downpour, so she had abandoned the idea. Now that Kongyang had seen the method, it was up to him to teach his tribe, a matter beyond her concern. Siyue inadvertently noticed a large patch of edible algae resembling wood ear mushrooms outside. She had tasted them last year and found them utterly delicious. She knocked on the door of the neighboring room. Tianqi, they're in season. Want to go? Su Tianqi, feeling equally bored, donned a raincoat and accompanied her, while Zidian remained asleep, unaware of her departure. Kongyang is also asleep? No, he is watching the projection. Are you not worried about him? Siyue sighed. We cannot always be timid. What is there to fear? If we cannot defeat them, we can still run. Tianqi pondered this and chose to remain silent as well. The two ventured into the rain to a patch overgrown with moss, where they found an abundance of large, thick wood-ear mushrooms, selecting the biggest ones for easier cleaning. This place is incredible. There are so many mushrooms. Let's use them to make dumplings. It felt as though they had returned to a leisurely rural life from the 1980s and 1990s, spending days feasting and sheltering from the rain. After cleaning the mushrooms, they drained the water. With no chicken eggs available, they opted for wild duck eggs. Kongyang fetched 5 or 6 from the nearby area. They scrambled the eggs and mixed them with the mushrooms, adding salt, chicken essence, 5-spice powder, and soy sauce. Additionally, they prepared a bowl of water celery and meat filling, while Siyue rolled out the dumpling skins and the other 3 filled the dumplings. Under Su Tianqi's guidance, the 2 beastmen skillfully learned the craft, while Siyue struggled to keep pace with their speed. Kongyang picked up the technique of rolling out the skins, which greatly alleviated Siyue's workload. Kongyang, don't you have any markets for trading goods with other tribes? Kongyang pondered for a moment. Are you referring to the day of exchange? Yes, we do, but the items they offer are usually subpar. Over time, we ceased to participate. Realizing her interest, he continued, do you wish to go? Yes. It's too dull at home. It's quite far. We'll need to prepare if we decide to go. If we go, we should bring beast skins and food, as those are the only things worth trading. The 2 beastmen recalled their stock of beast skins and agreed that they had more than enough to trade for goods. After making several hundred dumplings, Siyue prepared a dipping sauce. The handmade dumpling skins were thin but generously filled, offering a delightful chewiness and flavor with each bite. The wood-ear dumplings smell divine, and the water celery and meat filling is also quite good. Let us gather more and choose a day to visit father and mother. Kongyang and Zidian were momentarily taken aback. In their culture, it was uncommon to send food to aging parents. That sounds good. It has been quite some time since we last visited father and mother. Chapter 73. The journey. No amount of rain could extinguish their desire to venture outside. Kongyang estimated the distance, determining they must set off today. Is the market far? Kongyang gestured, very far. Even flying nonstop would take an entire day and night. It is indeed quite a distance. Let us set off shortly. Draped in raincoats, they prepared for their departure, the cold raindrops hitting their skin. Siyue and her companions bundled up in thick clothing. Given the long journey ahead, Zidian and Kongyang decided to take turns flying, with the one on the back shielding the other from the wind. Siyue produced a down jacket and raincoat for Kongyang to wear, the largest size she had purchased fitting him perfectly. Looks good. This should keep you warm, she remarked, admiring the sight. Siyue playfully patted his hand, noting how Kongyang appeared unexpectedly endearing in the black down jacket. Are you cold? She inquired, giving his face a gentle pinch. You conceal yourselves behind me. A few individuals ascend the back of Zidian, which spreads its wings and soars above the clouds, evading the heavy downpour, albeit with a slight chill, upon reaching the cloud cover. They wrap themselves in blankets, with Kongyang positioned ahead to shield them from the brunt of the cold wind, alleviating the pressure on those behind. The wind is fierce. I feel as though I might be swept away. Siyue and Tianqi huddle together under a single blanket, drawing comfort from each other's presence. Surely, the 2 of us will be fine, especially since Kongyang will keep us secure. The wind is too strong. And they fall silent, unlike the carefree days of summer. Now, as they gaze downward, all that meets their eyes is a blanket of dark clouds, obscuring the earth beneath. Unbeknownst to them, they gradually drift into slumber, with Kongyang vigilantly watching over the 2 slumbering figures. Time passes, though its measure is lost, until they are stirred awake by Kongyang's voice. Siyue, Tianqi, awaken. We must descend. Rubbing their eyes, they stow their blankets and don their raincoats. Zidian descends rapidly, the icy rain pelting them, fully rousing the 2. Zidian lands them in a clear area before venturing to survey their surroundings. Kongyang remains behind to protect them while also preparing a meal. The rain resembles the frigid meltwater cascading from the mountains, piercingly cold and bone-chilling. Siyue and Tianqi shiver, longing only for a warm refuge. Noticing the absence of others around, they retrieve their shelter, swiftly boiling water, changing clothes and bathing in one seamless motion. The warmth of the hot shower envelopes them, and only then do they wrap themselves in blankets. Their dinner consists of the dumplings they had previously prepared. The steaming morsels dispel the chill, and at last, they feel warm. Upon returning to their cozy nook, Suyue presents a fluffy set of pajamas for Kongyang, exclaiming, "I bought this specifically for you. Do try it on. Is it warm?" The pajamas fit him slightly loosely but are undeniably comfortable, and he mimics Suyue's posture as they nestle in bed, listening to the soothing sound of rain while watching a documentary. "This is such a delightful feeling. I have never experienced anything like it before," Kongyang remarks. Words fail to convey his feelings, yet he finds this moment novel and pleasurable, wishing to remain nestled in bed indefinitely. This is the essence of enjoying life. There is nothing quite as comforting as watching movies at home on a rainy day. Suyue rises to prepare 2 cups of warm fruit jam juice. Sweet and tangy, warming them from the inside. Their snack consists of sun-dried shrimp from summer, ready to eat, fresh, sweet, and with a delightful chewiness, perfect for a binge-watching session. Next year, let's try more snacks. The rainy and snowy seasons are quite demanding on our supply of treats. The two find themselves staying up late, and when they awaken the next morning, dawn has just begun to break. Today, it is Kongyang's turn to carry them, with Zidian leading the way to shield them from the wind. They discuss the documentaries they have been watching. Most of what Suyue has downloaded on her tablet revolves around survival skills and various techniques. With films being a rare find, I regret not downloading more movies and TV shows back then. Suyue laments, wishing she had included a greater variety. Kongyang, sensing her regret, suggests they procure tablets filled with films and series for their next return, allowing them to exchange views. Sushiangsi speaks up softly, stunning Suyue for quite some time. "Tianqi, you are my muse. I completely forgot to buy some." Suyue snuggles closer to Sushiangsi, secretly delighted, for she finally has films and shows to watch. "Tianqi, why do you seem so fatigued?" Sushiangsi replies, "I feel weary and unwell. The humidity of the rainy season weighs heavily, and my ability resonates with it, causing this drowsiness. It might indicate my powers are evolving." Suyue is taken aback. "Your powers are developing here? How fortunate." Sushiangsi nods. "Have you not noticed? If you venture into areas with strong winds, it may benefit your abilities as well." Suyue reflects on her time here. She has experienced 2 upgrades since her arrival, a fact she had overlooked until now. Attributing it to her environment, it appears I have indeed been too complacent, failing to observe such changes. Sushiangsi teases her lightly, "You have fallen in love and neglected everything else." Suyue's cheeks flush, and she remains silent, gazing at the surrounding dark clouds. How long will this rain persist? Last year, it lasted for over 3 months. This year, it remains uncertain. She gathers her blanket tightly, attempting to prevent the chilling wind from infiltrating too much. As it is painfully cold, akin to daggers, suddenly, she recalls her wind-based powers and constructs a barrier against the gusts, perfectly avoiding the fierce winds. Why has the wind ceased? I just remembered. I possess wind abilities. Yet my mind has grown sluggish. Oh, let us not dwell on that. Let us watch a movie. Suyue nudges Sushiangsi, who retrieves her tablet. They don their headphones and begin watching Lost World. After finishing Lost World, they switch to a zombie film, commenting along the way, "This zombie moves too quickly. That zombie is quite grotesque." Once the zombie film concludes, they start a popular drama series, a renowned palace intrigue show. Each viewing of Huan Huan brings forth a different perspective. Looking at it now, the characters exhibit truly poor intentions. After watching several episodes, Kongyang signals that they must descend, indicating they need not wear their raincoats, as they have the wind barrier. Obediently, Kongyang descends and seeks a clear spot, although this area is occasionally traversed by beastmen, compelling them to retrieve their backpacks laden with pots and pans upon landing. For safety, they refrain from setting up their shelter and instead find refuge in a tree hollow. Kongyang patrols the area to ensure there are no beastmen before they finally unfurl their shelter. Planning to dine at Suyue's home tonight. Their dinner consists of snail noodles. As the doors and windows are opened, the pungent aroma surprisingly entices them. It has been ages since I last indulged. I shall partake heartily today. They prepare the egg mixture to fry eggs first, then create crispy rolls from bean curd, and the remaining dishes are tailored to their preferences.